when I seen him throw that ball, I was like, oh my God.
Oh, baby. Welcome to 2022 here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Happy New Year to all our roasters out there on YouTube and Twitch. Good morning to everybody out there on the roadways. Be safe getting off your graveyard shifts. Good morning and Happy New Year to Langford and Curly and to you, Joe Shasky. We finally got to see what we've been waiting for since Week 5 against Arizona. It was Trey Lance Day at Levi Stadium when the Niners win against the Texans 23-7, and they covered a 13.5 for all you gamblers there at the end with the field goal. I think the Heaven Shed Ahead didn't go for fourth down, but Shasky, man, good morning. The Niners are in business here, but they got to win next week against the Rams to make the playoffs because I ain't counting on the Atlanta Falcons to beat the Saints.
No, you can't count on the Falcons. I mean, we all know that. You cannot count on the Falcons. Great team win yesterday. I thought the defense played absolutely outstanding. It was an interesting matchup between two rookie quarterbacks. I told you, these Texans, for David Culley, they fight hard. I know everybody wants to laugh about them, but I thought it was a shaky first half for the team as a whole offensively. And then in the second half, they got back down to work. Bonte, the kid looked really good in the second half for his second career start, first home start since December of 2019 for the kid. You look, man, there's a lot to pick apart. There's a lot of maturation and development that needs to happen. I like the moxie that I saw in the second half, though.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Trey Lance goes 6 of 10 in the second half for 144 yards and 2 touchdowns. And as you can see on YouTube and Twitch, this stupid thing called COVID has got us separated here. Shasky's working from home. I'm in the studio here, so we're going to try to work through it. People wear your mask, try to get vaccinated. This thing is spreading like a wildfire, but it's also, I don't want it to compromise people out of their jobs. I don't want it to cripple people out of going to work, especially at these sporting events. You see Levi Stadium yesterday rocking. Mm-hmm. Everybody's working, concession stand workers, janitors, everything. I don't want them to be out of work, so let's try to do what we can to make sure that we don't go through another pause here when it comes to sports in the world. But, look, yesterday was a good team win. Did I think the Niners get some – I thought they received a lot of gifts in that second half. A lot of gifts. I thought the Brandon Ayuk pass interference was very suspect. I thought Harris on the interception, it looked like a fumble. The Niners got the outman Bradshaw rule from the NFC Championship game. That should have been Texans' ball. A phantom holding call on the Texans. It wasn't the greatest performance in the world, but you knew that was going to be the case with the rookie quarterback and Trey Lance making his first home start. And look, before we do a deep dive on Trey Lance, because we will, the Niners won their 4th straight home game in Levi Stadium after starting 0-4. Heard that? They just won 4 straight at Levi Stadium after starting off 0-4. So I think the goal of next season, knowing that you finish 4-4 winning 4 straight at home, that's a good feeling.
No, there's no doubt about it. And they were getting booed off the field at one point. They had 2 drives with 2 minutes to go. The first drive, they go 3 and out, and the fans booed them right off the field. And then obviously the 49ers get a stop there. I love Shanahan calling timeout multiple times on second and third down to get the ball back with 38 seconds left and then being aggressive with your young quarterback. Mm-hmm. But there's no doubt about it, Bonte. The throw of the game for me that got him the Trey Lance and the offense kind of like, oh, okay, let's get going. 38 seconds to go, little slant to Deebo Samuel, and he just threw an absolute rifle over the middle of the field, and it just got things going. Then he throws another ball to Brandon Ayuk. Ayuk smartly, using his brain, runs to the sidelines and gets out of bounds to extend some time. For them to get 3 points right before halftime, didn't it feel like that breathed life into the team?
Dude, 38 seconds left, no timeouts, and they get 3 points. And Trey Lance, I think early on in his career, in the 2-minute drill, where you see the preseason against the Chargers, where they go down 75 yards in 45 seconds in that game, Trey Lance is very comfortable in the 2-minute offense, very comfortable when things get haywire. And I thought that slant to get things started, and thank the Texans for being dummies and not allowing Deebo Samuel to get up off the field. The Niners get a delay a game. They get 5 yards, and the clock stops. You don't have to spike it. You don't have to run a quick play. All of a sudden, you conserve some seconds off the clock, some precious, precious time. Yeah. And then the Ayuk play there where he does have the wherewithal to go out of bounds. I thought that was a big play by Ayuk. And then just Trey Lance. Look, I know he almost got picked off there with 7 seconds left, but there was so much mustard on that ball. It skips off the Texas defender. Ayuk catches it. You get the field goal before halftime. I'm not mad at that. You go into halftime down 7-3. You got some points on the board. But more importantly, Shasky, I thought it made Trey Lance feel a lot more comfortable in that second half. And look, as the game progressed, he got better and better and better and better.
Well, Bonte, it's interesting that you bring up the contrast between the first and the second half, because I'm sitting there, and you were sitting in the stands as well, and I'm thinking to myself, there's too many shotgun plays, just too many shotgun plays in the first half, and I didn't like the two specific design quarterback runs. The first one,
my gosh,
he got blasted on the right shoulder. I said, what are we doing? Why are we going to run our prized possession, number 3 overall pick, into the ground? And Justin Reed just absolutely crushed him on that play.
And Shasky, it's not like he's got blazing speed. Like, I look at Trey Lance as a Donovan McNabb, but even Donovan McNabb was faster than Trey Lance in getting out the pocket. Trey Lance he's built kind of like a fullback in terms of power. He's not the most, like, he can improvise in a pocket and slide and make plays and extend them, but he's not going to be out there blazing like Lamar Jackson. I thought, man, when he got popped on that right shoulder, did you see his helmet? His helmet almost came off.
Yes.
Like Shanahan, dude, dial it back.
And then Shanahan ran the exact same play on the very next play. Another quarterback power to the left, which ended up being short for a 4th and 1, and they went for it on 4th and 1. The point that I'm getting at, Bonte, and I'm glad that you're bringing this up. Can we just put this to bed? He is not a runner. He is a big-bodied quarterback who is mobile behind the line of scrimmage.
No doubt.
He is not a runner. He's not Cam Newton. He's not Lamar Jackson. Think Josh Allen. Think Patrick Mahomes. Someone who can move behind the line of scrimmage to throw downfield. Stop this. He's a runner. He's not a runner. He's a pocket quarterback. And I'm glad that we're here already this early, 12 minutes into the show of 2022. Bonte, I'm a psychopath. I'm sitting there and I'm going, too many shotguns. Yeah. I charted it. 16 shotgun snaps in the first half, 12 under center. That completely reversed in the second half, and the offense took off. 22 snaps under center, only 12 shotgun snaps in the second half. Now, I understand shotgun's going to be a part of the game plan. I mean, it just happens. 3rd and 22, 3rd and 18, you're going to be in shotgun. The kid needs to be under center. That's his comfort zone, and I loved seeing Shanahan go back to the old school playbook with the kid, and that's what got the offense going.
Well, not only that, but look, whether it's under center or shotgun, just got to call better plays.
Well, I agree.
Because that first drive out of halftime, where you're down there, you get into Texas territory, 3rd and 4. Okay, you're running quarterback power. I don't love the play. I don't love the play. I hated the play. And then the 4th and 1 play where Trey Lance is under center, you call a bootleg to the left. He's a right-handed quarterback. Kittle, a lot of people are screaming at Kittle was wide open.
He was not.
He was not open.
No.
A defender was draped all over him, waiting for Trey Lance to toss it and dump it down. Could Trey Lance have ran it? No. There was another defender, scot-free, who said, you know what? I am going straight to Trey Lance. That 2-play sequence drove me insane. I think I tweeted that, texted right away. It was like, Shanahan's driving me crazy. Because that 2-play sequence, it was as if Shanahan treated this kid like he doesn't know how to throw the ball. Like he can't throw the ball. Like he's compromised in terms of, I don't really know how to run the playbook. I can't really do a lot of things. So let me call a quarterback draw on 3rd and 4. And people are saying, those 2-play sequences, Shanahan was thinking about 4th down. Well, the 4th down call to me was trash. It was awful. And the 3rd down play on 3rd and 4, I say this all the time, Shasky. You ever run a 3rd and 4 quarterback draw on John Madden football? We're not even doing that on video games, let alone in reality. Treat this guy like a quarterback. That 2-play sequence, throw it in the trash can.
Well, and then, I mean, look, there was a couple other short yardage situations. 4th and 1, they go for it early in the game. And they throw a pitch to Elijah Mitchell. Had no chance.
It was awful.
That play had no chance. So, look, I think the one thing that I'm learning about Kyle Shanahan, especially when it comes to Trey Lance, there is a learning curve for both of these two to understand what works and what doesn't. And I think it's very prevalent in short yardage, 3rd and 4th down situations. There's not a good familiarity between the two of them.
No doubt.
Give them time together. together, give them opportunities to work. There's a growing period here. I didn't love the play calls, but Bonte, look, you're going to get some plays from the kid that are erratic. That's just the reality. The throw to George Kittle, I thought he was there early. He hesitated just a little, threw it low instead of over the top.
Yeah, the interception.
It gets intercepted. He almost threw the interception before the end of the half. Like, it wasn't his greatest performance, but you're going to get the electric. You're going to get the pop. That throw to Deebo Samuel. And anybody who says that was an underthrown ball, it had to be underthrown because the sideline and the defender were over the top. The only area to hit Deebo Samuel was short and underneath. Watch the Baldy breakdown that just got released on Twitter, and I can't wait to talk to him tomorrow. We're going to have him here on 95.7 The Game. The kid threw a bomb 50 yards effortlessly downfield. He almost missed another Trent Sherfield touchdown that got batted down. There's going to be pop plays in the offense. I'm really excited for him.
Well, when you look at Trey Lance, and I'm glad you brought this up because the thing with Jimmy Garoppolo is there's no doubt he has a quick release. He's going to get the ball out fast. You're going to get the little 8-yard plays and 9-yard plays. But it's all these paper cuts. Think about Trey Lance, and look, it's a gift and a curse sometimes. You don't want to hold on to the football. But when he does hold on to the football and he starts improvising like he did early in the second quarter where he hits Ayuk there rolling out. You know what I'm saying? Excuse me, that was the end of the first quarter. He rolls out and he hits Ayuk on the sideline for a first down. Then he hits Sherfield on the other side for a big-time play there, improvising and rolling out to his left. This kid is waiting for the big play. He gets chunk plays. And what I look at is he averaged 10.8 yards in a tip. 10.8 yards in a tip. He's looking for big plays. Now, you bring up the interception with 9:20 left in the first half. Kittle was covered. It was a bad read, a bad throw. The kid's going to learn from that. I thought, some people were saying Debo's open down the field. I thought he had Ayuk on the crosser wide open. What I saw. And, and it was like, man, if he hit Ayuk there, that's about a 30-yard gain. But again, is it a mistake Jimmy Garoppolo makes? Absolutely. I mean, this kid made mistakes that Jimmy Garoppolo makes, and he's in the 8th year of his deal. 8th year of his career. So I like what I saw from the young man. He got better and better and better as the game goes along. But Shasky, since we're here, it's 6:17. Rams week. And the Niners have to win because, again, I'm not counting on the Falcons to beat the Saints. Do you start the kid if Jimmy's healthy? Do you start him going into L.A. at SoFi Stadium?
We're already here, huh?
We got to start. We got to set the tone, man. We got to set the tone.
Well, here's the thing, Bonte. Look, I know what you're going to say. I already know you're going to want Trey Lance to play. And believe me, there's a big part of me that wants Trey Lance to play. Believe me, I really do. I get that. But another side of me is conflicted. And I'm not trying to play both sides of the fence. I'm legitimately conflicted this morning. I understand if we're talking about this year and this year alone, I think Jimmy, I think right now, week 18, Jimmy gives me the best chance to beat the Rams. If I'm just saying who gives me the best chance for this week winning in a vacuum, I think it's Jimmy Garoppolo. And not by a lot, but by enough, you know what I mean? Because he's the veteran, and I do believe they can do more things with Jimmy Garoppolo just right now. But if we're talking about long term, and this is where I get a little conflicted. Think of baseball. Think of Sonny Gray starting that play-in game. Think of Solomon Torres starting game 162. I always think about this. You start a young player, and you're hoping that they become Madison Bumgarner. Game 5, World Series, 19 years old, and it spurns a borderline Hall of Fame career. You could also ruin a guy at a young age. Now, I don't believe you could ruin Trey Lance because you start him on the road against the Rams and he loses and you don't make the playoffs. I just think that's a lot to ask of the kid, man. That's a whole season riding on the kid, a fan base losing their minds. He had one bad half yesterday, Bonte, and people were ready to run him out of town.
Oh, he had one bad half and the bus label was coming. Trust me. It's
unfair.
I was monitoring my Twitter account yesterday, and the Trey Lance haters. I mean, what is so weird to me is we've been hard on Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah.
We've been fans of Jimmy Garoppolo. We've been fans of Shanahan. We've been hard on Shanahan. I will never root for them to fail.
No.
I want them to win. I want the 49ers to win. There was people out there literally hoping. I was at the barbershop, Hay Street Barbershop. Shout out to Hay Street Barbershop. My guy's in the chair, and my guy Alec cuts me.
Machine gun shot.
I mean, it's guys was I hope Trey Lance fails. I hope people were rooting against Trey Lance to fail because of their love for Jimmy Garoppolo. It is such a weird dynamic with sports fans where we want the Niners to win, but we want this guy to play poorly. Why would you want to see the number three overall pick the guy that the Niners traded 3 first-round draft picks for to fail against the Texans. It is absolutely ludicrous. But what you said there, Jimmy gives the Niners the best chance to win. What if he's not 100%?
See, now that's, I don't know.
He's got a torn UCL in his thumb.
I know.
He didn't even throw the football last week. Like, he's going to come back against the Rams at SoFi Stadium with a compromised thumb. He's not 100%. Can you imagine if he goes out there and he's not 100%? And he can't throw the ball down the field, and the Niners lose.
The people are going to lose their minds no matter what. Like
it's a no-win
one
situation.
Of these guys, if they lose, one of these guys is the sacrificial lamb.
Yep.
Like, let's just call it what it is. You lose, and everybody's going to be critiqued. The problem that I have right now is if this was week 11, I think you go straight to Trey Lance. Mm-hmm. The fact that we've gone this far in the season, a part of me does kind of like, I heard Trey at the podium, and he goes, Jimmy Garoppolo's the starter. Like, Bonte, look, I wanted to see Trey Lance start at the beginning of the year, but that ship has sailed. Like, for me, that ship has sailed. And we've gone this far. We've gone this long with Jimmy Garoppolo. I think you got to kind of, to the veterans and everybody that's fought tooth and nail to get to this point, I do think you kind of owe a little something to those guys. I think you got to give Jimmy the nod if he's healthy, but we just don't know where he's at health-wise.
I mean, boy, I don't know where.
What do you want?
I want to see Trey. I've wanted to see the minute we stepped off the practice field on day number 4 of training camp, and we made that video about Trey Lance. And then before week 1, where I said, I want Trey to start week number 1. I want Trey Lance to be the starter, move on from Jimmy, and just get the keys to Trey Lance. Because I truly believe in my heart of hearts that the Niners will be in the same position they're in now. It may look differently, but I still believe this team is good enough to win 9 games with Trey Lance at quarterback.
Yeah. We can argue about that.
Yeah, we can argue about that. Yeah, no doubt.
Let's operate saying that they are.
People will assume that the Niners will be a 5-win team under Trey Lance. Trey Lance, in just a half of football, got in the locker room at halftime, and came out and was 6 of 10 for 144 yards and 2 touchdowns, and looked good.
When I seen him throw that ball, I was like, oh my God.
When I seen him throw that ball to Debo, and it looked like the preseason game when he hit Trent Sherfield. It looked the same exact play. It looked like it was. All the people saying that, if Trey started all season, you wouldn't even be in this position. You would be a 5-win team. You're out of your goddamn minds. You're really out of your goddamn minds if you think that Trey Lance is a 5-win quarterback. This guy is a winner. He is a winner. And you saw that in the second half. Look, David Culley is no chump. He was the defensive coordinator for Baltimore Ravens. That team that runs all those exotic blitzes, all those exotic defenses. You think David Culley's a chump? That's a pro coach. That guy knows defense. You thought he was just going to walk in against the Texans and say, we're going to throw for 350 yards and 4 touchdowns. Nah, man, they get paid too. And I love the adjustments from this young rookie quarterback. Yeah. That is if the Niners lose that game, they're basically done.
No, it was a playoff game. I mean, watching it back with CBS, Adam Archuleta kept bringing it up like, hey, this is a playoff game. Like, that's basically what this is. Shanahan even said it before the game. Bonte, I want to accentuate one point. After he made the bomb throw to Deebo Samuel, one of my buddies who's in the section, Jesus, he's a roaster. He listens every single day. He goes, if you don't play that Adrian Peterson sound 75 times tomorrow, when I see that ball in the air.
When I seen him throw that ball, I was like, oh my God.
Dude,
Alex,
Tsunami hit me. Hey, Tsunami hit me up on Instagram. Said when I saw he DM'd me yesterday. Shats, I'm glad you brought that up.
I swear to God,
dude, he goes, and then I met Dante, another roaster in section 227. I come out the bathroom. He's like, "Yo, that Adrian Peterson soundbite, it better get a drop tomorrow." Because when I saw him throw that ball, we all saw it.
Throw that ball, I was like, oh my God.
By the way, the Comcast business text line is always open at 888-957-9570. 650-SAN on the Comcast business text line. If Jimmy played like that, you guys will be crucifying him. Also, I've been hearing more fans hope Jimmy fails. Whoever's under center, I root for. Now, I agree with that last part. Whoever's under center, I root for. If Garoppolo played like he did yesterday, yes, it would be unacceptable. He's been in the league for 8 years. This kid hasn't played football in a year and a half. I mean, and he still threw 16 completions for 249 yards.
Bonte, do you know how old Joe Burrow is right now? Right now.
What is he, 24?
He's 25 years old.
Wow.
Okay, he's in his second year. He's 25. Joe Montana, in his rookie year, started one game at 23 years old. Okay? At 24, he started 7 games. Now, I get it. It's 1980 and 1979, so times have changed. Trey Lance is 21 years old. He hasn't started a home game since December of 2019. He is 21 years old. Give the kid, 30 minutes of football before we crucify him.
Oh, I can't wait. Slep Rock in Palo Alto. We get to you on the other side. 888-957-9570. The Roasters are back. Shasky is back. I'm back. Langford is behind the glass with John Curley. We're going to have a lot of fun here on our first show of 2022. We'll also bring up Elijah Mitchell. How can we sleep on this rookie running back? Elijah Mitchell making history yesterday at Levi Stadium. The Niners are 9-7. They got to beat the Rams, folks. They got to beat the Rams 125 on Sunday to make the playoffs because we're not counting on the Falcons to beat the Saints. You can't count on them. 888-957-9570. Who you rolling with on Sunday? Trey or Jimmy G? Jimmy G or Trey? What you got, Roasters? We'll be here all day long on 95.7 The Game talking about it. Plus the Warriors. Is Clay coming back soon? Oh, we may dive into that as well. 888-957-9570. We're coming back here on The Roast.
Hey, Jack.
Uh-huh.
Is it true Jack in the Box has breakfast all day?
That's why we call it all. open doors. Explore the many possibilities at a Dolan's showroom in Burlingame or Walnut Creek. See Marvin Displays. Talk to a window and door expert. For more Marvin information, visit dolanlumber.com. That's dolanlumber.com. Delivery throughout the Bay Area and wine country.
Hey, Carrie, we need that tax report by tomorrow. Hey, Bobby, give me that expenses.
For Hari's accounting firm, client growth is exponential.
I know we're a couple of accountants short.
He needs whip-smart accountants at whiplash speed.
Hey, so why aren't these receivables matching up?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
At Charmin, we heard you shouldn't talk about going to the bathroom in public, so we decided to sing about it.
Get ultra strong for your South Pole. Charmin keeps your undies whiter than the North Pole. A shiny hiney, a brand new year. Come to us, Charmin. Happy New Year. May your holidays be Charmin, clean, merry, and bright. May all your undies be Charmin, clean, white.
Charmin Ultra Strong just cleans better. Enjoy the go with Charmin.
Eli Mitchell's first receiving touchdown of the season.
Well, you get misdirection. Juszczyk starts here and comes back, and then Mitchell's going to come out of the backfield. And so right here, this backside linebacker, 51, he's got to account, and he's got to switch that.
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
Greg Gumbel on the call on CBS Sports alongside Adam Archuleta, the former safety of the St. Louis Rams. And, of course, by way of Arizona State, the Niners beat the Texans 23-7 to keep their season alive. And they could clinch a playoff berth with a win against the Rams and a Saints loss against the Falcons. If the Saints, Eagles, and Niners finish in a three-way tie, well, guess what? Philly has already clinched a playoff berth. The Niners would lose out because of basically the conference record. So that's a tough blow. That's a tough blow because the Eagles have won 4 straight games against teams with 6 wins, 4 wins, 6 wins, and 4 wins. And look, Eagles, great story. They've beaten nobody, yet they've already clinched a playoff berth.
Well, and the 49ers have beat them. Now, this segment is presented by Golden State Lumber. Lumber and building materials for professional builders and contractors throughout Northern California. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Bonte, the Niners would have nobody to blame but themselves. Losses to the backup quarterback, Colt McCoy, at home was a horrible loss. I mean, they got the doors beaten off them. And then, obviously, the loss to the Seahawks. Like, you lost both games to the Seahawks. You really have no excuses.
And you lost that game against the Tennessee Titans, and thank the heavens we were off that next day. And I know you called the show because you couldn't help yourself. That Tennessee loss was absolutely grueling. Absolutely.
Couldn't help myself.
It was bad.
I had takes I had to get off, dog.
Dude, take a vacation. Take a lap, dude. Let Kyle Batson and Coles get their takes off, man.
They weren't coming correct, so your boy had to step in and set the record straight.
Oh, gosh. Well, hopefully that answers.
A little running and a little throwing.
Yeah. Hopefully that answers the questions from the 707 on the Comcast Business text line. It's always open at 888-957-9570. Also, the phone lines here, 888-957-9570. How you feeling about that Niners win? Are you going with Jimmy or Trey? Schleprock in just a second. Get the takeoff, Shasky.
I do understand the wanting to see and play Trey Lance and give him a taste of more playoff atmosphere. LA on the road, a playoff game if we were to get there, like him to have those opportunities. Like, those are invaluable moments to play in big time games like that. I understand all of that seasoning. I'm so fearful of ruining the kid, right? And I don't want to put him in a situation where he's set up to fail. Not that that's going to happen, but Bonte, you saw within the framework of this game, things were up in the air early on.
How did he bounce back?
I know he bounced back tremendously, but Bonte, I'm so worried about putting him in a situation that doesn't allow him to thrive. So that's why the only reason why I would say I lean Jimmy Garoppolo is for the fear of putting him in a situation where he'd have the whole offseason just getting crushed by a fan base.
Yeah, who cares? I mean, like, honestly, Shasky.
I know he's
if you're
a pro.
worried, go to church.
He's 21.
If you're worried, go to St. Gabe's and pray to Jesus, all right?
I know.
There's nothing.
Kobe missed the shot in the playoffs.
Yeah,
I know.
He ball against the Utah Jazz. How'd it work out for Kobe Bryant?
I know.
You know what I'm saying? Like, one game's not going to make or break this kid. I saw it there in the first half. Things are going haywire. He's struggling. Things are moving fast. He doesn't see
he
it.
looks slow.
And next thing you know, in the second half, maybe the playbook was condensed a bit for Trey Lance. I have no idea. Shanahan and company talked about it. They said the offense was a little more basic than usual. I don't care. The guy made plays in the second half. He made big-time throws. The play before the Debo touchdown pass.
Oh.
He threw an out route to Juwan Jennings. Now, it was a little low, but I don't see Jimmy make out route throws like that. And he had enough velocity there to get it there. That's from the far hash mark.
He threw the ball before Jennings even made his break, which is, to me, that's anticipation. Young players have to see it open before they could throw it. Also, I like the way he distributed the ball on the left side of the hashes, on the right side of the hashes, in the middle of the field, deep, short. He hit every spot on that field, and that's the area moving forward. With Debo, with Ayuk, with Kittle, with Elijah Mitchell, you are hitting spots on the field that defenses have never had to defend.
No doubt.
With Trey Lance under center, when Jimmy was under center, God bless him, it's the middle of the field. That's what they defend. Now you have every blade of grass that must be defended. It unlocks things. And then just throwing deep, you're going to get pass interferences. You saw that with Ayuk, whether it's ticky-tacky or not.
It was ticky-tack.
But the great teams, Bonte, they continue to stretch the field, and they get those calls. So when you throw deep more often, you're going to get more pass interferences. That's free yardage.
No doubt. By the way, Elijah Mitchell breaks a 50-year-old record for the most rushing yards by a rookie. Vic Washington had it more than 50 years ago, back in 1971 with 811. Elijah Mitchell has rushed for 878 yards on the season. And yesterday in the second half, he had 14 carries for 81 yards in the second half. First half, look, he was struggling, right? The running game was struggling. Second half, the running game got going. 14 carries, 81 yards. Hold your thoughts there. Let's get Sleprock and Palo Alto on. Sleprock, Happy New Year. And welcome to the roast, buddy. What you got?
What's up? 2022 to you and Langford, Shasky, and the Big Hill. But here's the thing, Vontae. I'm coming down your street, and I usually don't do it, but you really in your mind think that Trey would have won 9 games, you know, you said whether it was Garoppolo or Trey, that they'd be in the same position with 9 wins. When was the last time a rookie quarterback who had 1 game in his senior year under his belt come to the NFL and win 9 games? He would probably be the first one.
Well,
I'm not saying there might not have been 1 or 2 quarterbacks that were rookies that won 9 games, but I mean, I think you're like a kid with a new toy and you're seeing stars. I don't blame you on it. No. Give him a year, give him 2 years. With all of these weapons that he has to go to, but in the playoffs, we all know that coaches, players step it up.
Sleprock, real quick. Yeah. Look, we're not in the playoffs yet. Yesterday was a playoff type of game because the Niners had to have it. Now, he wasn't a senior, but his last full season at North Dakota State, the guy threw 1 interception and won a national championship. Now, a lot of guys, you say, hey, how many guys went to their senior year, only played 1 game? Well, there's not many. But I could tell you about rookie quarterbacks winning 9 games. Mac Jones just did it with the Patriots. Helped win 9 games. All right, Russell Wilson did it. Joe Flacco did it. Matt Ryan. Joe Flacco played at Delaware State. You know what I'm saying? Big Ben played at Miami of Ohio and made advance to the AFC Championship game. So it has been done. RG3 won 6 games at Baylor his last year. Next thing you know, he wins the NFC East with Washington under Kyle Shanahan. So it has been done, Sleprock.
Yeah. It can be done, and you just rattled off, 5 or 6 names, but I'm not giving it up to him yet. I want to see Garoppolo because he's got 7-8 years of experience. Like I said, things get stepped up as far as coaching and players and stuff when it comes to the playoffs and stuff like that. But all of the weapons that are available to him, Kittle, Ayuk, Samuels, Mitchell, can you imagine when he is good in another 2 years if all those guys stay healthy?
But this is Slep Rock. I think this is the part that I'm kind of infatuating. Wait till he gets the in-game reps and the rapport with George Kittle. Wait till he gets the in-game reps and the freelancing. Like when I watch Tyreek Hill and Patrick Mahomes and Kelsey and Patrick Mahomes, now they're the best at it. But what they're great at is once he breaks and starts to scramble right or left to throw downfield, those guys know exactly what he's trying to do. There was a play where Trey Lance rolls out right, and Debo, instead of stopping and sitting down, he keeps coming to the sideline, and Trey and him were just off. They were just off by 2 steps. And maybe 5-6 games and they're playing together. Maybe he sits down and Trey hits him right in the belly button, and that's a 40-yard play. Like, it's the little things. They need that in-game rapport. And also, at practice, he doesn't get these opportunities, right? So he's practicing with scout team players. He's not practicing with the first string. This is the hard part of developing a kid on the side.
No doubt about it. No doubt. And it does feel like he has that rapport with Brandon Ayuk.
Oh, yes.
He has that rapport with Brandon Ayuk.
Because of the scout team for the first couple of weeks.
Because Brandon Ayuk was in the doghouse for whatever reason. How about that one? But Brandon Ayuk is balling right now. He had a big game yesterday, 4 catches for 94 yards, and he had a big 43-yard gain to start the third quarter. So, look, he just needs reps. He hasn't practiced with the ones, as Shasky just said. This guy's going to get better and better and better. But was it enough for you to believe that Trey Lance should start next Sunday if Jimmy Garoppolo is available? 888-957-9570. And that's what's coming up here. 49ers Talk, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Hi, this is Tiki Barber. Peloton is bringing so much.
due to cancer. Rest in peace to Traxamillion. We miss you. You were one of the pioneers of the hyphy movement. You were the definition of the hyphy movement, so we wanted to pay our respects. You know we love our hip-hop here, especially our Bay Area rap Shasky.
Dr. Dre.
Yeah, no doubt.
Come on, man. This guy made more hits for so many of my favorite artists over the years. The soundtrack to a lot of my 20s and 30s. It's devastating to see someone lose this so young. You know, Bonte, you brought up Elijah Mitchell, and I just want to bring up something real quick on the rookie rushing record. This is kind of like one of those, he is going to be probably, if he can get, some more yards here, 1,000-yard rusher. Like, that's what I'm hoping that he can get. But there's a little weird kind of thing here. Ricky Waters was drafted in 1991. Didn't play the entire year. Didn't play a preseason game. Didn't play at all. So his rookie year was essentially his second year, but it's still his rookie year to me. So, yes, he's the all-time leading rusher in a rookie year, but he'd be the same age as Ricky Waters was in that quote-unquote first full year, which he, again, didn't play and practice at all. He sat out the whole year, and he had 1,000 yards and 500 yards receiving. So, yes, Elijah, by definition, is the greatest rookie rusher in 49er history. I just don't want to omit Ricky Waters.
Yeah, no doubt. That's a good call there. Ricky Waters is special in 1992.
He's the one who got away.
He is the one who got away. They were never the same without Ricky Waters. They tried Derek Lavelle, tried Adam Walker. They weren't the same really until they got Garrison Hurst and Terry Kirby, and that was like a 3-4 year gap. So Ricky Waters is dynamic. I miss that guy.
And Bonte, I thought late in that game when he finally broke one for about 40 yards there on the right-hand side where he just trucked somebody and then boom, hits the outside. It reminded me so much of Frank Gore. Frank Gore would just nick you to death with 3-yard runs, and then boom, he'd pop one late in the game because that was a physical game. 8 in the box, 9 in the box, and can you make a play? Boom, Elijah makes a play for the offense, and they should have got a touchdown. I mean, I don't know what that holding call on Brandon Ayuk, they were going to roll in with Trey Lance. He should have had 3 touchdowns, but I'll take it. It was a great win. I just think Elijah Mitchell is an emerging piece. You got Ayuk, Debo, Kittle, and now Elijah Mitchell to go with this young number 3 overall quarterback in Trey Lance. The future is bright.
The future is very, very bright for the 49ers. Speaking of which, I want to before we let's pause on the Niners for just a second here. Lost Traxamillion, lost Dan Reeves. Dan Reeves, he's one of the two-time Super Bowl champ with the Cowboys as a running back. Led the Broncos to 3 Super Bowls. Led the Falcons to a Super Bowl. He left us. And then the great John Madden left us. And every NFL stadium yesterday had a moment of silence for John Madden. I mean, when you think of football, you think of John Madden. When you think of video games, you think of Madden. I mean, I grew up on Madden. We both grew up on Madden. We still play it to this day. You think about the turduckens and Thanksgiving Day. You think of John Madden. And watching his All Madden doc, Shasky, we talked over the break. We talked when we were off here at the Morning Roast. I shed some tears, man. I shed some tears. Madden he felt like a relative. He was in our homes every single Sunday, and then later on Monday Night Football, the Madden Cruiser, and you just hear the respect that all the players, all the coaches, all the broadcasters had for him when Lawrence Taylor said, I had to give everything I had, not because I was playing for the New York Giants and Bill Parcells and Belichick, because I knew John Madden was calling the game, and he was giving everything he had for us to call the game.
Bonte, every person who grows up in this area has a John Madden story at some level. He went to Jefferson High School. Everybody knows that he donated a ton of money to the field and in the football program for Jefferson. He had his fingerprints on so many different people in the Bay Area as a contributor of the community. And then just look at what he did in terms of his influence on me as a football fan. I still to this day think the greatest broadcasting duo, as much as I love Krug and Kipe, to me, it's Summerall and Madden.
And not even close.
They're the gold standard of broadcasting duos across sports. Like that, to me, is my childhood. The biggest New York Giants games, Cowboys, Packers, and Niner games, all of the 90s, were with those guys at the helm. And that's the soundtrack to my football life. And then video games, I remember my mom's company was a graphic designing company. They created the booklet for Tiburon Sports and EA Sports when they created John Madden. My mom brought home the 94 Madden. It was like a year later, you know what I mean? She brought home the video game, John Madden. Me and my brother had one controller, and we played that game until our thumbs were raw and almost bleeding. And I still, to this day, have copped every single John Madden video game for however many years, 25 years, 30 years, however long it's been. I've copped every single one, every single year. He is the most influential person in my life in football. He made me love the game. And so you hit it right on the head when you talked about how like it felt like a family member. And I've never met him. I've never even met him, but he's the same age as my grandfather. Yeah. He was your football grandpa. And I miss him dearly. And God rest his soul. He had such an impact on my life.
Yeah, you know, I was fortunate enough to work with Papa, and we got to interview Madden at the bocce ball tournament out there in the East Bay. And Madden sat down for 27 minutes. And I remember before the interview, somebody was like, you know, Madden's getting a little slower. He's got some health issues. Just be patient with him. Well, I didn't notice. It was 27 minutes of straight fire.
Right.
I mean, he kept up with the game. He knew about the video game. He knew about what was going on with the Niners, the Raiders, everything. And then randomly, I told you this story last week. Before I was at this radio station, I was walking on 4th and Mission. There used to be a Pete's Coffee right there, back where our old station was. But it was before I was here at 95.7 game. But I'm walking by, and I see a guy just sitting there. I'm like, man, that looks like John Madden. And I walked up to him. I go, sir, I just want to say thank you for everything. He shook my hand. And next thing you know, Shasky, I'm talking to him for 20 minutes. Just about football. Just about offensive linemen. Talk about the game today, the safety rules, everything. And I said, John, you have a great day. Enjoy your coffee. Didn't even ask for a picture or nothing.
Right.
And I will never, ever forget that. That's how gracious the guy was. And when you watch the All Madden doc, everybody says the same thing about him. He had a moment for everybody. Yeah. He was never afraid to take a selfie. He always spent some time with people. He wanted to know about people, wanted to know about their home life, and wanted to know about where they were from and their communities. So I wanted to say rest in peace in John Madden. We didn't get that chance last week on the airwaves. So John Madden, there's nobody like him. There will never, ever be anything like him. He was the best color commentator in football history. May you rest in peace, John Madden.
I think one of the things that made him so endearing, Bonte, he was so intelligent when it comes to the football X's and O's, but he regurgitated it for the audience in a way that was so simple to pick up, right? He was the everyman. When Rupert Murdoch, the head of Fox, says to if I was going to introduce someone overseas to what an American is, it's John Madden.
It's John Madden.
What an incredible line, right? Incredible. I mean, because he really is.
And you hear all these broadcasters from Europe, guys who call the Premier League saying, when we got introduced to the NFL, it was John Madden.
Right.
My guy John Sackey over at NBC Sports Bay Area, who produces the Warriors pre and post-game show, said, my dad did not understand English, but he understood Madden.
He's the best.
And I was just like, damn, that's,
well,
mic drop.
I want to see the Madden video game next year. Bring back Summerall and Madden on the video game. If we could have Tupac on a hologram on stage at, whatever that what is that concert? Coachella. You can't give me John Madden and Pat Summerall as the broadcast team. And I love Charles Davis, but give me some John Madden and some Pat Summerall on the video game.
Oh my gosh, that video game has come a long way, man. And all the guys who wanted to be on the cover, you saw Mike Vick, you saw Lamar Jackson, you saw Brett Favre and the stories they shared, Troy Aikman, Steve Young, Joe Montana. Lawrence Taylor, man. Lawrence Taylor.
Best part of the doc.
And how people, and I love this idea too, from I forgot who said that. Oh, it was Jim Gray, the great Jim Gray.
Yeah, he's right.
He said, instead of having the all-pro team, just rename it the All-Madden team.
Yes.
And I'm cool with that. Because you saw how many guys took pride in being named All-Madden. Nate Newton was saying, man, I made All-Madden. Lawrence Taylor said people were angry when they didn't make the All-Madden team. Angry they didn't make the All-Madden team. So, you know what? Rename it All-Madden. We got to do something for him. John Madden, rest in peace there. And as we shift back to 49ers football, 888-957-9570. Don't be afraid to hit us on the text line. The Comcast Business text line is always open at 888-957-9570. Our phone lines. Niner fans, where you at? It's our first day of New Year's, baby. 2022. They beat the Texans 23-7. And next week, it sets it up. It sets it up at SoFi Stadium against the LA Rams, who I thought would fade. And them jokers have turned their season around. They win a big one in Baltimore yesterday. If the Rams win, they win the NFC West. If the Niners win, they go to the playoffs. So who do you go with? We got a quarterback controversy again. Again. Is it Trey or is it Jimmy? Are you going Jimmy or are you going Trey? 888-957-9570. Who are you going with and why are you going with them?
Well, and Bonte, I want to hear from the audience, 888-957-9570. But one of the things that I kept thinking about watching that second half is going, Boy, that $25 million that they've got invested in Jimmy Garoppolo, could they use some cornerbacks? I mean, could they go out and spend on some edge rushers, number ones, opposite Nick Bosa, because he was getting stifled yesterday?
Man.
And can you go get me some darn cornerbacks? It felt like, the Texans realized, like the beginning of the fourth quarter, we could just lob it up and get 75 yards of free yardage.
Josh Norman got bitched.
Yeah, he should have. Dante Johnson is better than Josh Norman right now.
Say that out loud again.
He is. Dante Johnson is better than Josh Norman. I can't believe I'm saying it. He actually had better coverage.
Hey, Davis Mills, let's just say, he throws a nice deep ball.
I like Davis Mills.
He threw some dives yesterday.
Doesn't he remind you of a better Matt Ryan? I think he's got better feet than Matt Ryan.
No, he does. That's a good call, actually. I didn't think about that. That's a good call, Shasky.
I think he's got a good arm, and I think he's really, really smart. I think he's got better feet than he looks. He looks like he's a statue. He's not. He can move. I like him.
Yeah, he threw some great deep balls yesterday down the field to Brady Cooks, to Collins. I mean, he threw a dime on the sideline there coming to us in the second quarter, Shasky. I said, oh, my Lord, look at that ball. You know we love a good tight spiral 30, 40 yards down the field. Here's what Shanahan said, the head coach of the 49ers. Here's what Shanahan said on who will start in L.A.
I mean, if Jimmy's 100% healthy and could do everything, like, perfect, like, then, I mean, I would definitely go with Jimmy. I'm not just going to throw a guy in after one game like this when Jimmy's been doing it for us all year. I think it's going to be hard for Jimmy to be 100%, which is how most people are right now at this time of year. But Trey did a good job. If Jimmy can't go, we won't hesitate at all. But if we feel Jimmy can go and play confident, then Jimmy will be out there.
So if Jimmy is not 100%, do you still go with Jimmy Garoppolo? Does Jimmy Garoppolo at less than 100% give you a better chance to win that game next week in L.A. than Trey Lance does? It's a thumb injury. It's a torn ligament in that right thumb. I heard he didn't throw a football all week. Like the whole thing that he was going to throw a football. So what was the charade? So I don't know what the charade was, but I heard from my sources that he didn't throw a football all week. So do you go with Jimmy even if he's less than 100%?
B, can we both agree this year, in terms of the posturing midweek, who's going to play, who's not going to play, making the Texans game plan for, both quarterbacks, and this guy's going to trot out there to not throw a pass at practice, all for the shred. Can we agree it will be refreshing when this is not, like, just this portion of the quarterback controversy, like who's playing, who's not, the daily drama. I'm so exhausted by that. And then Shanahan's reaction, everyone's like, Shanahan, you're doing this to yourself.
Dude, it's last week, I was actually happy not to work and talk about Thumbgate. I was sick of it. Thumbgate, Port Langford. And Langford sounded good last week. Had to talk about Thumbgate all week. Thumbgate. You know what I'm saying?
Did you see Jimmy's Garoppolo, the water bottle?
The water bottle. He didn't show up. What's going on? Like, it's just too much. Too much going on here. Well, he got hurt in the third quarter of the Titans game. Oh, wait, Jimmy says, I heard it early in the game. So now we're making excuses. Thumb injury or not, you missed Juszczyk wide open in Tennessee for a touchdown. You threw the interception in the red zone. When you led the team to a comeback drive there to tie the game in the fourth quarter, your thumb didn't look bad. You hit Debo and Strive for a 56 or 59-yard game. I don't know what it was. And high-fived him. So I don't want to hear anything about the thumb. It's nauseating. It drove me crazy, and I wasn't even working.
And not only that, then the coach and the quarterback can't even get on the same page on what the injury is. It's a sprain. It's a torn ligament. Ian Rappaport's coming out saying that the thumb might need to be amputated. Like, I can't even keep up.
I can't keep up either. I can't keep up. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Station, brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. The Niners beat the Texans 23-7. Trey Lance, what you think of his performance? If you had a grade to give him, what would it be? He was 16-23, 249 yards, 2 touchdowns, and an interception. 8 carries, 31 yards. However, in that second half, 6 of 10, 144 yards, and 2 touchdowns. A big bomb to Deebo Samuel there to break the game open and make it 17-7. So what did you think of Trey? Let's go to the lines here, Shasky. 49er David in Concord. What's happening? You're on the roast.
Good morning, guys, and Happy New Year. Here's my thoughts. Trey is getting pounded by guys who are 50% larger, more padding, and the violence is palpable. I can see him running out in tight coverage out of the pocket, but I don't get why Kyle continues to call plays for him when, it's too high risk. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't want to see him used as Cam Newton. He's not a runner. He's a quarterback who can move behind the line. He's a big-bodied quarterback like a Mahomes or a Josh Allen type who is mobile behind the line. I don't want him running quarterback draws and quarterback powers. Like, I am so out on that. Now, in a red zone situation where it's, the first and goal from the 2. Okay, you want to run a little, exotic quarterback type of a sneak or a run? Totally fine with it. I love the quarterback sneak under center. I do not like the let's go shotgun and me run 3 yards to the left and get plowed by Justin Reed, the safety, with a 15-yard head start.
Did not like it. The 2-play sequence there in the third quarter where it's 3rd and 4, and you run that quarterback power. I mean, it's 3rd and 4. Let the kid throw the ball.
I hate
Throw the ball. And then on 4th and 1, you run a bootleg to the left side of the field. He's a right-handed quarterback. Kittle's right there. He's not open.
No.
There's nowhere to throw the football. So he tries to make a play and throw it to Debo. It's incomplete. Texans get the ball. That 2-play sequence, that's where Shanahan has to get in a better rhythm with Trey Lance. There was a couple sequences in the first quarter where it was run, and it was like, wait a minute. Like you mentioned, the Elijah Mitchell 4th down run where he gets stuff on the pitch.
Yeah.
That 3-play sequence there was terrible. Shanahan has to get better and trust his quarterback. And it felt like he trusted him a lot more in that second half with Trey Lance and let him throw the ball down the field instead of just like these quarterback draws. Shasky, he got blasted in the first quarter. His helmet almost came off.
And then they ran the exact same play on the very next play. Like that was I threw my hands up and I turned around. I was like, is he going to try to get this guy killed?
Right.
He got hit on the right shoulder, which is your throwing arm, and he got blasted. And let's run the exact same play again. That right there, I was ready to throw my hot dog onto the field and say, Shanahan, can you get the kid under center? And that's where I think the number one thing for me was the adjustment. 12 under center snaps to 16 shotgun snaps in the first half.
Let me ask you this.
To 22 under center and only 12 shotgun snaps in the second half.
Let me ask you this, because a casual fan may say, why does it matter whether or not he's in shotgun or under center? What does it mean so much to you, Shasky, on why he's under center as opposed to shotgun?
It's about being comfortable, right? When Alex Smith was drafted, he was not accustomed to being under center, right? So he had only taken snaps out of the shotgun at Utah. That's how they ran their offense. So having him go under center was an uncomfortable thing for him. Trey Lance had more under center snaps than anyone coming out of the first round of all those quarterbacks.
Right.
And so him in shotgun is an unfamiliar thing for him. His coordination and his dancing is under center, turning his back to the defense. I think he's a traditional pocket quarterback. Unfortunately, for some reason, Kyle Shanahan thinks that he's going to put him in shotgun. Here's the other part of this. If you notice in shotgun, when they do their run plays, it just looks a little out of sync. Guys are running in motion. They seem to be just a step off. The offensive line seems to not know where they're going when they do like a sweep and a guard comes over across the center. The ballet is off. The ballet is just off, and the team looks off. I think the kid, his footwork is good enough, and he's comfortable under center. And I noticed the run game got going in the second half. The play-action passing game got going in the second half. And Trey's comfortableness got going in the second half. Are you going to go shotgun? Of course. No one's saying you're throwing shotgun out the window. I'm saying when you're in shotgun exclusively and you're running those quarterback runs out of the shotgun, you're getting them killed because guys are getting head starts and they're cramping the box. To me, he needs to play under center like a traditional big-bodied quarterback. That is his key to success.
Let's go to Douglas in Kansas. Well said. Douglas in Kansas here on the Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Well, good morning. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Peace, Mr. Madden.
Yep.
Well, I was telling your call guy that answered up for me here that I didn't actually get to see the game yesterday due to circumstances. And that if Garoppolo's going to be healthy, I'd just as soon start him just for the familiarity. And then just looking at the stat line, it's like I don't see a difference. And that's part of the reason I listen to you guys on Monday mornings is when I got to miss the game, I can get a pretty good breakdown of what actually happened. But, on the one hand, I want to say, you know what, let's just start it now.
Right.
Let's go with him, with Mr. Lance there, and see what we can do and hopefully get it all done. And on the other hand, I'm like, but Jimmy, but Jimmy. So I guess at the end of the day, if he's healthy, I'll start Jimmy.
No doubt.
I'm excited. I'm excited to see what Lance can do.
Right.
And I'm glad they got the win yesterday. And I just hope we treat the Rams like the same old Rams.
Same old sorry-ass
Happy
Rams.
New Year, guys.
Happy New Year, Douglas, and shout out to Kansas out there listening from Kansas. Look, one thing about the Rams, I think that could hurt Trey Lance if he does start, is the way he does hold on to the ball. Like I said in the first hour, it's a gift and a curse. You know, you let plays develop down the field, guys break open, you can hit the chunk plays. But one thing about Jimmy is he does get the ball out quick. And against the Rams, when you get the ball out quick, and we've seen this over the last couple of years with Jimmy Garoppolo under center, he does get the ball out quick against a defense that loves to get after the quarterback. Aaron Donald, Von Miller. Then you have Jalen Ramsey. In a game like that, it may be better suited for Jimmy Garoppolo, but that's why I kind of want Trey Lance to play at the same time, because of that experience of seeing a team like the Rams and a defense like that to know, okay, I can't hold on to the ball. I have to make quicker decisions here. So I don't know what you do, Shasky. I don't know what Shanahan's going to do here.
Well, I think you could look at the stat lines and say, oh, man, they're very similar games for Trey and Jimmy. But if you dig a little deeper, you'll see that they actually throw the ball farther down the field, and they're hitting spots on the field that they haven't hit outside the hashes. Like Bonte, how many throws outside the hashes yesterday? I think there were 3 on one side, 3 or 4 on the other side, and then how many deep balls? Like, that's kind of the difference. Yes, the numbers might look the same, but when you dig a little deeper, they're hitting spots on the field that they don't normally hit. The other area that I thought Trey did a really good job, he had the one sack where it looked like there was a guy open, but it's tough. Because,
but yeah, he would have had to go from left to right, and there just wasn't a lot of time there. Yep.
Yeah, but I liked 4 different occasions, and one was in the end zone where he could have gotten a safety. He scrambles to set up a throw.
Yep.
He scrambles to create a play when there really is no play to have. So there's a lot to like about him. I know people he holds on to the ball a long time. That's part of what's going to unlock these wide receivers downfield.
No doubt about that. And look, Lance averaged the most air yards attempt, 11.5, and threw for the most yards on 10-plus yards, air yards, passes, 205 air yards yesterday. That was the most by any 49ers quarterback in a game over the last 3 seasons. He threw 10 passes. He completed 10 passes over 10 yards. I mean, he at least stretched the field a little bit. I mean, think about that. Over 10 yards, he attempted 10 passes. I mean, 11. I'm looking at the chart now. 11.
How about the 3rd and 18 or whatever it was, the throw to Kittle? And I know Kittle made a great catch. Kittle got tripped. I think he catches that in stride. He might be gone.
He might be gone.
That was a seam route seed, an absolute seed. Now, he'll learn the touch. The touch has to come, but that was a dime.
No, he throws dimes. Rob, Joel, AJ, stay on hold. We'll get to you on the other side. What's coming up on the game brought to you by Grayton Resort and Casino. Your phone calls, 888-957-9570. What's your grade for Jimmy Garoppolo? And who are you going with next week? Is it Jimmy or is it Trey? Your call's coming up on the Russ on 95.7 A Game.
Win cash and more this month at Grayton Resort and Casino. Play to enter the new year, new winnings.
a little bit later. Warriors beat the Jazz. They're not
great team.
Best team in the Western Conference. And Clay's returning sooner rather than later, folks. Buckle up. The Warriors are just getting deeper and deeper and deeper. A big-time win against the Utah Jazz. Wiggins was great. Porter Jr. was great. Curry with some daggers. I love me some Gary Payton II. Iguodala. The whole squad. We'll talk some Warriors a little bit later. But what's your grade for Trey Lance right now? 888-957-9570. Niner fans, how are you feeling about Trey Lance's first home start at Levi Stadium? 16-23, 249 yards, 2 touchdowns, a bad interception. Thought he had IU coming on a crosser, but the kid adjusted in the second half, played well. The Niners get the win, and basically it sets it up like this. Niners have to win in L.A. next week, unless the Saints lose to the Falcons, which I don't see happening. So Niners win, they're in the playoffs. Niners lose, they're going to need the Falcons to beat the Saints, and you really can't count on the Falcons. So that's basically the scenario for the Niners right now. They got to win. Next week's a playoff game. Yesterday's was a playoff game. They got to win. So who are you going with? If Jimmy's not healthy, are you going back to Trey? Or are you going with Jimmy, who may be less than 100%? Here's what Shanahan had to say about that.
I mean, if Jimmy's 100% healthy and could do everything, perfect, then, I would definitely go with Jimmy. I'm not just going to throw a guy in after one game like this when Jimmy's been doing it for us all year. I think it's going to be hard for Jimmy to be 100%, which is how most people are right now at this time of year. But Trey did a good job. If Jimmy can't go, we won't hesitate at all. But if we feel Jimmy can go and play confident, then Jimmy will be out there.
What is Shasky feeling? How's Shasky feeling about this? Trey or Jimmy? What are you feeling, Shasky?
Well, I feel like, first off, you want my letter grade? I want to start with my letter grade.
Let's go.
So I think he got a D for the first half. They scored 0 points until the final drive with 38 seconds to go, and he almost threw a second pick at that point. So I'm going to go with a D. Although it finished better than it started, they couldn't sustain drives. And I think part of that is the kid. Part of that's play calling. The new game to him, first start at home. There's a lot that goes into that. Second half, I thought he was B plus, somewhere in that area, I thought, which probably gave him a C plus, B minus type of a game. Now, again, I'm grading on a curve. It's his first ever game at home. It's a big-time game for this kid. Playoff atmosphere. He looked a little rattled early on, if we're being honest. He settled in. He looked a lot better. I think a function of the offense, they started to run the ball better. He started to get under center. They started to be able to do the play action. He missed a lot of plays, though. He missed the Trent Sherfield touchdown. They got a penalty on what should have been another touchdown. They should have put that team away. They should have scored 25 or more in the second half. So if I'm grading on the curve, I think a B minus, C plus overall, but a D easily for the first half and a B plus for the second half. But I thought it was an encouraging first start, and there's a lot that he can grow from here. And I'm as high as he is on anyone, but it is the Texans. It is a team that is not very good this year. Most people couldn't name a couple of their defenders. So, we got to try to, put this in the picture of it's the Houston Texans. You're at home. What would have Jimmy Garoppolo done? He probably would have scored 30 points. It's tough saying woulda, coulda, shoulda, but I'm trying to be fair here.
I would give him B minus.
Okay.
B minus. First home start. You hadn't played since week 5 against the Cardinals. You've been on the bench, basically playing scout team offenses. You've been in the lab, but you really haven't played. And you see that as he played more and more and more, he got better and better and better. He got in a rhythm. He was good. He was solid. I'm giving him a solid B minus. B minus. And look, we could talk about the Texans all you want. David Culley ain't no chump, the head coach of the Texans. Comes from Baltimore. Calling that defense, that exotic defense. Baltimore has been one of the best defensive teams, feels like, for 20 years. Well, David Culley's had his fingerprints on that defense. Lovie Smith, longtime defensive coordinator, former head coach. You think Lovie Smith is a joke? Lovie Smith is a good, head coach. You want to talk about him being a head coach? That's one thing. As a defensive coordinator, he knows defense. He knows defense inside and out. Absolutely. And for a rookie to go against Lovie Smith and David Culley, I'm giving him a B minus. I'm going to give him a B minus. Let's go to Robin San Bruno. How do you feel? How do you like the way Trey played? Did you like the way Trey played? Should Trey start next week? Robin San Bruno, Happy New Year to you, brother.
What's up, Rob?
Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you, brothers, man. Hey, man, check this out, man. Man, Lance needs to start. I'm going to tell you why. Did you see that dude yesterday? I give him a B+. I feel like the first half, it wasn't really on him. I heard Adam say on TV that Kyle really doesn't know what plays to call. I'm like, what? You coach this dude and draft this dude, and you don't understand his skill set. My thing is this: I think his skill set don't match what Kyle wants to do on offense. Kyle wants to work the middle of the field, but Lance is more of an outside guy. He's going to target Ayuk. He's not going to look at Kittle in the middle. Kittle going to be his last resort. He's going to look towards the outside. So I feel like it's time for Kyle to diversify his offense. I think Lance can make Kyle better by adding more berries to his offense. I think Kyle, he gets caught up in his way of doing things. Oh, I want to work the middle of the field with Jimmy. Like, he's not used to working with a quarterback like this that does stuff that he don't. You can't really control. He's a control freak to me. So you can't really control what goes on the outside hash mark, but you can control what goes on in the middle of the field. So I feel like if Cal opens up his playbook more, you have more vertical threats for Lance. You don't have vertical threats for Jimmy Garoppolo because it's not a skill set. Jimmy going to work the middle of the field, but Lance going to work the outside, the hash mark. So I feel like they need to insert more outside throws for Lance and a little bit of the middle. And then you seen it later in the game when he got comfortable throwing them outside joints. He went to the middle with Kittle. Yes. So I feel like you just got to switch it up. And to me, I started, why not? Scared rabbit gets no lettuce. You know what I'm saying? Like, at the end of the day, I feel like he did everything Jimmy was going to do yesterday, probably even more. He got the ball down the field, and I couldn't go to the game when I came back from Mexico, but it looked like he was rocking in that thing, and the fans was excited. So I feel like, man, start the kid, man. What's the worst going to happen? You're going to lose and not going to make the playoffs. What if Jimmy go down there and lose? Then what?
Yeah, exactly.
It's a good chance he can throw 2 interceptions and lose the game for us. So I'm going with the kid. I like what I've seen. I like the spirit he brings, and he just makes the offense better, more explosive.
You know what, Rob? It's an interesting point you bring up.
Yep.
If Jimmy Garoppolo does play and throws 2 picks, all these people that are clamoring for him, you have to play him to increase his trade value.
Right.
Aren't you decreasing his trade value on the way out the door? 2 losses on the way out the door with 4 picks or whatever it ends up being. Like, so that's why I don't want to do the chase the draft picks thing. Like, I never bought into you got to play Jimmy to chase and recoup some of these draft picks. I never bought into that. On the Trey Lance thing yesterday, can we all agree there's a familiarity feeling out process for Trey, for Kyle with Trey, for the offense with Trey, for Trey with the defense that he's going up against, with his offensive linemen? Can we put to bed this? You develop on the sidelines? Like, that's not how it works. You develop in-game.
That's why I wanted to play week 1. And if he played week 1, to me, from what I've seen from this football team and the plays that Trey Lance makes, they're an 8-9 win team.
Bonte,
they're an 8-9 win team now.
Let's not go back, though. We agree. You and I agree on that. Like, you get better playing in the game.
No doubt.
I don't want to do the thing where we go back and go, well, had he started week 1,
no.
X, Y,
it's
and
no
Z.
doubt.
And I get what you're saying.
But Rob is smart. Rob is on point, though. I want to see the kid play against the Rams. Look, do we believe Jimmy Garoppolo is taking his team to the Super Bowl?
No.
So let Trey play. This is a do-or-die game. This is a great experience for Trey Lance to see an in-division, a divisional rival, and a divisional opponent playing for a division. That is a monster game at SoFi Stadium next Sunday. A monster game. What Trey does stretching the football field. What Trey does with his improvising in the pocket, with Aaron Donald steaming and breathing down your neck, and Von Miller coming off that edge there. I want to see the kid play because he does diversify the offense. And like you said, every blade of grass is getting used on the football field.
Yeah.
Or like the Tennessee game. And I thank the heavens, I thank my lucky stars that I wasn't on there that Friday. Because the Tennessee game was Jimmy Garoppolo's career, or at least the last 2 seasons of Jimmy Garoppolo in a nutshell. You had a chance to put away Tennessee. You had a chance to put them away. And now that loss, all the people that said, the Tennessee game is just a free roll. If you lose a game, it's all good. You still control your own destiny. Now look at you. You got to go down to L.A. and beat the Rams and make the playoffs, and you may have to do it with a rookie quarterback making his 3rd start. You could have used the Tennessee win, and Jimmy Garoppolo, I don't like to blame one player 53 because there's a lot of guys who take blame for that loss. Teams win and lose. The Niners defense giving up all those 3rd downs in the Tennessee game. That was awful. But Jimmy Garoppolo throwing that interception when the Niners could have been up at least 10-0. At least 10-0. Or at least 14-0. And Tennessee's done on Thursday night. And then you miss Juszczyk wide open. You're struggling in the 3rd quarter. You're throwing an interception, a wobbler, a duck, and Greg Olsen's on a call saying, just check it down. What the hell are you doing at quarterback? Check it down. Like, I'm tired of Jimmy. I just want to see something new. And that's part of the reason why I want to see Trey. I'm willing to sacrifice a playoff spot, need be, if Trey goes out there. I just want to see the kid.
Are you willing to do that at the expense of Trent Williams, Alex Mack, George
Kittle?
Kittle?
A tough call. That's a tough call.
So that's where I get conflicted.
Is Jimmy going to be 100%?
That's a question.
How is he going to be 100% with a torn? He's got a torn UCL in his thumb.
I know.
He can't throw a football with a torn thumb. Come on, man.
And he's going to have surgery at some point.
He's going to have surgery. And if he goes out there and just yucks it up against the Rams, well, guess what? Yeah, my thumb, it really compromised me. Don't play. Don't play. Isn't it unfair to Trent Williams, George Kittle, Kyle Juszczyk, Fred Warner that you went out there in Tennessee and basically played 75% of the game with a torn ligament in your thumb and didn't tell anybody? And then you don't tell the head coach or the medical staff. Instead, your agent leaks out information to Ian Rappaport and Adam Schefter saying, I got a torn ligament, and Shanahan's going to the podium looking like a damn dummy saying he's got a sprain. So Jimmy Garoppolo is just as guilty for everything that has happened here. I'm tired of it. I am so ready to move on from him. I'm so ready to move on from the charade that was a week ago. Start Trey next week. Let's go.
Bronte, I hear everything you're saying, but I do think you owe it to some of these veterans. And I do think...
But Shasky, doesn't Jimmy owe it to the veterans in Tennessee to say, my thumb is messed up, I tore my ligament? Instead, he said, yeah, I messed it up at the end of the third or midway through the third quarter. And then 4 days later, yeah, it was hurt pretty early in the football game. Which one is it? Which one is it?
Bonte, I don't know. I don't know what goes on inside an NFL player's head when they're hurt but not injured, not hurt. Like, it's tough to disseminate who's fully healthy, who's not. Are you helping the team or are you hurting the team at what point? Like, I think that's very difficult. I think it's hard for me to sit here and speculate whether Jimmy was hurting the team or helping the team. Most guys, if you're good enough to go, you go out there and play. Like, you play till they rip you off the field, right? Like that's the tough part here. I have a hard time not thinking that they're not going to try to start Jimmy Garoppolo and then have Trey in the wings waiting. Like, I think back to that Green Bay game with Steve Young in the playoffs on the road at Green Bay. He had the broken ribs. He wore the flak jacket. He went out there. He tried to go see if he could play. No doubt. He did a drive or two. It didn't work. They yanked him immediately, and they went to the backup. Could that be a scenario that plays out next week? I don't know.
Well, you mentioned a flak jacket game. The Niners fell behind 21-0.
And the Desmond Howard return.
But they fell behind 21-0 because offensively they could do nothing in that wild card or in that divisional round game. Next thing you know, Elvis Grbac comes in. You're down 21-14, but then the special teams let you down again in that game. But you can't afford to get off to a slow start and ask Trey Lance as a rookie. At least Grbac had a little bit of experience, right? You go to Trey Lance, hey, we're down 21-0, come save us. Because Jimmy Garoppolo has a messed up thumb and he can't throw the football more than 10 yards. He doesn't even throw the football more than 10 yards with a healthy thumb, let alone an injured thumb. So I'm going to Trey. That's where I'm at, Roasters. 888-957-9570. I'm not conflicted at all. I walked out of that stadium saying, I want to see number 5 start against the LA Rams. Let's go to AJ in Fremont. AJ, what's happening? You're on the roast here on 95.7.
Good morning, guys. Happy New Year. Great conversation. Well, I mean, this is how I'll, my take on Trey Lance is, if I compare him from an Arizona game and, what happened yesterday, I would say from a C to a B plus or maybe an A. He's a great guy, great player. I mean, I'm a season ticket holder. I've seen all the games. This guy has a very strong arm, and he's the future of 49ers. Now, going into the Rams game, I mean, would we play Jimmy G or Trey Lance? I said Trey Lance because he has a stronger arm. He's the guy who's making all these wide receivers, in action, and he can see all the wide receivers. He can see every single person over there. Even there's a play calling, he's getting tackled, he's throwing the ball, and Jimmy G simply cannot do that. And Jimmy G has a history of being injured, and I don't know what the thing is. I mean, it's a good or bad, but at this point, the thing is Jimmy G is going to take us to a Super Bowl? The answer is no. So the future is Trey Lance, and I'm all for Trey Lance.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question before you go? Because you and I and Bonte, we're all season ticket holders. Wasn't it exciting to go to the game and be like, man, I'm just fired up to see Trey Lance?
Guys, it was a excitement at a very next level. And the throw he made to Deebo Samuel is not an easy throw.
Thank you.
Jimmy G cannot throw that kind of stuff for 10 more years, you know? I mean, this guy has a strong arm. He's very, very competitive, and he has one good week to prepare. And it would be shame on Shanahan to go with Jimmy G and lose that game in Rams, thinking that are we going to win Rams with Jimmy G at this point.
Great call, AJ. Great call. Let's go to Manny on the Dumbarton Bridge. I don't want him stuck there on the bridge and lose reception. Manny, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's up, Manny?
You're on 95.7 The Game.
Good morning, fellas, and Happy New Year. I was at the game yesterday. I was a little late because of the parking situation and whatnot. But my boy told me I didn't miss too much in the first half. In the second half is when it got heated. And this is what I'm going to say. I'm going to give Trey a solid B. And in regards to who I'm going to go with, I've been listening to you guys, and I've been thinking in the back of my mind, you know what? We're revisiting the whole Alex and Cap situation from a few years ago to a lesser degree. And I'm going to admit something to you, Vontae. You are right. I always disagreed about what you had to say about Trey, but having seen that boy yesterday play, he throws a solid ball, and he can read the field better than Jimmy does. Nothing against Jimmy. He's done good things for this organization. But you know what? The last time this happened, I was Camp Alex. I'm a learn from history. I'm going to go with Trey. Let's ride the kid and see what he's got.
Man.
Now or never. It's a do-or-die situation. Let's go. The kid can play. I know it's against the Texans, and it was one half of football, and the body of work ain't there. But like I said, from the sample size that he's given, Jimmy, I love you, but you got to move over, man.
Well, no.
And that's what I got to say. And one last thing, fellas. That touchdown run he had in the end zone, we could never figure it out. What was that about? I was even asking some of the fans when we were at the restaurant, did you see that, and what the heck was that? But outside of that, it was a great game, great experience, and I'll listen to you guys throughout.
Thank you for calling.
Thanks, Manny. Drive safe. Drive safe there on the Dumbarton Bridge. More than any throw, Shasky, any throw, any run, it was his moxie. It was a composure that I loved. Came out at halftime, and I saw him walking off the field going into halftime. He's walking off the field, and he's walking off with Deebo Samuel, and they're just communicating. He's talking to Deebo. All right, who knows what they were discussing. But he comes out after halftime, and he looked like just a new polished quarterback, and he never got rattled. He never lost his composure for a guy making his second career start in a game like that. I don't care if it is just the Texans. They make money, too. They're pros, and they're coming off a big win against the L.A. Chargers. They're feeling good about themselves. They're trying to end the season. And those guys, one thing we underestimate about bad football teams, guys are playing for jobs.
Rex Burkhead?
Yeah.
You don't think he's playing for another contract?
Guys are playing for money. They're playing for jobs. They're putting on tape. They want to win and spoil the party. They're trying to spoil the party at Levi Stadium. He came out in that second half, 6 of 10, 144 yards, 2 touchdowns, but he kept his composure. And I don't think there was a bad read there in the second half for Trey Lance.
No, but I thought also the team was in more control. Once they got that touchdown, they broke the seal. It was like, okay, all right, we're going to be just fine. And everybody kind of relaxed here. There was a couple of key points in this game. One that I saw while I was at the stadium, which I texted you. Another one when I got home and I watched the game back, and I started charting some things that I noticed on the sidelines. First one, during the game, Their drives stall out the first couple of drives. And then there's a long commercial break, and he's throwing passes to the trainer with Sudfeld, and they're going back and forth. And who comes over? George Kittle. Now, George Kittle's been one of the biggest Jimmy Garoppolo proponents on the team. I mean, he is a great teammate. And what did I text you, Bonte? I said, did you see George Kittle right there? George Kittle went over, put his arm around Trey Lance, patted him on the helmet, and was just basically hyping him up and telling him it's going to be okay, it's going to be okay. And I said to myself, dude, George Kittle's just a great teammate. He's just a great teammate. The kid clearly was rattled, was off, a step slow, hesitant, whatever you want to say. He was out of sync. And George Kittle's over there trying to rally the young man. It was great. Then later on in the game, as I'm at home and I'm watching, Sudfeld is on the bench. I didn't see Jimmy, but I saw Sudfeld on the bench with the Surface Pro or whatever that little tablet was. And he's going over the plays. And I'm saying to myself, give me more Sudfeld. I want to see them sitting down with the kid in between plays and going over what's going on the field.
Now, I watched the condensed version of the replay, 41 minutes. I didn't want to go through the entire broadcast.
Yeah,
was
your
Jimmy
boy
on the
did it. I have
sideline?
sickness.
Was Jimmy on the sideline?
He was on the sidelines, but he was standing there. Now, again, I don't want to who knows, okay? But he's standing there in the all-black sweatshirt, just kind of standing there. He was not sitting down when I saw the camera going over. That doesn't mean that he wasn't at times communicating with Trey, because I don't want to make that out. But just from what I saw, it was Sudfeld, whoever the other coach was on the sideline, and Trey Lance sitting there kind of huddled around the little Surface Pro tablet, iPad, whatever it was.
Yeah, I think that was Scangarello, the quarterback coach. I did see a lot of Sudfeld next to Trey Lance. I didn't bring the binoculars yesterday, but I could see Sudfeld next to Trey Lance. I wonder if Jimmy Garoppolo was there helping them out. Yeah, I don't want to put that out there as well.
I
remember last season he was in a suite. I'm like, I need the quarterback on the field helping out there. You know what I'm saying? I don't need the quarterback in the suite because you're hurt. Come on, man.
We haven't talked about? D'Amico Ryans has done a fantastic job adjusting to the different offenses. I know it's the Texans, and people can scoff at it. We've seen growth from this coordinator as the year has gone on. DJ Jones is playing high-level football right now. Arden Key, Omedihue, who they made a trade for, all these different guys on the defensive line, not named Bosa, they're all having moments. You know, Ibukam had a sack. I really like what D'Amico Ryans has done on the defensive side of the ball.
I don't think they've given up 100 yards rushing, if I'm not mistaken, since the Arizona game.
Really?
Yeah, and I mean, you could say
Eric Dickerson, a.k.a. your boy from Arizona, James
Conner. Yeah, I think it's been since the Arizona game, if I'm not mistaken. 888-957-9570. We'll have somebody do some research because I think John Curley's on vacation again. I don't know where the hell John Curley is, our producer. Hey, I mean, we come back and John Curley's in the other. I heard he was working his ass off last week. John Curley, I ain't seen him in a minute. So, but I think Seattle.
You were drinking Bud Light.
Well, and let me tell you the story. Let me tell you a story about that. You know, you're trying to get to your seat by kickoff.
Oh, yeah.
And the lines are long.
I had the girls with me yesterday, and they're very slow-footed.
Oh, and
when I'm with the girls, they just don't walk as fast.
They don't walk.
And I'm like, come on, let's go. I almost wanted to wrangle them all in.
And it can't stand me because I'm like holding her hand and I'm like forcing her to walk fast. Anyway, I'm looking at the lines. I always go get the chicken and fish combo at this one stand. There's never a line for it. So I get the chicken and fish combo all the time with some French fries. They got some special sauce. They got some He's got the special sauce. And I'm like, man, I need a beer. They don't sell beer at this concession stand. Well, what do you know? Anna's in line. She gets some food, the southern food with the jambalaya and the mac and cheese. And all they had was Bud Light. I said, just give me a Bud Light. I need a beer. Now, I go up to my seat. I'm sipping the Bud Light. My guy Zuri, who sits next to me, shout out Section 227. Zuri sits next to me, and Diego, but he wasn't there yesterday. He was at an EDC concert or whatnot, EDM or whatever they call it. They come back about 30 minutes later and say, hey, Bonte, here's a real beer. Drink a Modelo. Get that water out of your get rid of that water, the Bud Light. So I tweeted to John Curley and said, hey, look, we've upgraded, folks. People in Section 227 said, I need to drink a Modelo. And John Curley's sitting there talking about, I'm not ready for prime time. Even the folks around Levi Stadium think, they don't think Bud Light is top shelf. Bud Light is cool, but it's not top shelf, John Curley.
I'll drink a Modelo or a Bud Light. It don't matter. But yesterday, your boy was not drinking. I was focused, locked in. I barely even talked yesterday. I was just sitting there staring at the field.
By the way, the Comcast Business text line is always open at 888-957-9570. A lot of texts coming in on the text line today. The Comcast Business text line. 510, do you still want Antonio Brown on his team?
What?
Antonio Brown needed 8 more catches to unlock a $300,000 bonus. He also needed 55 receiving yards to unlock another $300,000 bonus. And he needed just 1 receiving TD to unlock another $300,000 bonus. It was a costly outburst as he walked off the field at MetLife Stadium and threw up the deuces in the third quarter. What a bizarre scene in New Jersey.
And then the limo driver is tweeting out videos later on.
Right.
I mean, just the Antonio Brown experience. I know someone will give him an opportunity down the line and regret it immediately. He's got some serious issues.
Dude, he needs help.
So many of them. I can't really give you an exact name.
I mean, he released a rap song yesterday, too.
Did he?
Yeah, he
Is it good?
I don't know. I remember the last rap song he had, a whole lot of money, and the Palty Twins is on the boat singing it. I got a whole lot of money.
Did you see near where our cars were parked? Did you see the speaker that those guys had after the game?
No, I didn't.
They were playing big stepping. I swear to God, the speaker was taller than me.
Wow.
It had to be a 6-foot speaker. It was the biggest, loudest speaker I've ever heard in my entire life. I'm telling you, the parking lot's been going off this year.
Man, 408 saying on the Comcast Business text line, man, when Shasky's more objective, you got to start looking in the mirror. Bonte is so washed in flip-flops. When it's Jimmy, it's win by any means necessary. When he beats bad team, Bonte nearly shows screaming how bad these teams stink. But when Lance has a bad, mediocre game, suddenly these bad teams are being I don't even know. Suddenly these teams are being paid. I guess I'm washed, man. I mean, the kid's making his second career start. What do you want? You want him to beat Peyton Manning right off the rip? My cousin Mike said, what do these people want? Shout out to Mike Hill, recovering from COVID-19. He said, hey, we want him to beat Ben Roethlisberger from day one. Like, come on, man. Come on. Let's go to Larry in the city.
I agree.
Larry, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, first of all, I want to start out by saying, dude, Trey, I'm really impressed with the cat. Second of all, the cat deserves a D to C. 42 yards in the first half against any team that's left in the playoffs is a 21-point disaster to us. You can't say that. Oh, he was a 3-and-out king in the first half. And I don't think it was Kyle. I think it was him, dude. When I was watching the game, he was like he was like seconds too slow to make his decisions. In the second half, it looked like first of all, I only watched the first half at the airport, and then I thought we lost the game when it was 7-0, dude. And then I get home and I turn on the thing and it says 23-7. I said, what the hell happened? So I go back and watch the game. The second half, he finally understood the speed of the game. That's what his problem was in Arizona. That's what his problem was when he came in against Seattle. Dude, I watched it when he scrambles. He scrambles a second too late. He can't decide between a pass and a throw. In the second half, he understood the timing.
Yes.
With that said, I'm going to give him maybe a C. But with that said, I'm ready to start the kid. And
wow.
I think Jimmy G is a beautiful gunslinger.
Wow.
I think he's a beautiful gunslinger. The way I look at it, dude, it's a win or die. We have to win or lose. I mean, we have to win the game in
L.A.
Los Angeles.
Yep.
Yeah, in L.A. So to me, I look at it like this. Well, they're going to win or lose. Because our odds aren't good either way anyway. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I'm surprised, Larry. Good call.
Good call, Larry. He gives him a D.
He's the biggest Jimmy Garoppolo. He's not a fanboy, but he's just a big Jimmy Garoppolo fan. He appreciates Jimmy and the fact that he wants to go there. Can we put one thing to bed? And I'm glad he said the same thing. This whole, you develop on the sidelines like an easy bake oven, and then I pull you out like a lasagna, and you're ready to go, and you just become Patrick Mahomes. Like, Patrick Mahomes is the unicorn. Everyone else needs to play, and then you see them get better with more game reps. Like, that's how it works in life. You cut your teeth, you show some erratic, you flash a little here and there. Development is not a straight line upward. There's some give and some take. And so seeing what he did in the first half, he was erratic. He was bad. They had stall drive after stall drive, and then in the second half, he looked more comfortable. He will look better with more reps.
He was erratic. Yet he was 10 for 13 for 105 yards in the first half. And most of it came on the 2-minute drill. There's no doubt. The 2-minute drill got him going. The slant to Debo. The pass to Ayuk there, improvising to Brandon Ayuk, and he makes a great play after he catches the football. And he nearly threw a pick there with 7 seconds left. There's no doubt about it.
I wanted him to kick a field goal right at that opportunity. 7 seconds. It's a lot. Anything can happen. He's a young player. The fact that they tried to run a quick play there, and the fact that they threw with 38 seconds to go and they were calling timeouts to get the ball back, that to me, all this trust, and Shanahan doesn't trust, and he showed all the trust you need right then and there in those sequences.
No doubt. Let's go to Philmo Mike in the city. Philmo, what's happening? You're on the roast on 95.7 The Game. What's up, Philmo? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Blood. You kind of disappointed me with the. I'd rather see Trey talk than make the playoffs. If any year I would want to make the playoffs, it's this year. Antonio Brown is out. Teams the Cardinals just beat up the Cowboys. We don't know what's going on. The Niners getting anything can happen. That John Madden doc was hella real, blood. When Lawrence Taylor said, I'm going to keep it real, I played harder with John Madden in the booth. I was what?
So good.
So good.
I was like, for Adam Archuleta in the booth, you got to play hard with Adam Archuleta.
That was hilarious.
I was like, that's hey, he kept it real though, and I appreciate. You know what? You know when the game is big. It meant when John Madden and Pat Summerall was there, the game was big, so you have to play good. My last point is, I honestly give Trey a C. He missed a lot of throws. No, not a lot of throws, a lot of reads.
Yes.
It was a couple of times, 2-3 people was wide open, and he forcing the ball in there. He got a little Jimmy Ono, Trey Ono. He got a little bit of that in him. You know what I mean? D'Amico Ryan, he's doing a hell of a job. People on D'Amico Ryan head, they both ball-headed, but he's doing way better than Robert Saleh. I don't know what y'all looking at. He's the 4th-ranked defense in the league, and people saying fire him.
With no cornerbacks.
With
no cornerbacks.
The people who said fire him, thanks for the call, Philbo.
What a call.
Great call. Blood. That's 650 on the Comcast text line. Blood. It's Crips out here, huh? Dude, there's no Bloods and Crips. We're not talking Bloods and Crips. All right, we're not doing that.
Lawrence Taylor at the very beginning of the Madden doc goes, yeah, somebody hits me up and was like, I need you to sit down. I was like, yeah, I'm not doing that. And they go, oh, it's for John Madden. He's like, oh, I'm going to make some time.
Yeah, I'm going to make some time. And he had the big earring. And then you see the little pictures that kept showing to Lawrence Taylor, the evolution of LT. Good. Dude, when he said, oh, John Madden's in the booth? Yeah, I got to play hard today. He said, I single-handedly won a defensive game that Thanksgiving in Detroit. And I was like, dude, the doc, I shed some tears. I laughed. The All Madden doc. If you haven't checked it out, please do. I'm a sucker for documentaries, but this one is must-see. It's as must-see, and Madden's watching the whole thing.
It's incredible.
Apparently, he watched it 3 days before he passed away.
I mean, well, you know what? The good thing is that seeing him react to some of his old stuff. I mean, this is why when people are going into the Hall of Fame, you want them to go in while they're alive, so they can see that they have affected people in a positive way. Nothing is worse than someone passing away. 700 people show up to their funeral, but no one gave that person when they were alive the opportunity to say, "Hey, you affected me in this way positively." It was really incredible to see.
Yeah, no doubt about that. It was really incredible to see. What were people expecting in Trey Lance's second start? We're expecting him to light it up.
Oh, I saw people saying that he needs to score 40 or more points. I'm like, how many times have the Niners scored 40 or more this year?
How's Jimmy? And then somebody tweeted me, he's like, man, have the Niners ever been shut out in the first half? Only 3 points in the first half. Well, Trey Lance saved Jimmy's ass week 3 against Green Bay when they were getting shut out, and it was a 4th and goal with no time. And what happened? Trey Lance quarterback sweep to the left behind Trent Williams, and he scored a touchdown. All right? Oh, pretty funny how that works out, huh?
And how about Debo against Philly, where he made the hell of a play to get them some points before halftime? In that one, they were getting shut out.
All right, so look, quarterback position, we've been doing this all season long. We've lost friends we've lost roasters. We've had roasters come to us. You see YouTube, you see Twitch.
Bro, I got
95.7 The Game.
I got a family group thread. They're ready to stab each other over Jimmy and Trey.
I mean, it basically is Bloods and Crips when it comes to Jimmy and Trey. It's like you got to pick one. Look, I just want the Niners to win.
West Side Story.
I want the Niners to win. Well, one thing I always talk about in pro sports, you can't be mediocre and boring. And one thing about the 49ers this season, they've been mediocre and boring. Like last year, the Warriors. This year, they're not mediocre. But last season, the Warriors were mediocre. But they had Stephen Curry.
Yeah,
and it brought us to the tube. Yeah. It was entertaining. This year, the Niners, they've been mediocre and they've been boring. That is the worst combination in pro sports, folks. It's the worst combination. That crowd, mediocre. The roar. When Trey Lance took the field, he got a standing ovation.
I couldn't believe that.
He got a standing ovation. Same thing in the preseason. When they showed him on the screen coming into the game against Kansas City, the roar of the crowd was like, it was like the Pope was walking out of Levi's Stadium for crying out loud. That's the excitement Trey Lance brings. You got to be at least entertaining if you're going to be mediocre. And Trey Lance brings some entertainment to the table because he will let that thing fly. When I seen him throw that ball to Deebo Samuel, I said, oh, my God.
When I seen him throw that ball, I was like, oh my God.
And that's what everybody in Levi said.
Trouble.
It was trouble. And Jimmy, you in trouble. You in trouble. Let's go to James in Palo Alto. James, you're on a roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Thanks, guys, and Happy New Year. First off, I have to admit I've been a Trey fan right from the start. Secondly, I'm giving him an A-. Why such a high score, high grade? Because he did everything you need to win. He played extremely well. The one throw that I think was a bad throw was near the end of the fourth quarter when he's throwing to Debo at the sidelines. It almost looked like he lateraled. And Kyle Shanahan, if you see the sidelines, he chewed his ass out.
On the screen play.
I don't know if you guys know what happened.
That was on the swing pass.
Yeah,
swing pass. They should have scored a touchdown. I thought they got very conservative, and then they were like, let's just run a couple of plays and get the field goal and win this game. And I agree. He missed the throw. He had to throw a forward pass. Otherwise, it's a backwards. It could be a fumble, a backwards lateral. It was just a weird play. And that's one, I think, timing, rhythm, all those things are going to play into that.
Yeah. Now, I will say one other thing. You know, I've been involved with academics my whole life down here at Stanford. I always learned more from my failures than I ever learned from my successes. And I think that Trey will grow more and more and more. He is not the future, but he's the present. And I think you start him. And in fact, I think Shanahan already knows he's starting him because he starts preparing for Sunday last night. He's making a game plan. He knows who he's got. He's not making two game plans. That would be ridiculous. He's going to make one game plan, and Trey Lance is the starter. Whether he says it or not, he already knows that Lance is starting. So that's my 2 cents worth. Thanks, guys. Enjoy
Have
your
a good one.
All right. Great call there. We're going to take a quick
Professor
timeout.
At Stanford.
Professor at Stanford calling us, man.
We got roasters all over.
we got professors. We got professors. We got dummies. We got pot smokers. We got techies. We got a little bit of everything. And on the lines, Antonio, Charles, and Robin. We're going to get to you on the other side.
The heavy hitters.
The heavy hitters.
So
on international. Hey, man. We got the heavy hitters coming. 888-957-9570. I want you to think about this cut coming up. Think about this cut right here from Shanahan.
I mean, if Jimmy's 100% healthy and could do everything, perfect, then, I would definitely go with Jimmy. I'm not just going to throw a guy in after one game like this when Jimmy's been doing it for us all year. I think it's going to be hard for Jimmy to be 100%, which is how most people are right now at this time of year. But Trey did a good job. If Jimmy can't go, we won't hesitate at all. But if we feel Jimmy can go and play confident, then Jimmy will be out there.
Jimmy or Trey next Sunday in L.A. What you got? Niners beat the Texans 23-7. That's what's coming up. On the Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Happy New Year, blood.
In the time before AT&T Fiber Internet.
What are you doing in me dungeon?
It's the only place where the bloody Wi-Fi works.
Oh, and you don't mind the spiders?
Spiders? What spiders? Oh, no, they're everywhere! Oh!
One travel and 2x miles on everything else you buy with Venture X. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges. The Venture X card from Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Presented by Timeless Coffee. This is the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
The fake to Mitchell this time. Lands. Going to wind up and throw, and it is complete inside the 15. 10, 5, touchdown, Deebo Samuel.
When I seen him throw that ball, I was like, oh my God.
Good morning to everybody out there. So fun to be back in the saddle here at 95.7 The Game on a morning roast. Good morning to all the roasters on YouTube and Twitch and the text line, the Comcast business text line. Shout out to you guys. You guys are making it fun today as well. Shout out to Langford and Curly and you, Joe Shasky, as we talk a little 49er football. Don't forget the Warriors did beat the Utah Jazz Saturday night in what could have been the best win of the season to start the new year. They'll take on the Miami Heat tonight at Chase Center, and the Miami Heat lost to Sacramento yesterday up in the Golden One Center, so they're going to be on the back end of a back-to-back coming off a loss to the Sacramento Kings. Should be a fun one at Chase Center. However, Klay Thompson has been ruled out in this one. But let's shift back to the 49ers here because Trey Lance made his first home start, 16-23, 249 yards, 2 touchdowns, and an interception, and the Niners keep their season alive. They got to beat the Rams next week to make the playoffs. Or if they lose to the Rams, they need the Falcons to beat the Saints and Shasky. I don't see that happening.
Well, look, you keep asking us, me in the audience, do you want Trey or Jimmy Garoppolo to start this particular week? And I would like you to replay the sound of Kyle Shanahan before I give you my answer. So, because I do think I'm conflicted as a Niner fan. Like, I love Trey Lance. You know I do, B. I'm in love with the guy. But I also appreciate and recognize what Jimmy Garoppolo brings to the table. So can you play the Kyle Shanahan sound one more time for me?
I mean, if Jimmy's 100% healthy and could do everything, perfect, then, I would definitely go with Jimmy. I'm not just going to throw a guy in after one game like this when Jimmy's been doing it for us all year. I think it's going to be hard for Jimmy to be 100%, which is how most people are right now at this time of year. But Trey did a good job. If Jimmy can't go, we won't hesitate at all. But if we feel Jimmy can go and play confident, then Jimmy will be out there.
I agree with Kyle Shanahan's assessment of the situation. They've gone too far. It's week 18. This is not like week 11 where I think you could have given, Trey some opportunity to build up to a point where he faces the Rams in a literally win or go home situation, right? I mean, heck, they could win and still not make the playoffs, it sounds like, by the math, which stinks. But you also owe it to Trent Williams and George Kittle and Alex Mack and all the guys that have fought tooth and nail all year. I believe me, my heart wants Trey Lance. My brain is telling me you got to lean with Jimmy Garoppolo if he's healthy. Now, if he's not healthy, I think that really dilutes the situation. We know he's going to be injured to some degree. How healthy he's going to be, don't know. So I'm speculating recklessly here, but I think you lean Jimmy Garoppolo because it's about risk mitigation. I am trying to win a game on the road against Matt Stafford and Sean McVay and Aaron Donald and the Rams, who are trying to win the division. They are fighting for everything that they need as well. So I think all of those circumstances being laid out, I lean Jimmy Garoppolo. I'm not mad at people that want Trey Lance, but there's too many rookie mistakes. And yes, Jimmy can make a rookie mistake. There's too many rookie mistakes from that first half that make me feel fully confident in Trey Lance. I'm not fully confident in either guy winning down in L.A. I think, Jimmy 100% healthy, it's still a 50-50 proposition for Jimmy down in L.A. The Rams are a really good team. They're going to win the NFC West again this year.
If they beat the Niners. If they beat the Niners and the Cardinals, the Cardinals play the Seahawks.
Decision.
Cardinals play the Seahawks.
I worry about this. Here's the thing I worry about, too, and then I'll let you get in here. Sonny Gray, Solomon Torres back in the day.
You got to stop worrying about this.
I know, but you see these pitchers, they get these opportunities in these play-in games, these wild card games. We're going to give the ball to our young ace, and he's going to grow from this moment. And the other side of that coin is Madison Bumgarner gets the ball, 19 years old, in a World Series game, and he turns into the Paul Bunyan of the San Francisco Giants. I just worry about, you put a kid and all that pressure, it could ruin him.
Dude, look, no, it's not going to ruin Trey Lance if he loses a game on Sunday. Yeah, if you're worried, go to church.
I don't want him to have any of those scars.
Go to St. Gabe's right now, St. Cecilia's, wherever you go, Shasky, and go pray. This is pro sports. Don't be worried. This ain't Solomon Torres, all right? This ain't Bill Buckner. All right, this ain't the guy from the Angels who committed suicide. What was it, Donnie Moore, I believe?
This took a dark turn.
I mean, come on, man. It's Trey Lance playing football. If he loses to the Rams, he'll be back next year as a starter, ready to roll. They're going to ruin him. I don't worry about that stuff. You play the quarterback who gives you the best chance to win next Sunday. Does Jimmy give you the best chance if he's not 100%?
If he's healthy, Bonte, I think he's a little bit better. I think he's a little better.
How's he going to be healthy with a damn torn ligament in his thumb?
I don't think he's going to be. But Bonte, let me ask you this: fully healthy right now, not 5 weeks from now, not with 6 games or 8 games. Right now. Isn't Jimmy just a little better than Trey Lance?
Yes, because we haven't seen a lot of Trey Lance.
Agreed.
But did Jimmy look better in Tennessee?
No.
Jimmy
players have bad games.
Jimmy played like a rookie in Tennessee. Coming on the short, he played like a rookie.
No, you're right.
He makes the same mistakes. Trey Lance made a big mistake. Was he slow to get to some reads? Absolutely. But that's to be expected for a guy making his second career start. There's a growing process. He got better and better and better. Better and better and better as the game went along here. What? I don't know, man. I just.
So you're rolling with Trey?
I'm rolling with Trey because I don't believe Jimmy's going to be 100%.
Okay.
I don't believe he's going to be 100%.
If Jimmy was good enough to go and it wasn't going to diminish his performance, you're going to still go with Trey?
I still lean Trey. I still lean Trey.
Okay.
I still lean Trey.
I'm not mad at you for that.
I still lean Trey. I mean, do the Rams scare me? Absolutely not. All right? They don't scare me. They don't scare me.
You love McVay more than anyone, but yet the Rams
but the Niners have their number. The Niners have their number. And look, I'll give the Rams props. I thought they was going to fade after the Monday night game. I thought they were about to fade. And they had some leaks. And then, they got their act together. They got Matt Stafford. He threw a pick six yesterday in Baltimore. He still makes dumb decisions. This pass rush can get to them. I ain't afraid of nobody, man. Shasky, you could be worried to start the new year. It's 2022. Hey, I ain't worried about a damn thing, man.
You know
Put
what
the
I'm
money in
about?
your tape, man.
Forget
Drop your balls
for
for 1 second, Shasky. Come on.
Hey, well, relax, all right?
San Fran Shasky talking to me.
For 1 second. I'm happy. Rams, Niners, SF,
finally
LA
means something.
Comes back, baby. Let's go. I've been holding this position throughout the dark days, and now we're back to it mattering. LA trying to win the division. The Niners trying to get in the playoffs. Sign me up. Let's go.
Let's go to Robin in the city.
Hey, Robin.
Robin in the city. What's happening? Happy New Year, Robin.
Happy New Year to both of you guys. So, first I want to say this. The overhype about this kid, it just drives me nuts. He looked like an average rookie yesterday, okay? And what kills me, not just about in this particular situation, but in life, period. And I've learned this as I got older when we try to pick and choose, when we try to assess things, the way we assess things, like we pick out what's good, but what we want in this person, what's bad in this person, what this one can't do, because we want to hype that. And the guy, and you know what? He doesn't look as bad as Trevor Lawrence. He doesn't look as bad as Justice Fields. Does he have qualities that were good? Sure, he does. But he did all right, but he wasn't great. If Jimmy was healthy, it makes sense. It's not rocket science. You would go with him because you have a better chance to beat the Rams than with that kid. That's a no-brainer. But the reason why I really called in Bonte is because I heard you say that you like documentaries. And I wanted to tell you and Shasky, which you probably have already watched. Watch that. It's called Bad Sports.
Oh, yeah.
Arizona State.
Oh, yeah.
It was incredible, Robin. And Dwayne Fontana was one of the main people in it. It was absolutely electric.
I know. He was one of the guys. He's a longtime friend. Yep. Probably of all you guys, of my brother, and we all went to New York together. And so I wanted to share that with you. And I have to tell you guys, ever since I watched it, I've been looking at sports from a different side. Anyway, peace out. Happy New Year. I love you both. And I gave you a shout out yesterday too, Shasky. Thanks for acknowledging me.
Oh, it's all good, Robin. Have a good one. It's good to hear from you again. Happy 2022.
No doubt. Hey, people are fired up, man. It's Trey, Jimmy thing. We're back to like when we walked off the practice field at training camp. It was like the fourth practice, and we're going crazy over Trey. And we were saying, hey, we wouldn't be shocked if Trey started to. And Jimmy looked awful in that practice.
Warner turned to us, and the play. It was me, you, and the play-by-play guy for the 49ers. I mean, let's just say what it was. We're all sitting there, and we're all like, oh, my God. Fred Warner takes his helmet off, stands right next to us, and goes, I can't believe the throw I just saw to Ross Dwelly. And I was like, Fred Warner! Fred Warner said that to us. Fred Warner!
Oh, man. And since that day, it's been Trey or Jimmy. Now, it did die over the last 5 weeks. We hadn't heard anything from Trey because he hadn't played, and it was Jimmy's team, and I was cool with that. But Trey got an opportunity to start. He got an opportunity to start, and it wet my beak a little bit. It wet my beak a little bit. When I saw yesterday, Levi's, I said, man, I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back to Jimmy. I'm just, Shasky, part of it, and I get it. Jimmy Garoppolo is probably the logical choice. I get it. It's the logical option to go to him for a must-win game in L.A. and let him run with this team. But I'm so tired of watching that type of quarterback play here in San Francisco. We're talking about a town that's held a dynamic Joe Montana who couldn't move in the pocket, who could make plays with his legs. Steve Young. Do I need to talk about Steve Young? That's what we grew up with. That's what we want to see. Even if Jeff Garcia made electric plays and made things happen, explosives. I'm so tired of watching a dink and dunk quarterback and guys like Alex Smith and Jimmy Garoppolo who just play it safe. Take some risks, man. Scared money don't make money. And that's what I see with Trey Lance. He's looking for the big bomb. He's looking for the big shot. What do you think Al Davis wanted to see? You know what I'm saying? That's the school that I come from, Shasky. And I'm just tired of seeing. In the Tennessee game, I was working the Warriors. You were texting me. I was doing the Warriors with Steph Curry dropped 46 points against the Memphis Grizzlies. I went back and watched that game at midnight and said, why did I do it to myself? Why did I do it to myself? Well, I'm just tweeting away at 7 in the morning because I can't get it out of my head. Jimmy was awful in that game. Awful. I'm tired of seeing it, man. It's time to move on. And I saw a little bit of Trey yesterday, and I said, you know what? The second half, I knew it gets the Texans. Everybody's going to – and I told you, we all knew it. If Trey beats the Texans, everybody say, oh, it's just the Texans. If we would have lost, he lost to the Texans. He's not ready to go. People still saying it. Texans, Lovie Smith's coach of that defense. David Culley comes from the Baltimore Ravens, coach of that defense with all the exotic looks. They just beat the Chargers. That team is playing for something. Those players are playing for contracts, for money. They got to put on good film. Davis Mills wants to be a starter in this league. He wants to spoil the party, and he threw some bombs yesterday. I'm not saying it's just the Texans. I'm sorry. I saw a quarterback in Trey Lance who got better and better and better as the game went along. So I want to see Trey. I know it's not logical, but I want to see Trey next Sunday.
You know, it's an interesting question that was posed to me yesterday, and I'll pose it to you. Let's say the Niners, instead of being 9-7 today, were 7-9, and Trey Lance had played all year, but you saw the development. I know we all want to make the playoffs. I know we want to look at Kyle Shanahan's overall record and sweeping indictments. He had an over 500 season. Like, that's something you kept bringing up before the season started.
Right.
He's got to be more than 500 this year.
He does.
Now he has. Have we talked about it once today?
Nope.
Have we talked about it once today?
Nope.
And so, I look, as much as we all agree, yes, winning is very, very important. The end game is Super Bowls. That's what the end game is. It's about winning Super Bowls. And as much as we want to see Trey get us to a Super Bowl at some point, right now, Jimmy Garoppolo gives you the best chance to win a game, to get in the playoffs, and then probably win a playoff game if you can do so, and get closer to the Super Bowl for this year. That doesn't mean moving forward. For this year, if we just go vacuum by vacuum, game by game, it's probably Jimmy Garoppolo for this year. But I'm with you, B. Like, had we seen Trey from the beginning of the year, maybe we're talking about a different story, but we didn't. We are here right now. We didn't. So let's not go backwards.
Right.
Let's operate with what we know now. I think Jimmy gives them a slight advantage, if healthy, against the Rams. I mean, we are dicing it up here. If healthy, slight advantage.
Right.
But that's where I'm at right now. It's about playing the percentages.
Yeah,
I want to get in the playoffs.
I want to get in the playoffs, too. I want to see the playoffs. And Shanahan, hey, kudos to them. Kudos to the Niners. You clinched a winning season.
Well,
you clinched a winning season.
He's what now? He's 39-42.
Yeah.
So no. But this is. I want to make sure we said we talk so much about Shanahan's record. He's 39-42 right now. The first 9 games, he had an expansion franchise. They started 0-9. Let's just take that off the minute they got their quarterback. Okay, what's their record? Shanahan's over 500. So the second he acquired Jimmy Garoppolo, and that's with 2 full seasons without Jimmy Garoppolo because he was hurt, for crying out loud. Shanahan's been a great coach for the 49ers. So I think we could put to bed this whole Shanahan isn't a good coach.
He hasn't been a great coach. No, he's been okay, Shasky. Let's not go crazy here and say he was a great coach.
If you took the first 9 games out where they started 0-9 with an expansion roster,
come on.
He is over 500. He has been really,
you can't do that, though.
For this team.
Number 1, you can't do that. Number 2, he hasn't been a great coach. Come on.
They won again
been a great coach.
With a backup quarterback.
He hasn't been a great coach. All right, this year he hasn't been a great coach. How many times have we battered Shanahan around for bad? Hell, yesterday, was he a great coach?
He's not perfect.
No, he had some terrible sequences in terms of play calling.
He's a top 10 guy.
No, he's not. He wasn't great. He hasn't been a great coach.
Let's not
get crazy. A top 10 guy in the league? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Come on.
I don't know about that. He hasn't been a top 10 guy this year.
Give him credit. He hired another rookie, 2 rookie defensive coordinators. The first one, Saleh, developed in the position, grew, moved on, became a head coach. DeMeco Ryans has been an outstanding hire. He has gotten better as the year has gone on. Shanahan gets credit for that. They have no secondary. They lost their starting corner on day 1. They lost Greenlaw for the year. They lost Al-Shire. They lost D. Ford. They've lost some Kinlaw. And this defense looks fantastic.
You want to say he's a great coach, you go say he's great. I'm laughing at that statement. He's been solid.
A superstar
He's
tight
been
end,
solid.
A superstar wideout.
And they haven't
got 2 quarterbacks playing good football.
He had Brendan Ayuk in a damn doghouse. Brendan Ayuk. He was playing Trent Sherfield and Mohamed Sanu. That ain't coaching great. That's coaching stupid.
All right?
Good, that's holding back your offense. That is stupidity. How better does Jawan Jennings look than Mohamed Sanu? He was wasting snaps on Mohamed Sanu. Travis Benjamin's returning kickoffs. Special teams has been awful. Shanahan has been great. I don't want to hear great. Nothing about the 49ers this year has been great. Nothing. All right?
Debo?
They played great in spurts. Okay, Debo. One player.
Shanahan don't get credit for that?
Debo and Nick Bosa. All right. Players got to play. All right? Players got to make plays. The coach can diagram the play, but players make plays. How many times have Debo made plays? Get Debo the credit. Shanahan don't deserve all the flowers for that. All of a sudden, you know what? Next thing we're going to be doing is, hey, Steve Kerr gets all the credit for Stephen Curry. Because Stephen Curry, come on, man. Shanahan ain't been great. Are you kidding me? Shanahan great. The guy was wasting snaps on Mohamed Sanu and throwing bombs to Travis Benjamin. Are you kidding me? Great. He should have been playing Trey Lance for week 1. That would have been great. That would have been the best decision he made all season. Antonio in Oakland, you're on the roast.
I love you.
Hey, guys. I think Trey Lance, I give him a C+ for yesterday. He missed Deebo Samuel on the deep route, but he did connect with him later on. George Kittle, I want him to be more involved. He only had 1 catch, and those probably was the catch of the freaking NFL day. He still caught it even after being interfered with. But, man, we can win the Super Bowl, man. All these teams in the NFC, they all got issues, man. You see Antonio Brown yesterday. I think Jimmy's a better quarterback right now for us to win if he's healthy. Because, I don't really have confidence that Trey Lance can beat a good team, a good playoff team. But I also want to say that I disagree that the 49ers have been boring. What has Deebo Samuel haven't been fun to watch? The unicorn, only player ever with 1,200 receiving yards and 300 rushing yards. George Kittle looking like the white boy Terrell Owens out there, just beasting and run blocking and as a receiver when he's given opportunities. Nick Bosa was coming off that injury, defensive player of the year candidate. You're excited that Klay Thompson's going to come back and do good, right? So Nick Bosa's our Klay Thompson. He's coming off an injury and he's balling out of control. So that's my opinion. I think we've been kind of fun, not real fun, but fun enough to me.
Yeah, good call, Antonio. Let's get to Trey in Oakland. Because I'm going hard on Shanahan. He's been solid, but when I hear great, I'm not going to erase.
Really good.
I can't erase. I can't erase.
Really good.
I can't really good. Oh, come on, man. Really, say good, not really good, because that means he's close to being great. 10 games should have been
hardest division
won
in
12. It's not. All right. This hasn't been the hardest division of football.
They got two 10-win teams in this division.
Come on, man.
In this division.
Oh,
that would
man.
make 3.
Oh, come on. Great. Like we didn't just navigate through 17 weeks of up and down roller coaster play of the 49ers. Oh, come on. Great. Trey in Oakland. Trey in Oakland, man. You're on the roast.
Dante, and Happy New Year's to you, man.
Happy New Year.
Man, touching on it, man. What more can you say? I agree with everything that you're saying, Bronte. You know what? You got to take the training wheels off the little boy, man, and let him play. Because you got to see what you're going to have moving forward and everything like that. So I have no problem with him playing from here on out. Now, I disagree with, like, the last caller a little bit. He says, you know, a Super Bowl run. I don't know, like, I could be wrong, but, like, if he has to go head up against somebody like Aaron Rodgers, that could be a different story. Because, you know, you throw him out there to the Lions right now. You're throwing him out there early to the Lions, and I don't see if he could pull off a game like that. But I do think right now, at this moment, in my opinion, I think he gives the Niners the best chance of air.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really hard for the kid. I mean, he's got 2 starts right now, one in Arizona, one in San Francisco. Now, if he starts this week, he'd have one in L.A., and then he's going to go on the road to Dallas or to Green Bay or Arizona or L.A. again.
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Or Tampa.
Let's go, baby.
Wow.
How'd you feel with Shannon?
Let's go.
To ask. Let's go. Kaepernick went down to New Orleans in his first ever start and won a road game in a Superdome against Drew Brees and Sean Payton.
He did.
Look, we would. Here's the other thing. Somebody on the Comcast business text line, it's always open at 888-957-9570.
Yeah.
Somebody says something that was really fun. I got to find it. And I wanted to bring this up here. Damn it, I lost it here.
It's all right. I'll keep sipping my timeless coffee.
Yeah, keep sipping your timeless coffee. Shout out to Timeless Coffee. 650. Let's remember, the Niners beat the Rams by handing the football off 40 times. Can they do that again? I mean, everybody came on these airways, and I got in trouble with the boss man, Benton Hegan, because I wasn't happy about the win. Hey, look, it was Monday Night Football. Everybody tried to tell me Jimmy Garoppolo played great. The dude threw 2 passes over 10 yards, and they were 13-yard passes. He was dink and dunk and dink and dunk, and that was a big game on a running game. Can Trey execute the same game plan? With the potential of making a big play deep down the football field like he did yesterday to Deebo Samuel. I mean, they ran the ball 40 times and played Notre Dame 1960 football and got 3 yards in a cloud of dust. Can Trey Lance do the same thing? It ain't like Jimmy Garoppolo lit up the Rams. Like, come on, what are we doing here?
Well, I mean, it's different when it's the whole season on the line, playoffs on the line. Bonte, would you at least grant me there's a little more sense of, I mean, this is basically a playoff game. I mean, the Texan game was a playoff game, but this is a real playoff game in a hostile environment against a
number one,
good, great coach, whatever you want to say, and one of the premier quarterbacks in the league.
Here we go. That's going to be a home game for the 49ers.
Why is that?
Because it's going to be nothing but red and gold at SoFi Stadium. You think there's Ram fans walking around there about to sell out that joint? That's going to be a 49er home game. They're going to take over SoFi Stadium. It's going to be a neutral site game for the 49ers and Trey Lance. Yeah, that crowd will be roaring, but it's going to be a lot of red and gold down there. That's what the Niners do. They take over L.A. They take over stadiums, damn it. We're at San Francisco. When did you show up today? All right? You should have let me know at 8 o'clock San Francisco was going to make an appearance. All of a sudden, you're afraid of Sean McVay? Come on. Let's go, baby.
I'm not.
Let's go.
I'm afraid of the personnel that they have. I saw Odell Beckham catch a touchdown pass yesterday. Matt Stafford, look, he's played in the game for 12 years. He's a veteran quarterback. He's at home. He's having a career year in terms of his statistics. Like, you got to give respect to the opponent at some level.
This is great. 510 Comcast Business Text Line. If Shanahan had to do a self-evaluation, do you think he would say he's been great? He would say, maybe probably, maybe not. I mean, that's what he would say.
Okay, really good, great. I mean, come on, we're parsing words.
Oh, man. Jose and Vallejo, what's up, man? Actually, Jose, hang tight.
Hang tight, Jose.
Gene, Lori,
No
Gene,
way, Jose.
Fred, Tamir. We're going to get you on the other side here on the Morning Roast. And if you're looking for all the best 49ers content from 95.7 in game, text 49ers to 20357. That's 49ers to 20357. Make sure to hit the subscribe button in the Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast.
Really good.
Hey, dude, it has been awesome this morning. It's good to be back in the saddle. And that's what's coming up on Mimecast. Brought to you by Mimecast on the Game. Your phone calls coming up as we wrap this bad boy up. Safeguard your organization against phishing. Business email. baby. I'm feeling good. Welcome back to the roast. Shout out to Tracks a Million. Rest in peace to Tracks a Million. That track right there, oh my gosh, it's so good. We actually played that yesterday, Anna and I driving down to Levi Stadium, and the beat just hits hard. By the way, coming up in 20 minutes, we will bring you the Xfinity Flex moment of the show. Stay tuned to find out what we pick as the flex moment of the show. And Shasky, you know, we can't get enough of 95.7 The Game. We lie to ourselves saying, yeah, when we take a vacation, we tune out and we check out. I mean,
I listen to everyone.
You actually call the shows. I don't call the shows.
And I text them.
No, yeah, and you text them. I leave them alone. I let them do their thing. I kind of just sit back and cut and I listen and I take notes.
Yeah, I'm addicted.
And our boy John Dickinson, shout out to JD. Happy New Year to JD. But, oh, man, I remember when he was down there at training camp with us when we were talking about Trey Lance. What was JD saying? Oh, man, he looks really good. Oh, we might have something here. Oh, and then last week I'm listening to the shows and I'm listening and, you know, you hear JD talking about, you know, if Trey is starting, they maybe win 5 games. 5 games. I'm thinking to myself, really? Trey? I see a formula like the New England Patriots use with the Mac Jones, where they won. I guarantee you, a lot of people up there in New England and a lot of people nationally thought, man, they're starting Mac Jones. Patriots going to stink. Well, guess what? Patriots are going to the playoffs. They're going to the playoffs. Why? Because there's so much talent around them. The same thing with the 49ers. There's a lot of talent on this football team. Offensively, defensively, we're not going to talk about the corners. We know that's the weak spot. But offensively, boy, they got a lot of weapons. You're telling me that if Trey started from week number 1, that this team would only have 5 wins at this point? 5?
Bonte, we'll never know. We'll never know.
Come on.
I think it's foolish to try to go back and speculate how many games they would have won.
I don't buy it.
We don't know. We don't know how much better he would have gotten over the year. Would he hit a rookie wall? Like, we just don't know.
Come on, let's be real.
That's why I don't
be real.
like doing that game.
The Niners won 8 games going into yesterday in spite of Jimmy. In spite of Jimmy.
That's not fair.
That's not fair, but it's the truth. Hey, I'm all about the truth on Monday morning. It's the first show of the new year. People love the roast. I've seen a lot of people, they said, you know what, Bonte? We love the roast because you guys keep it real.
I don't
keep
think
it real.
Fair to Jimmy
it's not fair, but you know what? It's pro sports. It is what it is. It is what it is, Shasky.
He doesn't get any credit?
Is. No, he gets some credit. He gets some credit. But they've won a lot of games in spite of Jimmy Garoppolo. All right?
And you know what? Tom Brady won an NFC Championship game last year in spite of his performance in the second half. So lots of good teams, great teams win when their quarterback has a bad week.
I don't get the hater rate. You know why I'm doing this, Shasky? Because there's a lot of hater rate thrown on this 21-year-old kid out of North Dakota State. For some reason, a lot of people want the guy to fail. Yes. And said, oh, he can't do it. Did you not watch the second half? This guy looked like a legit pro quarterback. A legit pro quarterback, down 7-3 the second half. Well, a lot of people watching saying, if you don't win this game, season's over, and we're going to label you a bust. Okay. And the kid showed moxie yesterday. The kid deserves credit.
Bonte, there's no question, 49er fans, and I've told you this. This is not, and I'm not knocking the Sacramento Kings. I use them as an example. You're not the bench guy, the backup center for the Sacramento Kings. You're the San Francisco 49er quarterback. Shall I go through it one more time? Frankie Albert, a superstar coming out of Stanford. Y.A. Tittle, you ever heard of him? I don't know. Pro Football Hall of Fame, the $1 Million Backfield. Let's go to John Brody. Should be in the Hall of Fame. One of the great winners of the 1970s. Gets no love because the team couldn't get over the hump. Joe Montana, who everyone recognizes as great. Steve Young, Jeff Garcia. Heck, you want to throw Alex Smith in the conversation? Fine. Colin Kaepernick, Jimmy Garoppolo, and now Trey Lance. It is different. It's like being the best player on the Yankees. It's like being the best player on the Los Angeles Lakers.
Right.
Quarterback for the Niners is the heavily scrutinized position in all of the Bay Area. It's the most scrutinized position, hands down, in Northern California. And this is where I go back to Trey Lance in that first half. People were losing their minds. He's 21 years old, and yeah, they didn't look good. He looked sketch. He rebounded. He got a lot better. Folks, we got to just pump the brakes a little. Do you know what Alex Smith did in his first ever start?
Oh, I was at that game. He threw 5 interceptions against the Colts. Against the Colts.
1 of 11.
He was awful.
1 of 11.
Awful.
Okay? Joe Montana, at 23 years old, started 1 game his rookie year. And then in 24 years old, started 7 games. Now, I know it's 1979. Times have changed. You know how old Joe Burrow is? He's in his second year. He's 25 years old. Joe Burrow is 25 years old. Trey Lance is 21 and had not played a game because of COVID in over 2 years at home. December 2019. Give the kid a little runway. Give him a little leeway. But the same thing can be said for Jimmy Garoppolo. When he plays, all he does is win. You want to scrutinize?
Now we're giving him credit for wins, Shasky.
Wasn't tight enough. He didn't hit the right guy. He hit the 6-yard pass, but the 40-yard pass was open. No, I'm just saying there's degrees to this and there's levels to this. And yes, Jimmy Garoppolo, 9-year vet. I expect a little more from him. But to say that he's been carried by the team, I don't agree with. He's had a great Niner career. It's going to end at some point. And if he has another opportunity, he has been really good. Okay, really good. He's been really good. Okay, really good for the Niners. He's been really good. Has he not?
Jose and Vallejo. Jose, he's been okay. And I've been the biggest Jimmy Garoppolo backer.
He's been a winner.
He's been a winner. 2020,
he's stabilized the organization.
What's his record?
He gets credit.
What's his record since the Super Bowl, Shasky? And I'm the biggest Jimmy Garoppolo fan at the station.
2 games over 500.
Exactly.
2 games over 500.
That's mediocre. That's not great. That is mediocre.
It's a winning season.
That is mediocre. 2 games over 500. That's mediocre. Jose and Vallejo. What's up?
What's mediocre was Lance's performance yesterday. I give him about a C+. Man, that first half was horrible. Because I'm a big Jimmy fan because he gets all these W's for us. And my phone was quiet. Until the third quarter, last 3 minutes, all of a sudden he does score a touchdown. He's in the NFL. He was our third pick. I hope he scores a touchdown. And then all of a sudden he throws a bomb, and everyone's like,
he left us. All right, he left us.
No one is here. No one's sitting here saying.
Look,
no one's saying Trey's the next coming of Jesus, and no one's sitting here saying that Jimmy Garoppolo is on the same level as Aaron Rodgers and Tom Brady. There's levels to it, but both of these guys have done some really good things in their short amount of time with the Niners, and Jimmy deserves to be appreciated. I don't want to kick him on the way out the door. I don't think that's fair.
No, I'm not kicking him on the way out the door. I'm not. I've been the biggest Jimmy Garoppolo supporter here. Jimmy's been fine. He's been okay. He's been fine. It's getting the job done. But Trey Lance in his second start did what Jimmy does every single game. It's just a second start. And don't you feel like there's so much room to grow?
Well, there's no question.
So much room to grow.
The potential is there, Bonte. My mom could see that the kid has potential.
Like Jimmy, just in the Tennessee game, we saw the roller coaster that has been Jimmy Garoppolo over the last 2 seasons. We just saw that in the Tennessee game, in which you called the show on your day off and bashed the guy like a pinata. You bashed him on your day off. You called the show.
I said
you took
that
over
I was
the
done
show
with
with Coles and Madsen. Exactly. You were done with them, and then here we are a week later saying, "Oh, you know what? It's not fair to Jimmy. He deserves another shot." So which one is it? I'm sticking here. I have my flag planted in the sand since the 4th day of training camp. Trey. And once Shanahan didn't go to Trey in week 1, I said, well, the ship may have sailed. And then Trey gets to start in Arizona. I said, you know what? They score 10 points. They lose 17-10. They have the ball. They cross midfield. They fell on like 5 4th-down conversions in the football game. And he gets hurt. And to me, it felt like Shanahan had tipped his hand going into the Colts week, or maybe right after the Colts week, saying Trey was trending in the right way. And maybe that was the time that Shanahan may have shifted, but he didn't. And by the way, in the first half, we want to talk about Shanahan being great. Was that play calling great in the first half? It was very conservative. There were some bad sequences there for Shanahan in that first half.
No, it was horrible. And I told you, the 4th and 1 Elijah Mitchell pitch, I hated that one. I hated the 2 back-to-back quarterback power runs out of the shotgun. They were in the shotgun way too much. But Bonte, you also have to allow someone like the play caller to develop a familiarity and an understanding of what the player on the field likes to do. And that takes time too. So I'm not here to just crush it. I didn't love it. Believe me, I didn't. But he adjusted, and he made the adjustments at halftime that he needed to do. Again, twice as many under center snaps in the second half. Now, that's a function of you winning and being able to run the ball. But I loved what the second half was. That, to me, is the blueprint, not the first half. But you got to give Shanahan some time to kind of feel out Trey also.
Isn't that what practice is for? Isn't that
but live game reps are different. Game reps are different.
I mean, didn't he see enough of Trey? I don't know. Let's go to Fred in Richmond. Fred in Richmond, you're on the roast here on 95.7 The Game. Fred, what's happening? Going once? Going twice? He gone. Rick in Stockton, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Yo, I'm here.
What's up?
Hey,
I'm gonna give Trey, man. I'm gonna give him like an A-, man. You know why? Because when he made his mistake, you could see what he was trying to do. When Jimmy making mistakes, you're like, damn, what is he doing? Like, you have no idea what's going on when Jimmy making mistakes. And the reason why Trey was looking bad was because of Shanahan. And I'm a Shanahan fan, but Shanahan seen that, oh, yeah, this is not going to work. And he got away from it quick. See, with the Cardinals game, he did it all game. So that's why we lost. If he'd have got away from it quick in the Cardinals game, we'd have won. And plus we didn't use our kicker. We'd have won that game, guaranteed. And a couple other games we could have won. But I feel like Shanahan's good, man. The personnel has to deal with whoever they got in the front office that they hire, all their scouts and all that. They need to get fired, or Lynch needs to get fired. Somebody that got to do with the personnel needs to get fired. But I'll give it up to Lynch. Number 92, or Minaway, whoever his name is.
It's a solid acquisition.
That's his best move he made since he's been here. That dude is good right there, man.
Hey, they also have utilized their free agent signing in Arden Key to his fullest potential. I mean, Bonte, Ibukam, whatever. Arden Key makes plays. Now, he got called for, I thought, a horrible roughing the passer. He went a little low. He's been good. Every week, he's getting to the quarterback.
Yeah, no doubt. He's been really, really solid down the stretch. Really solid. And this defense, this front seven, I thought Fred Warner's gotten a lot better. I know he got beat for the touchdown yesterday, but look, this defense has been playing very good football. They have. I thought they played well in Tennessee, let alone the long third and longs there, and A.J. Brown beating Ambry Thomas there. That was tough. That was tough to watch.
Actually had a good game. By his standards.
I told you this. Ambry just needs to play. Same thing with Trey Lance. We never applied to any other position except quarterback. But Ambry's playing better and better and better. And teams are picking out Josh Norman instead of the rookie.
Can I see Diamond Lenore? Can I just see him?
I don't know what's going on with him.
And then here's another one that we haven't brought up. Brandon Ayuk, he missed one of the punts, but he ended up returning. He has been a really reliable punt returner. Did you notice also Fred Warner out there on the punt return units?
No doubt. I
like that. I'm glad that he's out there.
Thomas is improving. His defense has played well. You look at the Cincinnati game, holding Cincinnati to 23 points, and the way they held Cincinnati down, they were up 20-6 in the fourth quarter. Cincinnati's lighting everybody up on fire. They lit up Baltimore, Kansas City in back-to-back weeks. And Kansas City's defense has been playing exceptional football. Kansas City's defense has been playing exceptionally well. Jamar Chase lit them up. Atlanta, all the goal line stands against the Atlanta Falcons, the same team that the Niners would hope beat the Saints next week, but you can't count on it. You're right. The defense has been playing very, very well.
If I am a 49er fan today, and I know that we don't have a first-round draft pick this year, I was watching that bowl game between Utah and Ohio State, and I was saying to myself, oh my God, get me one of these corners or one of these wide receivers or running backs from Ohio State. I know they're all like freshmen because everybody opted out in that game. I cannot wait for the draft, and I cannot wait for free agency because the Niners are going to have money to spend, and I think they're going to be active once they get a draft pick back for Jimmy Garoppolo. I'm really looking forward to how they're going to shape out this roster because offensively, Kittle, Ayuk, Debo, Elijah Mitchell, and Trey. That's a hell of a weaponry. Young.
It's great. And Jimmy, I don't even know if they're going to trade Jimmy. What if they just cut Jimmy or release Jimmy?
Well, I guess he has $7.5 million. If you were to trade him, it's a $7.5 million hit. So that would enable a lot of teams on the receiving end, because the number's so low, to be able to absorb him and then give him an extension.
Jimmy or Trey. The Comcast business text line is always open at 888-957-9570. 5 minutes away from our flex moment of the show. Let's go to Gene in Oakland. Gene, what's happening? You're on the roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Happy New Year, guys.
Happy New Year, Gene.
So, I was very encouraged by the second half of, Trey's performance in the second half. I think he's a lot further along than I feared he might be at this time. And if they start him starting next year, I'm going to be comfortable with that.
Me too.
However, having said that, I'd go with Jimmy if he's well enough. If the injury is not going to inhibit him at all to where he can play his normal self, and that in great part is because something you said earlier, Bonte. Jimmy does get rid of the ball pretty quickly, and he against the Rams, he neutralizes Aaron Donald. That's a big deal. And he knows how to beat him. He's beat him all 5 times. And if you look at Jimmy over the last 5 games, before yesterday. 4 games previous to Tennessee, he was very, very good. He was one of the best in the league. Tennessee comes along, and he was very good, with the exception of that ill-advised pass. He tried to force it in at the goal line in the first quarter. Next 3 quarters, the worst thing he did was try to play through an injury that was obviously affecting him badly. So he does definitely give us, in my mind, the best chance to win against the Rams. He's almost kryptonite against them, and I want to see as far as we can. But Trey next year.
And look, it's the logical choice, Shasky. I get it. It's probably the smart move to go with Jimmy. It's more of a risk to go with Trey if Jimmy is healthy. But if Jimmy's compromised, and we see what Jimmy is when he is healthy, and now you're telling me he's got a sprained thumb against the Rams? And again, getting the ball out quick against that team, Aaron Donald, Von Miller, probably the best way to beat him. The one thing with Trey, he has got a couple issues. One, he doesn't see it as fast as Jimmy, and that's to be expected. Jimmy's been in the league a lot longer than Trey. Trey hasn't seen a lot. I mean, he played at North Dakota State. Hasn't played in a year and a half, 2 years, whatever it is. And he does hold on to the ball because he's looking to make that big play. He's looking to improvise a little bit more, and maybe that hurts him against the LA Rams. Maybe it does. Well, I get it. But this is a risk. But the reward is high for starting Trey in a game.
There's a risk on both ends. Like to say that Jimmy Garoppolo playing isn't a risk would be negligent to what Jimmy Garoppolo's been. Here's the area that I lean, because I don't think we've addressed it enough. It's the locker room. I cannot get out of my head thinking about Charles Haley in the early 90s running after Steve Young at practice, screaming his name. You know why? Because he admitted, I'm a Joe Montana guy. And it pissed him off that Steve Young was taking Joe Montana's reps. Like at practice, screaming and yelling. So all I keep thinking about is there is an element of George Kittle and Alex Mack and Trent Williams and some of these veterans and Kyle Juszczyk who have been really good. You do not want to lose those guys going into the offseason. You don't want those guys going, what the hell was the head coach doing? Now, I'm not saying that they're going to, but they have loyalties.
It's a good point. But on the flip side, Jimmy Garoppolo playing with the torn ligament in Tennessee, and then you're hearing multiple one, the first report was, I suffered the injury midway through the third quarter. And then 4 days later, it's, I played most of the game with it. Is that being fair to your teammates?
No, probably not. But Bonte, I think a lot of players would rather you do that than do the LaDainian Tomlinson where you're standing on the sideline with your helmet on and people are going, why aren't you in there? Right?
Yeah.
Like, so I can see it both ways. I don't know how the locker room feels about Jimmy Garoppolo right now. Like, everything I see at the podium, they love him. Kyle Juszczyk's talking about the aura that the guy has while he's eating breakfast for crying out loud.
How laughable was that when you watched the Tennessee game? Where was the aura then? I'm happy we were not on the airways that Friday. I'm really, really happy for the sanity of our families, for the sanity of the roasters. Before we get to Lori, it's time for the flex moment of the show, brought to you by Xfinity. What you got, Langford?
But I don't get why Kyle continues to call plays for him when, it's too high risk. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't want to see him used as Cam Newton. He's not a runner. He's a quarterback who can move behind the line. He's a big-bodied quarterback like a Mahomes or a Josh Allen type who is mobile behind the line. I don't want him running quarterback draws and quarterback powers. Like, I am so out on that.
The flex of the show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
Dog, your boy is big flexing, big stepping on that one. I agree with that. I don't want to see any more Trey Lance quarterback powers out of the shotgun.
Yep.
Just use him. If you're going to run him, only run him exclusively at the goal line or on those short yardage. Like, I love the quarterback sneak, but I don't like these designed shotgun quarterback runs. You're going to get him killed.
Yeah,
he almost got his right shoulder separated by Eric Reed's brother.
He's
a ball player.
Shasky, did you just agree with your own point?
Hell yeah, I did.
Of course he did. He calls his own show when he's
Whoever
off.
that guy is genius.
He's on vacation calling the show.
You know what it is, Bonte? He's not good. He's great.
Dude, he's calling the show. He's calling the show. He's literally calling the show.
There was a reason I put it as the flex moment of the show, though. It was an astute point by you, Shasky.
Yeah, it was an obvious point. But we'll give him credit. Comcast Business Text Line 408 with a straw. This is bold.
Give it to
Next year, neither Jimmy G or Trey They need a free agent quarterback and to admit they messed up with Trey. Trey is not the future.
What are these people like? Come on.
We're all over the place. I knew it was going to be.
He's 21. Joe Burrow is 25. 25 years old and started his first year at 24 years old. Yeah. Joe Montana at 23 started one game. Right. 24 started 7. He is 21 and has not started a home game since December of 2019. Everyone, just listen to what you're saying. You sound insane.
No, I know. The Trey, the quarterback draw, when he did that in the third quarter, Shanahan called it up. 3rd and 4, he ran it quarterback power, and then 4th and 1, he runs the bootleg, the play action pass rolling out to Trey's left, and Kittle wasn't open downfield. It was no options. It was nowhere to go. That was a terrible 2-play sequence, and I'm looking at Shanahan saying, you got to be better than that. You just got to be better than that as a play caller. Let's go to Lori in Phoenix. Lori, what's happening? Happy New Year to you, Lori. You look like you had a wonderful Christmas. I saw it on Twitter. You had like 5 Christmas trees.
Merry Christmas, Lori.
How you doing?
Hey, Happy New Year, you guys. I know, Bonte, the Christmas trees kind of bother you a little bit, but...
Everything bothers me, Lori. The 8 o'clock hours bother me today.
Anyway, I just kind of thought, listening, to the season, throughout the whole season, all the ups and downs and all the different things, I think we just need to bring a little perspective. This team still has a chance to be 10-7.
Exactly.
Okay? We started off this year, most people said 11-6, 12-5, those are the numbers that we threw out there. Obviously you were hoping you would get 13 wins, but really this was before any of the injuries happened, okay? With all the things that have gone wrong this year, with all the craziness that's happened, you still have a chance to be 10-7 and get into the playoffs.
I will love that.
So I think we just need to take that in for a moment, okay? Also, let's look at, I know we've got a lot of flack for this coaching staff. You got a lot of flack for all the decisions that have been made. Look at those players on the field yesterday. You've got your usual, playmakers. You've got Williams, Kittle, Warner, Bosa, Debo, of course, having the season. That's the other thing. This year's been boring. Look at the season that Debo had. We haven't had a wide receiver have a season like this.
Thank you.
How many years? Okay, that's exciting. Okay, Brandon Ayuk coming into his own. I don't care if he was in the doghouse earlier. That sometimes is what makes a player better. You don't know what he was doing. You can't blame that all on Shanahan. That could have been Brandon's issues as well. But look at him now. Look at Elijah Mitchell, a 6th-round pick. Come on. This guy is killing it, right? Now you got your rookie quarterback out there, right? Now, was he perfect? No. Did he look like a rookie? Absolutely. That's why they didn't want to start him right away. They don't want him to go in like Alex Smith did and throw 5 interceptions. That wasn't the goal. That's why they kept Jimmy. So we have to be logical and think about that. Now, look at Jennings. That's very exciting. Here's another draft pick that they're using now, okay?
Finally.
Avery Thomas, getting better every week, okay? So all I'm trying to say, guys, is you can say what you want to say about the coaching staff and the decisions that were made this year. This team is trending in the right direction. They need to get a couple breaks now. They need the Saints to lose. We need to beat the Rams, okay? But regardless if you've got Trey or Jimmy, this team is on an upward trend, and next year they got some opportunities to go out there and get even better.
They do have some, but I'm looking at this year, Lori, and thanks for the call. Happy New Year. We'll hear from you later in the week. I do want the playoffs. I do want the playoffs. Langford, what's up? You got your finger up.
Yeah, it's 1 minute.
We got 1 minute. Oh, man, that's it? Show's over?
1 minute warning.
1 minute warning?
Do you have an offense set up for 1 minute to go?
Trey does. He scored.
I was kind of giving you the Mutombo.
You give me the Mutombo to get out of here. What a show. Great to be back. Niners beat the Texans. We got the Warriors tonight. Comcast Business Text line. Where's my guy at here on the Comcast Business Text line? That is the 424. Lock of the night is the Warriors covered at 11 and smash the Miami Heat tonight. I'm with that. Warriors tonight. Don't forget about that. Shasky, Happy New Year. What a show.
Yeah, I know. I'm excited for Willard. I can't wait to hear what they have to say next. Stay tuned.
Got any guesses on Willard? Where's he going?
I think he agrees with me because he's a mensch. So, he's thinking you lean Jimmy G if he's healthy.
Man. That is... Man.
You can't alienate the veterans. You got to roll with what the locker room is feeling.
How do you feel? How do you think the locker room felt when Kaepernick started?
I think they were divided early on.
And then what happened?
Well, that was also like week 8, 9. So it's different.
All right. That's it for us. We'll be back tomorrow. Shasky, get some rest.
Yep.
I'll get some rest. We'll see you tomorrow. Willard Not Dibley, but Whitey. Whitey's in for Dibs today. It's going to be a lot of fun. Happy New Year, everybody. We'll be back tomorrow at 6 in the morning.
Happy New Year, blood.
Oh, I love it.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Fisher is different?
Finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, you better believe it is. And there is no more appropriate way to kick off 2022 than to, not have everybody at full health. Because that's by the way, Whitey, first of all, Happy New Year and good morning. Thank you so much for hanging, man.
Absolutely. This can be a tough day, the first Monday after Christmas, right? I did hope today was going to be Claysmas. It's not, apparently, but we still have that to look forward to, Mark. All the best to Dibs, but I'm thrilled to be with you today.
Yeah, Dib's a little under the weather. Nobody needs to worry about anything. It's a very different thing now when, you cough in public or you tell people, oh, I don't feel exactly right. Like everything has to go, kick into a very uncomfortable place. But everything is fine. I'm so excited to get started with 2022 and excited that you're here, and hopefully Dibs will be back tomorrow. But with the way things are kicking around in our world right now, Whitey, I told you this earlier today. Get ready. I think you're going to be doing a show every day in 2022, every single day.
I'm ready. I hope it doesn't come to that, but I'm ready, Mark. And what a day to get the New Year started. Just think of next Sunday. I know I'm getting ahead of ourselves here. Think how big next Sunday could be, right?
Well, in a number of different ways. So actually, in one way, kind of unfortunate. So I don't know why I fell into this trap within the last couple of weeks. But I just had in my mind, based on all the scenarios that were out there across the NFC, if the 49ers got to 9 wins, they're going to be in. Like, I knew it wasn't clinched, but the idea that somehow with head-to-head tiebreaker over the Eagles and over the Vikings and over the Falcons and all the different scenarios that were out there, how on earth would it be possible that the 49ers would get to 9-7 and not have it wrapped up? And in fact, I got a text from a good friend this morning, and he said, hey, how have the Eagles clinched the playoffs and the 49ers haven't, when they have the same record and the 49ers beat the Eagles? And I said, sit down. I can explain that to you. It's super annoying, and it's true. The bottom line is, Whitey, they're 9-7. They've got that 9th win. However, if somebody doesn't upset somebody this weekend, if an underdog doesn't win, Niners are going home.
You know what, though? Call me crazy. The way those pesky Falcons performed yesterday in the snow, I think they're going to give the Saints all they can handle. 49ers hopefully take care of business against the Rams, but if the 49ers don't for whatever reason, I still think there's a realistic chance that the Falcons rise up and smite down the Saints and maybe the 49ers back in.
I tell you what, I just watching the Saints yesterday, I do realize, yes, the Falcons will give them everything they can handle, but it's true. The Saints are our favorites next week. The 49ers are not. One of them is going to have to go the Niners' way, or else they go home. But time to worry about that down the road. The first thing is first, obviously, which is the assessment of Trey Lance. I do love the sound throughout the stadium. When the 49er offense took the field, you could feel the excitement in the building. Here comes Trey Lance. Everybody gets on their feet. Everybody's ready to go. And then like three and outs later, you're sort of sitting there going, okay, we're just waiting to explode here. Here's sort of what I feel, though, as the day goes. And I don't even just mean yesterday, I mean today. Something about the assessment of Trey Lance is starting to feel better and better as the day goes. This is classically, I think, one of those things that's growing on me a little bit. When you're a teenager, and I know you're supposed to wait till you're 21, but let's be honest, we all try, I think, most of us try beer when we're a teenager, right? When did you try beer for the first time?
I'd rather not go into that, but teenager, right. Yeah, that's about right.
Okay, sure. So Bingo. It was 11 for you. Whatever the point may be, Whitey, is this. You know how someone will always say to you, oh, beer is an acquired taste. And the first time you taste it, you're like, oh, it's actually kind of like coffee, too. I've got 3 kids. They taste my coffee. They're like, oh, my gosh, they do that bitter beer face thing. They're like, how on earth do you drink that? I go, well, ask yourself that again when you get to college, because you will too. I promise you, you will. It's one of those things that the first time you see it or experience it, you're like, oh gosh, this is not what I was kind of thinking. But he's growing on me, Whitey. And the more I start to look back, I watched a Baldy breakdown this morning of some of Trey's throws. And I think that what looked bad in the first half maybe clouded our vision of what were some very special throws in the second half. And maybe we should have, we should expect this to be a little bit of a slow start. He's a rookie. He's a rookie who was making his second start. I'm only going to put it at like a C+, B-. But the further I get away from yesterday's game, the better Trey Lance gets in my mind.
Here's the scary thing, though, Mark, and I would never, say this on the radio, but the scary thing is if you talk to fans, right, you listen to fans, and we're fans too, and most fans at this point are, yes, Trey Lance, he's got the ability to strike downfield in a way that Jimmy doesn't. He's going to be the starter eventually, so let's go. We're all in now on Trey Lance. But if you talk to football people actually played, like I was in for Damon on Friday, we had Jesse Sapolu on. Or if you listen to Joe Staley on the 49er postgame yesterday, or Dante Whitner, they all say, ooh, against the Rams, I'd rather have Jimmy, because with that pass rush, he gets the ball out. And Trey, some of that is because he's young and he needs to learn to get the ball out quicker, but that's also his DNA, because he can improvise and take shots downfield. He's never going to get the ball out as quickly as Jimmy. So it's just, that's what makes me nervous, is that the people who know say, against that Ram pass rush, I'd rather have Jimmy, because the Ram pass rush, nothing like what Trey Lance and the 49ers faced yesterday, of course.
Well, I can tell you exactly what that is and why the fans don't necessarily look at it that way. Do you know what those players are doing, those ex-players, the current players? They're living in the now. And we as fans, I have decided, have completely lost the ability to do that. We no longer can live in today. What have we been doing all Warriors season? We're watching the best team in the NBA. What's the lead story? What's the lead story?
Steph. And when's Clay coming back?
When's Clay coming back? When's Clay coming back? Can we, like, he's going to come back. Can we do now? How about the entire NBA structure of the way it does its whole season? We make a bigger deal about the first week of July, free agency, than we do the actual season. We've been doing this to Jimmy Garoppolo for the better part of 2 years. Okay, let's look forward. Let's look forward. When's Trey going to be ready? When are they going to get Trey? The second we see Trey, what do? Oh, this doesn't look good for 2022 and 2023. I think they made the wrong pick. We can't do now. Can somebody please can we do now? And here's where we are now. Trey got better in the second half than he did in the first half. That's what you want to see. I think you saw flashes of what you want to see out of your future quarterback, pushing the ball downfield, a little bit dynamic with his legs. Maybe not as dynamic as we thought, and we'll get to that. But now, and I've been saying this all year, and man, it makes people mad, there's no question when you watched that game yesterday who gives the 49ers a better chance to beat the Rams and win a playoff game. There's zero chance that that's Trey Lance. Of course it's Jimmy Garoppolo, and of course the team knows that. The veterans don't want rookies. You don't want to hand a playoff game, which essentially this weekend sort of is, you don't hand that to somebody making their third start when you have somebody over on the bench who's been to a Super Bowl. Now, if Jimmy's not healthy, that's different, and I don't know how to assess that. None of us do. But if he's healthy, of course Jimmy Garoppolo is your choice.
Yeah, there has been a bit of a charade going on, though, in terms of, do you like the way I say charade? I'm starting the new year with, fancy French pronunciations. But in terms of Jimmy's health, I had to laugh yesterday when the story came out that Jimmy Garoppolo will need surgery. Well, hello, that's because the ligament is torn off from the thumb. Right. It doesn't just crawl over there and reattach. So, yeah, Jimmy's thumb is pretty jacked up. So I wasn't at all surprised that he didn't play yesterday. The notion that, with a week off, maybe he's feeling better. I'm not a doctor, Mark. My mom used to work at a hospital, and one time I went to visit her, and she showed me a doctor doing an autopsy on some guy's brain, and I do have WebMD bookmarked. So I'm not a doctor, but I know a little bit about it. And you're right. We don't know exactly what's going on. Jimmy hasn't allowed me to examine him, but I'm not so sure he's going to be anything close to healthy given the nature of the injury and given what we do know about the fact that the UCL came off of the bone and took a piece of the bone away. It's tough to take a week off and then, all right, it's feeling pretty good. Let's go get the Rams.
No, I'm with you there, and so let me go ahead and further the statement I just made. If Jimmy's not healthy, then I think Trey did enough yesterday to where you say, all right, yes, maybe this will work out. But it's funny that that's, again, the conversation that we get to immediately moves to the future. We're obsessed with it. And I get it. There's actually some sort of optimism that's, I think, sort of wrapped in that. Look at what we're all experiencing in 2020 and then 2021. We all, every time we get to the new year, Goodbye, 2021. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. And we act like January 3rd, 2022 is somehow going to be different than December 31st, 2021. We're obsessed with the future because we have hope. So there is hope. But in that process, can we do now? Can we do today? Your point's a fair one. I doubt that Jimmy is going to be at full strength. And if he's not, you hate to put your not best foot forward by going out there at less than 100%. Give me the 100% player over the less than. But if everybody was 100%, I totally get why the locker room wants Jimmy Garoppolo. That's been their guy. That's been their guy every day for 4 years. Why would they? Why would they want something else at this point?
Mm-hmm. Well, presumably they want whatever they think is going to give the team the best chance to win. But being in the now, to your point, this is so much fun, right? This season, I know there's been a lot of angst and there's a lot of reasons to have trepidation going into this game. And will they miss the playoffs? Will they make the playoffs? To me, if you're a fan of a team in any sport and it's the end of the year and you're in it, that's great. That's a bonus. So I'm living in the now as a fan with this crucial game coming up. And it's a ton of fun. It's a great way to end a football season. Hopefully all goes well next week.
All right, so it is Willard and Dibs, 2022 version. Dibs is still, he's kind of a diva, so he's going to make his big 2022 debut another day. Like he wants to make an entrance, I guess. So Whitey and yeah, there you go. Whitey and Willard hanging out today, and very, very glad to be with you and energetic and ready to go. And you're certainly welcome at 888-957-9570. We're all sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. But your assessments of Trey Lance and how that evolved throughout the game. Like, Whitey, what were you thinking? Be honest now. What were you thinking at halftime?
I was thinking, I was kind of puzzled as Boomer Esiason was on the halftime shows, like, what's wrong? I mean, the 49ers running the ball successfully. I just wondered what the problem was because everything looked totally out of whack and out of sorts, and I was worried that they wouldn't be able to find the rhythm they needed, and that's how this strange season was going to end, with them wandering around against the Texans, losing a game that they had no business losing. That's what I was thinking at halftime.
Well, that's actually I applaud you, because that means you were staying in the moment, because I had conversations and I even let my mind go there for a second as well. Like, I took the dog for a walk. That's kind of my halftime.
Penny?
That's my process. Yeah. Penny went for a walk. She did it. The timing, we don't need to go TMI, but Penny's body clock throughout the day, it's perfect if there's a 1 o'clock kickoff. We get out there at 2:30, 2:45. Penny's ready to go. She does her thing. We get back inside, and we're ready for the second half. So it's taking her for a walk. And, in the neighborhood, it's kind of fun. Like, there are a lot of people walking their dogs, because I think they're all 49er fans, and this was the time to get out and do it. And so people were sort of sharing reactions out in the street, and I even fell into it myself, where I was just like, oh, this doesn't look good. This doesn't look. This is not what we expected. However, I was able to reel it back. This isn't about next year. It's not about the future. We don't assess the 49ers' first draft pick in 6 quarters. I'm not going to do that to him. It was more about just this game yesterday, and were they going to be able to find a way to win it? And I remained confident that they'd be able to do that. But my gosh, that first half, there were things that you saw where you're like, gosh, even though you're a rookie, you should be able to make that throw. The interception where he just flat out underthrew George Kittle, it started to spiral a little bit in your mind. But I was able to hold that off, and then so was he. He came out in the second half, and I mean, he was a different player for sure.
Yeah, I took my dog Moby for a walk pregame. We went out, I didn't want to risk missing the start of the second half, so we went out to the creek there before the game started. My point is, the 49ers in the first half, they did offensively what I think Penny and what I know Moby did about halfway through their walks. Right? It's like, oh my gosh, what is that?
Right. Yes. Yeah. I didn't there were little things. I even had a friend text me and go, you know what? He doesn't look very fast. So we've sort of got in our mind, and I'll even I binge watched over the holiday, which I don't do. I don't binge watch things because I don't understand how you all have time for that. But over the holiday, for the first time, I did, and I finished up. I finished up Colin in Black and White on Netflix, the Colin Kaepernick, right? I don't know if you watched that. It's actually pretty well done. It was pretty interesting. It's just 6 episodes, but I finished that up. And so,
what's your threshold, Mark? I'm sorry. What's your threshold for binging? How many episodes do you have to watch where you can feel like I binged? Right? It's got to be more than 2.
For me, it's not. I mean,
number 5.
if I get to put it this way, I'm not going to use the word binge on the second episode, but if I get through the second episode, I feel like I won.
All right.
I feel like if I'm not interrupted through 2 episodes, I won. That's a win.
To me, 3 is the binge threshold. But I'm sorry, I digress.
I was already 2 episodes in, so I only had 4 more to go, and I finished them over two nights. Over 2 nights. 2 episodes one night, 2 episodes the next night. To me, that's binge watching.
Borderline binge. Okay, we'll give it to you.
I don't know. Yeah, the rest of you with this whole, I was there from 9 in the morning till 9 at night. It's like, what? Do you have no obligations in life? Like, what? I don't understand. I've never understood how people do this. Everyone makes fun of me because I haven't seen anything. I wish I could see all these things. What are you all doing with yourselves? A dog and kids and 4 jobs and whatever. I don't know. I don't get it. But anyway, Kaepernick's on the brain, and so you watch Lance, and you think of Lamar Jackson, and you have this in your mind that he's got that kind of athleticism. I don't think he quite does. He's very, very athletic. But here was the interesting thing, Whitey. I was thankful. Trey does not have the athleticism that is going to push the 49ers to ever say, okay, go be Kyler Murray, go be Lamar Jackson, take this game over with your legs. I don't want that, because what's Lamar Jackson doing right now? He's hurt. He's out for the rest of the year. That's what usually happens in the NFL. Kyler Murray missed a great portion of the season this year. I know there are other quarterbacks who don't run, who get hurt a lot. Jimmy is one of them. But my point is I don't think it's very sustainable to run around that much in the NFL. I want Trey to use his running ability in spots when it's necessary, buy more time. I don't want to see the 49ers turn into, a constant read option team where he's running the ball down the field.
Here's what was most encouraging to me, because I was looking at the final numbers, and you look at the fact that the 49ers, they ran the ball 37 times, 4.7 yards a pop, and Lance's final numbers, he threw for 249 and 2 touchdowns. So I was thinking, how'd they only score 23? Something doesn't add up. But if you break it down, obviously, to the point you just made, the first half was a matter of Trey Lance and Kyle and the offense figuring things out. They outscored the lowly Texans. I think it was 20-0 in the second half. Correct. So it just took them a while to find that rhythm. What that means for this week, I don't know, but it was an ideal situation in which Trey Lance could re-enter the fray as a starter and get acclimated against a bad team. It was like a scrimmage, right? And by the second half, all right, they figured out a lot of things, and while overall it looked like, whoa, that was a narrow win, the second half was all 49ers, as it absolutely should have been.
Yeah, this was one of those games where you don't walk away impressed, but I'll be honest with you, even when it was 7-3 at half, I'm like, they're not losing this game. Mm-hmm. Like, the reason, and you may have noticed this, do you know that Trey Lance got announced as the starter? I think we felt it was likely all week long. But it was official by Friday night that Trey Lance was going to start this game. Vegas spread didn't do anything. It didn't go anywhere. It didn't change. In fact, by kickoff, it had gone up another point to 13.5. This was a game where the 49ers' abilities from top to bottom on the roster were simply going to overwhelm the Texans. Davis Mills was never going to put up a lot of points. He doesn't look bad, though, by the way. I don't know if he's a starter in this league, but at minimum, he's a high-quality backup. He looks poised. He can play a little bit, but the 49ers were always going to just just sort of physically wear down the Texans and overwhelm them at some point. So I don't know that was like that impressive of a second half, but hell, it was a lot better than the first half, that's for sure.
Yeah, it was reassuring, and it's also, you knew the 49ers wouldn't lose when you consider they had they had 13 considering the two officials, so it was 13 on 11 in that second half with the 49ers having a couple of officials in the back pocket.
How often do you have that feeling as a fan? Like that feeling that we got yesterday, that's a rare one, Whitey. When you sit down and you kind of want to look right, look left. You're like, oh my gosh, is anybody watching us right now? We just totally... Gene Steratore comes in and he's like, yeah, so they couldn't even get him on screen fast enough to explain one bad call before another one came. He's like, oh, God, they just messed this up sideways, and now the 49ers are going to take a 10-7 lead. That flipped the momentum in the game. And so what I do in those moments, Whitey, just file that one. The next time you're mad at a ref, I want you to think of the third quarter between the 49ers and the Texans and go, okay, I'm going to calm down again because we totally got away with one there. There's no question.
Yeah, the Harris fumble overrule because of forward progress. I know it's a little different because of the magnitude of the game, but if I may, Mark, that was Wilmer Flores' check swing bad. Just in terms of how bad was that call, it was that bad.
I mean, the pass interference was not as bad as the Harris pick and fumble, the forward progress one. That was, yeah.
Thank
the
you.
Niners got away with one there. Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Want to welcome in the twitch.tv/957 The Game audience, the youtube.com/957 The Game audience. Hello, and how are you? And the Comcast Business text line is always open to share your thoughts. If you're not one of the people who has the ability to call, or that's just not your thing, like if you just like, I want to fire off a thought, but I don't really want to, I don't want to go through the intimidation of Mark Willard asking me what I'm doing right now. If that's your thing, just text us, Comcast Business text line, 888-957-9570. So where are you on Trey Lance, Jimmy Garoppolo, after what we saw yesterday? Now we've got 4 more quarters of evidence. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Whitey Gleason in for Dibs today as we get 2022 started. Let's go to Javier in Vacaville. Javier, what are you doing?
How you doing, Mr. Willard? It's been a long time. How you doing, Mr. Whitey Gleason? How's everything? Good to hear from you both.
Yeah, how's everything in Vacaville?
It is what it is. Just got done talking to your nephews, Mr. Brandon Flair and Tyler Flair, my best friends. And Mr. Willard, congratulations on this, tremendous opportunity. I ain't spoke to you since I think you've taken over 95-7, 9-12 spot. But, let's get to the football aspect of things. You're welcome. The football things, the Niners, have fan base, prisoners of the moment. And you spoke on that earlier, touched on that point. And I try to see the macro. I think Trey Lance is going to be a fine quarterback in this league. He's 21 years old. He was literally born in the 2000s. So, let's just temper down expectations of, he obviously didn't have the best first half, but, we got the win by 16 points. He made some crucial plays. And if you watch the pass he had when he went from left hash and rolled out to his right hash and threw back across the field with that velocity in the throw, that's just something Garoppolo cannot do. But what's most important that I hope we touch on is Trey Lance is going to set us up for the future for the next 5 years, barring injury, barring any type of, lack of development from what we've seen. But I don't think the 49ers are making the playoffs. And the sad part about it is they would have handled their business against Tennessee or Green Bay or against Arizona, against Colt McCoy, etc. The Colts in that rain game. I don't see them beating the Rams. And it's not even about beating the Rams because with the Cardinals win, the Rams are still playing for the first overall seed in the NFC West and winning the division. And people are so worried about the game yesterday. Well, the game's over with now. But how is Shanahan going to prepare ourselves to win the game that we need to win? Do you see the Niners beating the Rams 6 consecutive times? Because I can't see that because Niners have beat them 5 consecutive contests. And I don't see the Falcons beating the Saints. And it's sad because we had our own destiny in our hands. We dropped the ball, literally.
Well, that's fair, Javier, but here's what I would say. It's interesting. You say, like, do you see the 49ers beating the Rams 6 consecutive times? You don't see it. Well, how does a Rams fan feel when you say, boy, do you see yourselves beating the 49ers after not beating them 5 times in a row? Sure, I could see the 49ers beating the Rams. Absolutely, I can see the 49ers. Now, I could see your point happening, too. I think this is a nerve-wracking weekend, Whitey, because these two games both feel a little bit like toss-ups. Javier's right. The Rams are going to try. They're not going to mail this one in. If anyone's mailing it in this weekend, it's Atlanta, although I don't think they will. And the Saints are my gosh, they were not that impressive yesterday either. This is a weird weekend, and you're going to have to buckle up a little bit because we don't know who the quarterback is going to be, and both of these games are probably going to be tight until the end. The Rams were not very impressive yesterday. They snuck it out in the end, but Matt Stafford looks like he's good for a pick six every weekend right now. Yep. And they almost lost to Baltimore and their backup quarterback. Yeah, the 49ers could win this, but like I said earlier, one underdog is going to have to win or the 49ers are going home. And I don't know as a fan base if we're all that prepared for that, because for a while we thought that if they get to 9 wins, they're in.
Yeah, and don't overlook this. Yeah, the Rams beat the Ravens yesterday, but they also beat up each other with Ramsey and Taylor Rapp. I don't remember the last time I saw two guys throwing punches in the defensive huddle like that. So I don't know. I'm sure that'll be downplayed and, we worked it out and it's just brothers and all that. But that's not a good sign before a crucial game for the Rams.
No, and that's Jalen Ramsey. He does that. And speaking of uncomfortable behavior on the football field, if you still have questions about what exactly went on with Antonio Brown yesterday, Ian Rappaport has some of the behind-the-scenes details on what took place on the sideline and why, and we'll have that for you coming up in just a moment. We'll continue to take your calls at 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Whitey today, in for Dibs. It's all sponsored by AC Transit. Find a career with great benefits and work-life balance and do what you love. AC Transit is hiring bus operators now. Paid training is provided. Join their team and keep the East Bay moving. Apply today at actransit.org/careers. Your calls, the Antonio Brown saga, more on Trey Lance next on 95.7 The Game.
Join the conversation on 95.7 The Game with the Comcast Business Text Line.
is no longer a Buck. And, predictable, maybe. I mean, Antonio Brown's behavior has always been all over the place, at least in recent years. Tom Brady came out and preached compassion, said that there's a lot going on there that you may not know about. But I just think as a fan of football, you watched that and you're like, God, what happened? Well, Ian Rappaport on what happened.
Midway through the game yesterday, Bruce Arians and the offensive staff told Antonio Brown to go into the game. They believed that he was healthy. Antonio Brown did not believe that he was healthy. He had been battling an ankle injury for the last several weeks, did not practice Thursday, did not practice Friday, and I know personally had some doubts whether or not he would be able to be out there and play. What he told the staff, from what I understand, is that he was not going into the game because in his mind, he did not feel he was healthy. The response then from the offensive coaches and from Bruce Arians was, if you are not going to go into the game, when we tell you to go into the game, then you cannot be here. At that point, they threw him off the sidelines and then cut him from the team. So Antonio Brown, which Bruce Arians announced at the post-game press conference, he is no longer part of the team. They essentially told him that on the sideline, send him packing, leading Antonio Brown with $1 million incentive right within his reach. He was going to get it. He left all of that, left the field, and now is no longer a member of the Buccaneers.
Before we get back to all the Trey Lance stuff, Whitey, does it change your opinion at all, whatever your opinion was, based on the knowledge that Brown had already been basically cut from the Bucs before he left the sideline?
Antonio Brown is not very well tethered to reality. I take my cues from Tom Brady, who said we should just have compassion for him. I feel like he's been done a disservice by every team going back to the Raiders who traded for him. Teams have been trying to figure out, look, we know this guy's got issues, but hey, boy, he can play football. So it was funny. Peter King today wrote, Brown may need professional help. You think? He may need professional help? Yeah, he may. He may. And I also just want to give the 49ers credit. You go back to when Antonio Brown was going to be traded and he ended up with the Raiders. And the 49ers, they needed help at wide receiver.
Yeah,
and they were interested. And according to reports, they decided very early on they were not going to pursue him because a report came back from a Steeler assistant who said one day on the sidelines, I think it might have been a crucial game against the Bengals, and Antonio Brown went up to the coach. This is when he's with the Steelers. He says, hey, just so you know, I'm not blocking today. And when the 49ers heard about that, given how Kyle feels about his wide receivers and what they need to do, at that point, the 49ers wisely decided, that's fine. Good luck to you. We are not interested. So I wish all the best for Antonio Brown, but I don't see how anybody, certainly not the Bucs, can be surprised that it's come to this. And fingers crossed that he gets the help he needs.
Yeah, well, and it's hard to believe him getting another shot in the NFL now. Although, again, the fact that he was cut before he left, maybe that changes the story in the minds of some. But when the Rams play the 49ers, I always think of the dynamic that you're talking about, which is that the 49ers, they have been tied to big names like that, risk-taking type moves. They've been tied to that a lot through the years, and they almost always don't do it. And the Rams almost always do. The Rams have, I've talked about this so much, it's talent collection over team building. They play a game called I've Heard of You. If they've heard of you, they're like, yep, we want you. Sure, Jalen Ramsey. Yes, Von Miller. Sure, Matt Stafford. Yes, Odell Beckham. And while you could argue, hey, they have a shot to go win the division this weekend and the 49ers don't, I'd also turn and argue and say, based on the talent collection they have, they probably should have played better this year. Like Matt Stafford has not been great. He has not been great. He's been, I think he leads the league in pick sixes. He's got more this year than Aaron Rodgers has in his career. So I don't know. I don't know where I stand on that, but the 49ers often make that decision to not go after risks like that. And I think more often than not, that ends up working for them. Okay, here we go. Wait till you see where Trey Lance sits on this list. And Whitey, I'll put it to you. Why don't we do top 5 offensive 49er players in this game on PFF and bottom 5. Bottom 5 and top 5, and see how many you can come up with. Let's do top 5 first. This is tough because it could be any offensive player, any position. But the top 5, Whitey, take your shot.
I'm going to go with 119 yards rushing, Elijah Mitchell.
Elijah Mitchell came in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 8th. Sorry, that is not, yes, 8th. He was good, but he was not top 5.
Not top 5. How about 4 catches for 94 yards, Brandon Ayuk?
Brandon Ayuk, number 1. 85.8, top graded offensive player in the game.
Okay, and this is just offense, you say, right?
Just offense. We'll do 3 strikes for offense and 3 strikes on the bottom as well.
All right, Debo's got to be on there because he ran for 19 and he caught 3 passes for 63 and a touch. So Debo Samuel.
No, I'm sorry. That is incorrect. Debo Samuel is not on the top 5. You have one more strike.
Show artist.
We are doing the show from home, so that's possible, but not at this hour. Ask me again in 2 more hours. All right. You have one more guess, and if not, the Smith family over here is ready to steal.
They've always annoyed me. I don't like the Smith family. I don't want to give them the chance to humiliate me, so I'm going Trent Williams.
Trent Williams, number 4. That is a correct answer. Good answer. Good answer. Good answer.
Woo!
All right. You got, keep going.
Let's see here. Boy, the way they ran the ball. I'm going to just take a flyer on, I know he's a fine run blocker, Tom Compton. Give me Tom Compton.
Tom Compton, number 5. That's correct. That's an amazing guess.
Yes.
That's an incredible guess. I was like, there's no way in hell he's ever going to get Tom Compton. He did. He did. Straight out of Compton, Whitey. Good job.
Yeah. What do I have? One more to get? I guess just for the sake
you got 2 more to get, but you got 1 more strike.
One more strike. I'll probably strike out here. I'm going to go the obvious. I went Compton one way. It paid off. Trey Lance.
No, sorry. Trey Lance. That's 3 strikes.
Smith family.
And the Smith family is ready. They will say George Kittle, and they will steal as Kittle was number 2. All right. Top 5, Ayuk, Kittle, Laken Tomlinson, Trent Williams, Tom Compton. Here's why I bring this up. You ready for the bottom group for the 49ers yesterday as far as PFF grades?
I'm ready.
Okay? All right, here we go. The lowest graded players were JaMychal Hasty. This is from the bottom up. JaMychal Hasty, Travis Benjamin, Jeff Wilson, who I didn't even know played. I mean, I knew he was active. Do you remember anything Jeff Wilson related yesterday?
No.
I don't. Like, poor guy went out there, probably tripped and fell one time, and they're like, you were terrible. Debo Samuel, only a 58.8 grade yesterday. Alex Mack, and also these are all the 49ers who were below 60. Trey Lance. Trey Lance at 59.3 was one of the lowest graded offensive players on the field. Does that surprise you a little bit?
A little bit. I'm a little surprised at Kittle. You know, that was an obvious guess, and he just had 1 catch, and I'm guessing he did a fine job blocking.
Yep,
yeah,
he always does.
Debo surprises me a little. I wonder what that's about. Trey Lance, was that because the interception missed? It must be because they felt that he didn't make throws that he should have made, which is difficult to determine when you're watching the game on the television.
Well, I'll give you an example of one thing that I think shows up, for instance, in PFF, and maybe shows up on our, in our eyes as well when we're watching the game, but it's hard to find in a box score. Do you remember there was a play in the first half, and I feel like it was either second or third down. It was an easy first down. Trey Lance did that classic sort of, they run the offense one way, and he does the bootleg, and one of the running backs will run with him out into the flat. And in this case, it was Kyle Juszczyk. And so not to get too X's and O's here, but Juszczyk was just out there by himself. And he was 5 yards away from Trey Lance. And Trey threw it behind him. And he made him stop. And he had to stop, and he made the catch, and then the defense caught up to him and knocked him down for about a gain of 3. It was an easy gain of 12 if Trey makes an easy throw. But he didn't do it. And those were the moments for me where I'm like, is that – are those just jitters? You know what I mean? Because you don't need to be a seasoned quarterback to make that throw. You just need to be an NFL quarterback. And in the first half, he was missing some of those. And that's why I think we felt a little ill on our dog walks at halftime, because we're like, my gosh, can he not even make that throw? But then he came out in the second half and he made some elite throws.
I'm interested to know whether you talk to your dog on your walks, because I talk to my dog. I talk to him all the time. And if someone's there and they hear it, it's like, I don't care. I'm talking to my dog. But do you talk to Penny on your walks?
Absolutely, but it's usually like, Penny, go. We've got to get back to the second half. You go now. The grass is right here. Go right now. Yeah, that's usually all I say to her.
Yeah, that throw, and I think there was at least one other one in the flat. It reminded me of Jimmy Garoppolo. Because how many times have we seen Jimmy over the years, especially going back a couple years, where he'd have like Tevin Coleman in the flat, and there's nobody near him, and Jimmy would airmail him by like 8 yards. Jimmy sometimes misses on those throws by a wide margin.
I feel like Jimmy more misses the wheel routes where Juszczyk ends up. Remember the game in Tennessee? You had the wheel route where Juszczyk is by himself and he hucks it over his head, but that was further downfield. I actually think Jimmy is really good when the throws are 10 yards and in. That's what he's really good at. Trey almost looked more comfortable when he was throwing the ball 20 yards down the field.
Yeah, well, that's one of the things that critics will say, right? Is that he only knows the one speed. He's got the fastball, doesn't have any other pitches, so to speak. But remember, Garoppolo, not that this is about Garoppolo, but Jeff Wilson Jr.
It's always about Garoppolo, Whitey. It's
against the Bears.
About Garoppolo.
When Jeff Wilson Jr. is like standing there like 6 yards away, if you throw it to me, Jimmy, I have a whoa, he missed me. So it happens. But that was just about Trey Lance settling down. I know that's cliche, but I think we saw that yesterday in the second half. He seemed to be a different guy and a lot more comfortable. Things probably, again, lapsing into cliche, slowed down, right? You figure the first quarter, he probably took him a while to realize, what is going on here? How does this all work? And he just had to learn to breathe a little bit. And to the point you made in the first segment, he had to learn to live in the now a little bit, which he did in the second half.
Live in the now. Yeah, we need a little Wayne's World.
Zen.
Live in the now. Yeah, absolutely. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Whitey is in for Dibs as we get 2022 started. Your thoughts on Trey Lance, on what this means going forward. By the way, you mentioned earlier that you are not a doctor, but you have been to WebMD. Is that correct?
That is confirmed.
All right, so if you've been to WebMD, it sounds to me like you are feeling like Jimmy is still very unlikely for this weekend too. Is that correct?
That'd be my guess. It's 40-60 at best that he plays based on what we know. I don't know a lot, but I do know that.
I'll say this. This weekend, and then, you've got the following weekend. The 49ers have 2 chances to get in this weekend. I know that's not a very comfortable thought necessarily, but they have 2 chances to get in this weekend. If they do, and again, neither one of us are doctors, and the 49ers are not going to be honest with anybody about injuries. Kyle Shanahan said last week, like he's getting this close to never talking about injuries again. And I kind of get it. You know what I mean? Like, that's not his role. His role within the team is not to understand what's going on inside Jimmy Garoppolo's thumb. That's not what he does. So I don't know how to sort of unpack this opinion. I just know that if Jimmy can throw accurately, I would rather have him play in the playoffs than Trey Lance. Not for excitement level, not for the playbook. I get it. The playbook in the second half yesterday is the playbook that we want, right? I mean, the Deebo Samuel touchdown was kind of orgasmic, Can we all just admit that for a second?
Mm-hmm.
That was kind of orgasmic. Like, you've got to play fake, you're going to roll right, throw back across the field out to open space, hit Deebo Samuel 40 yards down the field, have him make a move and go into the end zone. That's the kind of play that we're waiting for. So when you see that, you get excited. But by the same token, I also feel like it brings too many rookie mistakes to the party when you're going to be going against the best teams in the NFC. If they get there, I would, if healthy, I'd rather have Jimmy than Trey.
Yeah, and this gets back to the particulars of this game. And one of the things Jimmy does very well that I don't think he gets credit for, Mark, is that he does get the ball out. Yeah, he doesn't have the arm strength that Trey Lance has. He can't challenge a defense vertically the way Trey Lance does, but he gets the ball out. You go back to 2019 when the 49ers got to the Super Bowl, and the offensive line at times there during the season was in tatters, but they were able to deal with that, weather that storm, because Jimmy, he didn't give the defensive line time to get him because he gets the ball out, especially important this week. So you're probably not going to have that with Trey Lance playing. Here's the other thing about Jimmy, if he's compromised, why I'd be reluctant to play him. You go back to the Tennessee game, and he had some nice throws, started out great, then got hurt. And the thing about the thumb, it seemed to be in that game, he played, made some nice throws, but it looked like there was every so often those throws like to use check where it's like, what was that? Jimmy's always been prone to that, but if he's got an injury that makes him more prone to those out of the blue, that one came out of his hand funny. In a game against the Rams, I don't want to take that chance.
Let me ask you this. Do you feel like you're good at math?
Pretty good, yeah. Not as good as I should be, but I didn't study it as hard as I should have. But, yeah, sure. I play Yahtzee, and I don't need a calculator when I play Yahtzee, like the kids today.
I do love to. I have a quick philosophical Yahtzee question then. When you get stuck, do you take the zero on Yahtzee, or do you try to play it out and go for it, like hold that Yahtzee space as a possibility for later in the game?
Let me ask you a question in answering your question. What is the name of the freaking game? What is the name of the game?
It's Yahtzee, Whitey.
Yahtzee, right.
The name is Yahtzee.
You never cross out Yahtzee. You never. And by the way, I'm with you. You put a zero, you don't cross it out. Yes, put a zero.
No,
but
you put a zero.
Never zero out Yahtzee. Never.
You put the zero on the ones first. That's what you do. You cough up the ones and you hope to get 4 of one of the other numbers.
Sure.
And then, thank you very much. I appreciate it. So seeing as we've now established that both of us are so good at math, can you help me with something? A few weeks ago, the 49ers playoff odds were at about 88%. Then they lost to the Tennessee Titans, which is still the game that's going to be bouncing around in my mind as the frustrating one because they were just so clearly flat out the better team. I mean, they should have been up like 21-0 there in the first half. And Jimmy made bad throws, and so they weren't. And then suddenly everything changed in the second half. But more on that in a second. They lose to Tennessee. The playoff calculator goes all the way down to 80%. Then other things start happening. The Eagles are winning games. The Saints upset the Bucks. Remember that one. And then now the playoff calculator is at about 64%. Help me understand something. If the 49ers are way less than 50-50 to beat the Rams because they're a 5.5-point underdog, and the Saints are way more than 50-50 to beat the Falcons because they're 4-point favorites on the road. How is it that the 49ers are north of 50% to make the playoffs? It looks to me like right now, I get that there's 2 chances, but both of them are way less than 50-50. Right now, Vegas is telling us the 49ers are going home next week.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the answer to the question, and it's not a pleasant answer. Maybe it's not something you wanted to hear. Who do you think is a better draw on television for the networks? Do you think the nation is going to tune to a Saints game or more likely to tune to a 49er game?
Well, I mean, we know the answer to that. The Saints don't even Saints don't even have a quarterback situation that's solidified. Yeah, Kyle, what's going on?
So the odds that these playoff calculators run are based on like simulations of players who are in games. The betting lines are just set to get 50-50 action, right?
No, I understand that. I understand.
So they're not one and the same.
They're not one and the same, but they're also not completely divorced. Like the 49ers are not supposed to beat the Rams.
Sure.
Yes?
Sure.
And the Falcons are not supposed to beat the Saints. In fact, that number has gone up. It's gone up from 4 to 4.5. That's mainly because the Saints care and the Falcons don't.
Mm-hmm.
But like, we need a significant upset to happen, or else they go home. True?
What I'm getting at, Mark, is I think we saw a little bit of it yesterday, kind of an NBA referee style massaging of the results to make sure that the 49ers get in and the Saints don't. The 49ers may have that in their back pocket if they need it, based on what we saw yesterday with the officials.
Wait a minute.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
You're putting something to this in the third quarter. You're saying bigger conspiracy theory now.
I may be suggesting that on some level. If you're wondering, how can these odds add up this way and these percentages? Maybe somebody who's making these percentages realizes the 49ers perhaps they'll have a little extra help if they need it. Hopefully they won't, but maybe they will if they need it.
Kyle, did you have something else?
No, I don't have anything else. Back to you, Mark.
Okay.
Good call.
I thought he was like, yeah, I got more on that. And he's like, no, I don't. I don't have anything more.
Kyle Madsen live from the studio. Mark, back to you.
All right. That was great. That was a great contribution.
Phenomenal.
To the program. Okay. Yeah, that's where we sit, and it does. We talked about this earlier. Sunday is a day where I think everybody needs to have their their stomach medicine on standby, because now is that Saints game? That Saint game is going to be in the late window as well, right? They move it to the late window
because
so that these
matters.
games are right. Well, not only because it matters, but it affects what the 49ers would potentially do. Right? If they play that in the morning and the Saints lose, well, then Nate Sudfeld's suddenly playing, right? So they're going to play all that at the same time. So at 1:25 on Sunday, here comes Saints game, 49ers game, side by side. And then at 5:30, once we've all got the final answer, we may have Klay Thompson returning at Chase Center. That's possible. More on that coming up in just a few. It's Whitey in for Dibs. We are wide open for your Trey Lance reaction and assessment at 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Has this ever happened to you? I bought football tickets for my husband's birthday, and now I'm in a football bubble.
hard that your stomach hurts during the show. Grab the family and get your tickets. The Spread Game Tour is coming. Don't miss the Globetrotters in the Bay Area from January 14th to 16th. Go to harlemglobetrotters.com/Bay Area.
You want to know what wagertainment is? It's the picks, the analysis, the information, mixed with the laughter and the entertainment. Smart sports betting content that'll put a smile on your face.
The BetQL Network, streaming live each day and helping you bet smarter.
If you're a sports fan, you know why you should listen. It's sports betting content without the BS. No hot takes, no nonsense.
All the insight you need to bet smarter is at BetQL.com. And listen to the BetQL Network, streaming live right now on Odyssey.
It's a new year, and for businesses, that means a new start. Whatever the year ahead holds, now Comcast Business is making it easy to get going with the Ready, Set, Save sale. Get started with fast and reliable internet and voice for $64.99 a month, and save with a 2-year price guarantee. Switching is easy with flexible installation times, and you'll also get backing from an expert team 24/7, so you can focus on planning the year ahead. Plus, for even more value, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card with qualifying internet. Get a great deal for your business with the Ready, Set, Save sale today. Comcast Business, powering possibilities. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 35 megabits per second internet and one voice mobility customers only. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Prepaid card offer ends 2/28/22. Call or go online for details.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It's Willard and Dibs 2022 version, except for not quite fully yet on the Dibs side of things because Whitey is in for Dibs to get our year started. Whitey, fun having you. How you doing, man? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Thanks. As I said earlier, hopefully Dibs is doing fine back soon, but I'm thrilled to be with you today with so much going on, Mark.
Tons going on. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. By the way, give me 15 seconds on what you did do on New Year's Eve.
We played Wii.
All right.
Wii boxing, bowling, and we enjoyed Japanese noodles. My mother-in-law is from Okinawa, and Oshogatsu is a big Japanese tradition for New Year's. So we had noodles symbolizing good luck and long life, and we played Wii boxing, bowling, and golf.
All right, so a little different on my end with some overlap. We did Panda Express. Is that we watched movies? I punt on New Year's Eve repeatedly. It's kind of amateur hour in my mind, but especially once you've got little kids looking at you. I have to confess, Whitey, at the strike of midnight, I was asleep. That's what I was doing.
We ushered in the new year. We had I was staying at someone's house. I guess no one anticipated we were going to be up. There was no alcohol. So this is embarrassing. We all had cookies and we held up cookies and we clinked cookies and yay, Happy New Year. That's what we did.
Speaking of which, radio is theater of the mind. So I'll allow you all to, I'll allow you all to hear that right here. But don't worry, it's just a sparkling water. Twitch.tv/957 The Game, YouTube.com/957 The Game. And I just want to let the audience know, I'm going to apologize before it happens. But because the show is now an hour in, we're doing it from home this week. I have let Penny into the quote unquote studio with me here. So the Twitch and YouTube audience, if you'd like to get a look at Penny, she's right behind me. The window is open behind me, and she's like trying to stick her head out. If another dog walks by, Penny's going to make a huge appearance on this show because she's going to go crazy. But she was looking a little lonely in the other room, so Penny has joined us. Just be forewarned.
All right. I'm hoping to get, and I apologize, I'm having some issues on the video end. I got my dog Moby, who is, based on Moby, we're not having the most exciting show. He's been snoring and sleeping through the whole first hour, but hopefully I'll get him to make his debut. By the way, Moby is not a big Dibley fan. He does not care for Mr. Dibley. I don't know what that's about.
I get it. I totally get it without saying anything more. I get it. But anyway, 888-957-9570 is the number. I feel like it was a day to process. It was a day to sit down, be very excited about what you're about to see, and then you saw it for a quarter and you went, oh boy, it's going to get better, right? And then by the end of the second quarter, you're like, I don't think it's going to get better, Mom. And then it did get better. But did it get better enough? And then there was just this overall realization of the 49ers are not playoff safe by any stretch of the imagination. So there's a lot going on. But what I keep going back to, Whitey, with regard to Trey, I keep going back to let's just make it about yesterday. I have a good friend. He's one of my closest friends.
That must be nice.
Yeah, I do. I have a good friend. There it is.
Great.
That's the end of the story. I have a good friend. No, so his name will stay out of this because it'd be a little embarrassing. But this is like back in college. And this buddy didn't always have the best luck with the ladies. And so he's telling me a story one time. He was on a long drive. I think he was like driving home from college back to the Bay or whatever. And you ever have one of these situations where somebody starts flirting with you on the road, like from one car to another? Like you're on the open road and
what's that like? Wow.
I mean, somebody starts making eyes at you or whatever. Like there's just some sort of nonverbal communication taking place at high speeds. It's very, very, it's not advisable. But anyway, he's telling me this story that some girl is driving alongside him and starts sort of, waving and whatever, kind of making wink eyes or who knows what. Well, he starts getting into it, obviously. Nothing ever happens. The two of them are just driving for, 5 miles, 10 miles, back and forth. There's this communication. And at a certain point, he goes, I don't know, man, like she was so pretty. And I just started thinking, like, I got to find a way to, like, motion for her to pull over because I'm thinking, this is crazy. Like, this doesn't happen to me. Like, maybe this is the one.
Wow.
And I went, okay, first of all, go take a shower, buddy. Like, your mind went from there's a Toyota in the next lane to maybe I'm going to marry this girl, and you haven't even spoken to each other for one word. The reason this story popped into my head today is because of how all of us watched Trey Lance yesterday. Yesterday was about yesterday. It was about assessing whether or not Trey is good enough to play this weekend, potentially in the playoffs if they make it. I've gotten myself to peel out of the idea of thinking about what this means for next season, the season after that. The point is, Whitey, it's way too early to start talking about whether or not Trey was the right pick, which I saw a lot of people do yesterday.
It also speaks, your story also speaks to how we believe what we want to believe, right? Your friend believed that his future was in that Toyota next to him because on some level, that's what he wanted to believe. Either that or he also had recently seen, Chevy Chase and Christy Brinkley and he made the whole thing up. That's also a possibility.
Holiday Road.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
When Christy, if it was Christy, I'd have been like, yeah, buddy, she's the one. Like, let's go. I don't think it was Christy. It was just some other girl,
Yeah. But if Trey Lance helps him get into the playoffs, I do think to a small degree, but to a degree that would justify the selection, right? So maybe I'm disagreeing with you here. I think if Trey Lance plays well next week and they beat the Rams and they get in, then I think you could say, you know what? So far, it's early. We can't make a complete determination, but so far, hey, first year in, Trey Lance takes him into the postseason. That proves that was the right move to make. And then if he actually wins a playoff game, then we're on to something.
I tell you what, next week is a very, very different animal that a lot of us, I don't think we're thinking about. Like if you actually Put Trey in these scenarios. Aaron Donald and a very, very different pass rush is coming at you. You're on the road. He started a road game in the division earlier this year. They only scored 10 points. They only scored 23 in this one because they only got 3 in the first half, and this was a home game against an awful team. Like, ask yourself this. If Jimmy's playing yesterday, 49ers go north or south of 30 points?
Yeah, I think they would have scored. They would have scored closer to 40. Yeah.
See, these are the things that we have to ask ourselves to check our own opinion. We want to love Trey Lance. My buddy wanted that girl to pull over in the Toyota. He wanted it to be something. But those can often be just concoctions of our mind because we want to love Trey and we want to be able to dismiss Jimmy because we know that's the way this story is going to end. But if we sit here right now today and check ourselves by asking honest questions, do the 49ers win that game by 3 or 4 touchdowns if Jimmy is playing? The answer is yes. The answer is absolutely yes. And who do you trust to get the ball out quicker when Aaron Donald is coming this weekend, Jimmy or Trey? The answer is easy. I'm not saying Trey shouldn't play. He probably should. Jimmy's hurt. I'm not saying Trey can't do it. But that's where we are right now. This weekend's a very, very different assignment for Trey than last weekend was.
Yes, that said, and all that is true. The second half, as I mentioned earlier, we know that the 49ers won the second half 20-0, right? Yes. Yesterday, and I know that, they had scored late, and that's about what they should do against the Texans. Took them a while to get going. So there is that. But to your larger point about evaluating Trey Lance, let's not forget this. And I do think that if they win next week, then their whole thing is trending in the right direction. But they didn't trade all the way up to 3 to get Trey Lance just because they want him to be better than Jimmy. They didn't trade all the way up because they want him to be pretty good. He's got to be, for that trade to be justified, at some point, and it's far too early for us to be there, he's got to be like an elite level quarterback because that's what Kyle said before the draft. We were winning the Super Bowl 28-3, and then we lost, and I realized, wow, you need a guy like that on the other side. So Trey Lance has to end up being like an uber elite quarterback for this trade to ultimately be justified. Based on what we saw yesterday, there's a chance of that, right? We're on the right track. But if he gets them into the postseason and they win a postseason game, they got to feel pretty good about things.
888-957-9570. If we were able to, and we can't, but if we were able to assume all health, who would you want to start this weekend against the Rams? Trey Lance or Jimmy Garoppolo? We can get into that. 888-957-9570. I do think he did enough, Whitey, and I'm talking about Lance. Mm-hmm. He did enough to say that now you can look at Jimmy and be like, dude, just let us know when you're healthy. Let us know when you're healthy because I don't think you want something like a lesser version of Jimmy to start over Trey Lance. I would pick Jimmy if it was all of Jimmy, but I don't think all of Jimmy is going to be available, potentially not for the rest of the year.
I think what it's going to come down to is Kyle Shanahan trying to figure out how to game plan around the Rams' pass rush. And that gets to quick slants, things that Jimmy does so well. So that's going to be the adjustment, is trying to keep Trey Lance this week out of 3rd and longs. It was funny because we had Marty Morningweg on last week. I was on the morning show with Stephen and Lowe, and we asked Coach Morningweg, what do you do when you have Trey Lance in this situation? He went through something similar with Lamar Jackson, and he said, you got to avoid 3rd and long. And I think their first possession, they were looking at 3rd and 8. I was like, this isn't working.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you. I was like, wow, you talked to Marty Morningweg and you're on the morning show now, huh? I was just in a haze, like wrapping Christmas gifts, and you were being fancy. That's fine. I'm fine with that. Good for you.
Well, yeah, kind of I was Nate Sudfeld last week. I was Nate Sudfeld. I was off the bench filling in where needed.
Why don't you text Marty Morningweg right now and see what he thinks of all of this? Go ahead. That's fine.
All right. Get him on the show. He's tremendous.
I never worked with Marty Morningweg at Fox. I never did. I don't know Marty.
You know what? I like that. I'm not going to say we talked to Marty. I'm going to say I was working with Marty. That's what I'm going to say. I was working with Marty last week.
Yeah, you were.
But 3rd and long, and they were facing 3rd and long their first possession. So, yeah, it's a daunting challenge this week. I know there's a lot of excitement out there. Trey Lance here. Look, he can do things Jimmy can't do. But it is a really, really tough matchup for anybody, let alone a rookie quarterback.
I just feel like the whole 49ers season, one way or another, we've never been able to just let it be a football season. Isn't that the weirdest thing? We've gotten to the final week, and at no point has the main conversation ever been, hey, I hope the 49ers win this week, and I hope they make the playoffs. Like, the way normal fans just root for your team to win, and then you're bummed when they lose. It's never been about that. It's always been about something else. It's about Kyle and his play calling. It's about should they start Trey. It's about was Trey the right pick. It never got to a point where we could just sit back and if you're a 49er fan, root for them to win. And in fact, I still think we're there. They are literally going into a win-and-in scenario on the road against their rival in the Rams, and still our number one question is, which quarterback should be starting?
I think that's because it's been so nonlinear. You look at the Giants, and the Giants, they won 3 World Series, and then things kind of fell apart a little bit. They brought in Farhan. They started getting better. They started getting better still, and then, they took a gigantic leap, but they were already trending in that direction after the strike, the shortened season. So that's a little more logical. The Warriors were bad. They had Mark Jackson. They tanked. They got Harrison Barnes. The Splash Brothers came to the forefront. All of a sudden, wow, you see things are getting better. And then, boom, they took off in 2015. They won. They bring in Durant. The 49ers have been, wow, Kyle came in. Ooh, they're not very good. They're still not very good. They're really good. Oh, they're not good again. What's going on? It's been up and down and up and down. So as a fan, you're hanging on and you're wondering, what's really going on here? Does anybody know what they're doing? Some of that is the nature of football, the pandemic, and all of the injuries. But that's why I think it's been so difficult for 49er fans, because it started off poorly, then you have that great year. And since that great year, it's been more, hey, I'm not sure this is working.
Do you know what's interesting, though? It hasn't been as up and down as we would make it out to be. If you really look at now the 49ers over the last 10 weeks, okay? Just go over the last 10 weeks. I realize where they were at when they fell to 2-4, and everyone was super frustrated. Lance had his start at Arizona. They come off the bye. Nobody thought the Colts were any good, and it was raining, and the 49ers got beat soundly in that game. Now, as it turns out, looking back on that, Colts are not a bad football team. And so the 49ers were 2-4. From that point forward, they are 7-3, and if you just, I understand that the losses don't feel good because they feel blown. The game in Seattle felt like it was blown. You had a big lead. The game in Tennessee felt like it was blown because you had a big lead. The home game against Arizona and Colt McCoy, not that one. It may have surprised us, but they just got totally outplayed in that game. But that's a 10-game stretch where they went 7-3, and 2 of the 3 losses, you just felt like they coughed it up, but they were the better team on the field. Well, if they were the better team on the field, then that means that 9 out of the last 10 weeks, they felt like they were the better team on the field, and they've won 7 of them. They really haven't been that bad, but it just it doesn't feel like it can get beyond a B+ for whatever reason. It hasn't matched what we think they can be. It's sort of a window into the bar that's been set, though, which is pretty freaking high.
Yeah, 49er fans get to the Super Bowl. You think, all right, we've arrived. This is it. We're going to be relevant for a while, hopefully win another Super Bowl or 2. And instead, wow, missed the playoffs, and they could miss the playoffs again. You're right. They've played better, but that Tennessee loss, that was a terrible loss.
It was brutal.
They should already be in. And you win this week, you're in, we'll see. But that's where I think 49er fans are. It's like, wow, if they miss the playoffs this week, that means what, 4 out of 5 years under Kyle Shanahan, they've missed the playoffs even after getting to the Super Bowl. So that's why I think there's so much angst.
No question, and that's all fair. But do you ever go back? This is fun to do over the years with a draft. We assess a draft way too early. We should look at a draft 2-3 years down the road, and then you can tell what actually happened. Sometimes within a season. Hey, go back to Sunday, December 12th. Do you realize what the 49ers did on Sunday, December 12th? Do you remember?
They did a penny, didn't they? Didn't they drop a penny?
No, they didn't. They did not.
Oh, okay.
They went into Cincinnati.
Oh, is that the Cincinnati game? Okay, yeah.
And they won the game, and they held Joe Burrow in an overtime game to 23 points. At the time, that looked like, okay. How about now? This guy's throwing for 500 yards a game the last 2-3 weeks. He's beaten the Chiefs. They clinched the division. 4 weeks ago, the 49ers went there and won. And they did it dramatically in overtime. And we didn't give that big of a deal at the time. We're like, it's the Bengals. Well, how you like the Bengals now?
Mm-hmm.
It looks different, doesn't it?
It does, but they couldn't stack on that. They couldn't build on that. And to a degree, they were chasing some wins because of the losses where they squandered games earlier in the year. And then all of a sudden it's like, wow, they're playing their best football at the best time of year. That's what you want to be. The record, okay, their seeding's not going to be great, but they'll be in and everybody will be scared of the 49ers because they're playing their best football at the right time of year. They go in, they dominate Tennessee early, wow. And then losing that game, I don't think you can say that anymore. No matter what happens next week, I don't think you can say the 49ers are playing their best football at the right time of year because of whatever happened against Tennessee. So again, that's why there's a sense of, is this a good team? Is this a bad team? I don't know. Why can't they take care of their business?
It is a good team that just can't seem to, as you're putting it, they have not in a couple of key spots done what they needed to do. But in the end, if you look back on this, like let's say they don't make the playoffs, look back on it and tell me where exactly they lost it. When was it?
It was in the Colts game when they had, 30 PIs called against them, and it became painfully obvious that they had not properly assembled a secondary good enough to get them into the playoffs. That's one spot right there. Come on, Penny.
Seriously, Penny is trying to fly out the window right now. No, I know, girl.
What is Penny, anyway, a Basenji or something? What kind of dog is Penny?
She's a rescue, Whitey. So good. I don't know. Like we got her at 2 months. Yeah, she's a shepherd mix, and she's dog. She's a dog, and you know what she is today? She's a home dog, and we love them home dogs. We love them home dogs. You know who's a home dog this week? The Atlanta Falcons. The Atlanta Falcons are a home dog, and we need ourselves some home dog this week. I'll go to Tennessee. To me, that's the game that will forever hurt. I was the maddest this year after that game. That was the game where I'm like, come on, because I actually think there's maybe two ways to answer this. That's the game that bothers me the most, but the period of the season where it was lost if they missed the playoffs is weeks 3 through 7 where they lost 4 in a row. Because starting on Halloween, they have played well enough to be one of the top teams in the league. They've got some disappointing losses, but who doesn't? Who doesn't? The top teams in the league have all had complete ducks. So when you look back at the last 10 weeks, there was the loss to Colt McCoy. There was the gaffe in Seattle. There was the gaffe in Tennessee. But they were 7-3. And I mean, Tennessee, as much as I thought the 49ers were the way better team, Tennessee right now is in line to be the 1 seed in the AFC. It's not like they're awful. So just weird idiosyncrasies about the season. I definitely think the 49ers are one of the top 10, 12 teams in the NFL. But because of mistakes made, they may or may not get the chance to go prove it in January.
Our dog also, Moby, is a rescue, and that's kind of what the 49ers are. And I love rescues, but we're used to the 49ers, going back to Joe Montana. That was a purebred team, right? With Bill Walsh. Ooh, my goodness. That's a very expensive dog. And this 49er team is more of the scrappy rescue dog, which is great. But the thing that cost them during that losing streak that is so frustrating is all the mistakes, special teams mistakes, pass interference, inopportune penalties, and all of the turnovers. And that's what's so maddening about this team that just seemed like they couldn't get out of their own way. And they should already be in the playoffs. Why aren't they? You're right. Yeah, they've had some bad losses. But the nature of those losses are the type that if you're a 49er fan, you're just not used to seeing a team underperform as sloppily, play as sloppily as they have at times this year.
It's all sponsored by Mimecast. Safeguard your organization against phishing, business email compromise, and risks of ransomware. Visit Mimecast.com. It's MIMECAST.com. We're wide open and ready for you at 888-957-9570. If we were able to assume health, not that we can, but if we were able to assume health, which quarterback would you like to see play Sunday? And a little bit of an uncomfortable question, I'll admit. I'll ask you, Whitey. This Sunday, let's say that after the Warrior game tonight, which of course you will hear right here on 95.7 The Game, quick one game homestand. Gotta love those. This is a tough schedule stretch for the Warriors, but a one-game homestand against Miami. Chase Center tonight. Tip-off set for 7 p.m. here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors live at 5:30, presented by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience. But what if after the game tonight it becomes official, we get a Woj bomb, or Anthony Slater, or somebody sends it out. Klay Thompson, Sunday, home, Cleveland. He's starting. He'll be there. What if we get that? What to you is the lead story going into Sunday? What would get your juices flowing the most between those two games?
I can't wait for Klay to come back, and the Warriors are playing. That win over Utah was the biggest road win by any team in the NBA this year, and the Warriors clearly now, they're separating a little bit even from Utah and Phoenix. So I can't wait to see what happens when Klay comes back. But this is the United States of America, and we love our football, right? So the 49ers have a chance to beat the Rams to get into the postseason. So that's the story. And with Trey Lance presumably under center, that's the far bigger story.
I get scared when there's days like that because, as I said, I'm not able to binge watch. And essentially sports, you'd be asking me to binge watch the whole day. It'd be like at 1:30, it's Trey Lance at the Rams. Yeah. At 5:30, it's Klay Thompson at home against Cleveland. You can't move between 1:30 and 8 o'clock at night. And you have to have nobody come to you for anything. Nobody needs food cooked. Penny doesn't need a walk. I'm going to need to hire. If they announce Klay, I'm hiring somebody because I'm like, you can't, right? I can't be bothered. Yep. And that doesn't seem likely. But anyway, those are fearful days. We can get into that a little bit more coming up next. 888-957-9570 is the number. Also, a former 49er coach with maybe the gaffe of the year came yesterday. We'll get into that coming up next as well. Whitey's in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 again.
Many of us have noticed that supply chain bottlenecks have become an issue, but Golden State is doing everything.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
To learn more about our programs and to donate, visit us online at carsforkids.com. Remember, that's Cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and maximum tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Whitey, shut up. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I'm going to need Whitey to talk because Dibs ain't here. So you're going to have to do some talking. I'll do plenty of talking. I don't have that problem in life, but I'm going to need you to do some of the talking, okay?
Right. That's why I'm here.
Whitey is in for Dibs. Happy New Year, everybody. Woo-hoo! Happy New Year. Did everybody go out and have a great time and party? And no, nobody did that. So it's okay. I'm sure you've seen the this can come in all kinds of forms, GIF, meme, whatever. A lot of people are. Have you seen how people are writing 2022 as 2020 ... TOO, like, oh, it's 2022 as opposed to 2022. It feels a little bit like that. I know. Here we are. We're still dealing with all of this, but hoping everybody is off to a healthy start to their new year. Optimism all over the place, unless, of course, you're a 49er fan, and we have to go into Whitey full nail-biter mode this weekend. This is not, I have to be honest, I did not expect to be here, especially if they already had their 9th win.
I have to be honest, when I hear you talking, it sounds like you're trying to talk yourself into being optimistic about the year and about the 49ers, because you said it almost like out of duty. It's like, well, it's a new year, so we're optimistic. And I don't feel, and I understand, but I'm not feeling. I'm hearing the words, but I'm not feeling a lot of optimism coming off you. Am I wrong?
I know you listen to Jimmy, but can you hear Jimmy? Can you hear? Can you feel it? No, I actually, when it comes to the year, yes, I do actually feel it.
Good.
When it comes to the 49ers, I don't. I mean, I'm literally getting tripped up by weird math today, and I just saw this from Tim Kawakami. He threw it out there. I guess 538. Not that Nate Silver and his outfit are now the end all be all on this, but 538 has the 49ers at 61% to make the playoffs.
Pretty good.
And right, but way less than what I was expecting it to be going into week 18. I had to pause there because I still can't say week 18.
I know.
Like I don't know what that is. But as we go into week 18, I was not expecting it to be at 61%. I certainly wasn't expecting the 49ers to be at 9-7, tied with the Eagles, and somehow having not clinched. It is a scenario I didn't see coming, but here we are, and I'm trying to figure out if they are actually a 61% chance to make the playoffs. Then what does 538 think the likelihood is that they beat the Rams? What does 538 think the likelihood is that the Falcons beat the Saints? I get that there's 2 chances, but neither one of them feel like great chances right now. I don't know. I've grown to a point where it's normalcy that the 49ers upset the Rams. Something feels different about this particular weekend.
I was going to ask you how you feel about that very fact, because I know a lot of Niner fans will say, look, they own the Rams. They always beat the Rams. We know that. We saw it earlier this year even. The 49ers weren't playing well. They had no chance, and they destroyed the Rams. So there's nothing to worry about. I understand. understand that, but it's like the flipping of the coin, right? The coin, you flip it 5 times in a row, it comes up heads. I know this game isn't a coin flip, but you understand my point. It doesn't mean that, it always comes up heads, right? We're going to flip it again, it's going to be heads. So that's true, but given that it's probably going to be Trey Lance, I don't think that means squat. You could even argue that it works against you because at some point, Sean McVay's going to look at that and go, all right, we're doing something wrong. What do we have to do differently against these guys? So the fact that the 49ers have been dominating the Rams doesn't give me any extra confidence whatsoever this week. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm not feeling that.
That's because this is a different version of the 49ers. And this is another one of my points. We want Trey Lance to play. But if you really search the depths of your DNA, go in there. I know it's scary in there, but go in there for a sec. Go search and ask yourself honest questions. If Jimmy were healthy, who do you think has a better chance to beat the Rams this weekend? You can't honestly come back and tell me Trey Lance. You can't. Jimmy's beaten the Rams 5 times in a row. Or maybe it's Kyle. I don't know if Jimmy missed 1 or 2 of those, but Jimmy's been a big part of the 49er dominance over the Rams. Trey, on the other hand, will be going into his 3rd career start after putting up a total of 3 points against the Texans in the first half just yesterday. You can't tell me that gives you confidence. I think Trey can do it. I think a healthy Jimmy, I'd almost expect him to do it. The 49ers could win this game, but this is a different concoction. The drink is being stirred differently now. So this idea that, it's the 49ers and Rams, the 49ers will figure it out, this is a totally different group now when you change the quarterback.
Right, but we also have to consider this, and I know we've discussed it. You look at the Rams yesterday against the Ravens, and the Rams barely survived that game, right, 20-19, and they had to rally late. And to their credit, Stafford rallied them. But that was not Lamar Jackson and the Ravens yesterday. So the Rams are not heading into this game on a real roll either. Right? So maybe, then Trey Lance is better than the guy who played quarterback for the Ravens yesterday.
Huntley's been okay. But the Rams have not been world beaters, even though they have won, and this is impressive now. They've won 5 games in a row. Jacksonville, at Arizona, home to Seattle, at Minnesota, at Baltimore. They've won 5 in a row. That was after that 3-game losing streak. And that 3-game losing streak was Tennessee, the 49ers, and Green Bay. So really good playoff level teams in there. The Rams are solid. I don't think they're overwhelming, but they're going to be motivated to go win the division, and they're going to be doing it against a rookie quarterback in his 3rd start. Yeah, I'd favor the Rams. Absolutely, I favor the Rams this weekend.
How would you feel as a 49er backer if the 49ers lose, but somehow the Falcons rise up and they beat the Saints and the 49ers back in? It would be fun to make the playoffs, and hey, you make the playoffs, that's what you play for no matter how you get in. I would feel a little unsatisfied backing in and getting in at 9-8. I'd rather have that than not, but I'm not excited about that prospect.
I'd feel a lot more satisfied than going home and watching Taysom Hill play the following week. I mean, come on. The 49ers are way better than the Saints. They're way better than the Saints. You're right also. That's an interesting point you made earlier. You think the league is motivated for the 49ers to win this weekend.
Yeah, sure. That's kind of and maybe that's because I'm a longtime NBA fan. I've seen it happen. That it gets to those 2 calls yesterday that we discussed earlier. The pass interference, I think we agree that was probably pass interference. They tend to let that go, but it was pass interference. But when Harris comes up with the interception and then the fumble, and then the officials get together, I don't know, what do you think? Forward progress. That was a really bad call that obviously the 49ers benefited from greatly.
Let me throw this out there too as we start thinking about the Rams. Just real quick on the other side of the ball, because we're so focused on their offense and their quarterback. 138 catches, 1,829 yards, 15 touchdowns. Cooper Kupp has been the best receiver in the game this year, bar none. There's no two ways about it. Who the hell is guarding this guy for the 49ers next week?
Emmanuel Mosley maybe is going to be healthy. Let's hope so. They benched Josh Norman yesterday
right.
when he got called for pass interference. Then what happened? They brought in Dante Johnson, and he got called for pass interference. I don't want to be negative here because if the 49ers win, they're in, and there's every chance they're going to get in. But I think if they do end up coming up short, that is the one thing that I'm going to circle, is it going back to the preseason. We also, camp opens. Hey, what about these 49ers? Well, the secondary is kind of weak. And here we are with a crucial end of the regular season game coming up. And you can still look at it and go, yep, that's still one of, if not the single biggest weakness on this team right now. It wasn't properly addressed. I know Verrett getting hurt had a lot to do with that. But they really didn't do enough to shore up the secondary.
888-957-9570 is the number. It is Willard with Whitey today. Dibs is out. We'll get him back. We're confident at some point this week. Willard and Dibs 2022 version is out and underway. So glad and thankful you're with us, and Happy New Year to each and every one of you from all of us here at 95.7 The Game. We haven't talked a lot about where Kyle Shanahan fits in on all this. I want to get your reaction to something I sent out on Twitter during the game, because it got a decent amount of reaction during the game, both good, bad, and somewhere in between. I wrote in the first half, maybe Kyle Shanahan doesn't trust anyone. Obviously, that being a reference to the constant theme of Kyle doesn't trust Jimmy. Kyle doesn't trust Jimmy. Kyle doesn't trust Jimmy. He won't let him throw the ball downfield. Then here comes Trey Lance, and for a quarter and a half, they would barely throw the ball at all. And when they did, it was very, very quick, close to the line of scrimmage stuff. They were running the ball, and even Trey seemed hesitant to really turn on the Jets and run for the sideline on that 4th and 1, 3rd and 1. You remember that around midfield? Mm-hmm. What do you think? Were you getting that same feeling, at least in the first half, that Kyle doesn't trust Trey either?
Well, I mean, I think he did as much as he could afford to. The hope yesterday clearly was if we run the ball like we can run the ball on these guys, and I know everyone knows this. I'm not saying anything that anyone doesn't know. Then we don't have to rely on the quarterback as much. He just doesn't want anybody turning the ball over, right? He's a little too conservative in that regard. It's interesting for as much as he has a reputation of being this offensive genius, he can be very conservative. You see it at the end of halves. So he just doesn't, the turnovers are just, they really make him sick. So that's what it's all about. But I to answer your question, yeah, but isn't that understandable when you're playing such a crucial game with Trey Lance at quarterback that you'd be a little reluctant to let him loose?
Yeah. It's his second start. I guess my point, and I think the fans' point as well on this, is, Whitey, you're right. It's understandable to not trust somebody in his second career start. But the other side to it would be, at a certain point, and maybe the 49ers haven't gotten there until now, but at a certain point, don't you say, what exactly is it that you've got to lose? Like in the second half of that football game, they came out down 7-3, facing almost sure playoff elimination if they don't win that game. You got a half of football to get this right. And it did look different. And the play calling did look different. It was like, will you just let it rip? If something goes wrong, something goes wrong. But it was almost like if you don't let it rip, you're going to guarantee yourself that nothing goes right. Because you can just sit here and dink and dunk to a 10-3 loss. You got to let it rip at some point and be willing to take the negative plays.
But you know how Kyle is, and he talked about how difficult it was to call plays when he had the two quarterbacks because he couldn't get into a rhythm. So you got to let it rip. Yeah, the way the offense works is you run the ball, then that's a play action, and that's when you take your shot. It's not just a matter of, all right, go ahead, throw it downfield. And they were so out of rhythm for a lot of different reasons in the first half that they couldn't get into the rhythm, which allowed them then to set up the shots downfield. Eventually they did, but that's just how Kyle works. It's not a matter of, hey, take a shot downfield. It's like, no, you don't understand. I got to set that up. And the way things were out of whack in the first half, the offense just was almost going backwards. And it wasn't until the second half that they got the rhythm and the quarterback was comfortable enough to allow Kyle to call the plays that allowed them to set up the shots downfield. And look, hey, they had some success with that.
At least he's never had this happen. I know a lot of people get frustrated with Kyle. They want to talk about having too many responsibilities, calling plays while also being the head coach. Did you see what was discussed at the end of the New York Jets game against the Bucs yesterday? Did you watch the end of that game at all?
I saw what you're talking about when they went for it on fourth down up 24-20.
So not just the fact that they went for it, but yes, and this is Robert Saleh and Mike LaFleur who are in charge here, and this is one of the things that I think is a negative of having a defensive head coach who's not the one calling the plays, because he's got to answer for his team, but he's technically not the one in charge of what was the pivotal mistake here. So the Jets are up 24-20. They've got the ball inside the 5-yard line of Tampa, 4th and 2 with, give or take, it was about a minute to go. Maybe a minute and change left to go. The Bucs did not have enough timeouts. If the Jets just get a first down, the game is over. Or they could kick a field goal and go up by 7, and therefore at least guarantee yourselves overtime if Tom Brady goes the length of the field to tie it. What the Jets do instead, they go for it, but they go with the wrong play. They did not get the correct play call, so Zach Wilson just quarterback sneaks. He needs 2+ yards. He does a quarterback sneak. He gets stuffed. Tom Brady does what Tom Brady does. They lose the ball game. Like, I feel like coaches, because they're coaches, we pick on them for what they do, the play that they call, what they don't do. This was an inexcusable communication breakdown amongst the guys who were getting all kinds of credit 2 years ago as 49ers assistants for being great coaches. I mean, they completely dropped the ball and had an effect on the NFC playoff standings because of it.
I think they should have kicked the field goal there regardless. 4th and 2 against, and what's the worst case scenario? Maybe Brady ties you up, and I know they could have gone for 2, but they should have kicked the field goal. And I thought there was a time or two when Kyle should have kicked the field goal yesterday as well. Take the points. You're trying to get things going in the right direction. When it was 10-3 and they had 4th down, they should have kicked the field goal, I felt, Mark. It worked out, and they won the game going away. And I know he just wanted to be aggressive and get the offense rolling, but I thought the Jets should have kicked the field goal, and I thought the 49ers should have kicked the field goal yesterday too.
Yeah, but you know what? That's become it's become a thing.
I know.
It's become a thing. If you don't go for it on 4th down, you're just a big wussy. You're
not a good person. Yeah,
I know. I don't know what it is. Like, it's just all the cool kids are doing it. It's like going out and getting the sniffles today. If you're not doing it, you're just not doing what the rest of us are doing. I'm sorry. You have to be a cool kid. You got to go for it on 4th down. I don't know how long that's going to last, but that's a thing right now.
That's true. That's fair enough, and it all worked out. But it's all going to come down to this week in game planning for presumably Trey Lance. Am I wrong, by the way? Because I just think there's virtually no chance Jimmy plays or starts. Maybe I'm totally wrong about it. I think, as I said earlier, this has been this whole Jimmy, if he feels better, he may play. I think that's been, kind of a ruse, and I would love to see Jimmy play. I just don't see how it's realistic given what we know of the state of his thumb.
I'm totally with you. And I think that what coaches do now, especially when you've got such a separation in the style of play between Jimmy and Trey, you stretch that out as long as possible so that the opponent doesn't know how to prepare for the game. That's all that's going on. I mean, how many weeks in a row did the Cardinals go, we think Kyler Murray's got a chance to play this week?
Right.
And then 6 weeks later is like, yeah, he's still not ready. It's like he was almost ready a month and a half ago. Now he's not ready. I'm with you. Like, if you go to the description of Jimmy's injury, how on earth is he playing football this weekend or next for that matter?
Yeah, it made me laugh, the report yesterday that came out that Jimmy's going to need surgery. And people said, wait, Kyle said he didn't need surgery. Kyle said he doesn't need surgery for now. That's what Kyle said last week. He doesn't need surgery for now. But that's what he said. And, yeah, right. To your point about the injury, and I know we talked about this earlier, that ligament coming apart, it doesn't just reattach itself. So that thumb is pretty messed up. And it's interesting how they couch it like, well, it's not as bad as the injury Drew Brees had, but it's a fleck of bone that comes off there, right? And the tendon is torn. So it's a pretty serious injury for anyone, let alone a quarterback who has to grip the football to throw it accurately downfield.
Well, let's address something that nobody wants to do, because right now it's just the cool thing to do to not like Jimmy Garoppolo. But can we look at this through his eyes right now? What exactly is his motivation to go play hurt right now while he's trying to set up a new home for next year? Should he go play this weekend, next weekend, put bad things on tape while he's trying to get a starting job somewhere else, all under the umbrella of I'm trying to help this team grind into the playoffs, this team that just threw me out with the trash this year? Like, what honestly, and maybe I'm overstating that a little bit, but what is Jimmy's motivation? Why would it make sense for him to go try to do this weekend or next?
I think he is. This is cliche, but I think he is, the ultimate competitor. And I also think, Mark, to your larger point, if you're Jimmy, right? If you're Jimmy, that's the ultimate F you back to the 49ers. You're trying to get rid of me, and you know what? I'm going to take you to the Super Bowl. I know right now that doesn't seem likely, but if I'm Jimmy, that's what I'm thinking. I'm going to win the game. If you play me, I'm going to show you how valuable I am. As you can't wait to get me out the door, I'm going to win these big games for you. And also I think he does, it's his team right now and he wants to win, but that's the ultimate in your face. And it also would set him up better for next year if he's able to play hurt and lead and win games. So that's the answer. I'm sure he would love to be able to play and get this team into the playoffs and down the road.
Or he could get eaten by Aaron Donald and throw 2 picks to Jalen Ramsey and affect how it's going next year. Like, this makes me think of the, again, national debate that got started by Kirk Herbstreit over the weekend with players who are big-time NFL prospects going to play in the Beef O'Brady's Bowl and tearing ACLs and ripping things off of it. It's like, what on earth? Like, how dare any of us criticize any of these players because they quote unquote aren't a competitor when they've got a future to think about? It's honestly, like, it does not make any sense whatsoever. None of us would make decisions like that in our own lives, but we want to romanticize this idea of being a competitor and going out there for your teammates. All of that is true until an organization is no longer looking out for your best interest. None of you would do that at your job. I wouldn't do that at this job. I do it at this job now. I'm not 100% today, but I'm playing. This organization has my back. I'm going to have theirs. If I didn't feel that way, I wouldn't make the decisions the same way that I do. That's stupid because we're just sitting here talking into a microphone, but you get my point. You get my point. Like, this Jimmy Garoppolo right now, if I'm Jimmy, I'm doing what's best for Jimmy's future because this organization has told him he's not the guy.
Yeah, that's true. I understand that. But I do think what's best for Jimmy right now is to play, if there's any way he can, play and play well and win. And, yeah, the team benefits from that, but so does Jimmy, bigger picture. I think he's smart enough to realize that, where most of us might say, screw you, the way you've treated me. But I think Jimmy knows, you're right. We like to romanticize, he's a competitor. But I do think Jimmy sees, wow, this would be great for my future. And it's also a great way to show them that they screwed up by playing and winning.
If he can play well, which with a torn ligament in his thumb, I don't know that he could. It's all sponsored by Safeway. At Safeway, they partner with trusted top-quality growers for hand-picked fruits and vegetables harvested at the peak of flavor from farm to you. Visit Safeway's produce department today and see how they're perfecting the art of fresh. 888-957-9570 is the number. We continue to assess Trey Lance. Think about who we would like to see play this weekend and beyond. All of that as we continue. Whitey is in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
95.7 The Game is starting off the new year with a bang! Bang! We're reacting to Trey Lance's first win as a starter.
2022 because we're out of practice. We forgot to do the song of the day.
Oh, man.
But this is it. This is it. The King of Pop in honor of Trey Lance. We want to be starting something. I don't know if we are, but we want to be. We want to be starting something. And we're going to have to be because I'm with you. I think it's Trey the rest of the way.
Yeah, what about the Michael Jackson classic, Jimmy G, he's not my quarterback? Yeah, we got that too, in reserve if we need it. That's in reserve, in case of emergency.
I'm going to give you 2. I'm going to give you 2, Whitey. I'm going to give you 2. We just handed out, I handed out a during commercial break 5 because Mad Dog, producer Kyle Madsen, who's staring at me on Zoom right now with his video off, which is creepy. But he's staring at me in Zoom right now, and I'm doing the show in my daughter's bedroom in a white T-shirt. And I know that made it sound even creepier that I'm doing it in my daughter's bedroom. But she has like the corner desk where I'm like, this will be the quietest place for me to do this right now. So he's staring at me on Zoom, and I'm just, I'm at home, so I'm just wearing a white T-shirt today. I'm just wearing a white T-shirt. And so he goes, you know who you are? He goes, you're White T. Gleason.
That got a 5?
Got a 5.
Got a 2? Now I know how the Texans felt yesterday.
Yes. You're just mad.
I mean, yeah, like I might up it to a 3 just because if you're willing go high voice on the radio. Like I've always, like, the number one thing with you, Whitey, in addition to your gifts as a radio host, you are a very willing performer. I will never forget the first time we did a show together and you were willing to sing Ghostbusters in honor of Buster Posey. not Ghostbusters, but Postbuster. Yeah,
sure.
That to me was that was a memorable moment. It was a top 10 moment of 2021. So I appreciate you and your willingness. But lyrically, I felt like that came up a little bit short. I'm just going to be honest with you.
All right, White T. Gleason gets a nod over.
T. Gleason.
Yeah. All right, I admit, as I said, it's there in case of emergency. Break glass, go to Jimmy G. In case of emergency, I need to flesh it out. Or maybe I don't need to flesh it out a little bit.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
really the lesson I'm taking from your comments. Thank you.
You're welcome. And the Comcast business text line is always open at 888-957-9570. Same number if you would like to call and weigh in and assess Trey Lance, which, as I said off the top of the show, Whitey, I feel like whether it's that bottle of wine that you open and you let it breathe a little bit, or sometimes I feel this way about a movie. Do you remember when we used to go see movies? When's the last time you went to the movie theater, by the way?
The name movie cracks me up because they're moving. Right? I mean, that's where we get the term movies.
And what are we doing when we watch? Like the opposite of movie. We are sedentary. We are just sitting there. Yeah. Yeah. But I went for the first time in at least a year. I went last Sunday and saw Spider-Man with the kids. Ooh. Saw Spider-Man. Yeah, it was good. It was
no
well
spoilers,
done.
Please. No spoilers alert.
Well,
spoilers,
I will tell you that for the most part, it works out. That's all I'll say, because it's a superhero movie and it always does. But as you would expect, it's also set up for Spider-Man 27 or whatever the hell's coming up next. They're not done. That's the only thing that I'll spoil. There will be a 28th Spider-Man, but it's very well done. It's really well done, and it's a whole lot of fun. And I completely forgot why I even brought it up.
You were asking me about going to the movies. Have you been to the movies lately?
I know. I remember. I don't know why I asked you that.
Okay. Happy New Year.
I don't remember. Yeah. Happy New Year. Oh, now I sort of know what. Well, I was talking about you leave the. Oh, I know. I do know. So often for me, whether a movie was good or not is based on the next day. When I wake up, can I still sort of remember moments from the movie? Was it memorable? Did it stick with me? Like, I can have a good time at almost anything. That's sort of just my way. Like, I have a really hard time, in fact, coming out of a movie and being like, wow, that sucked. Like, I don't do that very often because it costs like $58 and I don't want it to stink. Because then I feel bad about what I just did with the last 3 hours of my life. So I can have a good time at almost any movie. But was it really good? Like, to the next day, do I have memories where I'm like, okay, that was a moment. That was really well done. Love what they did here. I have to process it. Same thing is going on here with Trey Lance. I woke up today and I felt like that performance was better than I thought it was at 4:30 yesterday afternoon. And I think that's because the emotion sort of fades away as we get away from the game, because we were angry in the first half. We're 7-3. What are we doing here? And as that fades away, you start to realize it was the guy's second start, and he had some really good moments, and the second half was way better than the first.
The interesting thing to me is you look at yesterday, that's an ideal, near ideal situation in which Trey makes his second start. Against the Houston Texans, hadn't started since the Arizona game. And wow, you may be playing for a while now, so here we go. And you'd almost handpick the Houston Texans. I know they've been playing better lately, but that's a great situation for Trey to get acclimated again. But then next week, it's like the other extreme. It's like you go from the best possible scenario to one of the worst, given what the Rams represent in terms of their pass rush. So, yeah, it's kind of in the middle of that situation there. A great situation for him last week. This week, going to be a whole different animal. So we're going to know. I do think you were talking earlier about, we're not going to know anything about Trey and the trade for a while. I think if he takes care of business next week and gets into the playoffs, I do think that that speaks highly of the whole trade and his trade up in the endeavor. I think puts everything on the right track. And if they lose, then all bets are off once again.
That's right. Actually, we should play with that for just a second. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Willard and Dibs 2022. Whitey's in for Dibs. We'll get Dibs back at some point this week. ... We hope everything is fine with him, but we're looking forward to getting him going in 2022 as well. 888-957-9570. Either call or text. The Comcast business text line is wide open always. In fact, we just got one who said, Willard, how do you keep a white T-shirt white? You have kids, a dog, you're a man. All my white T-shirts instantly get covered in stains the first time. I mean, my secret is you have to rank them. I don't like rankings. I hate them in college football, but I do them with my white T-shirts. You need to have at least 3, and one of them has to be designated as the good one. And you only wear that one in scenarios where it is unlikely. Let's just say I don't wear this one when I go fishing. I don't wear this one when I play outside with Penny on a rainy day. This is the good one. I save this one for Zoom radio shows with you, white T.
I take the opposite approach. I have many in my drawer, and to me, I don't want them to get dirty, but if one of my white T-shirts does get dirty when I'm, I got the chainsaw in the backyard, or heaven forbid, you suffer a nasty, an NPI, nasty pruning injury, and maybe there's some blood on there. That's like a badge of honor, because my white T-shirt, as the guy said, you're a man. How do you keep it clean? If you're a real man, you don't worry about keeping your white T-shirt clean. It's supposed to get dirty, and it becomes a symbol of everything that you are and represent as a man.
Wow, that was just completely emasculating, and so you also have to treat white T-shirts like milk. You're going to run out. You're going to have to go get a new one every week. Okay, so that's one of those things. You're going to have to set a budget aside and get more shirts. Okay. As the great song once said, here we go, yo, here we go, yo. So what's the scenario? Tell me about these scenarios. What if Trey loses this game? How are we feeling afterwards? Like, let's project what the rest of January feels like based on whether Trey wins or loses this Sunday's game. And put the Saints aside because I don't know what they're going to do. But if the 49ers lose and they miss the playoffs and Trey does not look good this weekend, where do we go from there?
If they lose this weekend and Trey doesn't play well, then this whole season is a colossal failure, and we can lay the blame for this season at the feet of Kyle Shanahan for a number of reasons. I mentioned earlier, we all know the secondary was a source of concern going back to camp. They didn't address that sufficiently, obviously. And I know, Verrett getting hurt was unfortunate, but was it? And, he's from Fairfield, so he's local and everything, and he had a fine comeback in his career, but you can't be overly surprised that he got hurt given his history. It's unfortunate. And then, given the way they played this year and all the special teams mistakes, and again, Garoppolo went down, and this was the same thing that happened last year. Jimmy got hurt. You don't want him to get hurt. Can't be surprised. Last year, they brought in Mullins, and it's like, they were not prepared for Jimmy to get hurt. So if Lance doesn't play well this week, you could say, wow, they made the same freaking mistake that they made last year, and that's on the coach and that's on the organization. I hope it doesn't come to that, but that's in play if he plays poorly and they lose this week.
That's interesting. I know that I think you're right that in the end it goes to the leader. So this is going to be a long offseason for Kyle Shanahan if this weekend doesn't go well. But I also think that some of what you said, and I mean, obviously, you weren't going to speak for a half hour straight, but there is some context there that gets left out to simply say this is at the feet of Kyle Shanahan. Let me back up and ask this, because I always thought, this is an incredibly difficult thing to navigate, to say we've got a playoff-ready team, and we also have a number 3 overall pick at the quarterback position. That from the get-go, from the very opening drive at Detroit, when they handed the ball to Trey Lance inside the 10-yard line, from that moment, you set a tone that was going to be very, very difficult to navigate. As I mentioned, at no point this year did we just act like a fan base. Hey, I hope our team wins, and I hope we go to the playoffs. That's it. Instead, we were thinking about other stuff the whole time. And whether you believe it or not, I think that filters down to a team. There was a feeling of confusion around the 49ers all year long. And it's because they were trying to play 2 seasons at the same time.
A lot of that was noise. I don't know how much of that really trickles down. Some of it was legitimate concerns, and I give Kyle Shanahan credit. That's the one thing, even when they were in the losing streak this year, and a lot of people, I think you and I even talked about this when I was in for Dibs the first time, and you were asking me, are you a Shanahan believer? Because at that point, a lot of people weren't, and I still am, because he's smart enough, to me, smart enough to figure out, all right, maybe I didn't handle this the best way. This is what's going on. I think he's smart enough to figure out how to deal with things. To your point, the fact that things weren't working out, the 2 quarterback system, which I hate that term because it's not like you either have 1 quarterback or you have the 2 quarterback system. It's not a thing, but they did have 2 quarterbacks. And Kyle realized for whatever reason it wasn't working, and he made the adjustments. Did he tell us 100% honestly why they had to abandon that? I don't know, but he recognized we're better without that. So I thought he deserved a ton of credit for that, and I thought that put the team back on track and got them beyond some of the confusion that you just alluded to.
Yeah, I just think it exists inside Jimmy, and the quarterback is the most important position in sports. And so when your leader, when the most important position on the field is told, hey, go win, go be great, and then be done. That's a lot. And no, right? Nobody handles that better than Jimmy. But because he handles it so well, it's like we've divorced ourselves from the idea that he's got emotion. That he has doubts, that he has things that he's thinking about with his future. Of course he has all of those things. And so anytime there's a little injury, like for instance, did that play into the sideline at Tennessee? The 49ers were the better team. They've got this thing. The playoffs are sitting there ready to be a done deal. Even though it was sort of messed up in the first half, they were still up by double digits and everything felt great. And then this guy's got a torn thumb and he's going back out there. Now, maybe it was because they didn't feel like Trey was ready for that moment, and he probably wasn't. But by the same token, again, with the assessment of what just happened with his thumb, he probably should not have been in that game. But he was. Why? I think the situation of this season plays into moments like that.
Yeah, but that was all about the fact that, hello, that was about the fact that Jimmy turned into Jimmy, unfortunately. The injury was one thing, but he's playing great, and this is the Jimmy experience. He was playing great, off to a hot start, and then the interception that he threw to Kittle, that had nothing to do with the injury. He wasn't hurt yet, and that was just one of those, oh my goodness, that's such a terrible throw. So it had nothing to do with the controversy, the two-quarterback system. It was just that gets you down to the Jimmy experience, and it speaks to why the 49ers realize we got to move beyond this guy, because Jimmy, there are bad quarterbacks and good quarterbacks. Bad quarterbacks play badly. You're like, well, of course. Jimmy is like, he's a good quarterback until, there's bad Jimmy again. And in that game, the injuries had something to do with it. But even before he got hurt, he made one of those bad Jimmy throws. Oh, my goodness. And his throws in that game cost them that game. So to me, the lesson from that game, I like Jimmy, but the lesson there was there's no question. There had been talk, maybe you bring Jimmy back next year. To me, the lesson of the Tennessee game was, nope, you can't do it. Jimmy ultimately is like, what do they call those things in NASCAR that keep the cars from going too fast? Restrictor plates. He ultimately is a restrictor plate on the 49ers Super Bowl chances.
I think all the talk about Jimmy coming back next year has always been about upping his trade value, if there is any. You can't do that in today's day and age. I feel like there's there's an arc. You can hand the reins to your rookie right away, but usually that means you're a bad team and you're not expecting much this year, a la Trevor Lawrence and the Jags. Or you can do what the 49ers did, which is try to stretch it out for 2/3 of a year to maybe even a full year, like the Chiefs did with Patrick Mahomes. Mm-hmm. If you go to a second year, then you've Jordan loved the whole thing, which is you're sort of saying, and maybe that's a bad example because Aaron Rodgers is one of the greatest ever, but you're sort of saying, you're not really ready. You should be ready by then. Having 1 year to watch is great. I think it's a luxury. If you have it, you take it. Having 2 years to watch means we're just not that into you.
Yeah. The tricky thing about evaluating Jimmy, Trey, there are a lot of games this year where you look at the numbers, Jimmy played pretty well, but people watching the All-22s, people there will tell you he missed a lot of guys, right? And that was part of the problem with Trey yesterday. Not only did he throw the interception, but he had, I think it was Debo. One report said it was Juszczyk. I think it was Debo. He had him open. So not only was it a bad throw, but he missed the open guy. So it's interesting, right? Because you look at the final numbers for Trey Lance and like, wow, he played really well yesterday, but did he in the second half? Whether he played well or not, the offense functioned at a high level. So I think they got accomplished yesterday just about everything they could hope with Trey Lance under center against Houston. It's just a whole different animal this week against the Rams in that pass rush. And this is Kyle Shanahan. As I said, if they miss the playoffs this year, we're all going to be looking at him like, what happened? So, all right, genius. This is it. You got Trey Lance. This is your guy against the Rams. How are you going to game plan your way past the Rams into the postseason? This week is on Kyle Shanahan.
Well, I wonder what the label is already. Comcast Business text line, let me throw this one at you. 510 sends in, this is one of the healthiest teams in the NFL and zero COVID issues. It's been a disappointing season overall. So that label is already there. However, I guess that could change based on some unlikely things that could still happen. Listen, if they miss the playoffs, to me, that's wildly disappointing, especially with the way it ended up happening. If they go to the playoffs and let's say they lose a tight game week one, I guess that's somewhere in the neighborhood of par, maybe a bogey. But if they win a playoff, what if they win one playoff game and then lose? Now how are you going to label it?
A mild success. That would be like, all things considered, B- maybe. Yeah, and again, it depends how it happens, of course. If they that playoff game they lose, if it's like the Tennessee game, this is a disaster. But overall, based on what we know now, where we are now, you win a playoff. Would you say you win one and then you lose one? To me, I think
win
that would
one.
be overall,
yeah. So if you make the conference semifinals, if you will,
sure, that would be overall still somewhat disappointing, but overall, things considered a good season. I think. What about you?
That's disappointing. That's a really high bar. So you're not satisfied unless they make the NFC Championship game.
Oh, well, yeah, I think that's been their stated goal since they got to the Super Bowl. I said if they win a playoff game, it's like, well, it's pretty good. But, that's loser talk. Like, we won a playoff game. Yay, let's have a parade. That's not what the 49ers are about.
No, I'm not saying you're celebrating, but it's just, again, it's about labeling it. I know what the goals or the hopes are at the beginning of the season, but to label something like a failure or disappointment when you're in a transitional year, if you don't make the Super Bowl, I mean, yeah, you can be bummed, but I don't, in sports, Whitey, and I know how this gets received by people in the sports world, but I don't do this whole win it all or it's a bust thing. I think it's ridiculous. I think it's a bunch of machismo speak that doesn't actually exist. Kevin Durant got asked years ago, before he was a Warrior. He was a member of the Oklahoma City Thunder, and I think it was the year they lost to LeBron, to the Miami Heat in the NBA Finals. And he was asked if it was a lost season. And at this time, I was working down in LA, and it was Kobe City. Right? So it was just Kobe City, and you know the way Kobe would think about anything. It was very much, we raise a banner or this sucked. Like this was just, right? There was A, there was B, there was nothing in between. Kevin was asked about it, and he goes, no, I don't think it was a lost season at all. We achieved a lot. There's a lot of context in here. Yes, we didn't achieve our ultimate goal, but A happened, B happened, we grew, this person's better, I'm better. All of these things are set up like every year of life. There's all kinds of things that happen. I thought it was a very smart, layered, mature answer. The audience I was talking to at the time ripped him a new one, absolutely ripped him a new one, because the idea of context in losing, oh my gosh, like, do not go there. That was just a box that you could not open. I feel like that exists with this 49er team when they're in the middle of a quarterback transition. So I don't want to label it yet, but I'm not going to say they got to win the Super Bowl or else Shanahan's an idiot. Like, there's got to be something in between there.
Well, what's in between there is a sense that the team is making progress, right? If you win a Super Bowl, the ultimate goal, that's great. If you don't, then what? If Trey Lance plays this week and plays, and if he's part of that equation where he wins a playoff game, if Trey Lance as a rookie wins a playoff game, then yes, even though ultimately, wow, we thought we could do more this year, had Super Bowl aspirations, but look, things are on the right track. I think there's only 2 rookie quarterbacks ever who have even won 2 playoff games in the same year. I think it's Flacco and your guy Mark Sanchez. So if Trey Lance,
my guy,
yeah, your guy Mark Sanchez, the hot dog guy. So if Trey Lance wins a playoff game, yeah, then you've got something to build on for next year. Would be disappointing, but then you're feeling like, okay, we got some things resolved, and we do have the quarterback of the future presumably in place. So those would all be positives.
Yeah, fair point, by the way. It may matter not just if they win a playoff game, but who wins that playoff game at the quarterback position. What if Jimmy has played his final snap as a 49er? We'll get into that coming up next. 888-957-9570 is the number. You're welcome to hop on in. Pick Your Battles is looming as well. Whitey is in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with BetQL. The Browns are at the Steelers, and it's likely Ben Roethlisberger's.
And Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Fisher is different? How? Don't you just ride the wave?
Nope. We actively manage client portfolios based on our forward-looking views of the market. In times like these, we understand that clients want proactive communication and guidance.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No, we get to know our clients so we can tailor their portfolios to their specific goals and needs. We even offer resources on Social Security, Medicare, tax efficiency, and more. Our primary goal is to help them achieve a comfortable retirement.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions, right?
No, we don't sell commission products. Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, the highest standard for a financial advisor. It means we're there for our clients and always put their interest first.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, our fees are transparent, structured so we do better when our clients do better. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you are switching to us. Fisher Investments, clearly different money management.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Happy New Year to all. And Whitey, great to have you here today, man.
Glad to be here. Happy New Year. Dibs will be back soon. And then I think I'm in for you on Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken. So
let's make it Thursday. Let's make it Thursday just for fun. Let's make it Thursday.
All right. Good to know.
Thursday's the day I'll be out. So if you want to come in on Wednesday, I love you. We could just all talk. I'll be here on Wednesday. I will not be here on Thursday. So let's do that just for fun. But yeah, man, I appreciate that, and we do hope that Dibs is back here with us very, very soon. The Comcast Business Text line always open, 888-957-9570. We always say hello to our Twitch and YouTube audience, twitch.tv/957thegame, youtube.com/957thegame. Similar to how I said, as the day goes, I start to feel better and better about what I saw from Trey Lance yesterday. I think in a bigger sense, this is how all of us, my prediction, Whitey, oh my gosh, so many of you are going to want to apologize to Jimmy Garoppolo some year in the future.
Really?
Because completely. Because I don't think his time with the 49ers should continue. Obviously, let's move on. I think that there's more they can get out of that position. I hope that is Trey Lance. I hope he can become that. But I do think there's a day when about 2/3 of 49er fans will wake up and go, we're a little hard on Jimmy. We're a little hard on Jimmy Garoppolo. I don't think he was that bad of a quarterback. He is somebody who brings out an emotional reaction in a lot of fans, and maybe that is because of the near miss 2 years ago, or a talent stacked roster with a genius head coach, all the words that we use, and it just hasn't turned into all of the things. It's been a lot of the things, but not all of the things. For some reason, that brings about a very emotional reaction, and I think that one day we will look back on Jimmy Garoppolo and go, you know what? We were a little rough on that guy.
I'm wearing a white T-shirt now in solidarity, show solidarity with you.
I really appreciate that.
Yeah.
Now you're clearly white T, Gleason.
Yes. So yeah,
all right, I'll take mine off. No, I'm just kidding, Twitch. I'm just kidding, Twitch and YouTube. I won't take it off. Go ahead.
So even though I wear this as a sign of solidarity, I totally disagree with you. I don't think that's going to happen. A lot of 49er fans, I may have mentioned this on your show last time I was on with you, I think a lot of 49er fans took their cue from Kyle Shanahan. 49er fans saw Jimmy and thought, boy, I don't know. He's not all that. And look, the coach doesn't even trust him in playoff games. If the coach doesn't trust him, why should I trust him? The only way that happens, where down the road, 49er fans, a lot of them, I know there are some that love Jimmy. I get that. But the only way there's a consensus of 49er fans saying, oh, Jimmy, we're so sorry. The only way that happens is if he goes to New Orleans next year and he plays great and they win. And I don't think that's going to happen. I think we know what Jimmy is. He's going to go somewhere. He's going to have his moments. He's going to probably improve a team. Like if he goes to Pittsburgh, they'll be pretty good. New Orleans. But the only way 49er fans are saying, Jimmy, we're so sorry, is if he balls out and they win. And I just don't think that's going to happen.
Well, I don't necessarily think that's going to happen either, because we've watched through the years, and this is why I remain a Kyle Shanahan backer, we've watched through the years that when he's got a quarterback, that quarterback outperforms when that quarterback is with someone else, okay? Matt Ryan's best year, Kyle Shanahan, okay? C.J. Beathard and Nick Mullins ended up on the top 20 list over the last 3 years of yards per attempt. Why? Because they were with Kyle Shanahan. Jimmy Garoppolo's number 2 on that list, by the way. I think that history shows he will be a lesser version of himself than he was with Kyle. However, I also think he's a good player. We didn't see him a whole lot in New England, but when we did, he's a good player. Like, he's a solid quarterback. He's not a great player, but look back throughout organizations, and we can use the 49ers one as an example. How do you feel today about Alex Smith, the 49er?
I think Jimmy overall at this point, let's say Jimmy may be done as a 49er. Who did more as a 49er quarterback? Who should be higher on the all-time ranking of 49er quarterbacks? To me, I think it should be Jimmy. But it's close. And I think, to your point, you remember when Alex was traded away, went to the Chiefs, and played really well, right? At times, yes, he played really well, but there were still the limitations. And you didn't hear a lot of 49er fans. You heard some whispers here and there. You didn't hear 49er fans saying, oh, my goodness, they should have kept Alex Smith. And so I don't think we're going to have that happening with Jimmy, because 49er fans feel like, and I think that's pretty locked in, that perception that Jimmy, yeah, he had his moments, but ultimately he kept us from getting where we needed to go. Fairly or unfairly, I think that's how 49er fans feel. And I don't see what could happen that would change that. What's going to happen that would change that?
History is what's going to happen. I mean, if you look at history, you got to be very, very careful when you move on from your B-level quarterback. Most organizations re-sign their B-level quarterback. Why? Because you can end up with 20 years of C-. You can really quickly. The Chiefs, man, they nailed it. You got to nail it, though. You're going to move on from Alex Smith, you better have Patrick Mahomes. Because if you don't, you're the Bears. And you've been searching since 1982 for a quarterback. And you still haven't found him. And we don't know if Justin Fields is it. Bears fans get a break for a year or two, because at least they can tell themselves that they've got a new guy. I don't know if it's going to work out or not, but that's my point. The reason I brought up Alex Smith is to say that when we look back on him, I think we actually look back on him with positivity in our minds. That's not how we felt when he was here. But you look back on Alex Smith and you're like, you know what, he was pretty good. You look back on Jeff Garcia and you go, he was great. You didn't feel that way when he was playing. You're like, he's good. He's good. We like Jeff Garcia. But remember, when Jeff Garcia was playing, it's like, he's nice, but he's not Steve Young or Joe Montana. Now you look back on it and you're like, my gosh, this guy was probably the third best quarterback in the history of or whatever. That's how we look back, because the emotion gets removed. Jimmy has done really good things. He wins the majority of the games he plays. Do you know how many quarterbacks in the NFL can say that? Not many.
I think that's about as likely. That is, 49er fans looking back and said, oh, Jimmy, he was really good. That's about as likely to me as Bengal fans going, oh, man, I missed the red rifle. Whoa, boy, that Andy Dalton, he could spin it. He won a lot of games there. The Bengals won a lot of games. Now, it's not a fair comparison because we know what Joe Burrow's doing, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think Jimmy will be remembered as, you know what, he was okay. I think that's the best fans will be able to say about him, other than the Jimmy fans, the people who really appreciate and like Jimmy. 49er fans overall say, yeah, Jimmy had to go. He kind of helped us out. We almost won that Super Bowl, and what will people say? You know this is true, Mark. People will say they should have won that Super Bowl, but Jimmy couldn't connect with Emmanuel Sanders, fairly or unfairly. That's how Jimmy will be remembered, as the guy that got him to the Super Bowl but couldn't make the throw they needed to win the Super Bowl.
Of course. That's how we'll remember him, though, in the moment. I think history, and it may depend on how Trey Lance plays, history could absolutely adjust that a little bit. All right. Pick your battles right around the corner. Whitey in for Dibs. Text line wide open. Comcast Business text line 888-957-9570. Your calls welcome as well. It's all sponsored by Grattan Resort and Casino. Whitey in for Dibs. Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Win cash and more this month at Grattan Resort and Casino. Play to enter the New Year New Winnings cash giveaway on January.
Compares Xfinity's Connect Internet and Superfast Internet with mobile discount.
Here's an important message from Exergen. A critical new FDA study proves that the widely used non-contact thermometers are not accurate and have high possibilities for false negative readings. They also have inaccurate information on their labels regarding accuracy. New COVID strains are on the rise, and non-contact manufacturers are being irresponsible at a time when accuracy matters most. Accurate temperature measurements are essential. Switch to Exergen, backed by over 100 clinical studies. Be sure, be accurate with Exergen. Learn more at Exergen.com.
In the time before AT&T fiber internet.
Shame! Shame! Shame!
What did you do, love?
I ran out of internet data.
And they're making your shame walk.
No, it's just how I feel. Shame! Shame!
In the time after AT&T fiber internet.
Nice to have unlimited internet data.
Staff at over 250 locations so you get the product you're looking for. Call clickgranger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. I'm a speed bump. Did you hear what I said? I'm a speed bump. And if you have cut-rate car insurance, the cost to reattach your muffler could really be a bump in the road. So switch to Allstate, save money, and be better protected from mayhem, like me.
Based on coverage and limits selected, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. In most states, prices vary based on how you buy. Allstate Bar and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
I didn't feel so well, so I searched my symptoms on Google, and now I'm being followed by uncomfortable ads. I hate feeling like my personal data is being bought and sold. I downloaded DuckDuckGo and saw a difference right away. Take back your privacy with DuckDuckGo.
The Harlem Globetrotters are coming to Oakland Arena, and 95.7 The Game wants you to be there. Listen to Steiny and Guru all week at around 1:30 each day for your chance to win tickets. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Day time. He's back tonight. The Warriors take on the Heat. Before the game, tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live is brought to you by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate hub for all things sports with live game shows, news, and highlights all in one place. So the Warriors back to action tonight. We look forward to that. We look forward to Steiny and Goo, who are along here shortly. But let's get out to Redwood Dave on with Willard and Whitey. Redwood Dave, what are you doing?
Oh, I'm listening to you and working at the same time.
And what's work?
I just rather not say.
Yeah, okay. Especially because you're listening to us while you're working. I get it, Redwood Dave. I get it.
The goal of any team is to make it to the playoffs, right? So now we have a chance to make it. We just have to beat the Rams. Jimmy should start. If he doesn't play well, Lance should come in. If Jimmy does play well, we should have packages for Lance, just like Mariota's doing for the Raiders. We got to do whatever we want to win. And I don't care whose feelings get hurt or whatever, but as long as you make it into the dance, you got to do what you got to do to win now.
Yeah, but does that include putting someone out there who has ligaments torn off of a bone in a throwing thumb? Like I honestly think that it's almost a silly conversation, Dave. Like Jimmy Garoppolo is hurt; he can't play.
Well, we'll see how he progresses during the week.
We will. We will. Whitey's got, is Dave mysterious or what? I mean, we'll
I'd rather not.
We'll see.
Where I work.
Yeah.
Okay, Batman.
Yeah. Hey, what do you do for a living? Well, we'll see. Yeah, we will. All right.
The multiverse
what do you think
is
should happen
open.
again?
You can just tell everybody you're Spider-Man. It's okay.
Oh my gosh, I know. Peter Parker joining us
Spider-Man was only
live on the show.
Spider-Man.
That's true.
Oh my gosh! All right, Whitey. I mean, you have WebMD. You know what I know. Like these things, it's funny. We'll see how he progresses during the week. The whole thing is torn to shreds. You don't change that from a Monday to a Friday. Like that's not how it works.
Yeah.
I maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we're being told something that doesn't make sense. But based on what we know, I don't see how Jimmy Garoppolo's playing on Sunday.
Yeah, to me, the tell was the story yesterday. I think it was Ian Rappaport. Hey, breaking news, Jimmy Garoppolo is going to need surgery to repair his thumb. Well, hello, of course he's going to need surgery. We knew that, right? Even though Kyle said, Jimmy doesn't need surgery right now. But that's the only way you repair that. So I agree with you completely. That's the only way Jimmy's thumb is going to be better, and I can't imagine it being better in time for the Rams game. I will reverse what Redwood Dave, whoever he really is, said. Wouldn't it be great, as unlikely as this is? It doesn't really make sense. But let's say Trey Lance started and struggled. What if Jimmy were the one? Hey, Jimmy, we need you to rescue the season. Now, given that if you're behind, Trey probably makes more sense than and Jimmy. Wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't that just be poetically so appropriate? Trey Lance struggling, the 49ers down 7, and here comes number 10, Jimmy Garoppolo.
No. First of all, keep Redwood Dave's name out your mouth. I don't want you to get arrested. and secondly, no, that would be the worst thing to happen to this organization in 10 years. Can you imagine where that leaves them? If Trey goes out there, looks awful, and an injured Jimmy comes in and puts them in the playoffs right before you're supposed to dump him or release him.
Great drama.
That would be awful, which is why they're not going to do it. I think now, if you want, and I know no one wants to hear this, but if you want the safe play, I mean, you play Trey, and if it doesn't go well, you can hide behind, well, we ended up with our rookie in there at the wrong time, and we'll work toward next year. I mean, it almost gives you your ready-made excuse.
I don't know if you've ever coached football. You've probably played Madden. So how much do you think that really matters? I mean, Kyle's dad was a coach, so he's old school. So a lot of this that goes on with injuries, and he's not the only one, I understand. It's like, well, we'll see who Jimmy's a starter. We'll see how he's doing. And some of that, presumably, is to give the other team more to think about. Do you really think, like right now, you think Sean McVay's like, son of a, I don't know which one I'm I don't know what to do. I mean, is there really any value in that whatsoever?
I don't know. It's funny because they're on the inside. They know very, very likely what's happening. I mean, I think back to, draft day when the 49ers pulled that Trent Williams trade. Like, the Bucs knew. The Bucs knew they wanted to go get Tristan Wirfs. They knew 49ers were in a market for a left tackle because they knew Joe Staley was retiring. We didn't know, but the Bucs knew.
Right.
Like, they're in the NFL. Yes, they've got people, and I think that they probably know that Trey Lance is likely to play. But I don't know. These are the games they play. It's just like a coach who covers his mouth with a board so he can, call his like. What are we doing here? You think that they're like professional lip readers over here who are not only like translating what you're saying and then they're sending it to the sideline and they're just like, but this is who coaches are. They hide stuff that they don't need to hide. They're like Redwood Dave. They hide things that don't need to be hidden.
I'm not saying anything about Redwood Dave.
Or maybe Dave just killed someone. I don't know. It's possible. Yeah. Should we do pick your battles? We've got a very intricate setting here because this Friday's payday, but we won't do donuts this Friday because we're all doing the show from home and we're not going to send DoorDash to each other's house. So we are unveiling a 3-week journey, and you, Whitey, will be in charge of handling Dibs' first pick. So choose wisely, but we'll start by going to the other room. Producer Kyle and Spadonuts with their first pick of 2022. Guys, how we doing?
Doing great. I am riding the Chicago Bulls. They are facing the Orlando Magic tonight. In Chicago, the Bulls beat the Magic by 35 the last time they faced them. That was in late November. Alex Caruso, the only major player out for the Bulls, so I like them to wax the Orlando Magic. Give me the 13.5 points. Bulls minus 13.5.
Minus, yes. Give them. The Bulls minus 13.5 for Kyle Spadone. What do you got?
Going Monday Night Football tonight, Steelers-Browns. I like the Steelers. They still have an outside chance to make the playoffs. I'm taking them minus 3 against the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, that number is up to 3. White T. Gleason. What do you got?
After the 49ers lost yesterday, I watched the second half of the Kings win over the Heat. The Kings beat the Heat. The Heat are playing Kyle Guy and Nick Stauskas. They got COVID issues. I think it's 9, maybe 10, but I'm taking the Warriors and giving the points against a Heat team that looked terrible yesterday.
It's 11. It's 11.
Fine. Good.
It's 11.
Good.
It's 11. And you just took my pick, but that's what happens when you're the last guy. And so I guess I won't take the Warriors. And because of that, give me the Los Angeles Clippers minus 3.5 against the T-Wolves. The T-Wolves are doing the LA two-step. They played last night, second night of a road back-to-back. Give me the Clippers to win by 4 or more. And give me the baton so that I can hand it over to Steiny and Goo. Whitey, great stuff.
Thank you.
May or may not talk to you tomorrow.
Looking forward to it either way.
And don't fill in for me on Wednesday because I'll be
Thursday.
Here.
Thank you for that.
All right. Thursday it is. Whitey, great stuff. Spadone, Kyle, thank you. Dibs, feel better. Steiny, Goo, next.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases.
And the 49ers, they beat the Texans. Trey Lance gets his first start at Levi Stadium, second start of the season overall. Didn't look great in the first half, but got it done in the second half. And now the question is very simple. Who plays next week against the L.A. Rams? It's really that simple, Goo.
It's a playoff game, Steiny, and I'm going to say this because I didn't talk to you after the debacle in Tennessee. Jimmy didn't have his best game. But from all reports, this thumb, I'm no doctor, I'm not a doctor, it's wrecked. So if I'm going down fighting, Steiny, and my guy on a good day talking about Jimmy, slightly above average, can't grip a football, if that's still the case, is there really a question here? And what I saw yesterday, there was some good. You know I'm rooting for Trey, Steiny. There was some bad, but there was enough that if Kyle Shanahan trusts Trey a bit more and opens it up, I think they can go give L.A. problems. But this is a playoff game, and I'll leave you with this because I missed you. If Jimmy was healthy, him being 4-0 lifetime against the Rams, I would want him under center. I'm nervous if Trey's the guy and what's at stake for the Niners, Steiny. I'm being real. I'm being real with you early 2022.
All right, so all year long. See, this is the protecting that's going on. This is where fans want to interject. Here's what I mean, Gil. All year long, you've been pushing for Trey Lance all year long, and now he theoretically could play in a big game with playoff implications. Let's protect him now. Let's protect him.
But see, where you lose, and I listened to you and JD. You did a great job, Steiny. I wish I had the Alfred Bat phone because I wanted to call a few times. But, Steiny, I mean, just the man that I know you are when it comes to rookies. You're pedestrian, and I get it with hey, Goose, slow down, they're rookies. So this is the guy's second start, which will be his third. I don't care if it's Dan Marino, Steiny. That's got to cause there's trepidation there. I don't care what he did or didn't do yesterday. Him being a rook with the stakes in his third game on the road, I don't care if it's Burrow, Steiny. That makes me a bit nervous. I'm not saying he can't get it done, but when you look at the numbers yesterday, it looks Garoppolo-like. 16 of 23, almost 300 yards. Ayuk almost had 100. I mean, good God, Steiny. I know. Were you smiling with a minute and 18 seconds left in the first half? Because that looked ugly. I'm going to keep it real. He had the pick. I thought he had handcuffs on him. I thought Shanny was scared. And then I kept thinking in our conversation, he must know something. And, boy, he got that ball back, and Steiny let him down to a field goal. In the second half, he looked serviceable.
Why would I have been smiling with a minute 8 left in the first half?
Because you've been kind of riding, he ain't ready, Goo. He ain't ready, you know? It's either he's ready or he's not.
That's just because that's what Kyle's been indicating with all his words and all his actions. And no, I mean, it's going to be interesting. And here's the other thing. This thing's going to go all week long. And,
no doubt.
And, you know, nobody knows how the thumb is. Nobody.
Right.
So I have no idea what's going to happen, and I don't think anybody does, to tell you the truth.
What would you do, Steiny, if it's Matt Shanahan?
I don't know because I don't know what the thumb's like. You know what I mean?
There's reports that he's already, this is what I'm hearing, Steiny, no matter what the stage it is in now, he's due to have off-season surgery on that thumb. So to me, that's Michael Jackson. That's bad.
Well, I mean, if he's going to have surgery on the thumb, then maybe it's solid enough that he can play. I mean, if he's going to have surgery on the thumb, he's going to have surgery on the thumb, why wouldn't he have it right now? Right now, if it were debilitating enough for him not to play. Like if his season were clearly over, he'd have surgery, right?
Yeah, but you know what, Steiny, on my notepad, a lot of these teams play coy. They know more than they actually let on. And I'm not saying anybody's lying, but it was strange. I listened again to you and JD when Shanahan went to the podium and said it was just a sprain, and then we find out, and I still don't know what the real was. Was it a fracture, chip? I don't know, but I feel like.
What does it matter? Who cares what it is?
I'm telling you, Steiny,
with it or
things
not.
Like that.
I don't care if it's a hangnail. Just
right.
We don't know what a fracture is. We don't know the difference between a fracture. I heard that all last week with you, Goo, and I'm not saying it's like, oh, it's a fracture. Is it a sprain? Is it a chip? Is it a ligament? Is it a hang? Can he throw the football or not? Who cares about all that other crap?
And that's where I'm going. He couldn't grip a football yesterday. You think he's going to be able to grip one this Sunday? And would you trust that?
We don't know that he couldn't grip it at all, right? We just know that he couldn't grip it well enough to play in the game. So I don't know. I mean, he's got a week off. And then, so it's going to heal in a week. And then, I mean, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves here, Goo. But what happens when the 49ers get to the playoffs? Who's quarterback in the first playoff game on the road?
Yeah, I'm with you, and I'm going with the board of health. And I just feel like, Steiny, if 99 in there and sacking on Jimmy and he falls on him, can he hold on to the ball? But Jimmy is 4-0. I can't take anything from him against the Rams. They got the Rams number, but this is the biggest game that they played against the Rams, and the Rams need this game too because they still got action at winning the division. But, Steiny, I don't want to go be Mr. Simpleton, but I'll give Trey Lance, you didn't ask, a B- yesterday.
Yeah, it's about right. I'd almost give him a little higher than that, to tell you the truth, just because he won the game, and that's what we were talking about a lot
That's what
last
you
week.
care about, right?
Just got to win the game. I don't care how he won the game. Although I do care a little because I can't believe how the 49ers were gifted the opportunity to take the lead in the game. You want to talk about
Don't you get mad, Steiny? Don't you get that was wrong. We're good men. That was wrong, man.
No doubt. It's ridiculous. That they didn't give the ball back to the Texans after Harris fumbled. Then they have then right after you hose
50-yard
the Texans, then you give them a terrible call. Well, it's not quite terrible, but it was like a 50-50 call. Then they get that one. Give me a break. And you know what? That's where, to me, and I was thinking about this, there's just no sport where the officiating can have such an impact on a game. It's just a joke. Somebody makes a call in the third quarter of a basketball game, people are going to get over it. But that whole game flipped. The bad call, it should have been 1st and 10 for the Texans in the 49ers, in 49ers territory. Did not happen. I don't know. It's just
I appreciate you coming with that perspective. I'm with you, Steiny. And you know what? The worst part about NFL officiating is subjective, Steiny. You could call holding every damn play, technically, if you wanted to. But I'm watching that game, have my soda, Steiny, I feel that ain't right for Houston. I'm rooting for the Niners, but that ain't right. I appreciate you bringing that up.
Yeah. So anyway, that just left a bad taste in my mouth. But look, all week we're going to be talking about who's going to be the quarterback next week, and I don't know. I really don't know who it's going to be. 888-957-9570 if you want to jump in and give us some thoughts on who you would start next week and under what circumstances. Let's get it going at 888-957-9570. We also got Lorenzo Neal, like we always do on Mondays. He's going to join us at 12:30, and he'll be with us for...
Slim to none, and none has left the building?
And I forget what that was. Was that about the 49ers making the playoffs?
That was. I think we got to call him on the carpet for that one. I think that is right. Look at Spadoni. Yeah.
The other thing I woke up thinking today, which I had to call around to figure out, how could what's weird is the Niners have not clinched, but the Eagles have clinched, even though
the Niners
San Francisco won a head-to-head against them.
It's called math. I don't get it.
Well, what it has to do with is if the 49ers, it's got to do with whether the Saints are involved or not involved. So the Saints next week play the Falcons. The 49ers are playing the LA Rams. Looks like that game is still going to be Sunday. It's still going to be Sunday at...
I was hoping it got flexed, Steiny. Prompt nighttime. Man.
I wasn't. That's a fundamental difference between you and me, as people know who've been listening to this show for a while. So, I don't know. I'm likely to go with Jimmy Garoppolo, obviously, if he's healthy enough to play. But, that's the obvious kind of choice, Goo. The problem's going to be, Shanahan's got to determine, is he 70%? Is he 80%? Is he 90%? Right. Is he 100%? And if he's 100%, then we're going to start him. If he's 90%, are we going to start him if he's 90% or not? So there is so much wiggle room here for Kyle Shanahan that he's going to wiggle all the way into next weekend. I guarantee you.
You know what? And I hear you. I just, Steiny, I think about that. I don't want to go backwards, but I will because I haven't talked to you. that Tennessee game, do you think some of those errant throws were, and I'm not making excuses, were the result of the injury? Or to me, that was a Jimmy Garoppolo on a bad day. Okay, so I'm looking at it like if the team goes down against the Rams, do you want to look yourself and your team and say, hey, we had a guy that was 50, 60, or we had a guy that we know that was healthy, a rookie, he'll grow from this experience and be better off for it? Or are you so scared, Kyle, for calling a game plan against that defense that you run Jimmy out there with whatever number you come up with? Steiny, if it's bad, and I think it's a 4 to 5 week injury, I really do, I just would run Trey Lance out there. I really would.
Well, then,
because I know he's
Garoppolo
healthy.
should have surgery today. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
if it's that bad, well, like, to me, if it's that bad, I mean, then no, he shouldn't play. But, the other thing is, to me, all things being equal, and it's not sentimentality, it's more like what is right. I think Garoppolo's got to have the opportunity to finish this season.
Hey.
He has to. Now, if he can't throw and the thumb is just absolutely terrible, that's one thing. But if he says to Shanahan, look, man, I've played with worse, or, I'm good enough to go, I can do it, he's got to get the start. He just has to.
My hands are in the air.
He's been here too long. Yeah. He's been good enough to get him to this place this year. They haven't made the playoffs last year. Garoppolo was a starting quarterback. I think Garoppolo should be the quarterback if he can play. And that's, to me, here's the question I have for 49er fans at 888-957-9570. If Jimmy Garoppolo says, yeah, thumb's feeling good, absolutely, Kyle, feeling good, buddy. Is there anybody out there that says, even if Garoppolo's healthy, Trey Lance should start? Because that, to me, is really that to me will convince me whether you're really all in on Trey Lance or not.
Well, man, when you put it that way, you know what my father Norm would say, Steiny, to what you just said about Jimmy? Jimmy's earned that. And as much as I'm rooting for Trey and I'm high on Trey, Steiny, he's earned that to tell the skip, hey, I can go, but if I'm Kyle Shanahan, Steiny, well, let's go out to the field. Let me see you throw this pigskin. So with that being said, he's earned it. But if that's how you want to go down, Steiny, Kyle Shanahan risking not making the playoffs, and there's errant throws left and right, and everybody can tell the guy's still banged up, he'll have to answer for that.
Well, he's going to have to answer for anything. He's going to have to answer for everything because, you could make a case, a fine predicament he's put himself in. I mean, regardless of what he decides next week, like assuming Garoppolo's close, well, then Kyle Shanahan is really in a pickle. Because if he goes with Trey Lance and Trey Lance doesn't play well and they lose and don't make the playoffs, he's not only going to hear it for making the wrong choice for who starts the game, he's probably going to hear it for making the wrong choice of person to draft over the summer. I'm not saying they'll have a point that'll last Lance's career, but if Lance doesn't play well and the 49ers lose next week and miss out on the playoffs, there's going to be a lot of people that are going to say, this is the guy you drafted? This guy right here? Even though it will be in his rookie year. So, like the way and then if he starts Garoppolo and Garoppolo loses and they don't make the playoffs, he'll get drilled for that heading into next season, even though Lance is going to be the starter. So I think Kyle Shanahan, who's been kind of a little maligned, or more maligned this year than ever, he's in a tough spot if they can't get this done on Sunday.
Yeah, he is, Steiny, and man, I'm trying to think of a great movie writer, Tarantino. They couldn't come up with a script with more drama than what the Niners are facing. But to me, let's just say it's Trey, Steiny. He's a pup. He's a baby. You want him to go out there and perform, but I think it would be unfair of anybody to sit here after the game. Let's just say he has a bad game. Jimmy's had him, Steiny, and come up with the conclusion like he's not the guy. You're not saying that. We can't do that in 3 games.
No, I'm not saying that at all. In fact, nothing to the.
I think that gives Kyle somewhat of an out if they were to lose to the Rams and because Jimmy couldn't go, so that's off the table. You made the wrong decision. Jimmy wasn't an option.
Here's the bottom line. Here's the bottom line.
Give it to me.
I guess I got to throw it out there. So you represent a lot of 49er fans, and you have said multiple times this year, despite not seeing practice, I believe Trey Lance could have the 49ers with the same or better record than Jimmy Garoppolo.
I stand by that. Yes,
well,
sir.
Then he's got then he's got to start. Then he's got to start, Guru. You've been wanting it all year long. Okay, you got it. And now you're gonna say, "Well, I've said he's better than Garoppolo." Like if you're true to your form for all year, you've got to come out and say, "Now's the time to make the switch."
Right, but Steiny, I can't ignore you're acting like he's got like he's grown through all the games he started. He has not.
Suggested.
He's being thrown in the fire.
But
and
you suggested he was as good or better than Garoppolo already. Right. So he quarterbacked the game. He won. And now you're saying, well, let's go back to Garoppolo. And the reason you're saying that is because you're scared he's going to fail in a big game, which I get. But just acknowledge all that.
No, there's 15 games he hasn't played, and you want to sit here and throw him in the fire and act like he's the same Trey Lance. He wouldn't be better off had he not started all these other games to get to this juncture. But see, you're trying to go from A to Z.
You were saying this in week 13. Get him in there. Get him.
You get better with reps, though, Steiny. You get that. You get better with reps. This version of Trey Lance would be better. I'm not running from what I said.
This is what I think's funny. This is what I think's funny is you've been ripping Shanahan all year for not playing Trey Lance, and not ripping him, but you've been pushing Trey Lance week in and week out, and now you're actually going to say, yeah, Shanahan should start Jimmy this game. He's got to start Jimmy. I didn't expect it from you, Good, to be honest. I didn't expect it.
Because I'm real, Steiny. I'm not one of these guys that just get on the radio and say one thing and kind of lie to the people and myself so I can sound right. I told you since the Chicago game, you know what? All the stuff I wanted to see from Trey, I put that up. That ain't going to happen. Jimmy in Chicago showed me when the game plan is more aggressive, he's the guy. But I'm not going to sit here like I did yesterday sweating bullets for the Niners thinking the season might be over because they were going to lose down 7-0. But you're saying it like, you know what, Goo? He's got all the experience from all the games he hasn't played. He's been sitting. Yeah, he's been learning. But I'm nervous as hell if he gets to start getting fed to the lambs for a playoff or bust. That's real. And I bet Kyle is popping pills because he's in antacids all day long, all week long because he's nervous.
Let's go to Telmo. Telmo's in San Francisco. What's up, Telmo? How you doing, man?
What's up, fellas? Happy New Year.
Same to you, buddy.
So, I just don't understand where people say it has to be in-game live reps, and he can't develop in practice. Even the Niners practice squad team is better than any top college defense, because not all those guys ended up in the NFL, and even on your reserve squad defense, all those guys are in the NFL. So if you show development in practice, especially coming from an FCS team to that. Now, in terms of Kyle's comments with Jimmy, I think what he understands is that the only reason the Niners won that game yesterday was because the Texans' offense was so bad and the defense kept them in the game. Honestly, I'm glad Lance had a good second half, but they could have won that game with Sudfeld. And against the Rams, who are absolute beasts on defense, Trey Lance doesn't have the luxury of holding the ball too long or making a bad read. The Niners need to sustain drives, keep the ball with the offense, and not give it to the Rams' potent offense. And I think Kyle knows that at the end of the day, Jimmy G has the ability to sustain drives and keep possession and play the Niners-style offense that they need to play against a powerful Rams team on offense and defense.
Appreciate it, Telmo. Appreciate it. And here's what I would say. When did Lance get his start? Week 5, something like that? Week 5
week
or 6?
5, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then this was week 17, so it's been 2.5 months essentially. I saw progress. He was definitely better yesterday than he was week 5. So you can make the case. Well, he's gotten better by practicing clearly.
But you were right. You could just look at the quarterback rating, Steiny. I mean, he doubled what he was, a 116 yesterday as opposed to 58 his first start. But it's a team game. How did the offense look to you? And I'm not blaming him, but it was new. I mean, they had no points up into a minute left in the first half. Like, you take that or you work those kinks out against the Rams next week. I mean, you could have been down 20 points. I mean, you just don't know. And I'm wondering if – here I go, Steiny, for Jimmy. The fact that he's 4-0 against the Rams and Kyle has McVay's number, do you lose that if Jimmy can't go and you got a new quarterback who's yet to face the Rams?
I think so.
So, to me, that's advantage Rams.
Let's go to Joe in Santa Clara. What's up, Joe? How you doing, man?
Hey, Steiny, how you doing? Happy New Year. I just wanted to touch on the interception by Marcelo Harris that turned into a potential fumble. I was at the game yesterday. That's why I'm calling from Santa Clara. I actually reside in Sac. But the whistle was actually blown, like, literally probably a millisecond before that ball came out. So I think that's pretty much why Houston didn't challenge it. And I missed the argument with Jimmy versus Trey, but I think if Trey just works on that quick release, he has good pocket presence as well. I think he can, evade a lot of that rush and make plays on his feet.
Yeah, he showed some escapability for sure. As far as the interception that didn't that Harris fumbled, I mean, I couldn't help. I wondered why they didn't challenge, but clearly the caller's right, because on the field the whistle probably blew, but that doesn't make the whistle blowing early any less of a mistake. I mean, they screwed that up in a big way.
Not at all. And to the naked eye, Steiny, I wasn't at the game. I don't know if you were. It wasn't even close. They were playing and that ball came out. So I was get better. Fix yourself, NFL refs.
By the way, and maybe, and I'm wondering why we don't do this, but, Trey Lance threw an interception, and then as they're going for their last drive, he should have thrown another one, but it goes through the guy's hand. Well, that's what I mean. I mean, what? Okay, what? Is it because Trey Lance is a rookie that we're not going to do that to him like we always do it to Jimmy Garoppolo?
I'm going to call you partner. I'm showing you my list. I had it on there. Say I always do it with Jimmy. You'll be proud of me. I'm going to do Steiny, that ball was picked. The dude just missed it.
Should have been. All right. Coming up next on the other side, we got Lorenzo Neal. We're going to talk more 49ers, more NFL. Hey, the Warriors are back tonight at Chase Center taking on the Miami Heat. Tip-off set for 7 p.m. right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors Live starts at 5:30. It's presented by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience.
95.7 The Game is starting off the new year with a bang! We're reacting to Trey Lance's first win as a starter.
Lance gonna wind up and throw, and it is complete inside the 15. 10.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Street Strider is the world's first 2-in-1 indoor and outdoor elliptical that will change the way you exercise. You get the combined benefits of jogging, skiing, cycling, but without the physical stress on your joints and body. Take the Street Strider outdoors for a fun full-body workout. And when the weather is bad outside, you can simply attach it to the indoor training stand for a stationary workout in your home. Ready to have some fun when you're working out? Order online now at streetstrider.com. We'll ship right to your front door, streetstrider.com. And with that, I'll welcome in Lorenzo Neal, who hosts the Football Hour with Sean Salisbury. And that show is tomorrow from 6 to 7. Lo, what's going on, buddy? How are you? Hope you had a great holiday, great New Year.
Man.
Lolo.
Absolutely happy belated New Year and Merry Christmas and belated Merry Christmas. But we still got those 12 days of Christmas, baby. And guess what? What is it? 6 days, 7 days after Christmas? My true love gave to me your Trey Lance, Guru, that you've been wanting to see, and a Partridge gingerbread win.
Yeah.
Listen to this, though, Lo. Go ahead, Goo.
No, go ahead, Steiny. You started off. Ricky Henderson, baby.
Oh, that was nice. Thank you. Thank you for the applause. They couldn't handle that. They didn't know where I was going with that. Nice back there that you guys were rocking with me. I appreciate it. They were still asleep. They're still on vacation. I'm ready to party, arty.
All right. Well, I'm feeling some kind of way toward Guru right now.
I knew you would.
I can't figure out what it is. So, he's been pushing Trey Lance all year, right? I mean, you know that. He's been pushing. And now Trey comes in and he wins him this ball game. And I'm thinking Guru's coming in today saying the Trey Lance era has begun. But he didn't. He said Jimmy's got to go if he can play. Wow. I just didn't expect it. I'm knocked over. You know what I mean? I came in here like, okay, my man's going to get his wish. Trey Lance going to quarterback a big game, but he doesn't want that smoke, I guess.
Hey, you know what? Hey, Guru, I could appreciate that. Steiny, here's what you know. Guru is the type of guy, and this is what, back in the day, you guys could appreciate that. You have a girl, and she's been pretty good, maybe gained a couple extra LBs. High school, she was cool, though. And all of a sudden, there's a rival high school. There's a rival high school, and this other girl's a cheerleader, too. But she does track and field, so she might be just maybe looks a little bit more. But then you get that kiss, you're like, okay. I need to stay at home. Keep my ass at home. That's what you got to see. Not that she wasn't faster than your girl. Not that she probably had more potential than your girl. But maybe, Guru, she was a freshman and you're a senior, so you're expecting a lot more.
Analogies are the best thing going in this world. Lo, I love that.
Sometimes they're the best thing.
Yeah, right. Lo, but I was just telling Steiny.
You felt that.
No. Go ahead, Goo.
No, I gave Trey a B-, and I saw some good. I saw some immaturity, and I saw some things that are going to be great later. But, Lo, when you're playing this playoff game coming up on the road in L.A., as much as I say Jimmy's average, you know what he is? Undefeated against the Rams. And I told Steiny, a locker room to me will be deflated if they were to come out, and you could speak to this and say Jimmy's done for the season. I think it's kind of one of those wink, wink. We'll let you try to get the thumb better. But if somehow Jimmy, this thing heals, Low, I wouldn't send Trey Lance into the Terra Dome when Jimmy and his experience against the Rams would supersede that. And that's what's throwing Steiny off.
Yeah, I love watching Westerns, and Steiny, you could appreciate this. I don't know if Guru's a Western guy, but Clint Eastwood. I love old Clint Eastwood. Old Peter Falk, when Peter Falk was living. But, Clint Eastwood, the good, bad, the ugly. You got to see that. You got to see that, Guru. But you expect that, man, the good, the bad, the ugly. You got to see some good, you got to see the bad, and you got to see some ugly. Trey's not great. So we can't. Clint Eastwood didn't make movie. It wasn't the good, the bad, and the great. It was good, the bad, the ugly. Right now, he's not great, and he can be good. I don't think that Trey's capable right now as a rookie to be great. So when you're looking at this team, and this is what you took away, you saw him in the first half. I gave him a D. And he got a D plus, and then second half I gave him a strong B. I mean, if you watch the guy mature though on the goal line, it's 1st and goal on the goal line. They drop him back in the pass, and he gets happy feet. He still hits Ayuk on that crossing route, picks up the first down, but it was no need. He saw ghosts. He gets uncomfortable. He's got a clock in his head. He didn't look comfortable in the pocket early. I'm telling you though, Trey matured yesterday. He grew up yesterday, Guru. I'm telling you, I understand what you're saying because I saw it. I'm like, wait, he looked off. This didn't look, the rhythm wasn't there. Everything was sporadic. He tried to force it to Jimmy G, to Kittle. Kittle on that wheel route and threw the interception, threw it into double coverage. If he had to throw that ball perfect, that had to be a great throw to get it there. He was open, but he has to be a great thrower to get in there. It's not there yet. When he had Debo on the go route on the opposite side, if he just would have took his eyes off and he could have hit Debo for a 20, 30-yard gain. Yeah. So this is going to be what we're going to have to deal with early. But I'm going to tell you right now, Trey, in my opinion, he grew immensely yesterday from the first half to the second half, Steiny.
Did he grow enough for you to start him? Or how are you viewing who starts next week against the Rams? I get the sense as a former player it's pretty easy for you. If Garoppolo can go, he plays. If not, Lance plays.
1,000%. It's simple. I'm in the same church as you, Steiny, and you know what? I'll even sit on your lap. That's how much I agree with you. I told guys last week when I was on with nice guy Steven, he's like, oh, well, Trey. And I said, look, Trey is going to be a good quarterback. I said, I understand what he can do. He's fast. He's got more. He can outside the pocket. You saw that when they ran that boot, he hits Debo for the touchdown to deep over, get him outside the pocket, puts a lot of pressure on the defense. But right now, when you look at it, I said, if Jimmy G is healthy, you go with Jimmy G. If he's 90%, you go with Jimmy G. If he's 85, you start to teeter. But Jimmy G at 90% or 85%, he's better than Trey, guys. He's more astute to the game. He knows the offense better. He's going to get the ball out of his hand quick. He's not going to take as much chances as Trey. But Jimmy, right now, you look at it. Last week, get the swelling out. All the swelling, inflammation go down. He held the ball, threw it a couple of times. And then now this week, he'll be able to, if he's able to go, you tape it up a little bit. You a little that tea, throw a little Novocaine in there. They'll deaden it a little bit, but you still want to be able to feel the ball. And I see Jimmy being able to go. If he can go, they're going to play him.
Yeah, Lo, Steiny asked my preference, and I said, if Jimmy can go, I just don't think, and I'm not hating, Lo, I'm not a doctor. I just don't think he'll be able to grip a ball enough to play in a game with the stakes as big as they are. But about the young and raw Trey Lance, how much of Kyle Shanahan's aggressiveness in calling plays for him to be and use his attributes, Lo? Because to me, I know we're talking about Trey, but it's what type of Kyle are we going to get? Are you going to go in there and just let him hang? And I know last time you faced the Rams, you ran the ball down their throat. I don't expect that to be the case, but I think Trey is successful as Kyle will let him be. And that first half, it kind of was the Trent Dilfer type of, I'm going to hand the ball off, I'll throw. But then he kind of opened it up in the second half, and that's when we saw the good trade.
Well, and give kudos to Cal, giving him the opportunity to get his sea legs underneath him because he wasn't ready really in the first half. So I think it'll be a lot different, Goo. And let me tell you something. Yes, there's nobody. You look at that offensive tackle, Big Trent Williams. There's nobody no one can hold up against him man blocking. He's too physical. He's too strong. I don't care who's on him. He's going to move. He's going to get movement. You got to move with him. If you take one step laterally, he's just so big and he's going to get you. Boom! He hits you right off the ball. He can move people. He's a mountain of a man, and he's a space eater. So I think that you can run the ball, especially the way Elijah Mitchell's running the ball to the perimeter. Man. I think you have a great chance to go in there and run the ball, Guru. You put Kittle to the side, the same side. You got the big boy over there blocking Williams, and you guys come off and you double and Trey and Ace block up to guys, and guys just make the body count happen. Get the guard to block down, get the backside, cut those guys down, and let those one-on-one blockers go out there. So no, I'm telling you right now, without a doubt, they are going to have success running the ball against the Rams. They're too good up front. it's impossible for this Niners team to be shut down and stifled. Now you got Mitchell. You can get to the perimeter. You got runners, and you're moving the defensive linemen because it's stretch plays. They got to move laterally, so you're going to have the advantage on those certain plays. And that's when you got a quarterback that can Trey, that can boot, that can carry out fakes. You watch him last week, this game, and we watch it again. He always, after he did it, carry out the bootleg, carrying out the fake, trying to keep that backside linebacker at home. So I think that Trey can go in and be a serviceable quarterback. Defense has, but yes, you're right. Jimmy G gives you the best chance to win, but young Trey, he is going to continue to grow, Guru. And can they beat the Rams if they had to with Trey? Guess what? They have no alternative. They have to.
Right.
Whoever's the quarterback.
Lorenzo Neal joining us on 95.7 The Game. He does every Monday at 12:30. How much different, if at all, did the plays look to you, Lo? I mean, I know he did bootleg a fair amount, but it didn't look that different to my eye. What about yours?
It didn't. And look, you see Jimmy sell some passes, get away from him. You saw Trey a couple, but you saw Trey threw a nice slant route, coming out, bam, 1, 2, 3, got the ball out of his hand. He threw some balls in between some coverages, guys, and made some nice throws. Go back again, Guru, and go watch it again, and go look at him, especially in the second half. But he made some plays throwing the ball. A couple of underthrows. He could have thrown better, put it on guys a little bit better. But he did make some big-time throws in that game yesterday. But no, Steiny, to answer your question, the playbook didn't look that much more. Yes, you got a lot more counters, you got a lot more boots to get him out on the perimeter, to let him do his thing. But no, the playbook wasn't that much more expensive.
Lo, what if I told you and Steiny that I'm worried about the defensive side of the ball in the secondary? I saw Matt Ryan come here and complete deep balls. I saw Davis yesterday have some success. Some got called back, and now the Rams have added OBJ. And I'm looking at what transpired yesterday. They took your boy off the field, Lo, because he was, the pass interferences. So I'm asking you, how do you rectify that? And if you're the Rams, are you looking at this like, oh, we are about to eat if you're Stafford and McVay?
Yeah, I think that you're going to have to disguise more coverages. And I'm going to tell you, you got to get home. What I'm doing is I'm bringing a linebacker down, guys, or safety or something in the box, and I'm going to roll the coverage over to to Coop at times, to Cooper Kupp at times, and sometimes over to, OBJ, but I'm going to roll it over to him because I'm not going to let him just sit there because he'll just throw the ball up and they're going to grab pass interference. So I got to get you with pressure. And I'm going to tell you right now, the reason why I'm going to bring someone in the box because you cannot allow the chips on Nicky Bosa. I'm watching Nicky. He slows down. He gets chips. He has to start, restart. They're wearing him out. I'm telling you, they're wearing him out. It's becoming a problem. You got to bring someone and put someone over their head. So now you got to say you can't double him. You got to make sure that you put, even if you got to go to the field when it's a short side field, say the boundaries, you're on the hash mark, so you're closer to the boundary. Now you got to go ahead and say, okay, I know the wide side. I'm gonna put Nick Bosa on the wide side of the field, but I'm gonna play a solid. I'm gonna cover my tackle. My guard's gonna be covered, and now I'm gonna bring somebody over to tight end. So now I got every guy covered. So now you cannot double him. I'm gonna draw defenses up that's going to take away the double team because I'm telling you, they're doubling and tripling him, and it's starting to wear Nicky Bosa out.
Well, can you see? I'm looking at the NFC quarterbacks with whether it's Prescott, Stafford, Murray, Rodgers, Brady. I guess I'll throw Jalen Hurts in there because they're going to be at least a playoff team, so I'll throw them in there. But, I look at those quarterbacks, and then I look at the 49ers quarterback situation, whether it's Garoppolo or Lance, and I'm thinking – this team can't run the table, not with their quarterback situation versus the quarterbacks they're going to have to face. You know what I mean? They're not going to win 3 straight games to get to the Super Bowl, are they?
I don't think so. No, I don't think it's possible, but is it probable? I don't know. Because I'm going to tell you right now, and here's the deal. I think Tom Brady has to do too much. I'm watching the defense of Tampa Bay. They're not playing that well. Tom Brady is, he's still the greatest in the GOAT, but you see what happened. You lost Brown yesterday. The guy's, bipolar step, he's the guy's, unfortunately. Something's going on with him because you don't walk away from the millions of dollars. This guy's lost over $100 million. Something is unstable, so my thoughts and prayers, hopefully the guy can get right because you don't walk off the field and do what he's doing. So I look at Tampa. Tampa's got a chink in their armor, man. Brady's got it too much. I don't like him. I look at Dallas. Dallas is a team that's, that can play. You saw him play against a Kyler Murray team yesterday that looked more impressive and looked like they wanted to play. I don't necessarily soul on anyone. Green Bay's the wild card. I think Green Bay's probably the best team. After that, guys, I'm telling you, the NFC and just like the AFC, it's open, guys. The Cincinnati Bengals, hell, with the young second-year quarterback, maybe the best team in the AFC. So when you look at the NFL, NFC, AFC, there is no team that scares me. Green Bay playing better defense, so you got to give them the edge. But right now, guys, even though with the quarterbacks like you're alluding to, Steiny, I don't fear any of those guys. The Niners can play. They can play with the Rams. They match up great against them. Tampa is inconsistent right now. Brady's got to do too much. Their defense, I think they can run against. I don't see a team out there that just can flat out dominate the Niners.
I love it, Lo, and I was telling Steiny, man, this is what makes it exciting, and I don't care. People probably know this. I'm stating the obvious, Lo. This week is a playoff game. The playoffs start this week, and if somehow the Niners didn't get in and it was Trey under center, you're a former player, Lo. How would you look at the Niners 2021 campaign?
Well, last week, if they would have lost this yesterday, they're out, right?
Yeah,
they would have been out.
Yep.
So you look at it now. So that way is a playoff. This is another playoff game. I look at their season now. It comes down to a couple games. I mean, this team underachieved. They should have not had let Seattle beat them. You give that punt return, that fake punt return. You shouldn't have lost that game. You shouldn't have lost to Tennessee early in the year when you shouldn't have lost to Tennessee. You have that game. So you look at this team. It squandered. It underachieved. I don't care what quarterback. I don't care. We could talk about quarterbacks that we blew in the face. They should not have lost to Tennessee. No way. Double-digit lead, score what you should have did. You should have beat Tennessee. If you beat Tennessee, you wouldn't be in this situation anyway. You look at Seattle letting an 86-yard fake punt get on you. Shouldn't have happened there. You look at the Aaron Rodgers. Maybe shouldn't have that game. A minute something left. All you had to do was they had no timeouts. You let them go the distance. So you look at this team. I'll say they underachieve. I don't care. You can talk about injuries. You can talk about guys not being able to play, hurt. I don't care. Every team has went through injuries. Every team has suffered through COVID. It's always, you can't give excuses. This team underachieved if they don't make the playoffs. Flat out, Guru, they underachieved.
I mean, to me, that question's easy to answer. If they don't make the playoffs, the season's a failure. A flat-out, unmitigated failure.
Wow. Yep.
Even with a rook under center for the last game, Steiny, if it ain't Jimmy?
I don't care. No
pass?
I don't care.
No pass at all.
Say it, Steiny.
No.
Say it, Steiny.
Are you kidding?
Real.
Guru and his buddies were chirping Super Bowl before the season. We're Super Bowl contenders.
Yeah.
They might not even make the playoffs. And you know what? And let's put the rat on the table. They will have not made the playoffs with a very weak NFC.
Yeah.
Come on.
With an extra playoff.
I'm almost ready to say if they make the playoffs as a 6 or 7 seed and lose in the wild card game, that's not a good year. That's not what anybody thought. Everybody thought this team had a Super Bowl run in them, and the reality is if they don't, they failed. They haven't played good enough football consistently all year long to be
How can you with that secondary, guys? That secondary is the Achilles heel. There is no Eric Hicks. There is no Ronnie Lott.
Can we put the rat on the table? They didn't have injury problems. They had no injury issues. Yeah. They had a few guys missing a few games here and there. They didn't have any injury issues, Lo.
I'm with you, and that's why, Guru, I would say that would be a disappointment if this team didn't make the playoffs. And yeah, the secondary is not the best, and I get that.
Man.
But I understand this. You can play better than what you're playing. You don't have to get a PI, Guru. You don't have to get PIs. So okay, even if you get beat, you don't have to necessarily give up PIs. So this team got to play better fundamentally, and you got to make sure you put some pressure on the quarterback. If these guys can do that, which we showed, there was a stretch in there that you wanted to crown the defensive coordinator, say, hey, man, coach of the year. Look what he started to do. The corners started to play better. Everyone started to play better. The secondary was playing better. And all of a sudden, it was late. You got a couple bad calls. You got a couple PIs. Now you're looking at everyone saying, okay, what happened? Well, they got to go back to basic fundamentals. I had Tart yesterday, had talked to him yesterday on the show, and when I was on the show, and asked him, how good is this team? If this team is playing, the 49ers playing its best ball, and you know what he said, you know what? We're a Super Bowl contender. That's exactly, Steiny, what you said. That's what they believe, and that's what players are saying. They're saying if the Niners play their best ball, and Guru, you know that. If they play their best ball right now, they are Super Bowl. They can play with anyone. You saw them play with Tennessee. You saw them play. Everyone thinks Green Bay is the Super Bowl. They went toe-to-toe with Green Bay. When you watch the way that they play, and when they're playing good football, they can play with anybody.
Yeah, but see, the way I look at it, Lo, is like they're going to have to play good football for the next month and a half. They haven't done that all year. Like, I think they're capable of playing a real good game, but I don't think they're capable of playing 4 real good games in a row. It's just not who they've been this year.
And I'm petrified of this LA game. Yeah.
Here's the deal. It comes down to the mindset. Because you're going to be sore, you're going to be beat up, you're not going to have any bye, and it's like, giddy up, let's go. So what do I mean by that? The mindset, you have to have your mindset that you're going to go whip someone's ass and go run the ball and pound the ball and do what you do and whip their butt, play in and down out. That's what you have to do. If this team is running the ball 30 to 35, you know it, over 30 times a game, let me tell you something. That means they're in any game. And I don't care what it takes. When we say, hey, they haven't been consistent, there was a stretch there where they ran at 40, 42, 36, 30, and they won 4 games in a row. I'm telling you, if you want this team to go open up a can of whip butt, you know what they got to do. That means it's got to be physical. It's got to be the mindset. Guys got to take care of their bodies. Guys got to say, we're going to come out and we're going to impose our will. If the Niners can do that, and you know it, Steiny, I don't care who you're playing. I'm going to ask you guys this. If you look at any stats and this team runs the ball 35 times in one game, who beats them, in your opinion? In NFC or on the way to Super Bowl, if this team is running the ball 35 times, so is that do you guys are in the same church? You guys agree? If this team's running 35 times or more, are they a tough out?
Low, but that's like saying if I got all 6 lotto numbers, I'm ripped. My life changes. I got to get them. How many times is that going to happen? Are you going to dictate that you're going to run the ball like that down somebody's throat?
Okay, so let me tell you something. When they went to the Super Bowl, tell me when it didn't happen. They went the playoff game. They only threw the ball 8 times. Then when they played Green Bay, they dominated. They ran the ball down their throat. So I get what you're saying, but you're saying, okay, when it's going to happen, it's happened. The proof's in the pudding. We've seen it happen this year. We've seen them play playoff teams, and we've seen them run the ball, and they may have success.
No, they have. They have. I just don't think they're going to be able to play that way in the playoffs. And I mean, I just look at it. They're going to have to string. They're going to have to string together too many games like that. But no, I mean, I hear what you're saying, Lo. Hey, Lo. Thanks for joining us as always, buddy.
Lo.
No worries, guys. Cheers. Be blessed.
All right. That's Lorenzo Neal. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's open it up to some callers. Talk about what are you doing next week? Trey Lance or Jimmy Garoppolo, and how do you make the decision? 888-957-9570. And as always, the Comcast Business Text Line, always open at 888-957-9570. Be right back.
Street Strider, the world's first 2-in-1 indoor and outdoor elliptical, will change the way you exercise forever. You get the combined benefits of jogging, skiing, and cycling, but without the physical stress on your joints and body. Take the Street Strider outdoors for a fun, full-body workout. And when the weather is bad outside, simply attach it to the indoor trainer stand for a stationary workout in your own home. Order online at StreetStrider.com. We ship to your front door. Go online now. That's StreetStrider.com.
Get ready to kick off football season with a winning tailgate party. Chef's Toys is the #1 kitchen and restaurant supply store in California, and it's open to the public. Shop commercial-grade product for your kitchen, home, or restaurant. Be the champion of your backyard grill or tailgate this season with all the barbecue and cooking accessories from Chef's Toys. With years of food service experience, their team is ready to elevate your game day parties. Visit one of 3 Northern California stores, Oakland, San Francisco, and Sacramento, or shop online at chefstoys.com with free shipping available.
Gentlemen, now you can find the best brands and fits for you without even trying. Just follow these easy instructions. Step 1, shop a personalized store that does all the work for you by customizing a selection for your taste and body. Step 2, level up your closet with the best brands and fits with little to no effort. Not trying has never looked so good. Introducing Stitch Fix Freestyle, your personalized store. We're so you.
In the time before AT&T Fiber Internet.
What? What are you doing in me dungeon?
It's the only place where the bloody Wi-Fi works.
Oh, and you don't mind the spiders?
Spiders? What spiders? Oh no, they're everywhere! Oh!
In the time after AT&T Fiber Internet.
It's nice having fast, reliable Wi-Fi in the whole house.
For sure.
The dawn of a better internet era with AT&T Fiber.
Limited availability in select areas. Check eligibility at att.com/getfiber. AT&T Smart Wi-Fi extenders may be required. Sold separately. Restrictions apply.
Hi, this is Tiki Barber. Peloton is bringing so much new for the new year. With the Peloton bike, you get access to new classes and new artist series. Punch up your power with Peloton Boxing. Work out to your favorite music with 100+ artist series classes. For a limited time, experience it all with a $550 value off the Peloton Bike Plus, including $300 off the Bike Plus and free setup and delivery. A $250 value. Terms apply.
I'm Serena Williams. You watch me live on TV.
And I'm the girl from that alien movie you watch on demand. Our worlds have been brought together thanks to DirecTV Stream.
Why are you whispering?
Because the alien will hear us.
Maybe let the alien know you can get DirecTV Stream with no annual contract.
He seems pretty excited by that, actually.
Introducing DirecTV Stream, the best of live TV and on demand with no annual contract. Get your TV together at DirecTV.com.
Requires high-speed internet and compatible device. Content varies by package and location. Restrictions apply.
Creamy nut butter makes it delightfully sweet. Roasted nuts make it perfectly salty. Get 2 great tastes in one delicious bar. Enjoy a Nature Valley sweet and salty nut bar today.
Spread game is what the Harlem Globetrotters do best. Basketball wizardry, ankle-breaking moves, jaw-dropping swag, and the new drip. When the Globetrotters dunk, they rattle the rim with soul. It's time to laugh so hard that your stomach hurts during the show. Grab the family and get your tickets. The Spread Game Tour is coming. Don't miss the Globetrotters in the Bay Area from January 14th to 16th. Go to harlemglobetrotters.com/Bay Area.
Have you heard the phrase, the best defense is a good offense? That's what Golden State believes when it comes to protecting your home from the elements. A smart play is to visit goldenstatelumber.com. Under products, click Windows and Doors. Take a virtual tour at one of their showrooms throughout the Bay Area for a variety of options that will defend your home with greater energy efficiency. Now that's a winning combination. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Exergen agrees with a just-released study by the FDA, confirming that non-contact thermometers are not accurate and that their labels contain false information. Be sure Be accurate with Exergen thermometers, backed by over 100 clinical studies. Learn more at Exergen.com.
Neuropathy pain? Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC, 925-393-0100.
We're all on this planet together. So join Odyssey and find your one thing. Resolve to recycle more. Recycle paper, bottles, and cans directly, and recycle old clothes by donating them. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow. What's your one thing?
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 90 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate hub for everything sports, with live games, shows, news, and highlights, all in one place. Only with Xfinity X1.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, find a career with great benefits and work-life balance and do what you love. AC Transit is hiring journey-level mechanics and service employees. Join their East Bay team to maintain AC Transit's fleet of buses. Apply today at actransit.org/careers. Matt Steinmetz along with Daryl the Guru Johnson. And we're talking about the San Francisco 49ers, who won yesterday 23-7. They're now 9-7. And they need to win against the Rams, or if they lose, they're going to need some help. We can get into the specifics later, but essentially, they got to go beat the Rams, which isn't much of a big deal considering they beat them 5 times in a row, Goo. Nothing to see here, right?
Yeah, but that was with 10 under center. If, everything's off the table. And I asked you, and you astutely answered that, you know what? You are right, Goo, that the advantages kind of go away if you're running a new rookie quarterback out there. I can't wait, Steiny. I mean, this is the closest thing to a playoff game, and I guess you could say yesterday was, but Steiny, it was 7-0 with a minute left in the first half at home. I don't think this team is clicking on all cylinders like Lowe said, but I'm the guy that tells you, hey, you take it one game at a time, and who knows, but I'm not knocking at your door telling Niner fans, look at this team in the red and gold. They're hitting on all cylinders by any means.
No, I'm not either. And in fact, it's 7-3 at halftime. And again, with 8 minutes to go, the officials make a call that absolutely changes the complexion of the game. There's just no doubt about it. Now the 49ers may have been able to withstand that and maybe would have only given up a field goal. Maybe they wouldn't have given up anything. I don't know. But to see the game swing that dramatically on one bad call and one questionable call, it's just so disappointing. But that's the NFL, and that's the way it goes in terms of NFL officiating. They make big calls, and they can really influence a game. Let's go to Toby. Toby's in Brentwood. What's up, Toby? How you doing, man? What's up, man? Ike's in Oakland. What's going on, Ike? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, how you doing, man? Hey, big fan of the show, man. Listen to you guys all the time, man. I just want to get back on the 49ers, man. When I think it's my guy Goose said we didn't have any injuries. Man, we mentioned our starting running back, Raheem Mostert, for the season, our starting corner, Verrett. That's why we got Josh Norman off the couch. Remind you guys, he came off the couch back playing, even though he used to be a Pro Bowler or whatever. And then we missed Kittles for a substantial amount of time. I want to say maybe 5-6 games. So that dramatically, even though we lost a lot of close games. You know what I'm saying? I just wanted to let you know that. You forgot about those injuries, man.
Yeah, and that was me, I think, not Guru. But, I mean, compared with other teams, 49ers have not had as many injuries as other teams. And, I'm not even going to look it up. I mean, yeah, they lost Verrett. But you know what? And Mostert hurts. But then they wouldn't have had –
look at Mitchell.
They wouldn't have had their first rookie running back to rush for this many yards. And as for George Kittle, what's he got? He's missed – George Kittle missed 3 games. 3 games.
What about that catch yesterday, Steiny? Oh, my God. What
I'm surprised you didn't
That was a great catch.
You didn't throw was that his only catch of the day, too, by the way?
I want to say it was, Steiny. I want to say it was. But, hey, all I ask is, 2 of the 3 get off. And that's the formula moving forward. And I don't want to say Ayuk and Debo being under 100 yards didn't get off, but they made some big plays. Trey showed his strength in his arm. I don't like the terradome they're going to this Sunday, Steiny. That's all. And that's why I think you're shocked, because you told Lowe, who is this talking to me? But, I got perspective. What if they shut the run down this time? And now it's Trey on the road using what he doesn't have upstairs, which is an old job interview, Steiny. Experience. He doesn't have that. I just don't think he can navigate unless Kyle has this out-of-body experience calling plays and keeping the Rams, on their toes. Hey, I'm not saying it can't happen. I would if 10 can go, Steiny, I would bet on that.
888-957-9570 is the number. Trey Lance leads the 49ers to a victory yesterday, 23-7. 888-957-9570. What's your thinking going into next week's game against the LA Rams on Sunday? And then you got to start thinking about what may or may not be the case once the playoffs roll around. But did you see enough from Trey Lance yesterday to give him a crack at it against the Rams, even if Garoppolo's approaching 100%? Let's say Garoppolo's, Lowe used the number 85%. It gets down to 85%, then it's a little iffy. But are you playing Trey Lance or are you playing Jimmy Garoppolo? And what does it depend on? Let's go to Toby. What's going on, Toby? How you doing, man?
How you doing? First-time caller. Love your show.
Thank you.
Quick question. I was looking at the playoff pictures. Eagles. I just don't understand it. How we beat them heads up, right? Why they're in, we're not in. We're not at this point.
Well, it's because if the 49ers lose and the Eagles win. No. The bottom line is the Eagles win a 3-team wild card situation. It would be
wow.
It would be. Let me make sure I get this right, because I do know what it is. The Eagles are in because the 49ers, if they lose, they go to 9-8. They will be the one wild card. The Eagles will be the second wild card because of they either beat the Saints head up or they have a better conference record. But if the 49ers lose and they're still going to make the playoffs, the only way the 49ers can't make the playoffs is if it's the Philadelphia Eagles and Saints. But under that scenario, the Eagles then would have to have a better record than the 49ers. So that would mean that the Eagles would have to win next week and the Saints would have to lose. And that would mean that the 49ers would have the last seed in the playoffs, in the NFC. I think I did a terrible job, but I know what I'm talking about. What cannot happen is the Eagles go to the playoffs and the 49ers don't. That cannot happen if the teams finish tied. The Eagles would have to be a game ahead of the 49ers because they beat them 17-11 earlier in the season. So 888-957-9570 is the number. What are you doing if you're Kyle Shanahan? Did Trey Lance show you enough yesterday to give him another crack at it against the LA Rams? Here's the other thing. If Jimmy Garoppolo is not healthy enough to play, let's say, and they decide to go to Trey Lance, you know what? They could lose and still make the playoffs. I know people don't want to hear that, but it's possible. You know what I mean?
I I see the Saints on the road against Atlanta, and your boy Taysom Hill showed up yesterday. They were losing the game at home against Carolina, took care of business. So I just don't see Sean Payton losing to what's left of Atlanta, Steiny. But what did you make of the sound from Kyle Shanahan? I think we got it to where he was asked if Jimmy can go, because we're throwing this back and forth, and rightfully so. But he was kind of like, if Jimmy can grip the ball, it ain't no question about it. Jimmy's going out there. So maybe you are right. Maybe he's closer to being ready than I think he is, because I'm writing him off. But, Steiny, your boy Kyle was like, it ain't no question. If Jimmy can go, he's out. He's our starter.
Yeah, let's actually take a listen to that, Spadone. The one I'm let's see. Let's go to the one. I can't get it in front of me. Let's go who will be the starting quarterback next week in L.A.?
I mean, if Jimmy's 100% healthy and could do everything, perfect, then, I would definitely go with Jimmy. I'm not just going to throw a guy in after one game like this when Jimmy's been doing it for us all year. I think it's going to be hard for Jimmy to be 100%, which is how most people are right now at this time of year. But Trey did a good job. If Jimmy can't go, we won't hesitate at all. But if we feel Jimmy can go and play confident, then Jimmy will be out there.
Now that's different than when I first heard it. First, he's got to be 100 if you take him at his word. And then for Trey, I ain't throwing him in after one game. But I don't know. You make the call, Steiny.
So just to clarify, the Eagles are already in the playoffs because they have a better conference record. All right, but if the Eagles and 49ers finish in a tie, 49ers will get the 6th seed, and the Eagles get the 7. If the 49ers lose, the 49ers lose and the Saints win, then the 49ers are out. But there's no circumstance where the Eagles are in the playoffs and the 49ers are out of the playoffs if they finish with the same record. Then the 49ers win because they beat them during the regular season. So
I'll tell you what, Steiny, Norm and myself heard you and JD for a little bit last week after the Tennessee game, and you put the rat on the table. That was such a monumental loss. Had they secured the win, which I thought they earned, and there was no way they would be in. This would mean nothing, basically. Proceeding, but they would already be in. But I just hate the fact that when the games are over Sunday, is somehow they slip up in L.A., which wouldn't be a total shocker at all, and the Saints go on the road and beat the Falcons, what's left of them. I mean, man, we're talking about another season where this team didn't get it done.
Yeah, say it. It's a failure. It's a flat-out failure if they go 9-8 and don't make the playoffs.
And
there's no other way to talk about it, Goo. There's no other way. Nobody didn't. Everybody thought that the 49ers would be a playoff team at the least. They were talking about, can we win the division? This right now has been a disappointing year for the Niners. It still has an opportunity to turn around, and they can salvage it. But I also think the only way they salvage it is they need to get to the playoffs and win a round. If they get to the playoffs and lose, come on. You were talking about yourself as a Super Bowl contender. Not only that, you only went 9-8 or 10-7. So, I guess and the other thing is they should thank their lucky stars there is a 7th playoff team this year. This team's just it's not been close to consistent all year long.
You got that, Steiny, and I'm giving the F, but I hate I'm bringing this up to you because I told you Twitter's a cesspool, man. It's just vile. It's ugly. There's nothing positive, but I just want to stand up for Trey in this sense. If he gets the start and they go lose that game, I think there's going to be a section of people that put him in the Kyle Shanahan of only making the playoffs 1 year in his tenure. That ain't on Trey. Trey's going to start. If he does, it'll be his 3rd game, Steiny. So I hope people you included, are able to separate. No,
you're right. Everybody's going to – listen, Trey Lance is going to get a pass.
Okay,
he's absolutely going to get a pass.
Steiny.
Nobody's going to come down Trey Lance's road. Why would somebody come down Trey?
He didn't get it done.
Well, okay, he didn't get it done, and it was his 3rd quarter. Or it was his 3rd game.
That's okay.
But the point is like Kyle Shanahan's a guy. He's going to take all that heat, every single drip drop of it. Let's go to Rock. Rock's in Fremont. What's going on, Rock? Schlep Rock, our guy.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, man.
Yeah,
Hey.
Schlep Rock. It's all good. But here's the thing. What's up, Guru? If I'm the coach and I'm not, I don't even say one on TV. So let's put that right on the table. But if I was, I'm starting Jimmy. That's just me. That's not what I called for. I wanted to switch bases a little bit and ask Guru this. If you were the Raiders, all right, and you've seen Carr play the way he's played in the last 6 games, I'm thinking he's got somewhere around 10 interceptions and 4 or 5 fumbles in the last 5 games. Where do you start next year with this guy? I mean, is he coming back next year? Should he come back? And Steiny, here's what I wanted to ask you, and then I'll listen to you guys. What are you thinking about OPJ, Otto Porter Jr. coming off the bench and how he's just lighting it up, man? That was shocking to me last week.
Yeah, he's done it a couple times against Utah and against Phoenix.
Lord, man.
Yeah, boy. Oh, by the way, I didn't know whether to classify this as breaking news because I don't think it is. It looks like Klay Thompson, the most likely return date is going to be a week from today. A week from yesterday, January 9th, against the Cleveland Cavaliers. So 6 days from today is what's looking like the most likely return date for Klay Thompson.
And a team that's already rich, Steiny, gets richer. And I know you don't like videos. I got to ask you, and I'm going to answer his Derek Carr question, too, because every time I count Derek Carr out, all he does is lead the team down there to win the game. So, Steiny, I don't know what you think. I don't know. I feel like every other Sunday, his tenure in Vegas is done. And then I'm like, he kind of gets her done. So we'll see what he does against San Diego.
Done.
Yeah.
Been to the playoffs once in his career.
Well, I was talking about this season with the comebacks because I counted them out. I'm being honest. I got my hand up at least 3 or 4 times. Some texts have went off from my iPhone saying he's done. Oh, I think you were a recipient. And all he did was take him down the field to win the game. So I don't know.
Lori's in Phoenix. Hey, Lori, how you doing?
Hey, guys. Happy New Year.
Yeah, same to you.
Back at you.
Yeah, so I will say this situation with the Niners, and I know you guys have been talking about how this season's been a disappointment. I don't really look at it that way. I mean, there's been a lot of positives that have happened. You look at Debo, you look at, some of the other players that are having breakout really good seasons. Yes, granted, the losses, especially the disappointing losses, have been horrible, and the inconsistency in the playing. But, this team is still I think they're the top injured team in the league for 2 years in a row now. Now, I know that there's no excuses for that, but it does make a difference in games. And, here's the thing with Trey and Jimmy, I wouldn't want to be the one that has to make that decision. I think that this is putting Kyle in a really bad spot. This is exactly what he didn't want to happen if he was going to have to choose between quarterbacks at this time. If he was going to do this week 6 or 7, would have been a much better time, either have Trey win out or something else happen. But the fact that now he's got to decide between an injured quarterback, who's your veteran, and this new quarterback, they're going to get nailed no matter what they do, win or lose. I mean, obviously, if they lose, they're going to get nailed a lot more, depending on how they lose. If Jimmy goes out there and he can't perform, they're going to say, well, they should have had Trey. If Trey goes out there and doesn't perform, they're going to say, oh, he wasn't ready. It doesn't really matter. And this fan base is to the point where it doesn't matter what they do. They find something else to be upset about. So I think it's a bad situation. I think what they got to do is just whatever quarterback they put in, they got to figure out a game plan to put around them to give them the best chance to win. And I do think Kyle can do that. And I do think the Rams are a team that they've already shown they can beat. They just got to do it again.
Thanks, Lori. Appreciate the call. They just got to win. They got to win regardless of who quarterbacks against the Rams.
Right.
Because that will mean they at least have something to show for the season, which is the playoffs, which Kyle Shanahan has missed 3 out of 4 years. So that's the first thing. I don't care what the game plan looks like. I don't care if they win 6-0. I don't care if they win 41-40. They have to make the playoffs. If the game Sunday is the difference between an awful season and one that still may turn into a positive one. But there is nobody out there that can be okay with the 49. And you know what? What am I missing on these injuries? Last year, Bosa missed every game but one. He's been healthy.
It's not even close.
Their quarterback and their quarterback and their best defensive player have been on the field virtually all season long. Their tight end has missed only 3 games in 16. That's not a lot. Say what you want. I don't care. Brandon Ayuk has been healthy all season long. Deebo Samuel has been healthy most of the season. That's why he's one of the best players in the NFL right now. Are we really going to talk about Jason Verrett? Please.
No. But I'm going to say this about Verrett, Steiny. I'm going to say this about Verrett. It's the arrogance to think a guy with his injury history that you would latch your wagon to. Like, why didn't they think or have some Geico for Verrett? That's where I question what's going on upstairs. And then, too, I'm going to say it. Nobody wants to. Bosa, like Lo mentioned, is getting chipped. They're a one-trick pony on the D-line. It's getting old, Steiny. And Bosa didn't jump off my TV yesterday. I'm not saying he's playing bad, but these are all areas that this team needs to invest in. And from my vantage point right now, what you spend on Trey has cost you all those options to my naked eye. So I just don't think the Niners' holes outside of the quarterback, Steiny, are going to be fixed in the offseason like a lot of people think. They got some issues, and the issues is in that secondary, man.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Let's go to Rob. Rob's in San Bruno. Hey, Rob, what do you got, buddy?
Look, y'all check this out, man. We done with Jimmy Garoppolo. The faithful has spoken. the crowd at Levi has spoken. When he came out there, the crowd went crazy. We don't want Jimmy Garoppolo no more. And by the way, y'all keep talking about, Jimmy Garoppolo, he had full experience. Man, we went to a Super Bowl with Jimmy Garoppolo throwing 8 passes.
Hey, Rob.
And like crap against Minnesota, and we still got to the bowl.
Hey, Rob, let me keep Rob on. Keep Rob on if you can, because he's our guy. But since when are the fans making quarterback decisions? What do the faithful have to do with anything?
I mean, the fans, buy them tickets, buy that merchandise, and support the team. And we don't show up like we did 4 or 5 years ago when it was trash. And when we got Tom Sula out of here, we didn't want them. When we got Chip Kelly out of here, we didn't want them. You know what I'm saying? So the fans pay. The fans get what they want. Not all the
Rob, we keep it real 12-3. And we've met and we turned up together, you, me, and Steiny. Be honest now. With 1 minute and 18 seconds left in the first half, you couldn't have made the call you just made because Trey had me a bit nervous. I wasn't blaming him, Rob, but it didn't look better than when Jimmy was out there. Share with us and the people what was going through your mind.
No, I feel like you got to look at Jimmy and Trey different. Jimmy Garoppolo's a middle of the field guy. And Kyle offense designed to work the middle of the field. They want to run stretch to open at the middle of the field. Now you look at Trey Lance, he want to throw the ball outside the hash marks. I think Kyle Shanahan, in the first half, he tried to put Trey in that Jimmy box where they're not the same quarterback. So if you look at doing it when they got into the 2-minute drill, they spread it out, and Trey was just doing what he naturally do, throwing to the sidelines, throwing outside the hash marks. While B.A. had a good game, Brandon Ayuk. And while Till didn't have a good game because Trey he's not a middle of the field thrower, he's an outside thrower. So I feel like Kyle needs to diversify his offense, put more vertical game out there for Trey.
So Rob, you're starting Trey next week no matter what?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Rob. Appreciate it.
He said it with his chest, Donnie.
Poor Jimmy. I'll tell you how I see Sunday's game ending. I see it ending with chants of Jimmy, 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 and maybe even chants of one more year, more year.
Jimmy. Well, that'll be on our postgame because they'll be on the road. I laughed. They'll be in L.A., Stoddy, the Terror Dome.
What's the Terror Dome?
That's what I think it's going to be this Sunday for the Niners. I don't like it now that they got OBJ from a defensive standpoint. Remember the movie Welcome to the Terror Dome?
No.
So I'm
thinking of Thunderdome, Beyond Thunderdome, Mad Max.
Steiny, it's called the Thunderdome. It was a movie with Mad Max.
Of course, the original Thunderdome is, I believe, the University of California, Santa Barbara. That's what they refer to their gymnasium, the Thunderdome.
That's where B. Shaw put in work. Yeah.
But I guess my question would be, it's L.A., Guru. It's not the most difficult opposing venue. Are you going to get that?
Did you hear that?
Loud and clear. Absolutely loud and clear.
They got to wait, Steiny. Yeah.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. The 49ers, they need to win next week, or they need to get some help if they don't. 888-957-9570 is the number. Put yourself in Kyle Shanahan's position. Who are you starting against the Rams, and what does it depend on? 888-957-9570. And don't forget, the Warriors are back tonight at the Chase Center. They play the Miami Heat. Tip-off set for 7 p.m. right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors Live starts at 5:30 and is presented by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience.
95.7 The Game is starting off the new year with a bang! We're reacting to Trey Lance's first win as a starter.
Lance gonna wind up and throw it. It is complete inside the 15, 10, 5, touchdown.
And the Dubs battle the Heat tonight at 7.
Curry behind the back, takes a 3 right side. Money! Cold, hard, cash!
On 95.7 The Game.
Starting a small business requires strange tactics. I started my business in the basement of a factory in 1986. There was no heat, no air conditioning, and I used blankets as my office walls. Instead of customers, my visitors were rats, birds, flies, and snakes, and I was broke. To psych myself up that I was going to succeed, I wore formal business attire and a tie to that lonely factory basement every day. Strange? Yeah, I looked like a goof. But I didn't care. I had my late model 1970s mustache to comfort me. Hi, I'm Mike Capel. Now, 30 years later, I still use strange business tactics like making payroll simple and incredibly inexpensive for small businesses. Our payroll starts at just $10 a month. Go to patriotsoftware.com and enter promo code RADIO, and I'll give you 2 months of payroll processing free. That's patriotsoftware.com.
Did you know your ugly, cracked, stained, embarrassing driveway, patio, or walkway can actually earn you money? I'm Larry Green, CEO of System Pavers, America's #1 designer and installer of elegant outdoor living systems. This season, love your home again and turn your old hardscapes into big savings with our free demolition and instant recycling cash credit. Call System Pavers today at 888-PAVE-002 and you'll save like never before because we'll demolish and remove your old ugly concrete or asphalt for free and give you an instant recycling cash credit toward our beautiful interlocking pavers, SP Turf, custom built in barbecues, fire pits, and wonderful outdoor lighting. This could add up to hundreds, even thousands in savings, but you must call now at 888-PAVE-002. 888-PAVE-002, 888-PAVE-002, or systempavers.com.
All orders must be placed by January 31st and must commence within 60 days of purchase. See website for full details. Contractor's license 661575.
Find what you love at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality. When you bring home a Miele, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to $1,800 with a purchase of a qualifying Miele appliance package. Visit the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
On January 1st, tolls on the Richmond-San Rafael Bridge went up $1. Don't wait for the invoice. Pay tolls automatically with Fast Track. It's the most convenient way to pay tolls. Get started at BayAreaFastTrack.org.
Buying online is as simple as 1, 2, 3 with Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer. Right now, get 0% APR for 60 months on all new 2021 Ford F-150S in stock. Start now. Ceremony Ford.
Only Wendy's serves a better breakfast with a better biscuit. Our hot, buttery breakfast biscuits are loaded with a fresh cracked egg, cheese, and your choice of bacon or sausage. Did we mention the part where Wendy's biscuits are hot and buttery?
Wendy's breakfast biscuits, hot and buttery.
So don't take a chance with those other guys. Bet on a better breakfast with Wendy's bacon or sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7 with supplies and solutions for every industry and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hello, Discover here to explain our cash back match. Here's how it works. We give you cash back for using your Discover card on the things you were going to buy anyway. Then we match that cash back in your first year. And that's why we call it Cashback Match. Now to recap and say cashback one more time. We match all the cashback you've earned at the end of your first year automatically. Discover. Exceptionally common sense. Learn more at discover.com/match. Limitations apply.
Look, fellas, I apologize.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Goo, what'd you think of Bill Belichick's New Year's resolution? Did you hear that?
No, I just heard him giddy yesterday, like he was on some type of happy dust. He was happy going back to the playoffs.
For sure. Hey, you've always been an advocate of two things. The opportunity to go into the Hall of Fame just because he quit. I mean, to me, no, that doesn't affect anything.
So let me ask you this: if you're another team, would you look at him like, "Hey, we need a receiver"? Of
course not.
Of course not. See, I guess I'm trying to draw the line as to that sprinkles out and covers all that. Like he threw all that away. He didn't just quit on Tampa Bay. He quit on himself and everything that was coming his way in regard to individual accolades.
After he had a Hall of Fame career, I agree with you. Let's go to Nick. Nick's in Berkeley. What's going on, Nick? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, good, man. Hey, man, that was very disturbing with Antonio Brown, man, because you know what? I hope he gets the help that he needs. And maybe one of his teammates should have stepped up and shown some leadership and grabbed him and not let him do all that. You know what I mean?
Well, Mike Evans.
Teammates are there for it. In my book.
Mike Evans tried to. You know?
Yeah, I mean, that being said, I mean, the Niners, what disturbs me most about my team, our team, is that we never seem to get one complete game together with all cylinders clicking. Nowhere we should have lost to Seattle and Green Bay. We wouldn't even be talking about, getting in the playoffs. Could we be in the playoffs and maybe even having a home playoff game? But if it wasn't the special teams giving up something, it was not playing in the first half. But luckily, we played in the second half. It's like we can't get 4 quarters of all three, parts of our team firing on one thing. It's like this inconsistency is what kills me the most.
Yeah, I agree. I agree completely. And that's why I don't think they can make a run. And I know we're kind of going in circles, but, can the 49ers beat any team out there? Yeah, they can beat any team out there. But can they beat any team out there 3 or 4 weeks in a row? No, not the way they've played all year. We're talking about the playoffs, so they got to play 2 or 3 almost perfect games to run the table on the road, and it's like, why would anybody think they could do that when they haven't had a big-time effort? Well, what was their best game this year, Goo, do you think?
Wow, that's a good the Rams, Monday night, when they demolished the Rams, and I was like, uh-oh. And, again, Steiny, I keep going back to last week because I wasn't with you. What happened in the Tennessee game? They made Tannehill in the first half look like a high school quarterback. They were dominant. And then the pass defense just went down the toilet. Like, that's why when you say, I don't present it to you like Lowe did, they can win 3 games. Let's take it one game at a time, but we focus so much, and I get it, the quarterback position, but there are a bunch of holes on this team on the defensive side of the ball, not named Bosa. And Fred Warner, Steiny, he ain't having his best season, and I just wonder how much of that is because the guys up front or the guy are not causing havoc. I'm just, when he's doing the little, I got your tackle. Yeah, they gained 12 yards. Fred W., I love you, but I'm just little stuff I see, Steiny.
Al's in San Pablo. What's up, Al? How you doing, man? Trey should start, huh?
Yeah, so now your question was, based on what I saw with Trey Lance, do I believe that he can take next week and win the game? But I look at it this way, and I want to ask you two this question and then just make a quick comment. Jimmy Garoppolo's record is 1-6 whenever he has an interception. So my question to you is, do you put enough trust in Garoppolo to go into L.A. and not throw an interception? Because if he throws an interception, the chances of them losing the game is much greater than if they win the game. And so for that reason alone, I believe that Trey Lance would be a better option.
I don't understand that stat, and that stat cannot be right. So
one interception, yeah.
He throws 1 interception, and they're 1-6.
That's what he said. That's how I heard it.
He's had more than 7 games where he's thrown 1 interception. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What am I missing? And he's 30-15 as a starter.
Yeah, I didn't. I'm puzzled like a jigsaw.
Laird.
I'll say this. Oh,
yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just. This is let's say Trey Lance's name was Matthew Steinmetz. It's not about Trey. It's about a rookie on his third start on the road for all the marbles. I would take the veteran that Jimmy is with his warts and his winning percentage against the Rams. I would take that over running the rookie out there thinking I can get the dub, Steiny. Even if Trey was Mac Jones, it don't matter. The rookie, I don't like how this is. If the rookie's the starter, I just think the Niners are already starting the game off in the hole.
I'm for playing Jimmy Garoppolo if Garoppolo's 90% or more. Just because there's also part of it's closure for Jimmy Garoppolo too. Let Jimmy Garoppolo go out there and get beat his last game of the year. That's still closure for 49er fans. It might be a fitting way, but or also give him a chance to win a couple playoff games.
I thought about you. You're the writer. I was going to say former writer. You're the writer, Steiny, and we always talk about Jimmy breaking your heart. That's why they drafted Trey or went in, a different route. Where does this come down? I know it's one game and possibly two, but the timing is is like the worst that it could affect their chances to get in the offs. I guess I'm asking you, where do you put if he doesn't start and they lose and the season's over? Where would you put this injury in 20? Would you say it's another chapter and a guy that just couldn't stay healthy during his 9 or 10 year?
Yeah, if Trey Lance starts, if Jimmy Garoppolo doesn't start anymore as a 49er, I mean, then to me,
wow, man,
it's completely justified. Like, if Jimmy Garoppolo doesn't play anymore this year, then Shanahan and Lynch were right about, look, this is why we drafted Trey Lance. Wow. And even saying he was great all year. He was healthy virtually all year. But when it got to be the point where he had to play, he wasn't available. But that's why I think Garoppolo is going to be. I think he's going to be healthy enough to say to Shanahan, "I can play and I want to play." Then it's going to be up to Shanahan, and because Shanahan's allowed himself so much wiggle room, he will have an easy explanation for whatever choice he makes. Let's go to
I can't wait.
Yeah, let's go to Laird. Laird's in Oakland. What's going on, Laird? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's going on, guys? I'm just driving Uber. I got Soya in the back here and her friend getting ready to drop them off. But I got to tell you, man, first of all, I'm impressed with Trey Lance. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
If Trey Lance plays the way he played Sunday against the Rams, dude, we lose by 3 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Dude, you cannot have 3 and out interception against the Rams. You can't have, I can't get 1 yard on 4th down or on 3rd down. 3rd and 2, I can't get 1 or 2 yards. Come on, man. I mean, but I'm going to say this, man. When I watch that kid, I see Steve Young. And people don't remember what Steve Young looked like in Tampa Bay. I do.
Wow.
I remember when Steve Young came to the Niners, and I was just like, why did you get this loser? And then I saw him win a Super Bowl. So anyway, I'm just saying this. If Trey Lance plays, you just got to go. You got to play the whole 4th quarter, that whole 4th quarter game book. You got to play that from start to finish. Forget I think Trey Lance is electrifying because he's not. Trey Lance left to himself will lose us this game. If you game plan it and you let him play like he played the 4th quarter, we're going to be in the playoffs. But anyway, Happy New Year, fellas.
Thanks, Laird. Appreciate it.
Back
Be
at
safe
you.
out there on the roadways for sure.
Steve Young.
No, I mean, I don't know that Kyle Shanahan couldn't devise a game plan to beat the Rams with Trey Lance. He devised one for Nick Mullins, and they beat the Rams with Nick Mullins. Of the 5 straight wins for the Niners, Garoppolo's been quarterback in 4 of the 5. I mean, if Garoppolo's healthy or if he's close to healthy, he's going to play. But here's the other thing: if Trey Lance plays and loses and doesn't play well, I'm not going to say, yeah, this guy's not very good and he's not going to be very good. So that's out of the equation for me if I were a fan. Like Trey, it's only his 3rd start. So
yeah, no doubt. But, Steiny, we're in a world now. You know what it is. The Jackals will say that, and forget the Jackals for this moment. To me, the pressure is on Kyle. We can watch the game, and I know the coach is dependent on the player to go out and execute, but we can watch a game Sunday and say, you know what? Kyle was aggressive. He trusted Trey. They were throwing the pigskin, or at least trying to be aggressive and throw that ball downfield. And I saw a guy with a Roger Clemens fastball yesterday that hit Debo and Ayuk on a couple occasions, and even the one Kittle caught that you could say was overthrown, but still it was a completion. I want to see Kyle, if it's Lance, I want to see him just go out guns blazing. So to me, Steiny, it's more pressure on Kyle to know I'm playing a dynamic defense when they don't play us, but they got playmakers. I'm going to let this kid and this offense, I'm going to trust them to go out and get her done. And if it's Trey's fault, we'll still sit back and say, you know what, Kyle? You devised a program that was offensive game plan that was aggressive. The quarterback just wasn't ready. And I don't think there's no harm in that. But if we get the Brad Johnson, we're going to try to run it 40 times and throw on third down, that's when I'll be disappointed in Shanny, Steiny.
So we know Trey Lance isn't very accurate. So you're saying if they start Trey Lance, they should open it up. Well, that's not going to happen. That's 16 to not going to happen.
16 to 23, Steiny.
That's
even
not
though his misses are.
No, I'm talking about the number of. If you really think that Kyle Shanahan's going into this game, he's going to run no matter who the quarterback is.
That's
how they beat him.
You win that way.
You mean like they blew him out?
Yeah, that was with Jimmy, though.
Why can't you run the ball with Trey Lance?
I mean, you can, but I honestly believe the Rams, if they know they're facing a rookie quarterback in his third start, they are going to sell out and stop the run. And, hey, 5, you got to beat us in the air. And you know what, Steiny? He could possibly do it. I'm not saying he's not. I just don't think the Rams are that dumb to where if Trey's under center, they're going to be like, oh, they're trying to go up top on us. The element of surprise is what's going to beat the Rams if it's Trey. It can't just be the Jimmy playbook because I don't think he has command of the offense like Jimmy does.
Playbook blew them out of the building. They out-physicaled them last game. The Rams weren't even in the game. If Trey Lance starts Sunday, it's like, what are we going to try to do? Well, we're going to try to run it down their throat like we did last time until they show they can stop it. But they never did last game. I would not start throwing the ball with this guy making his third start in a must-win game.
But to that point, Steiny, if you had to bet, you think the Rams are going to let the Niners do what they did Monday night? And the fact that McVay's never beat Shanny, so you could take all those wins and he would trade all those L's for this W because this could end the Niners season. I just don't see a scenario where the Niners are going to run it down their throat like they did Monday. I could be wrong,
but why?
But it's the aerial attack and what type of attack that you choose to use, Steiny, that's going to win this game.
What don't you get about Kyle Shanahan is not Air Coryell. He's the opposite. He's more like Vince Lombardi. So it's like, or Woody Hayes, 3 yards in a cloud of dust, even though they get more than 3. He gives his team ample opportunity most weeks to run the football. I mean, I just don't. I do not see him opening up the playbook for Trey Lance if Trey Lance is starting on Sunday.
Now, Steiny,
I think he does the opposite.
Okay, I'm not going Y.A. Tittle to where you throw it 80 yards, but I'm talking about the touchdown to Debo yesterday. That was vertical. We don't see much of that. He threw that thing out there like it was nothing. And then the one to Ayuk, even though it was a post route, he caught it and looked like Jerry Rice trying to run down and get yards. I'm talking about plays like that, throws like that, not just to step back and, we're going to throw it 80 yards like it's a game of Madden, but vertical. And vertical don't got to be 80 yards, Steiny, but that pass to Debo, that was something you don't see a lot with Jimmy under center. Not that he hadn't done it, but I was like, this looks, a little different. Him rolling out with the ability to look downfield. Those plays look different.
Well, but the run-pass ratio is what I'm talking about, and that never wavers, I think, as far as, like, he's the way I hear you talking is if Trey Lance quarterbacks Sunday, they should throw 35 times.
Right, that was my number. Right.
Are you kidding?
If they stop the run and it's one pass per possession, Kyle,
well, what?
hey, you know what? We're gonna have to throw them off, and we got to block, and we got to throw this thing.
Well, you know what? How can if you have a running quarterback? Okay, you've got a running back in Mitchell who's really good, and then you have a running quarterback. How can they stop the run? How can you stop the run if, like, Trey Lance is a threat to get wide, but what you've been doing I don't see.
I'll tell you this. The Texans did it a whole half, Steiny. The Texans did it a whole half to where up into them unfortunate calls, they were in the game. And I know this, the Rams got 3 times the defense the Texans have. That's all. I'm not saying it can't be done, but this is going to be a monumental task. And if you think you're just going to hand it off to Mitchell and you're Eric Dickerson, it don't work like that. The offensive line creates those holes. But if they sell out to stop the run again, and I think they are, there's going to have to be some plays made in the passing game.
They've gotten beat by the Niners 5 straight times. Most of those times, it hasn't been Garoppolo throwing. It's been because the Niners have been able to run the ball. So if you're the 49ers, you cannot not run the ball without finding out if they can do anything to stop it, because they've never been able to do anything to stop it as long as Kyle Shanahan's been the coach.
I'll give you that, but a couple years ago, Steiny, a Saturday night game, the Rams got up on the Niners 14, 17 points, and Jimmy put that thing in the air and brought them back, and they got the win. I'm just saying that's not how you devise it, but that wasn't on the ground. That was taking the training wheels off of Jimmy. Now you are, Steiny. It's like a boxing match. You're going to, do your jabs and fill them out. Styles make fights, but I just see a scenario where they are just stopping this run finally. What you going to do in the air? And that's where I think our boy Kyle has to get creative because, again, you got weaponry. You got a tight end. You got Debo. You got Ayuk. That ain't chopped liver.
And you have a far less accurate quarterback than Garoppolo. But let's throw it. That's what I don't see.
But we have, Steiny, we've seen Jimmy overthrow too. We can't act like, he's a machine back there. And one incompletion is one incompletion.
So you think Trey Lance is more accurate than Garoppolo? Because I think that's why he's not playing, to tell you the truth.
Well, he did throw one behind Debo yesterday, but, we could say that about Jimmy missing Ayuk. Juszczyk in Tennessee. Things happen. I haven't seen enough of Trey to say I'll give him that. But I don't think, we're talking about – I think you're talking about Jimmy kind of like he's up there with Brady and Rodgers.
Not. Of course
not. We've seen him miss the side of a barn, Things happen.
Let's go to Sam. Sam's in Hayward. What's going on, Sam? What's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
I just wanted to say that hey, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, so I would prefer Jimmy G to start this upcoming week if he's 85 to 90% healthy. I think the offense flows a lot better when he's in. Granted, he does throw some goofball shots down the field, but he's good for at least 2 to 3 drives. The Niners lead the league with 8 90-plus yard drives down the field.
That's right.
It's reliable when the game is on the line. If you go with Trey Lance, you're just going to have to move the pocket because he processes the field a lot slower than Jimmy G, and then you got to run that ball. So...
No, I hear you.
I feel a lot more comfortable with Jimmy G playing. I also feel like they can make a run. All season, I've felt more comfortable with the Niners on the road than at home. I'm always anxious when they play at Levi Stadium. I don't know why.
Interesting. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. All right, when we come back, I see the full phone lines, and we'll get more back into the conversation. Trey Lance, Jimmy Garoppolo, who's going to get the start? Who do you want to get the start? And based on what? 888-957-9570. We'll be right back.
Listen to the Morning Roast in bed, in the car, or at work with the Odyssey app.
I want to see Trey. I want Trey Lance to be the starter. Move on from Jimmy and just get the keys to Trey Lance. Because I truly believe in my heart of hearts that the Niners will be in the same position they're in now. It may look differently, but I still believe this team is good enough to win 9 games with Trey Lance at quarterback.
Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game today.
Game. That's caller number 3, 844-999-4263 will win a pair of tickets to the game and the festivities, Steiny. And I'm juiced because, I mean, what do you know about the Globetrotters, Steiny? Because you can get all this information at harlemglobetrotters.com/Bay Area. I'm juiced January 14th through 16th.
Are you going to play?
Nah, they won't let me play. I just remember Meadowlark Lemon. You know, I go, the OGs.
I played against the Globetrotters
about 8
years ago. No, dead serious. They usually
bring
in a foil and not a Donald. I think I made a foul shot, but I also let him. Yeah, you should do it, Goo. You should do it.
Well, they didn't ask me. That was my part of it.
I think they probably asked. I think the boss probably just didn't tell you. That's all.
Yeah. But I'm excited. January 14th through 16th. It's going to be some action. And Oracle lives down the Oakland Arena.
Yes, sir. Let's go to Roy. Roy's in San Leandro. We're talking about the 49er quarterback situation. Who should start against the Rams? And then I guess we don't even have to look further than that. But then the playoffs, of course, coming up afterwards. What's up, Roy?
Hey, how's it going, fellas? It's really good to hear both of you guys arguing with each other.
Thank you.
I kind of missed it.
Happy New Year.
Anyway, I just wanted to say that I think Lance need to go ahead on and start, to give him the chance to see if he could beat a first division team like the Rams. I really do. But he needs coaching behind him. Now, other than that, I'm looking for next year because I already know the 49ers are not going nowhere. To me, like I've told both of you, they need another guy to go along with Bosa on their defensive line. Then they could use maybe somebody to go high in the draft, a cover man, and then maybe some offensive guards for next year. But I'm sorry, this team, they don't know how to finish an opponent off. Just like that game with the Titans and the first game with Seattle. If you look at what compared to that Super Bowl that they played against the Chiefs know how to finish an opponent off, but the 49ers don't. And look how it's come to now. That's basically all I wanted to say, and it's good to hear from both of you.
Thanks, Roy. Appreciate it. So Roy's in for just let Trey Lance go. Let him quarterback on Sunday. 888-957-9570 is the number you want to jump into the conversation. Goo, what's up?
No, you kind of make fun of me because I'm honest, Steiny, and I think you felt this way. But a while back I said, you know what, if I was in a team sport, it was Nick Foles and the Eagles, and if I was Carson Wentz, would I be rooting for the team to go on and win the Super Bowl? And I told you, I shared with you, I was being honest, Steiny. You know what? I'd want you to go to the NFC Championship, but not go win the Super Bowl without me. If you're Jimmy and it's just you giving your coach, hey, the thumb's cool, do you kind of, if you're at 60 cents at 80, Steiny, what would you do? Because I know what I would do. This might be my last game. I'm going out even if it's 40%. If I can grip it, I'm going to go John Wayne it.
Yeah, there's not a bone in Garoppolo's body right now where he's like, part of me doesn't want to play. Are you kidding? I mean, he's got a chance to go to the playoffs, and then he's got money in front of him too, and he's got a team that they could catch fire, I guess, as much as any team. So, no, Jimmy would. Are you kidding? Jimmy would love to win a Super Bowl this year.
Yeah, well, every day is its own entity, man. I can't wait.
Here's my question to these Trey Lance acolytes and these Trey Lance just over-the-toppers. I'll call them that.
But who are you talking to? You're talking to me, Shasky, Bonte, when you say that,
here's what I believe. I believe this is kind of like it's like look, we're living in an era where more fans like individuals as opposed to teams. So I think there's a portion of 49er fans that are really Trey Lance fans that don't want to see the 49ers win the Super Bowl if Jimmy Garoppolo leads them there, which would mean
gross. Yeah.
I'm just okay. If you love Trey Lance and I say to you, tell you what, I'll make a deal with you. Garoppolo will lead you to the playoff, win a Super Bowl this year, but then he's going to be the starter next year. And Trey Lance, and we're going to get rid of Garoppolo then the following year. I think there are some Trey Lance fans that would say, rather not win the Super Bowl and just know that Trey Lance is quarterbacking next year.
Wow.
I truly believe that.
I'm going to go to my rap book and I'm going to stop in the ATL and say that's ludicrous because that doesn't make you a real fan. It's about the team. I don't think so.
Yeah. It's not about the team as much as it has been in the past. There are fans that now like players more than teams. And I think that's changed over the last several decades. But
I'll tell you this, Steiny.
I think that's the case.
At 2:08 on a Monday afternoon in 2022, I'm not saying that is wrong. But why people love Trey is the possibilities. They're bored of the Jimmy movie. But then you can say to me, you got nerve, Guru. You said if Jimmy's healthy, you would want him to start. Well, I want him to start because boring in L.A. against a team that he's undefeated in, that will get the job done. And I'm okay being boring then. But Steiny, Joe Montana, Kaepernick, I'm throwing Cap in there, Steve Young, and even Garcia. The Niners have had dynamic quarterback play, and Jimmy on a good day is not that. And that's why I think, not pissing you off, maybe rubs you the wrong way.
Jeff Garcia was not a dynamic quarterback.
He got you to the playoffs,
Nice
Donnie.
little quarterback. He was a nice little quarterback. Not dynamic.
All right, I'll give you that.
And you had a dynamic quarterback with Colin Kaepernick for what, 2 years? He was dynamic for 2 years. I'm sick and tired of...
But he turned the league on its
I am sick and tired of people acting like the 49ers quarterback situation. It's been 25 years. It's like they haven't had good quarterbacks. They have no right to expect a great quarterback. And we used to get into this all the time. It was, 49er fans are spoiled because they had Montana and Steve Young.
Right.
Like, 90% of their fans weren't even around for Montana or Young. It's the older generation. So, get like 49er. Oh, we're used to that. Was 25 years ago. Wake up. We're coming up on 30. We're coming up on 30 years since those two guys, essentially. So stop telling me, this franchise is used to these dynamic quarterbacks. No, they're not. No, they're not. Get out of here.
Get that, Steiny, get that off your chest. I'm processing. I can comprehend. But when you talk about the Niners, forget that age group that you talked about wasn't around. It is what it is. They got two Hall of Famers that back-to-back that handed the baton to each other to where this fan base did get spoiled.
No.
That's not a bad thing.
The older fan base got spoiled.
Gotcha. No, right.
How the hell could the younger fan base have ever gotten spoiled?
And
how can you be less than 40 years old and have done that? And here's the other thing. I mean,
they're starving.
Well, are they starving or are they used to great quarterback play. I mean, because you
they're
just said
starving for great quarterback play because they hadn't really seen it. And now, if you want to say Cap, they're old enough. If Steiny Cap on a good day, I thought he was it. We'll leave that there. He made his mark. I mean, come on, man. He got him to the Super Bowl and almost had a win being dynamic. Like, it wasn't he was bus driving. He was dynamic. Now, that's gone away, but I can see youngsters looking at Trey Lance. Oh, he looks like what everybody likes, Russell Wilson. Oh, he looks like Josh Allen. And I think that's healthy and okay. Like, Jimmy's had his chances is what I'm telling you, Steiny.
My point is this. If you're a 49er fan, the reality of the situation is that Joe Montana, okay, and Steve Young are not reality. What's reality is that since the Yorks bought the team, you've gone to the playoffs 4 times in 19 years, essentially, if you take out Mariucci, who leaked over between ownership groups. 4 in 19 years. What kind of delusional fan base actually believes, you know what I mean? They've gone to the playoffs 4 times in 19 years, Guru. And you take out Jim Harbaugh, and it's once. So I'm sick and tired of this. Oh, these 49er fans, they really know their quarterbacks. No, you don't, because you haven't had a great one in 20 years because you didn't go to the playoffs 16 of 19 years or 15 of 19.
Well, Steiny, I'll say this to that. I mean, saying you can't count Harbaugh, that leaves you with anybody with nothing.
My point is this ownership group has done nothing.
Okay.
This is not Eddie DeBartolo. This is not Joe Montana. It's not Steve Young. Like, that's just crazy for people to go back. You know what? Let's look to our history. But let's look 35 years ago as opposed to 10 years ago. I mean, it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant what Joe Montana and Steve Young ever did for this franchise.
Let's say the Niners, and this is just human nature to me. You tell me what you think. Let's just say the Niners would have stayed pat and drafted Trey Lance. But you know what, Steiny? They didn't. They sent a message to all these young fans, whatever age, demographic you want to talk about, and they mortgaged the future to me. Doesn't that make you, if you're that fan, see your team operate that way, that whoever the person is they drafted, in this instance it's Lance, you expect great things. And I think now in this microwave society, nobody wants to wait. And that's what I think you're getting, Steiny, is people aren't saying Trey's going to be great. What they're saying is we want to find out now. And the sooner he hits the field, the sooner we get to that answer.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't. The fans don't matter. The fans don't need to see Trey Lance. The only person who needs to see and evaluate Trey Lance is Kyle Shanahan, and he does that every single day and has done it for the last 6 months. Just because we, the fans, want to see Trey Lance, hate to say it, that doesn't mean anything.
But it's naturally going to be the rat on the table, though, Steiny.
Nor should it.
But
he's going to start next year,
okay, there we go.
week one.
Right, yeah, no doubt. Right.
That's all I'm saying.
That's all I'm saying. We're going to find out if this dude can ball or not.
Let's go to Antonio. Antonio in Oakland. What's up, buddy? How you doing, man?
Oh, good. Yeah, I think Jimmy G is a better quarterback for the rest of the season. You know, Trey Lance did show enough plays to where you're like, oh, okay, I don't see why they traded 3 first-round picks for him. But at the same time, I think he has a little accuracy issues. You know, he kind of a one-read guy. But like I said, I'll root for him if he's a starting quarterback next week against the Rams. But we need him to have a complete game to beat them. And I don't want to hear, oh, he's a rookie, because these NFL teams, they don't care that he's a rookie. They're going to treat him like he's in his 8th year, like he's Jimmy. You see what Bill Belichick been doing to read quarterbacks for decades? He chews them and spits them out. You saw what he did to the guy who was drafted ahead of Lance yesterday? Trevor Lawrence threw 3 picks.
Antonio.
You know, so at the end of the day, man, yeah.
So, like, to me, this is so simple, it's unbelievable. Jimmy Garoppolo, if he can play, he starts. If you make the playoffs, he quarterbacks. And then next year, Trey Lance is the starter week 1. That's it. I mean, that's how it's going to go, right? And that's the way it should go.
Yeah. Exactly. That's how it's going to go. Like I said, I'm going to support whoever's back there, but I think Jimmy's better now. And in 8 months, maybe Lance will be the better quarterback.
Gotcha. Chalk me up on Antonio's side right there. I mean, and that's the thing. It's like we're not going to have to wait for Trey Lance. He's going to start next year after 1 year, basically on the bench, and he still got 2 starts his rookie year. I mean,
right.
There's nothing. Again, the plan. Kyle Shanahan can look in the mirror and say this plan is working perfectly. Our strategy is playing out to a T right now.
But what about the expectations?
Of what?
Like we saw Mac Jones take it. Now, I know he didn't do it all by himself, but he quarterbacked his team to the offs. And forget about credit. What I'm telling you, Matt Steinmetz, if you're a beat writer or you got your own Matt Steinmetz TV show, sports show, are you telling me you're calling the dogs off of the Niners' team success because they got a rookie quarterback? That's what I'm starting to see.
Year.
Like, it could get worse for Kyle. Let's just say they go 2 more years, Trey's first 2. I don't think anybody's going to be like, oh, he's just in his second year. People are going to be like, I think you might have the wrong dude. Well, I'll go JD. What does it look like? Like, how does he play? But, Steiny, I still think there's going to be expectations next year with Lance.
I never said there weren't. In fact, no. The expectation for me next year with Trey Lance is they have to be better than this year. And whatever they are this year. How can it be any other way? How can it? Because if he's worse, well, then why the hell aren't you bringing Jimmy back? Like, I'm sorry. I'm not taking I don't want to take a step back. Although, you know what? If the team doesn't make the playoffs, then what?
I want them to. Come on. We want a playoff game, man. Come on. We'll see what happens, man. When do you think we'll know? By Thursday? Because I was listening again to you and JD. We didn't know up until what? The practice Saturday if he was playing or not, technically.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to know all week. That's my feeling. Let's go to Tom. Tom's in Lafayette. What's up, Tom? How you doing, man?
How are you guys?
Doing well.
I called in last week. Look, the Rams know that they got an injured quarterback and a quarterback that you don't think throws consistently. So what do? You at least play that first quarter by selling out on the run, making them throw the ball, right? So now you have sort of a level playing field between the 2 quarterbacks, because if Garoppolo really can't grip it, and you can't hide that, and when you can't grip a football, it's harder to throw it longer than it is shorter, right? So now you have Garoppolo's field shorter. So they're going to keep people in the box and make them beat them long versus either guy. So be in the pudding up that morning whether he can throw the ball or not. But at the end of the day, Kyle Shanahan is not the wizard that Bill Belichick is. I'm a Jet fan, so I hate saying that out loud. And the reality is they're not going to win a Super Bowl with Garoppolo, so why not play these games with the new kid and get started?
Yeah, I'm not with you there just because you got to worry about 22 guys. And you want 53 guys. And I want 53 guys to taste the playoffs. And maybe even play 2 games, maybe, if you win the first game. So I'm much more into my team making the playoffs than because we might not win the Super Bowl, let's let Trey Lance play the last week. I don't think any coach is going to do that. And I'm not saying that's what the caller meant, but what I do know about Kyle Shanahan is he wants to run the football, and he's going to give running the football every chance. I think going into the Rams game because he's had success with it. If that fails, then all bets are off. Maybe you start throwing the ball, but I'd be surprised if Kyle Shanahan didn't say, look, you guys got to stop the run. And if you stop the run, then I'll worry about my game plan and give us some other options.
Yeah, I appreciate you saying what you did about the off, Steiny, because I told you and shared with the listeners, man. You know, look at the Kings when they had Weber and Bibby and they were doing their thing. And now a streak, all it takes is one season to start a streak, and it's been forever and a day. And the Warriors doing their down times. You know, the playoffs would have felt like the finals. You never know when it's going to start, so never take that for granted. So, you know, I appreciate you saying that, but I think it, like you said, Steiny, if they don't make it, it'll be hell to pay from, I think, a fan and media standpoint. And if they make it and lose, you know, you salvage the best of a season where you lost 4 in a row. Everybody doubted you. And now you start seeing glimpses from IU. Debo is what he is, and Kittle has reemerged. So, you know, who knows?
650 Goo, you guys are so full of crap. You both know who's going to be the starting quarterback on Sunday. Do you really need to play these games? Who?
My gosh.
Who's going to be the starter? Did we miss something?
I wish I knew. I'm hugging you through the things that we don't play that. Oh, you'll do this. Come on, somebody's trolling us. That nobody knows.
Well,
yeah.
I guess the 650 knows. So 650, who's going to be the quarterback? Because I don't think I know at this point.
It adds excitement to this. I got to tell you, last week it added excitement, but this is like Michael Jackson. I'm going to retire that in 2022, my last time using it. Yeah. This is it. You got to win, Steiny, to get in.
Let's go to Bob. Bob's in San Francisco. Hey, Bob, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing, man? I love the show, guys.
Thank you.
Anyway,
hey.
I think I got in my truck. I turned on the radio, and you were talking about something that is so blatant, so truthful, and the end all of any argument. They've been in the playoffs 4 times in the last 18 years.
Yeah.
So I mean, and you mentioned it. You said since the Yorks have had the franchise. So you know, let's not look any further than that on where we are. Okay, they tried to do it on a budget when they got Erickson in there, and then it was a succession of bad coaching after that until Harbaugh, and then he had an attitude issue, so they ran him out. And now we're relying on Shanahan, and it's like he's doing the best he can, but he should leave the front office stuff alone because I don't think their draft picks are all that great. There's a few gems, obviously, but I just still feel that, you know, I mean, we need to just look at the ownership for what it is. And at this point, you know, all we can do is just try to get through each season. So
right,
that's what I got.
Appreciate the call, and I'm kind of with you. I guess here's what it comes down to for me. If you're saying, if you say, well, look, Trey Lance, you know, we're not gonna win the Super Bowl anyway. So let's go with Trey Lance. It's like that's something that the Patriots can say. Okay? You can't say that if you haven't gone to the playoffs 14 of 18 years. It's like, are you serious? You really think Kyle Shanahan, if he thinks Garoppolo gives him his best chance to win on Sunday, to make it to the playoffs, that he's actually going to be like, you know what, we're probably not going to win the playoffs. We're probably not going to win the Super Bowl anyway. So what the hell? Let's just start the Trey Lance era. If that was the case, he would have started week 1. That's just so like I don't know if I don't want to say oh these aren't real Niner fans, but the Niner fans that scoff at the playoffs, you're crazy. I mean, right. Who do you think your team? What do you think your team is? What do you think your franchise has been? It's just that's a
defeatist attitude too, Steiny. You're right. Just remember where you came from. Don't get so big headed that you can just the playoffs, no biggie. Yeah, you ain't been there in a minute.
Yeah, the 650 is getting nasty. Saying that we know who's going to start. It's going to be Trey Lance. Trey Lance, he says, is going to start. I'll hold you to that.
Jimmy.
I'll hold you to that.
Gosh,
that's 650.
I'll tell you this: if I'm Jimmy, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you go. No.
I'll take the shot that I guess can hurt your organs. What's the shot they used to give back in the day? I'll do everything under the sun to be available. How about
Of course.
that?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Positively. All right, we come back. 888-957-9570. Where are you on the great quarterback question? You think Trey Lance is going to play Sunday? Or you think it's going to be Jimmy Garoppolo? That's coming up next, and it's all sponsored by Exergen Corporation.
Exergen agrees with a just-released study by the FDA confirming that non-contact thermometers are not accurate and that their labels contain false information. Be sure, be accurate with Exergen thermometers, backed by over 100 clinical studies. Learn more at Exergen.com.
95.7 The Game is starting off the new year with a bang! We're reacting to Trey Lance's first win as a starter.
Lent gonna wind up and throw, and it is complete inside the 15, 10, 5, touchdown.
And the Dubs battle the Heat tonight at 7.
Curry behind the back, takes a 3 right side. Money! Cold, hard, cash!
On 95.7 The Game.
Street Strider, the world's first 2-in-1 indoor and outdoor elliptical, will change the way you exercise forever. You get the combined benefits of jogging, skiing, and cycling, but without the physical stress on your joints and body. Take the Street Strider outdoors for a fun, full-body workout. And when the weather is bad outside, simply attach it to the indoor trainer stand for a stationary workout in your own home. Order online at StreetStrider.com. We ship to your front door. Go online now. That's StreetStrider.com.
What's good about the upcoming holiday season? You might have more time on your hands for projects. If you're considering new windows, you'll want to visit Golden State Window and Door. You may be surprised with the various styles they have available. Get started online at goldenstatelumber.com. Under products, click Windows and Doors, then take a virtual tour. Too many choices? Golden State's professional associates can make it easy for you. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
It's a new year, and for businesses, that means a new start. Whatever the year ahead holds, now Comcast Business is making it easy to get going with the Ready, Set, Save sale. Get started with fast and reliable internet and voice for $64.99 a month, and save with a 2-year price guarantee. Switching is easy with flexible installation times, and you'll also get backing from an expert team 24/7, so you can focus on planning the year ahead. Plus, for even more value, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card with qualifying internet. Get a great deal for your business with the Ready, Set, Save sale today. Comcast Business, powering possibilities. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 35 megabits per second internet and one voice mobility customers only. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Prepaid card offer ends 2/28/22. Call or go online for details.
Welcome to Allstate, where you can save just by being you. DriveWise in the Allstate mobile app gives you personalized driving feedback, and by adding it to your policy, you can save for driving safe just by being yourself. Allstate. Here, better protection costs a whole lot less. You're in good hands with Allstate. Click, call, or visit allstate.com to save today.
Not available in every state. Savings based on DriveWise and other safe driving discounts. Savings vary. Subject to terms and conditions. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Restrictions may apply. Plans and costs for coverage may vary. Call Protect My Car for details. Look, money's tight for everyone right now. It's been a tough year, and you sure don't need to get hit with a big unexpected bill. Like, what if your car breaks down right now? How are you paying the bill? If it's your transmission, that's over $3,000. Your engine, up to $6,000. Even minor repairs like your air conditioning can hit your wallet hard. Here's the good news. If you have a car, truck, or SUV that's $19.99 or newer, you can stop paying for repairs right now. That's right. With Protect My Car, when your car breaks down, we pay your repair bill for you. Just dial 800-279-2827 on your mobile phone now to get started. Protect My Car pays for repairs to your engine, transmission, air conditioning, suspension, and so much more. Dial 800-279-2827 and get your car protected before your next repair bill hits. Dial 800-279-2827 on your mobile phone right now and get free roadside assistance, free towing, free car rental, and free oil changes. Dial 800-279-2827 and never pay for car repairs again. Dial 800-279-2827.
Creamy nut butter makes it delightfully sweet. Roasted nuts make it perfectly salty. Get 2 great tastes in one delicious bar. Enjoy a Nature Valley sweet and salty nut bar today.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 90 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate hub for everything sports. With live games, shows, news, and highlights all in one place. Only with Xfinity X1.
Has this ever happened to you? I wasn't feeling so great, so I searched my symptoms on Google, and now I'm being followed by really uncomfortable ads. I hate feeling like my personal information is being bought and sold. I got DuckDuckGo and saw a difference right away. With one download, you can search and browse privately, avoiding trackers all for free. It's that simple. Take back your privacy online with DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Find what you love at the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality. When you bring home a Miele, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to $1,800 with a purchase of a qualifying Miele appliance package. Visit the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
I got body envy.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, don't forget, Warriors back at the Chase Center tonight playing the Miami Heat. Tip-off 7 o'clock right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors Live. That starts at 5:30. It's presented by Xfinity Sports Zone.
Broadway and Battery. You're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
Welcome. It is great to be here with you. Happy New Year. I haven't been able to talk to anybody in a week. Not on the radio, anyways. I drive my family nuts. And welcome back, Ray. I say welcome back remotely. You were at home. Nobody told me we were back to remote status. Nobody told me. And just, should we tell Damon? Nah. Let him come on in. I can't hear Ray. Can someone tell Ray to turn his mic on, or can we turn him up? Can we make the magic happen with Ray Ratto? His connection is bad. We don't know what's going on. We'll fix it. So we're essentially picking up in 2022 right where we left off in 2021, correct? You'd think they would tell Jerry Garcia that they were moving the Grateful Dead show. Nope. I didn't find out. Maybe I'm not Jerry Garcia. Is Ray's Bob Weir then? Because somebody told Ray. Anyways, I do know this. The 49ers control their own destiny. Whose hand is going to be on the wheel? We'll find out. If Jimmy's hand heals, it'll be his. If it's not, it's going to be Trey Lance. At least Trey Lance now is an option, either through hook or crook or by default. It's an option. He didn't feel like an option throughout the regular season, that's for sure. 49ers defense was nasty all afternoon. And I know that there is the sliding scale of who's a good NFL team and who's a bad NFL team. The Houston Texans check a lot of boxes that suggest they're a bad NFL team. But they'd actually been playing a better brand of football over just the last 6 weeks. They're a 3-3 football team going into that game at Levi's Stadium, where the 49ers have now won 4 games in a row, for goodness sakes. That is a single-season consecutive wins record for Levi's Stadium. Took a few too many years to get there, but there they are. Shanahan did not put a drop of coaching magic into that first half of football. Like, it's really surprising that it didn't seem like he had, at least half a dozen Trey Lance plays that he felt really good about. Like 17 weeks into a football season, there's got to be a package there that you really like him doing these, 4 things. Give him the Tecmo Bowl playbook if you have to. It was a slow start. No doubt about it, a slow start for Trey Lance for the 49ers offense. And then things got rolling. With that 2-minute drill at the end of the first half, it continued into the second half. And the 49ers are now going to go try to sing for their supper down in Los Angeles. They're in with a win against the Rams or by a loss from New Orleans. There is a scenario where they could finish in a 3-way tie and be the team that is on the outside looking in. Let's not even get there. Let's not do that. I'll tell you, when I think of the 49ers 2 or 3 seasons from now, and with the possibility of playoffs, it might not be the right time to start projecting what is down the road for this football team. But I like where they're pointed. I do. Quite often throughout this year, the direction that the 49ers were pointed in did not feel like the best direction in the world, even though it was supposed to be. Felt like maybe it's not going to set up for the bright future that everyone wants it to be. Maybe it will. Maybe it will. I know that we are still inside and outside stuck in the Lance or Garoppolo conversation. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, that at the end of this year, it becomes Trey Lance's team. And regardless of how this year ends, who starts, either in Los Angeles or a playoff game, I don't know how Jimmy's supposed to correct a 4 to 6 week injury and just, by wishing it better. But that is apparently in the cards and a possibility for the 49ers and Jimmy Garoppolo. So we'll all find out together. But when I think of the 49ers 2 or 3 seasons from now, they are well positioned with Trey Lance if he indeed is the one. I mean, think about the landscape of just quarterbacking in the NFC. Just look at the overall picture of quarterbacks in the NFC. Aaron Rodgers is officially going to be old a couple years from now. Tom Brady's going to be retired a couple years from now, you would think. Matthew Stafford is going to be north of 35 a couple of years from now. Matt Ryan, who is already old, will be older. Dak will be moving into his 30s. You start drifting into a lot of has-beens and never-gonna-be's. The Cam Newtons, the Jared Goffs, the Taysom Hills, if you will. The Bears are sure to ruin Justin Fields. It's kind of what they do. So there's Kyler Murray, who's going to be a big problem in division for a foreseeable time. And then you got the rise of Trey Lance. It seems to be well-timed with the descending status of some established quarterbacks in the NFC. The AFC, a much, much different story. The AFC is home of the young and talented quarterbacks. It's scary. You do not want to be a rebuilding team in the AFC right now, because there are a lot of teams that fancy themselves on the launching pad. Not only do they think themselves well-constructed, but a handful of these teams have what they believe is the answer at quarterback. The Packers are the NFC's 1 seed. We see that happen yet again. Man, Matt LaFleur is off to a really good start at the start of his coaching career. Aaron Rodgers, yeah, he has something to do with that. But that's the way it goes for all NFL teams. No coach is a lot better than their quarterback. What we saw out of Trey Lance was really interesting. And I don't think that the 49ers' biggest problem is Trey Lance's raw mistakes. It's Jimmy Garoppolo's ceiling. This will be a ceiling that you're only maybe bumping into one more time. If he starts in LA, if he does go to the playoffs, we'll see. You know, it's just ironic that now when you look at Garoppolo's record in 5 career starts against the Rams, Jimmy is 5-0. You can say he drove the bus, he rode the bus, it really doesn't matter. He's 5-0 against the Rams. The 49ers need to beat the Rams on Sunday. And the day they need Garoppolo the most, he might not be available, which is how this whole gosh darn thing started in the first place. Warriors are in town. Back home, baby. Miami Heat coming in tonight. It's going to be a very, very interesting week for the Warriors. It's going to be an interesting group of games coming up. 6 of the next, 8 games are on the road. So this is a brief blow into town to see the Heat. Then they're out on the road for 2 games. They come back to play the Cleveland Cavaliers, which a lot of people, Adrian Wojnarowski is saying, could be the return date for Mr. Klay Thompson. That would mean you'll start your day with the 49ers trying to reach the playoffs. Now, maybe the Saints lose and it'll be moot. But if they don't, the 49ers are going to have to win. So you're going to have a 49ers very much must-win, should-win situation. Do you really want to be backing into the playoffs with a loss, even if that's where you're going? The answer is no. So it's let's forget about anything in any other moving part. It's a must-win for the 49ers, as close as you can get to really must-winning a game. And then it might be the return of Klay Thompson. That's a monster Sunday on the couch. That's a monster Sunday in terms of Bay Area sports. I hope we indeed get it. We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. Oh, man, the 49ers. For the first time, I think, not just all year, but in several years, got the majority of the, that's a terrible call, going their way. That Harris interception that he then fumbled back to the Houston Texans, but got bailed out for the stopped progress call. Oh, my God. That's like the biggest bailout of the year for the 49ers. Hey, sometimes you lose some, sometimes you win some, sometimes you get lucky, and sometimes the NFL officials, who are terrible at their jobs, work in your favor. They did a few times for the 49ers. The book of Eli, it's still being written, but this isn't just one of the best Niner rookie running backs. This is one of the 49ers' best running backs in the last 20 years. This kid can absolutely play. Doesn't look like Antonio Brown's going to be playing anytime soon. Probably ever again. I really hope we get Ray back and connected. We'll talk all about it. We're going to figure it out. We're definitely going to have Michael Irvin at 4:15 today. At 5:30, our full attention will drift to Chase Center, where the Warriors are home to take on the Miami Heat. But until then, it's an awful lot of football. It's an awful lot of playoff picture. It's an awful lot of, hey, did you watch the Rose Bowl? Man, that was a hell of a Rose Bowl. These are good times. I hope it's going to be a good year. Are you ready to go? I'm ready to go. It's good to have you. We'll see if Ray can get the hamster that runs his home internet connection to run a little bit faster, and he'll be joining us in a little while. In the meantime, here I am in studio being risked as if I were just some, just throw him in there. Actually, I feel good. There's nobody here at the studio. It's one of the safest places to be in San Francisco, probably. Anyways, it's great to be here with you. 888-957-9570 is the number. Michael Irvin in our 4 o'clock hour. Full attention on the Warriors starting at 5:30. Miami Heat in town tonight, and a possible playoff appearance for the 49ers is where we begin our conversation this Monday afternoon. It is good to be with you. We are brought to you by the Grayton Resort and Casino.
Win cash and more this month at Grayton Resort and Casino. Play to enter the New Year New Winnings cash giveaway on January 28th. 10 winners of $2,022 at each drawing, and 2 lucky winners get $25,000 cash. Details at GraytonResortCasino.com.
Did you enjoy the weekend? I mean, that was some pretty good football all the way around. The bowl games were good. A couple of NFL games were good. The 49ers game ended in all sorts of interesting ways. I mean, this was a good weekend for the Bay.
Yeah, I think so. It was okay. It didn't jump out at me. I thought the 49er game was pretty ordinary, but all they had to do was beat a bad team, and that's what they did. So in that way, they did fine. The Warriors looked good, and John Hollinger is now raving about they're the cheapest team in basketball, even though they have the biggest payroll in basketball. I thought Bengals Chiefs was a great watch. I thought Giants Bears might have been the worst game I've ever seen in my life.
The Mike Glennon special. I want to go through Mike Glennon's 17 individual dropbacks before we're all done today. It really is a remarkable afternoon of quarterbacking for Mike Glennon and really all Glennons out there. Former Chicago Bear, current New York Giant Mike Glennon, you might be the worst quarterback on the planet.
Well, he's also on a really bad team. I think his coach is a bit of a dope. The general manager is hopeless. I think that if you put almost any quarterback in football on that team, you'd get very similar results.
You would be challenged. Patrick Mahomes is not bringing the New York Giants to the playoffs. Might have put him into the win column one or two more times than they visited it this year, but they are bad. There is no doubt about it. The 49ers, look, they go out, they beat the Rams, or the Saints lose, the 49ers are in. The Saints are going to play earlier in the day, so the Niners are going to know exactly what they need to do in Los Angeles. If the Eagles and the 49ers lose and the Saints win, we're going to have all three with 9-8 records, and the 49ers would be outraged once all the tie-breaking mumbo-jumbo shakes out. The Eagles and Saints would be 7-5 against the NFC, while the 49ers would be 6-6. And all of a sudden, that loss up in Seattle really, 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 really hurts, because that would leave them home.
Well, I mean, in fairness, they're playing in a much more difficult division than either the Eagles or the Saints. So in some ways, that's a kind of tiebreaker that penalizes you for having a better schedule. I mean, they have to play those teams in their division, and you could make the case that losing that game to Arizona was a bad idea too. I mean, as far as that goes.
Hey, losing any game in the NFL is a bad idea. You shouldn't do it.
Well, it's worked for Jacksonville. No, I mean, it just, look, they were they were a marginal playoff team, and this is what you get when you're a marginal playoff team. I mean, I think the tiebreaker system has been goofy for a while, but it is what it is. So, I will feel nothing for them if they don't get in.
Well,
I will feel nothing for them if they do get in.
They will have earned their way in. They will have earned their way out. No matter what happens, they will have officially ordered it. The Bengals did win the AFC North. There's not a lot of people that had that, and I know that all of a sudden there is a ton, and I'm talking about a ton of Aaron Rodgers is sure to be this year's MVP. It's hard to argue with it. It really is. Aaron Rodgers has had a magnificent year. The Packers are the 1 seed with everything that made him a cause celeb for all the good and the bad of his season. It's something else that all the noise was tuned out, and he had the performances that he did week in and week out. Since his dud all the way back in week 1, the guy's been an absolute force of quarterbacking nature. I mean, he's special. But Ray, so is Joe Burrow. And I mean, if the argument is what happens when you take Aaron Rodgers off the Green Bay Packers, that argument could be applied to any single team starting quarterback. What would the Cincinnati Bengals be without Joe Burrow? And you could say they'd be in bad shape too, but they're the Bengals. Like the Packers at least have an air of credibility about the franchise, which the Bengals could never pretend that they've had. There is no winning culture. There is nothing that is the cornerstone of this is how we go about our business for the Cincinnati Bengals. And for Joe Burrow to have come in there and singularly turned them into a threat to pass for 500 yards almost any Sunday, and a guy who has changed the culture of that locker room, it's nuts. I mean, if you said Joe Burrow is the MVP and just say you don't even need to see the numbers, just trust us, the Bengals won their division, I'd say, sure, go ahead, give it to him. Like that, he has been spectacular for them.
He has been. And they're similar teams in a way because they each have an unguardable receiver. I mean, Devontae Adams is catching anything thrown near him no matter what you do. And I think the same can be said for Jamar Chase. They both have good running backs. Joe Mixon's very good. Aaron Jones is very good. A.J. Dillon helps out. They're a lot alike, but I think the tiebreaker in that MVP ultimately ends up being one team's got 13 wins, one team's got 10. And that's the only real thing that you can separate them by. And in that case, then it's probably Rodgers. Even though expectations were greater for the Packers than they were for the Bengals, at the beginning of the year, the expectations for the Packers were pretty bad because nobody was sure that Aaron Rodgers was going to be on the roster. So I think it's Rodgers, but it's a good argument, and I would throw in a third name, even though there's no chance of this happening, and that's Jonathan Taylor. I mean, the Indianapolis Colts are a hard team to beat strictly because of him.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't have a magical, defense. And yeah, they lost to the Raiders yesterday, but Jonathan Taylor's run for 100 yards 10 times this year. I mean, that's MVP type numbers. So I'd give him some thought too.
You get no argument from me. He's been special for them, and they do have a good defense. They've got a peaks and valley quarterback in Carson Wentz where he's great one moment and not the next. So, yeah, I mean, he's the only guy on that team that you can consistently set your watch by. By the way, I need to consistently check my watch a little bit better. Thank you very much for the correction on the Comcast business text line. I got a lot of people saying, Damon, that Saints-Falcons game is not an early kickoff. It's the same time as the 49ers and Rams game. So, okay, you're going to need multiple screens. No doubt about it. The Titans win the AFC South. That's not bad for a team that lost Derrick Henry a few weeks ago. The Bills and Patriots are both going to be in the playoffs. We'll just find out coming into this weekend who wins the AFC West. The Bills are at the Jets. The Pats are at the Dolphins. Those are both 125 kickoffs. The Chargers and the Raiders are going to be battling for a playoff spot on Sunday Night Football unless unless the Jaguars shocked the Colts earlier in the day, in which case both the Raiders and the Chargers would get in, rendering that all the marbles Sunday night football game into a completely meaningless act of football.
I'll be honest with you. Having watched Jacksonville for as little as I have and paying attention to them yesterday, I don't believe it is physically possible for them to win that game, even if they buy off the referees.
You wouldn't think so.
I mean,
but crazier things have happened.
Well, yeah, not without gamblers interceding.
Yeah,
I mean, Jacksonville's awful. I mean, Houston is awful, but Jacksonville is a different kind of awful. I think they had their souls ripped out early in the year by their idiot hire of Urban Meyer. And, from what I saw yesterday, it looked like they just mailed that game in. I mean, they let the Patriots have a 50-burger. Just let them have it. I mean, it was just whatever resistance they thought about applying to that game, they stopped early. They just went, the hell with it. We're just going to get boat raced. Let's get it over with.
Yeah, no, they have been waving the white flag for quite some time. It would be a stunner, to say the least, if the Jaguars beat the Colts. Either way, the Raiders won that game against Indianapolis twice. I mean, you had the Hunter Renfrow, looked like a walk-in game ender, and then that was taken off the board. They then still get in the field goal range to win the game. Look, all things considered, it's a semi-impressive year for that team, which has just been a clown show in so many different ways.
Today.
Yeah, they're a clown show again today. There is no doubt about it. Another DUI. Cornerback Nate Hobbs found sleeping in his car. I mean, first of all, how you could literally watch a guy who dressed 10 lockers away from you have his entire life ruined and still get a DUI if you're a Las Vegas Raider, I do not understand. I saw a lot of people have reacted on Twitter saying, like, hey, whenever you move a team to Las Vegas, you got to expect bad things to happen. Actually, au contraire. There is no easier town in America with someone with a little access, status, and cash to get a ride, a safe ride, immediately. Like, you can get picked up in a stretch limbo, a MyBack, an Uber, a Lyft, a Prius. Like, there are a million different ways to get a safe ride. A cab line in Las Vegas, it's easy and it's accessible everywhere. If you're an NFL player, there is a team car that will come get you at any particular time. And for those of you who want to say, well, he was caught sleeping behind his wheel, doesn't matter. That's still a DUI. And you know what else they got in Las Vegas? They got hotel rooms. If you need to take a nap, there's a place to do that too. Like, there should be fewer excuses for this to happen in Vegas than any other place.
If Las Vegas was the problem, there would be a DUI somewhere in the Vegas Golden Knights history. I mean, they've been around a lot longer than the Raiders have.
Right.
None. Their players somehow managed to drive around sober and never get into any problems that way. That's a choice. It's not a I'll just take a nap here and then I'll feel better. No, they don't want to make a phone call. And that's not an excuse.
It's deplorable. It's absolutely deplorable. I have zero tolerance. I have no sympathy for anyone. He was sleeping it off in his car in a parking garage. He wasn't driving. Give me a break. No, that's a DUI. That's a DUI. You don't need to be driving. If you are behind the wheel and drunk, you're guilty. That's how it works. It's not my interpretation. It's how it happens. And every single player, especially one who just had a teammate kill a woman during a DUI accident, knows all about it. And it's just ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. First DUI should be a year in jail. Second DUI should be a year in prison. Third DUI should be you gone. I got no tolerance for it, Ray. None. Not in the Uber Lyft era that we're all so conveniently enjoying. You can get a car driven to your lap by pushing one button on your cell phone.
I mean, it seems to me that, and this is not just pointed at the Raiders, but every team in every sport ought to have somebody on staff just say, here, call this guy. He'll come and pick you up.
They do.
If you can't...
That's the thing. Most of them do, Ray. And guys still don't do it.
Yeah. I mean, that's the point I'm trying to make is that, just, here, we're going to pay you $100,000 a year. You're basically going to be on call as a chauffeur. I mean, it can't be that hard. And I'm not blaming teams because this is an individual choice and a particularly stupid one given the circumstances.
Right. I'm not blaming teams. I'm not blaming cities. No. I'm blaming individuals.
Yeah, I just, I mean, if you're worried about just the optics of it, though, you could do that. I said, look, here, you don't want to call Lyft. You don't want to call Uber. You don't want to call a cab. You don't want to call a friend. Call us. You work for us. Can't be that hard. We got somebody who will come and get you. There are any number of ways to avoid this, and Nate Hobbs decided to avoid none of them.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous and unacceptable, period. I mean, it's just things. Stop making excuses for people who behave badly. And I guess this is the perfect time to bring up Antonio Brown's name. Good Lord. I've seen an awful lot of people on Twitter say this is, a CTE issue. This is a desperate cry for help. It might be. It might be. He's also an immature jagoff. And I can prove it. I won't know anything about CTE, and neither will you until the autopsy's done, and we can take a look at the brain. In the meantime, I'm looking at the man's actions. And Antonio Brown goes out of his way to screw over others. Time and time and time again. He doesn't care what he leaves in the wake behind him. Antonio Brown has been an unmitigated mess of a human being since the hot air balloon landed in Napa. And he got off complaining about he can't use his old helmet when he was trying to join the Oakland Raiders. And when I say trying to join the Raiders, I mean never intended to join the Raiders. And for the ending to be the way it was full on slap shot. That's a full slap shot ending. Other than getting naked and skating around the ice, I've never seen anything like it. That is in nearly 20 years covering the NFL. Ray, I'm going to double it for you, saying that you've been covering the NFL approximately for 40 years now. You've never seen anything like that. I've never seen anything like that. No one in a professional game has ever seen a player leave a field quite like that. What a dope.
Yeah, I mean, if it's CTE, there are ways to sort of just test some cognitive things, but he doesn't sound like he wants to get help. And the one thing that I didn't hear from the Buccaneers was, we're going to get you help whether you ask for it or not. I mean, they did the one thing that NFL teams do, and I'm not blaming them for this, but, they lied for him, and then when it was inconvenient for them to lie for him anymore, they just said, okay, he's off the team. If you're worried that this is a cognitive problem, you almost have to just say, look, you're coming with us, we're going to get this checked out. And if he doesn't want to go, then, I'm not sure where you go from there. But, when Bruce Arians was saying, oh, no, he's been exemplary. I mean, that's the warning sign right there. It's just they were willing to lie for him as long as he was willing to catch balls for him. And then the minute he didn't want to catch a ball for them, he says, you're on your own. And I don't know, don't make half-assed defenses of a guy just because he's useful to you in the moment. There are reasons why guys like that can't stay, on a team. And it might be medical. There might be something in his head that's not right. But I don't hear anybody saying, I know, we'll get you help because it doesn't seem like you want to.
Look at it this way. There's not a single NFL roster that doesn't have a little CTE rubbed on it somewhere. I've only seen one exit like Antonio Brown in my entire football watching love and life. So that's not a CTE issue. It's a him issue. It's him.
It might well be. I'm not trying to say that I know anything more than anybody else. But if the Buccaneers are worried that this might be, something other than him being a jackass, then it seems to me that they have a responsibility to figure out a way to get him to accept help as part of the deal. I mean, Tom Brady made a pretty spirited and I think a very sympathetic argument for him. But if that's the case, it seems to me that the Buccaneers, whether it's specifically CTE or not, the Buccaneers do have a responsibility here too. And the idea they were willing to lie for him when he was catching balls for him, but once he didn't want to catch a ball for them, they just threw him on the scrap pile. That also seems awfully cynical to me.
He took his
and
pads.
I'm not giving Bruce Arians any credit for that at all.
No, he doesn't. And by the way, he says he's no longer a Buccaneer. As of right now, of this hour, he is still a member of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers roster. The argument that some people are saying is, well, they don't want to cut him because he could get picked up by someone else. That's cowardly. That's not an excuse to not cut that guy. That guy deserves to be cut immediately. Bruce Arians tried to get all the, he's no longer a Buccaneer. Yeah, my rear end, he's no longer a Buccaneer. He's a Buccaneer right now. He is on that roster. Look, some of the most talented people you'll ever meet in life, across all walks of life, all industry, all talents, some of the most talented people you'll ever meet are self-destructive. And maybe he is. Like Antonio Brown, when it was first being reported and trickling out, it looked like he was angered that he was pulled from a game because he's got financial incentives to hit. 8 more catches, he unlocks a $333,000 plus bonus. 55 more receiving yards, he gets another $333,000 plus bonus. 1 receiving touchdown shy of a $333,000 plus bonus. But that turns out to not be what was at the root of his explosion. The issue was he didn't want to play, said he wasn't healthy enough to play, but the team doctors insisted he was, and they tried to get him into the game. And then when he wouldn't go into the game, that's when he blew up and took everything off and said, well, I'm officially out of here. He ran out of the stadium shirtless and into a car and was escorted to the airport. And then, to let you know that after Tom Brady did release this incredibly supportive statement,
everybody should find, hopefully do what they can to help him in ways that, he really needs it. And, we all love him. We care about him deeply. We want to see him be at his best. And, unfortunately, it won't be with our team. But we have a lot of friendships that will last. And, again, I think the most important thing about football are the relationships with your friends and your teammates. And they go beyond the field. And I think everyone should be very compassionate and empathetic toward, some very difficult things that are happening.
Okay, it's a very empathetic thing for Tom Brady to say. How did Antonio Brown react to it? Well, he released his new rap album. I should say not album, but track. I mean, this guy's definitely a SoundCloud rapper at best. He doesn't have a whole album in him. But he's got a track, and the track is called Pit, Not the Palace. He's obviously not talking about the Pittsburgh Steelers. Here we go.
I'm from the pit, not the palace. I'm kind of stylish. Lifestyle lavish. Jump in the coupe with no mileage. Run it. Style it. I'm from the pit, not the palace. I gotta run it. Style it. Hit on the gas, make it growl it.
So if you walked up to anybody in the mall and said, I need you to rap these words, it would sound just like that. He has more of an NFL career left than he does as a rapper, and he has no NFL career left. So thanks for coming, Antonio.
That's what everybody said when he left the Raiders, too. There's going to be one last team that either is going to fall for his charms or is going to need a wide receiver so badly that they'll do this.
I don't know. I see, to me, this is a level of on-field, in-game insubordination that there's really no coming back from. At least I would hope that's the way it still works. Anyway, we got to take a fast break, Ray. Don't you go anywhere. I'm thrilled that you're able to join us vocally this afternoon. I'm here in studio. Ray is safely secured, hermetically sealed in his own den back at home in Alameda. I will, I guess, seal myself in my den starting tomorrow. But in the meantime, here we are, baby. I get to use the soundboard. That's good. I like that an awful lot. We got an awful lot of sound to get into. Kyle Shanahan talking about his rookie going out there and winning a game for him when he needed him to do just that. We got an awful lot of questions about how this transition of power between Lance and Garoppolo is supposed to work, and we're going to come on back and get into all of that. And later next hour, we're going to say hello to the Hall of Famer himself, Michael Irvin. Joins us at 4:15 here on 95.7 The Game. We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. And, of course, we are brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Has this ever happened?
By today, Warriors are going to be stopping on by tonight as they return. Beating the Suns on Christmas Day. I thought that win against Utah was the most obstacle overcome to find a win against a good opponent on the road that they've been up against all year, Ray. And we can debate what's the best Warrior win, but you go to Utah and you win without Draymond. Like that to me is big.
Yeah, it was a nice performance because they didn't back down when they had reason to. And the other thing that struck me was Utah Utah's a very good defensive team, and they couldn't figure out how to keep them from getting the shots they wanted to get. And that wasn't just Curry. That was Wiggins. That was Porter, of all people. It was Gary Payton, of all people. I mean, they shot 54% on the road against a team that can genuinely defend very well. And, it's one of those games where you just go, they look like they shouldn't be able to do this. I mean, I could see them winning the game, but I thought it'd be a lot more low scoring. I thought it would be like, 105-97, something like that. But, they did this by basically outrunning and out-jumping and outdoing Utah in Utah's home with the things that Utah does best. And, yeah, part of it might have been Donovan Mitchell shooting poorly, but that the rest of that team wasn't, they were engaged for the night.
Look, it wasn't just Donovan Mitchell shooting poorly. It was a historically bad shooting night for him in terms of, percentage and shots taken, blah, 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 blah. Donovan Mitchell comes in two flavors, very, very good or very off, and he was very off that entire game, and it helped put the Warriors into the win column. They're going to be back at Chase Center tonight, and Ray and I will get into much more detail on all of it coming up at 5:30 when we begin Warriors Live. I think Anthony Slater is going to be joining us during Warriors Live. Ray and I are going to have Michael Irvin joining us in about 20 minutes from now, about 4:15 this afternoon. So stick around for all of that. We're about to get deep into the Niners and what we saw from Trey Lance and the team. But one more note on Antonio Brown, since that's what we were just talking about. And he says that he couldn't go into the game because, his ankle was really hurting him. But not so much that he couldn't jog off the field and then do a sequence of jumping jacks in the end zone. Like, I know that there's a difference between going out and playing real live NFL snaps and just doing jumping jacks, but if you got a bad ankle, you're probably not jumping and jacking yourself off the field the way that he did. And I'll just say this, Ray, Bill Simmons, you probably heard of him. He writes, internet guy.
I'm vaguely aware.
Vaguely aware of his career. My favorite theory of his is the Tyson zone theory. He's got two theories that I think are the most important things that he put into the lexicon of sports conversations. He's got the Patrick Ewing theory, and that is the weird phenomenon where an NBA team loses its regarded as best player and somehow gets better, and that happens sometimes. When Ewing was off the floor, the Knicks would be even better. Slow him down. It's where the devaluation of centers maybe began. And then he's got the other theory that is called the Tyson zone. And I would like to officially welcome Antonio Brown into the Tyson zone. And the Tyson zone is basically Bill's theory is that there is no story that we couldn't attach to him that on its surface you wouldn't believe for just a second. Like if I told you that after that performance at MetLife Stadium, Antonio Brown was later seen throwing bagels at customers at Zabar's, like you would have believed me for just a second, right? If I told you that he was spotted doing jumping jacks all the way down the New Jersey Turnpike, you'd believe me for just a second there before you're like, nah, he probably got a car. But for a minute there, you'd believe me. If I told you he went to Newark to occupy a helipad with, a slingshot, maybe you'd believe me. If I told you he went to Bruce Arians' house and started washing windows begging for a second chance, like you'd believe me. Like I guess it would be a third chance or a fourth chance in his case. But the guy just done lost his mind. I mean, there's just no other way to say it. And it's a shame because for a minute there, Ray, he had a peak that was commiserate to Jerry Rice's peak. And that's not an exaggeration.
Well, he not only had a peak that, you could compare to Jerry Rice, he had, as his most strident advocate, the guy who runs the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and that's Tom Brady. I mean, he couldn't have been in a better situation, which is why the people who suggest that, maybe there's something cognitive going on, I don't think maybe that far off, because this was the golden ticket that he left Pittsburgh to find. I mean, the quarterback who can get him the ball whenever he wants, the quarterback whose word is law. I mean, in ways that Aaron Rodgers' word is not law. I mean, Tom Brady owns the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And he lasted, 9 weeks? I just think there are things that get in his way that may or may not be, of his own controlling. But this is the moment where you go, who's going to step up and help him? Rather than go, that was nice, now we'll move on. That's the one thing that bothers me about this, because he did it to himself, there's no question about it, but does it make sense that he would do that? And if it doesn't make sense, shouldn't someone who has enjoyed the fruits of his labors reach out and go, okay, we're going to get you figured out?
But it didn't make sense.
Even if you never play again, even if you never catch another ball, we care about you. And that was the speech we got from Brady yesterday.
More compassion than I thought we'd hear. Really. It was more compassion than I thought we would get from Tom Brady. You'd think at this point would feel like almost personally done wrong because he so vouched for the guy and even let him sleep in his own house for a while. It's really, really something else. It was ridiculous. Someone says, explain the Buccaneers putting him on a freeze. No, they wanted him in the game. I understand why you think it's the other way around, because that was the information we got when this whole thing started, but we've learned more today. They wanted him in the game, which would have brought him closer to meeting his incentives. And he still didn't go back in. It's a disaster. It's just something else. And Bruce Arians, he lost an awful lot of face on Sunday. There's no doubt about it. What we care about, though, is the fact that the 49ers have essentially 4 quarters left. And if they play them well, and they usually play their quarters against the Los Angeles Rams well, they can be a playoff team. It is just that simple. If they win, they are in. You can't control your destiny much more than that. Now, when it comes to Trey Lance's destiny, we all know it's still going to be punted down the road as long as they can, as long as this year is functioning and operational. But I'll tell you, there really is only one thing left to do with Trey Lance, and that's to play him. We've seen 2 games from this kid now, back in Week 5 and yesterday. Even though yesterday was a slow start, I think it's easy to spot marked improvement. It's still all small samples. I think the argument is simply this. Like, I'm more impressed with Lance 8 quarters into his career than I am with Jimmy Garoppolo 8 seasons into his. Would that maybe be enough for me to make a big decision to go in another direction? Yeah, but I'm not Kyle Shanahan. This kid needs snaps. He needs reps. And he needs confidence from his coaches to go out there and make positive plays down the field that you might be a little bit more reluctant to call for Jimmy Garoppolo. And he also needs the room, Ray, to make mistakes. Like, it's fine. An interception for a really good quarterback is not a breakable moment, and it shouldn't be. For Jimmy Garoppolo, like, Jimmy throws an interception, chances are the 49ers are going to lose that game. When he doesn't throw an interception, they've won every game. Jimmy. Trey Lance is going to make mistakes. But he's at the point in his career where a few of those mistakes are easily explained and then overcome because he just keeps on attacking. I was impressed by the guy. 249 passing yards, 2 touchdowns. It was a bad interception, 31 rushing yards, and when it was all said and done, his head coach said this.
I think he did some real good things. Besides that, the bad interception, I thought he protected the ball real well. I mean, that was a big thing going into this game, and he did a good job on all those except for one play. I think he was very efficient, just looking at his numbers and things like that. That big play at the end was huge, and for the most part, he made some pretty good decisions running the ball.
Yeah. I mean, pretty good. Pretty damn good. Perfect? No. Excellent? No. On his way, 8 quarters into his career? Yes, absolutely. And by the way, we're all on our way. Welcome to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Let me put it this way. He's not, if Garoppolo can play on Sunday, Garoppolo's going to play because that's been the message all year long. In terms of Lance's development, and I've said this before, that can wait. You know, if he's the better choice, he'll play on Sunday. If he's not, he won't. And his development, that happens when their season's over. Whenever that is. You know, then you could start talking about the transition. I mean, he was basically, he was a fill-in yesterday, and he wasn't great, but who would expect him to be? He was functional in a game that all they had to do was win. And right now, the winning is the only thing that matters. Whatever happens with Trey Lance is going to start happening when this season's done. You know, I mean, it's just not, it's not a thing that I think anybody should concern themselves with. It's about, can you get in the playoffs? That's it. And if Garoppolo is a better choice on Sunday, that'll be the choice. Well, and then they'll take their chance. I just don't worry about what Trey Lance's development is going to be at a time like this. It's just, no, you got to win the game, and you got to win it the best way you can.
Well, what Jimmy has going for him is his track record. His track record against the Rams is spotless. He is 5-0 against the Los Angeles Rams. And you can shake your stick at an awful lot of what Jimmy is or isn't. 5-0 against a division rival is significant. It is, to me, just as spot-on, career-defining perfect, though, that in the one moment where you're really, after we spent like every single minute of every week debating who should be the guy, we finally reached that one moment where it's not about like an if you do all this, you might be able to. It's as simple as humanly possible. Win and you're in. And in the one moment where everyone agrees, yeah, you should probably turn to Jimmy Garoppolo to do that, he's questionable. I mean, that defines him as much as all those interceptions he throws to linebackers, or the let his receiver too far, or can't get any of his passes down underneath a face mask. Like, the fact that here you are, going to need Jimmy to go beat the Rams, go 6-0, and he might not be able to go, that is the most Jimmy Garoppolo thing of all time, if you really think about it, is it not?
That sounds to me like a guy getting blamed for getting hurt. And if you saw how he got hurt, I don't know how you blame him for that. Is he unlucky? Maybe. But he's still the choice. You know, if his hand is fine, he'll play. It just, what he is or isn't is now irrelevant. I mean, we know what Kyle Shanahan prefers. And there isn't anything about next year that matters yet. It's just, you know, can you play or not? And if his hand is too mangled to play, then he won't play. I mean, I was having this argument with Whitey last. I mean, just this is not a thing that needs a lot of thought. It's, whatever his legacy is, that's for February. What Lance's future is, that's for February. What their season is now 6 days. It's going to be 6 days long. And that's all there is. Trey Lance's time will come at some point. I mean, I'm still wouldn't bet my car that he might be watching some early next year too. I mean, people have been pot committed to the notion of him since the day they drafted him. And Kyle Shanahan has said in 100 different ways, we're slow playing this. All right? This is the guy I want playing this year. And the idea that, we got to see Lance now. No, you don't. You don't have to see him. No, what you have to do is figure out a way to beat the Rams on Sunday. And if it means you hand the ball off to Elijah Mitchell 64 times to have your best chance to win, then you do it.
That's Kyle's preferred method of winning, right? Are you kidding?
Yeah.
He'd love that game plan.
If he could do it, he would.
Yeah, absolutely he would.
He's very much, at this stage of his career, a guy who is a clever play caller, but a conservative strategist. That's who he was when the team was bad. That's who he was when the team went to the Super Bowl. That's who he was last year. And that's who he is today. When he's ready to open it up for Trey Lance, he'll do it. But this team is not set up that way because he's going to have to make a whole bunch of different choices from here on out, about the way he builds a roster. If he's going to say, I really want to start having a dynamic, exciting, put the ball in the air offense. I don't know that he'll ever be that guy. But whatever he's going to be in the future happens in the future. Right now, it's let's figure out how we beat the Rams. And historically, how we beat the Rams is running the hell out of the ball, and not letting Aaron Donald have free reign in our backfield.
Well, look, it's the rare great matchup for Daniel Brunskill. For some reason, that guy owns Aaron Donald. Beatable by any other defensive player in football, but he owns Aaron Donald. For some reason, it's crazy. It's crazy how that has borne itself true time and time again.
I think he's an above-average run blocker. I think it's no more complicated than that, and I'm no expert about it. But Aaron Donald made his career terrorizing quarterbacks. And if the quarterback doesn't have the ball in his hand, Aaron Donald is pretty good, but he's not Aaron Donald. So you just, I think that's the secret. They've got guys who can run block very, very well, and their scheme makes that possible.
By the way,
that's how I sort of view it.
You mentioned the shows you did with Whitey last week, and there's just no doubt in my mind that the two of you spent quite a bit of time talking about John Madden, and something always big happens whenever I'm on a vacation day. John Madden passing away is a monster moment for the NFL. He has been paid tribute to in every single conceivable way, to the point where I'm going over old ground at this point. But when I then see that we lose Betty White in the last act of 2021 as a year, they take Betty White from us. Ray, find me two stars who were more universally liked across all age groups than John Madden and Betty White. Like, I never fancied them as a couple, but I don't think you could find or identify two people who had more positive word of mouth throughout every moment of their careers, from kids who were 8 to 80. Like, everyone liked the two of them.
Well, and this is just a pinheaded theory of mine, but they both stayed young when they got old. I mean, Betty White would do, pretty much anything because she loved to act. And John Madden, after he was fried coaching, didn't, just go run off and sit by a pool. He did other stuff, and he did it, A, he did it his way, and B, he did it in such a way that people half his age had to look at him and go, this is someone who needs to be paid heed. This guy, we need to pay attention to this guy. He's going to make us all very happy. And he just did, because like Betty White, he didn't worry about what his reputation was going to be. He just said, this is the job today. I'm going to do today's job. And there's something simple and basic about it that if you can respect whoever you're confronted by, even if they're 25 and you're 55, you'll run well. You'll do great. That's all you got to do. And it might be hard for most folks because, generational rivalries, seem to be one of the things that Americans do really well. They were ageless. Betty White was, she was old when she was young, but she was never old.
Right. It's rare that you can agree that someone lived an incredibly long life and also died too soon. And I think both John Madden and Betty White fit that weird kind of gray area of absolutely you lived a hugely successful and full life, but everyone feels like you were taken too soon. That one hurt just a little bit, and I'm really happy that somebody has brought this up because it might have even slipped my mind. And this is what happens when you get megastars passing away. The Comcast business text line reveals something that I think is important. Can we also have a moment for the late Dan Reeves, coming from the 650? Indeed. Dan Reeves was a great coach. He absolutely should have been inducted into the Hall of Fame and given his bouquet of flowers while he was still around to smell them. He'll probably get in posthumously now that people are starting to appreciate a career that did come up short more often than it rang the ultimate bell. He was a stubborn SOB, Ray. Like, he had John Elway, and he's still insisting on giving the ball to Sammy Winder 35 times a game. He was caught in that, only three things can happen when you throw the ball and two of them are bad. And he was still grounded to a ground game when he had John Elway, for goodness sakes. He got caught generationally for a moment or two there, but he was a great coach. He was wildly successful, and his fingerprints are all over so much NFL history.
Yeah, in fairness to him, though, everybody did that. When you look at, Dan Marino's numbers, as glittering as they were, that was still a team that, at its best, always ran the ball well. And Marino got to one Super Bowl very early on in his career and didn't get there again because the one thing that Don Shula wanted to do more than anything else was ball control. That's when the Dolphins were at their best. It was the thing that Shula knew, and they could never figure that part out. They had guys you could throw to, but that generation and the football that was played when Don Shula was coaching was very much established the run. And so I don't blame him or Reeves for not being visionary enough. Nobody was this visionary until Patrick Mahomes showed up, frankly.
Hey, look, it's a vision that Kyle Shanahan doesn't even want to embrace it. Sometimes you can see that. Anyway, look, Ray and I are at our best whenever we have a Hall of Famer joining us, and that's what's happening next. Michael Irvin coming up around the corner here on 95.7 The Game. We are brought to you by Safeway. At Safeway, they partner with trusted, top-quality growers for hand-picked fruits and vegetables harvested at the peak of their flavor from farm to you. Visit Safeway's produce department today and see how they're perfecting the art of fresh.
Kick off the new year with Xfinity and get fast, reliable internet for $19.99.
little Stephen A. You catch him weekly with us. What's going on, Michael Irvin? How are you, man?
What's up, guys? How's everybody? Man, I'm doing great. Sitting here in New York, getting ready to do some Inside the NFL tomorrow before I head back to Dallas.
Like I said, all points and bulletins in between. He does everything. Michael Irvin here with us. And I was just about to ask Ray, and you joined us right on time here, Michael. You know, we see Trey Lance's attributes as a young quarterback in this league. And this isn't a question about measuring him against Garoppolo. We'll get to all that later. Can you teach a quarterback touch? Because that's the one thing that Trey Lance doesn't seem to have much of right now. He is a grip it and rip it from the tips golfer. He is just crushing drives. I don't know how much of an iron or short game he has. I don't know if he can get out of the sand trap very well. Not a lot of touch on his throws with the quarterbacks that you've worked with the players that you've talked to and played with throughout your career. How is touch developed? Can touch be developed?
But that's a great question. That's a great question. You know, because touch is something different. It's not saying you can't put it through. You know, you can't throw it hard. You can't put it through a wall. It's can you deliver this ball up and over something? You know, where it just drops in and it has some anticipation in it to be able to do that. I never thought about can you teach somebody that. Right, that's a great question. And I don't know if I know the answer. Can you really teach somebody touch, especially when they've had such success with that strong arm, with just drilling that ball in there? I don't even know if I can answer that. That's a great question.
But the one thing, did you ever, when you were breaking in Troy Aikman, if such a thing can be described that way, he seemed to be a guy who never struggled with touch. Are there times when you just look at a guy and go, that's who he is. He's not going to throw the ball 90 yards, but he is going to put it where I am. Is that just something, is it a gift more than it is a learned skill? And if it's not a gift, how do you get around that? Because there's so much in the modern passing game that requires more touch than power. And at this time, is there, are there just two kinds of quarterbacks and that's all there is, and you either get one with touch or you get one with a rocket?
Yeah, and when you think about it, like I'm sitting here going through my mind, okay, and trying to pull out a quarterback that I would say has great touch, that throws the ball so well, like Aaron Rodgers does. You know what I mean? When you see some of the passes Aaron Rodgers make, they're not. He's not just zipping the ball in there. Those guys are coming across, and he's just laying the ball right there. It's like the ball is meeting them exactly where they're running. It's a perfect pass. It's not burning through the fingers. It just floats right to you and stop and says, catch me. That's what touch is. Troy had it. Troy definitely had it. I said when Troy threw the balls come right to you and say, hey, I'm right here. You can catch me. But the question is, can someone learn that? I mean, I just don't know if you can learn that. I just don't know if you can learn it.
Michael Irvin here on 95.7 The Game. So the 49ers can't ask for more than what they've got. They got an opportunity to win and get into the postseason. It'll be presented to them at SoFi Stadium against the Rams. And whether or not Jimmy Garoppolo can go it's so funny. Be careful what you wish for because you just might get it. Everyone wants Trey Lance. And now when you probably need Jimmy more than ever, he might not be there. And so, it's never a dull moment around the 49ers quarterback room, that's for sure. In 5 career starts against the Rams, Jimmy is 5-0, and the fact that he might not be able to go when they need him the most is pretty much why they drafted Trey Lance in the first place.
Exactly. Now, this is what last week when we talked, and I know you guys were not there. But this is what everybody was talking about right here. Trey came in, Trey got that win. He got that win. And I was happy to see how he played, and I thought he played well and everything well. But it is something. It is something. Drew Brees. I'm going to have to take that question to a desk. Like, Drew Brees with those anticipatory throws. Drew Brees didn't have a rocket, but he had great touch. Just great touch, leading that ball over. He just perfectly threw the ball. So yeah. It's Trey Lance's chance. Are you trying to say you guys want Jimmy G back next week for that game, or are you still ready to ride out Trey Lance?
Well, look, to me, I've been in the Trey Lance camp since day one. He's an inevitability. He's coming. You might as well start developing him, because to me, the only thing that kid needs is reps and time. Like, there's very little in-practice learning, I think, left for him. He needs to be thrown into the fire. Unfortunately, this is the fire that matters the most. Here it is. You got 4 quarters of football. There is no tomorrow unless you come out winning those 4 quarters of football. And that's an awful lot to put on a kid who hasn't been asked to play more than 8 quarters of football his entire career so far. So it's a weird place to be. For sure, there's no doubt that Kyle Shanahan will go back to Garoppolo if Garoppolo's hand will let him grip and throw a ball. He'll go there. But if not, I mean, it's a huge moment. I think that Trey Lance is the kind of kid who, whatever his rookie mistakes are, they're worth getting through, because he's got so much of an upside. And that's what you need right now. Like a really good quarterback who throws an interception is not like the catastrophic level of turnover that it quite used to be. And I just think that Trey Lance and his raw ability is more tantalizing than Jimmy Garoppolo's ceiling and what I think I know he is, regardless of the success he's had.
You want to go with that upside. It comes down to that formula. Are we looking for the big play, or are we saying we don't need you to make the big mistake? The big mistake. And that's what you're getting for when you talk about a young guy. Can you not just don't turn the ball over? When San Fran doesn't turn the ball over, they got a great chance to win the game. With the run game and with defense, and you just make the play that is there. Don't try to force the play and turn the ball over and put them in that situation. Now do you tell him that? Because then you pull back some of his gifts and his talents of trying to make that play and make that big play and make that play down the field. It becomes to that formula. I want the upside, but how bad do I want to make sure we do not have the mistakes? And just Trey can get me the upside. But can I guide him around the mistakes, especially in that spot right there? Because for all intents and purposes, that is the playoffs. That's the playoffs. You guys are in the playoffs right now.
Can you describe for people who have never been through it the sort of claustrophobia that happens like in the last week of the regular season when you're playing a do-or-die game? Whether it's for, playoff positioning or just to get in at all. Does the world just sort of close in and all you know is, the 6 days of prep before the game? Or are there ways that, you look around to try to find some sanity in it so that it doesn't get too big?
Listen, what happens in this final week? Did you call it week 17, week 18?
It's week 18 now, yeah.
Right. There's this final week. You realize that you played football all week, especially the teams that we're talking about, those teams that are going to say, man, this is it. It's win and we're in. That's what we have to do. We're already in the playoffs right now. If we lose, we're not in. We win, we are in. That's the tightness that comes down. Week 18 going into the playoffs, that's that tightness. Can you remain loose with that tightness of knowing, this is what you know, any mistake can cost me the season now. There's not any mistake. We get to work on it next week and come back and try to fix it and get it right. Any mistake now can cost me the rest of the season because this is like the playoffs. And now you put Trey Lance in and say, no mistakes. That's the tightening right there because of the realization of what's at stake.
It's a tough ask for sure. Michael Irvin here with Damon and Ray on 95.7 The Game. When you look at some of the success stories the 49ers have enjoyed this year, I don't know if there is any more of a success story than running back Elijah Mitchell, who just went for another 119 yards on 21 carries, scored his first career receiving touchdown as well, his fifth game this year with 100 or more rushing touchdowns. In a rookie season, he's one of 4 rookie running backs since 1990 to register 100 or more rushing yards in at least 5 of his first 10 career games. He joins Edgerrin James, who was the 4th overall pick, Adrian Peterson, who was a 7th overall pick, and Ezekiel Elliott, who was also a 4th overall pick. Elijah Mitchell was the 194th pick. He was a 6th rounder, for goodness sakes. I mean, if where you started and what you did determines how good of a year you've had in the NFL, Michael, I don't know if anybody's had a better year than Elijah Mitchell.
When you're talking distance travel.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you're talking distance travel, I can buy that. I can buy that, man. And the names that you just mentioned, to be in that group, to be with those boys, because those are some bad boys.
Right. Special, right? Edgerrin James, yeah. Adrian Peterson, Ezekiel Elliott.
Man, them some bad boys, man. And I'm gonna tell you, Edge is. I don't. We'll give Adrian Peterson. He is. He's still in the midst of years. But people, I don't know if people understood how great Edgerrin James was to come in and step in and take over from Marshall Faulk in Indy and to keep that thing going. And Marshall Faulk is such a special type of running back. I mean, that was another incredible thing when I saw that when Edge was coming out of Miami.
To shift gears for a second, you were talking about the tightness of Week 18. The Chargers and Raiders play the last game of the year, the one night game on Sunday. I know. And it's win or go home, essentially. Are there gradations of tightness? I mean, where you can feel more tight based on what the circumstances are, or is tightness just tightness, and you feel it the same way no matter what?
Well, I think certain players, it's how they receive it. Certain players receive it and get tighter. Some players look for that moment and rise up. Think about how many guys that always show up in the big games and show up in the big time because they're looking for that moment. I trained for those moments, so I was looking for those moments. I kept myself mentally in those moments whenever you're training. That's what the tough practices that Bill Belichick may put you through. All of those are putting you in pressure-like situations for those moments. They're trying to recreate pressure situations. Jimmy used to do it all the time. So you can prepare yourself best you can for big moments. Now, this is a question. Can you learn to prepare yourself for big moments? I believe that answer is yes, because that's all mental and how you see things. And if you feel and you tell yourself you're prepared for these moments, to run to these moments and not run away from these moments, I do believe you can help prepare yourself to perform better in big moments.
Michael, we probably shouldn't go any further without asking you about Antonio Brown, who we saw as a wildly talented player sort of unwind himself. And we've seen this so many times across sports and music and art. Quite often in life, ultra-talented people also self-sabotage. And it looks like there's an awful lot of self-sabotage going on with Antonio Brown. He has been gifted so many bites at the apple, and I really don't know if the NFL will allow him another bite. I know that talent and the mystery of talent is always alluring, but I've also never seen a player leave the field like he did in my entire life of watching football. I doubt you have either. So What will become of Antonio Brown, and how do you think he'll be remembered if he's played his last game?
Let's say this a couple ways here, because I've heard so many people say so many things about Antonio Brown, and everybody wants to jump out and say, "See, I told you, I told you, don't give a guy that you don't do this, you don't do that." When I saw that, all I saw was sadness. I just saw sadness. Like, man, and okay, if you were right, you were right. That's cool, but I'm so worried about him. I'm just so worried about him. That opportunity right there. That's something he had already. He thought about that. He planned that. That was his exit. He was ready to leave, and he was ready to leave like that. I don't understand it. I don't understand. After what the commitment Tom had to him, and all that Tom was trying to do for him, I thought that was right where he needed to be. So there's no doubt in my mind. No, he would never play football again. I don't believe he'll play football again, because everybody's going to always question what's going on with him mentally. And that's why I refuse to just pile on. I knew you should have took a chance. You should have taken a chance. All I'm saying, man, is whatever it is, if you need some help, you need to get some help. Because that was sad. We saw one of the greatest talents at wide receiver self-destruct and throw the talent away as he walked off the football field. If he would have just continued his career from what he was doing in Pittsburgh, he could have been probably the closest thing to catching Jerry Rice that we will ever see. So it's very sad. I'm sad for him, worried about him, and certainly worried about his family.
Let me ask this, because I don't know the answer to it, and maybe there isn't one. Is there a responsibility that football has, and more specifically the Buccaneers have, to try to get him help, even though they've said he's not going to be on the team anymore? I mean, I've heard a lot of people say, "Man, this is awful." I mean, basically saying what you've said is there a responsibility beyond that to basically try to get him help, even if he's resistant to it, or do you just go, he threw it all away, let's move on?
Well, I'm sure everybody has tried, and there's no doubt. If you work closely with Antonio Brown, and how many people, even in those post-game interviews, said, we just wish he gets the help that he needs, or get where he needs to be, or get where he needs. Those are the people that work with him every day. And they're saying something right there the best they can without just, without just blurting it out there. But there is something going on with Antonio Brown, and he has to be willing to receive the help. He's been willing to receive the help for the last few years from Tom. And then last night somewhere, all of it just stopped. You can want to help people all you want, but they have to be willing to receive it.
Michael, let's wrap up with a wide receiver who will leave us all with a smile on our face, and that's Jamar Chase. 1,429 yards, and he did it in 16 games. It's the rookie record, and he's still got another game to play. Unbelievable. You want to make an argument for Aaron Rodgers being the MVP? I think it's easy to do so. I can make a real good argument, I think, for Joe Burrow to be the MVP of this league, because the culture of the Bengals was non-existent until he walked into the room and started changing things. And look at what he has done. Look at what Jamar Chase has done. These guys are 500 yards dropped on your face, ready to happen almost every week, it would seem.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, man, they have that dangerous group, and they feel good about who they are right now. That Jamar Chase, that game was incredible. It was just the catches, and he made some what they call those mouse-like catches, going up and getting the ball and everything. It was so funny because last week T. Higgins made a catch down the field, caught it, turned around, big play, And Jamar Chase said, I gotta catch a ball like that. And he did this week. He went up and grabbed that ball. But not just going up and grabbing them. Also, those plays where he took the short ball and took it a distance. You can just see the explosiveness in this kid. When I say explosiveness, I'm talking his ability to hit 0 to 60, just like that, quickly. So once he gets going, he is gone, man. He's a phenomenal talent. And the combination between him and Joe Burrow that came over from college, and now you're seeing it in the NFL, it was an exceptional and a great pick by the Bengals. I know a lot of people got on Cincinnati because they wanted them to get the tackle to help protect Joe Burrow. But boy, no, they made the right pick.
Yeah, I mean, get some protections. Get some protection or some targets, and boy, did they get a target. By the way, I always
and the protection helps protect, but the target changes the game.
It sure does.
The target is a game changer.
Michael, I always love asking a player if they remember their own career. Do you remember what was your most catches in a season ever? Like, I was looking up, like, how far is Joe Burrow or Jamar Chase's rookie record away from your all-time? You had a 1,600-yard season in 1995, for goodness sakes. That was maybe your best year. Remember how many catches you had that year?
Was it 90?
No. 111 catches. The only time...
93. I had 93, 15, 23. That's what it was. 93, 15, 23 years before that. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, 93, 15, 23 was in 91. That's when you were a young pup in the league.
Right, yeah. God almighty, yeah, that is something right there, yeah. But these rookies, these young guys are coming in. The game is exploding. It's exploding. But we talked about this. They're throwing the ball 40 to 50 times a game. They're getting such great opportunities, and we're getting so many great wide receivers and quarterbacks because of all of the 7-on-7 play that's around now. Incidentally, do you guys know that when they first went to John Madden, they went to John Madden with the Madden game. It was 7-on-7. Madden was saying, no way.
Yeah.
No way. If you don't put the big guys in there, you can't put my name on it. I want it like to be real. I want it like real football. And what's so interesting is that's how he made his killing in the broadcasting business. He put the focus on the big uglies. He put it on the big dudes. I was joking, God bless him. We were talking about how John Madden was sitting there talking about Derek Kennard, the center, and he would put that telestrator and put a circle right around the wet spot on Derek Kennard's butt. It's like right here and right here. And he go, boom. And Troy has to put his hand right up on that, boom. And you see, that's what this towel was for. Because John Madden was talking about things that brought the game home to you and brought audiences that were not even football fans into the game. That he was just so great. I don't know how to digress off to that, but we needed to say farewell to him also.
Indeed. Can you believe that we've lost John Madden, Dan Reeves, like in the same week, basically? Two great. I mean, Madden is a household name and is revered by everyone. Dan Reeves never quite got that status or appreciation, but it feels like now that he's gone, people want to talk about how good he was, and he truly was a great coach.
Yes, and he was a silent killer. You know what I mean? A more quiet coach, but truly an icon. And you could throw Betty White, somebody like Betty White.
Hell yeah.
Lost 3 icons in that. I mean, people that you said, wow.
Do you like the Golden Girls?
The tracks that they laid. Yeah. Well, everybody loved Betty White. I don't know anybody that didn't love Betty White. Betty White could have walked through the toughest hoods in anywhere, and they'd have let her given her a pass. Hey, Betty White. She could have walked right on through. Everybody loves Betty.
Absolutely. Kind of like you, Michael Irvin. Everybody loves Michael Irvin. We certainly do. Thanks so much for having for coming on with us once again, man. Hell of a season. End of the regular season wraps up, and we'll talk to you again on Monday. We always appreciate your time, man. Thank you so much, and Happy New Year to you.
Yeah, Happy New Year's, guys. And it has been a hell of a season, and I can't wait. I can't wait to and I love how we have so many good games with implications, basically playoff games like we're talking about San Fran. You got to win and get in. It's right now the pressure starts, so I can't wait for this final week.
Great to talk to you. Michael Irvin here on 95.7 The Game. Giving love to Betty White. He's right. There's no street she could have walked down where everyone wouldn't be like, how do I help you across the street, ma'am? I love you.
Oh, she'd have been helping them cross the street.
Did you see? She was such an animal rights advocate.
Yeah.
She dies just weeks ahead of her 100th birthday. I got to look this up, but everyone said that everyone who can make a $5 donation to the SPCA on the day of Betty White's 100th birthday, and it would be the ultimate tribute that you could give to her. She would have loved that more than anything if it was the single greatest fundraising day in the history of the SPCA. I'm in for $5. I'll kick in $5 for the animals out there. Absolutely. I think it's a great idea.
You can do better than that.
$5, Ray.
Come on, you like animals.
Let's start with $5. Everyone can reach into their pocket and pull out a fin. Let's just start with $5. If you can give
pick the amount you want.
Betty's
Whatever
picking
you
a $5.
Pick the amount. Well, I know, but $5 for someone with your grand wealth?
Oh, grand wealth. I mean, it's extreme wealth would be the best way to describe my wealth, don't you think? Extreme wealth, like luxury jets and private airplanes and Italian sports cars, pretty much defines who I am.
You sweat 50s. Don't lie to me.
Stop it. Stop it. Anyway, 888-957-9570. We got blinking lines. We'll talk to people. We will do that when we come on back at 5:30. We've got Warriors Live for you here on 95.7. We're going 55, right? Yeah, 55. Okay. Little audible call because we went long with Michael. He started talking about Betty White. We weren't going to tell him, hey, we got to go to a commercial break. Stop talking about Betty White or John Madden. As we said earlier, I don't think there are two people who ever enjoyed more universal success or praise. For Madden especially, you know how hard it is to be a universally loved football coach and then a universally loved pitchman, then a universally loved broadcaster, then a universally loved architect of the most successful video game of all time? That's hitting for the full cycle, Ray.
Oh, no, he is. I would suggest that next to George Halas, he's the most important figure in the history of the National Football League. And that's not an exaggeration in my mind. I genuinely believe that's how important he was. Because he was as much as television itself, an engine for that sport that no mere player or coach or commissioner or owner can manage.
How well did you get to know him in your time covering the Bay Area scene? I mean, did you get a lot of or any considerable face time? Did you develop any sort of relationship with John Madden?
Not particularly, but it's basically because he was leaving as I was starting.
Right.
I mean, his last year was 78 as a coach. I mean, I got to talk to him a few times, but it was mostly, his last year maybe as a coach, and then he went on to do broadcasting and sort of, you'd see him when he was going to cover a big game, but that was about it. The most amazing thing to me about him, though, his last year coaching was 1978, which meant 5 years after that would be his first year of eligibility for the Hall of Fame. He didn't get voted in until 2006. That's 20 plus years. And when you think of it now, and you would think, well, God, put him in yesterday. He just retired as a coach? Yeah, sure, right now. The day that the first Madden game broke, get him in then. It took that long for him to get to the Hall of Fame, as important as he was. And so the next time you want to have an argument, and I'm not talking about you, but just in general, next time you want to have an argument about so-and-so's a mortal lock for the Hall of Fame, there's no greater mortal lock than John Madden, and he had to wait 2 decades.
You know what that is? I think he is a victim of a generation that had zero respect for burnout, longevity, and win totals were the only things that coaches were measured by. And even though Madden had the win total, he did not have the longevity. And that's why they spit on him for all those years. And then it became such a publicly overwhelming disgrace to not put him in. They course corrected.
Well, he also had the second highest winning percentage in the history of the sport. And most guys don't get 10 years. So the longevity issue, I don't think, if that was there, and I never heard that was an issue, in the years that I talked to people who voted for the Hall of Fame, it was, he only won 1 championship. And that seems daft to me, because
winning 1 championship in the NFL is hard.
Well, yeah, it's damned hard. And he was doing it during a decade that was owned lock, stock, and barrel by the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Right.
I mean, it might have been, more than any other rivalry, the best one in football history, because you had 2 teams at their absolute zenith going at each other for a decade, an entire decade. I don't know that there is another one like that. I mean, they talk about rivalries here and there, but never had a rivalry that much at stake every time they play.
Right. Somebody on the text line, the Comcast business text line, says they put Gale Sayers in. Well, Gale obviously didn't have a long career, but it wasn't his fault. He died. So I think a lot of people wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt. Terrell Owens, or not Terrell Owens, pardon me, but Terrell Davis is a guy who, when people were talking about does he deserve to be in the Hall of Fame, they would compare his numbers to Gale Sayers. And he was worthy of being in the Hall of Fame. He certainly got John Elway over the hump. Anyways, I do love me some Hall of Fame debates when it comes to just about any other Hall of Fame. I really do.
I mean, here's to put the Madden thing home, and then I know we're heading for a break. Chuck Noll, who was the coach of those Steelers teams, coached until 1991, and 2 years later he was in.
They waived the waiting period for him, or there was no established waiting period for a coach, and it was only for players?
The waiting period ended before he got there. I mean, Tom Landry, 2 years, these are all worthwhile choices, every one of them. But for some reason, the things that Madden brought weren't treasured as much, or weren't considered as important. I don't think anybody went into that room ever and going, well, we've got to consider the fact that he's the most influential broadcaster the sport's ever had. Or we have to consider the fact that he made gaming a national industry.
Well, and I just don't think that they respected those sorts of things when he was eligible.
No, they clearly did not.
Yeah. To look at it now, my goodness. Anyway, we got an awful lot to get into this afternoon, and we have a half an hour left of our show before we throw it into Warriors Live mode. And we got an awful lot of stuff to talk about with the Golden State Warriors. I'll wrap up this hour with this bit of news. Today, earlier in the day, we learned that Dante Johnson, K'Wan Williams, and Raheem Mostert, who, even though he has been on IR all year, all 3 of those Niners were put on the COVID-19 reserve list. Well, safety Jimmy Ward has joined them. And that's a bit of breaking news to share with you at this hour. Jimmy Ward now on the COVID-19 reserved list, but honestly, these days, who isn't? Apparently, you can just look at somebody with COVID and get it these days, for goodness sakes. So be careful out there. We got Ray protected. He's at home. Nobody told me, so I'm in the studio, and we're hanging out. I hope you're enjoying it. I know we are. And let's keep going. We'll be back in just a moment here on 95.7 The Game. And we are brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Listen to the Morning Roast in bed, in the car, or at work with the Odyssey app.
I want to see Trey. I want Trey Lance to be the starter. Move on from Jimmy and just get the keys to Trey Lance.
Odyssey station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Now back to Damon and Ratto. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
So the Green Bay Packers are indeed the NFC's 1 seed. Aaron Rodgers very likely to win the NFL MVP. It would be his 4th if he does win it. Peyton Manning is the all-time leader with 5. He'll get an extra week of rest, an extra week to rest that COVID toe, which he says is feeling better. He's certainly playing like it's feeling better. The Packers had home field all of last season too, Ray, and didn't go to the Super Bowl, so it's not the end-all, be-all of your chances to appear in the big game, but it certainly helps. By the way, the Green Bay Packers are now 39-9 under Matt LaFleur, giving him the most wins of any head coach in his first 3 seasons with any franchise, beating out George Seifert, of all guys, who started 38-10 with the 49ers from 89 to 91. So Matt LaFleur, as successful an early coaching debut as we've ever seen. Get yourself a future Hall of Fame quarterback if you want to break in as a coach in this league, don't you think?
Yeah, and a potential Hall of Fame wide receiver for that quarterback to throw to. Because God love Aaron Rodgers, but Davante Adams makes him as good as he makes Davante Adams. It's a symbiotic relationship that I'm not sure has any match in the NFL.
Maybe not right now. Well, how about this? I'll give you one. And it's the other 2 guys who I think should be considered for MVP seasons. Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase right now seem to have that level of wink and a smile about them. And let me just say, maybe someday we'll be talking about Trey Lance to Debo.
The fake to Mitchell this time. Lance going to wind up and throw, and it is complete inside the 15, 10, 5, touchdown, Debo Samuel.
Greg Gumbel mailing it in on CBS for an entire 4-quarter game. That was
that was a game that required mailing in.
Oh, come on. There was plenty to be excited about. The Houston Texans were phenomenal. Oh, no, I'm sorry. They had Davis Mills, and they stunk. Well, one of the reasons why they also stunk, though, is that the 49ers defense was pretty nasty all afternoon long. The Texans were held to 3.6 yards per play, only 136 yards passing. 3 sacks recorded against Davis Mills. One of them, another of them, Arden Key, who is really just had a monster second half of the year for the 49ers, who only gave up 86 rushing yards, even though Rex Burkhead's name was used probably more than any other NFL player during a broadcast, because the Texans don't have much more than he.
No, offensively, they're a nightmare. But the truth is, the 49ers won that game because of their defense, as much as everybody wants to fulminate about the potential quarterback changing of the guard. That was a game in which the defense had to come up, and they did.
They did.
I mean, this is a team that Houston scored 41 points a week ago against the Chargers. And while I grant you that, Rex Burkhead is, there's a definite chance he might not gain another 140 yards in his career. The 49ers made sure from the get that they had nothing to show. I mean, just they stomped them flat. It wasn't close.
Look, the 49ers didn't have much to show, certainly offensively, from a passing standpoint, until all of a sudden Kyle Shanahan decided to, say, all right, I'm going to let my quarterback make a play or two today. Took the handcuffs off him. It might have taken 29 minutes and 30 seconds, but in the last 38 seconds of that first half, we saw Trey Lance come alive a little bit. It's amazing how neither Jimmy nor Trey, so that means this is Kyle, not his quarterbacks, he won't ask his quarterback to make a downfield throw until he absolutely has to. I mean, it is the opposite of no risk it, no biscuit. He's thinking, never turn it over, never risk the ball, no matter what. It's the most important thing we're going to do all afternoon. And maybe that's where Kyle needs to rewire himself a little bit. And what he needs to work on this offseason is realize that sometimes if you throw the ball 50 yards down the field, if you have a quarterback who can get the ball to travel that far down the field, an interception that far down the field is also known as a punt. And it isn't the end-all, be-all of you're about to automatically lose today that it might have been that it used to be. Kyle Shanahan talked about how he did decide to watch his quarterback let her rip at the end of the half.
We wanted to score before the end of the half. We knew we were getting it to start the third. It's a situation we always talk about. It's how we always want it to be, where you try to lap someone and score twice. Once we got it back, we got close enough and got a little dicey there at the end. We were trying to get it 5 yards closer, and we were willing to throw it out of bounds just for the field goal, but we had the false start, and then that close to pick that Ayuk did a hell of a job catching that. It was great to finish it with a field goal.
A little something there between Lance and Ayuk, too. Seemed to be his preferred target of the afternoon. I think one of the things that drives me nuts about Kyle Shanahan is how often George Kittle vanishes during a football game. And I don't want to hear about a word, well, he's a great blocker, and he's being left in to run and block and block. He run blocks. He's a run-blocking, pass-catching tight end. He can do it all. All right, sure. Where was George Kittle that game? He disappears for entire quarters and an entire halves. There is no game that you can watch of the Kansas City Chiefs where Travis Kelce disappears for quarters or halves at a time. He's the focus of at least one pass you would see on every single drive. As a matter of fact, Travis Kelce's been targeted 129 times this season. That's in 15 games. George Kittle has only been targeted 87 times in 13 games. More George Kittle. If some is good, more is better. Kelce's been targeted 42 more times, even though he's only played 42 more games. I don't understand why Kyle Shanahan goes about doing that. And don't tell me he's double-teamed. It's Kyle Shanahan's job to beat double teams.
Well, I've never been able to figure out, how Shanahan, strategizes an offensive game plan, but it is clear that double teams bother him. And by bother him, I mean Shanahan. I don't think he wants any quarterback he has to throw into a double team because he is so turnover averse that he would rather wait for a shot later than take a chance now. I think that's a philosophy that he's got, or at least has had through the first 5 years of his career as a head coach here. And I think, as long as he is the coach here, you're probably going to have to put up with some of that, whether you like it or not. He is absolutely turnover averse to an almost pathological degree.
It is.
And there's no coach that says, I'm good with turnovers. But there are some who are more comfortable with it than others. And on this scale, Kyle Shanahan is well into the red on that.
Hey, man, I'm old school enough to believe defense-first football is important football. I'm old enough to believe that running the football still matters, has mattered, and always will matter. Controlling the line of scrimmage is how great football teams are defined. Having said that, you got to throw the ball. Just the modern game demands it. You got to be able to risk the ball a little bit more than this team is comfortable doing right now. And that's something that Kyle is going to have to reprogram in his own mind if he is going to be successful going forward as a coach. I mean, there's just no doubt in my mind. He has to rethink this game the way so many of his peers have. Look, now, he ran the ball for 37 times for 175 yards against Houston. San Francisco is now 21-1 when 30 or more rushing attempts happened under Kyle Shanahan. They're 6-0 this season. You can still run the ball that many times with an aggressive passing game sprinkled in. And Trey Lance just proved it. Now, maybe Jimmy Garoppolo can't do it because he just does not have the raw talent to do it. His ceiling defines him. Trey Lance's raw talent defines him right now. And if the Niners, I think, know what's best for them going forward, if Jimmy can go again this year, give him his last hurrah. Give him his last hurrah. He's earned it. The team obviously, very much respects him as a leader and as someone who gets it done more often than he gets you in trouble. But we're sitting here at the end of one era and at the beginning of the next. And I'm more impressed with Trey Lance's 8 quarters than I am with Garoppolo's 8 years. Obviously, the team doesn't feel that way yet. but it might not be up to the team to feel that way yet. It might be up to the feel that Jimmy Garoppolo has in his finger or doesn't and can or can't grip the ball. Like maybe this decision being taken out of Kyle Shanahan's hands is the best thing to happen to the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan without him even endorsing it.
I'm not sure that's true, only because what you do if you have Trey Lance, I think, is you also unleash the thing that frankly terrifies the 49ers more than anything else this week. It's that you get the unfettered Aaron Donald against a rookie quarterback, and the unfettered Leonard Floyd, and a defense that will greatly enjoy Trey Lance. And this has nothing to do with his long-term prognosis or anything else. It's the kind of situation that I think Kyle Shanahan hates more than anything else. One of the reasons why the 49ers have done so well against Los Angeles is because they don't put the ball in danger. They run, and they run a lot. And you don't need to unveil a new quarterback to do that. I think that's why, in case of a tie, in terms of decision-making this week, there is no tie. It's going to be Garoppolo. Because, among other things, Shanahan knows that Garoppolo knows how to play against the Rams. B, Shanahan knows that to beat the Rams, you have to be careful and force them to, defend the run, which is clearly the weaker of their two departments. And third, I think Kyle Shanahan, for good or ill, wants to feel comfortable with what he's putting out on Sunday, and his comfort level is clearly much higher with Garoppolo than it is Lance. And like I said, Lance's development can wait. If it's a tie, Garoppolo, A, will start, and B, I think gives them, for this 1 week anyway, a better chance to win than Lance does.
Well, historically speaking, Jimmy is 5-0 in 5 career starts against the Rams, and Kyle Shanahan, when asked about who his starting quarterback might be, said,
I mean, if Jimmy's 100% healthy and could do everything, perfect, then, I would definitely go with Jimmy. I'm not just going to throw a guy in after one game like this when Jimmy's been doing it for us all year. I think it's going to be hard for Jimmy to be 100%, which is how most people are right now at this time of year. But Trey did a good job. If Jimmy can't go, we won't hesitate at all. But if we feel Jimmy can go and play confident, then Jimmy will be out there.
I just don't understand how this is going to be a miracle for Jimmy Garoppolo. That's what it would take. It would take a touch by an angel to get his thumb or his finger in a place where it needs to be without surgery. Should he have surgery, from that point on, it would be 4 to 6 weeks. If he can't grip the ball, though, he needs surgery. And he might not be able to grip the ball. This is is he getting treatment 22 hours a day like when Russell Westbrook is getting his treatment?
And you saw how well that worked his first week back.
Exactly. It was a disaster. It was a disaster. Now I want to focus on the percentage that he was giving.
You don't have to. You don't have to do anything. If it's Jimmy's feeling 100% and you know that right away on a Monday, then it makes it very simple. You can dedicate all of that to it. But even when he is like that every other week, we still have plans on what if he does get hurt in the week, what happens, packages we've always had for Trey situationally. But I don't think that's going to be the case. We got to see how he plays throughout the week, and we got to be ready for both, similar to how we were this week.
I don't know if I really believe him having a Trey Lance package because we don't see it during Trey Lance starts, but that's another topic for tomorrow. 100%. Anything less than 100%, it's Trey Lance. Well, then it's Trey Lance, because it's impossible for Jimmy Garoppolo to be 100% with this injury, given how close he is to the origin date of this injury. So I don't know if Shanahan's given up the goat there or not. I think Trey Lance is going to be starting, and win or lose, I think it's the best thing maybe for the Niners, because finding out whether or not he's comfortable in a big game against the Rams, well, guess what? That's coming your way anyway, kid. So let's just throw you right in there. And there are enough examples of guys being thrown into games, having success in this league when you got a good defense and a coach who knows how to beat another coach. So, had there been a little bit more development throughout the entire year, you'd probably feel better about the situation, but this kid was left stowed He's 17 weeks into his damn career now. He should be ready to go. He should be ready to go. The one thing that I do know is that the only thing he needs now is playing time. That's it. That's it. I mean, at full stop. He needs snaps, reps. He needs confidence. He needs confidence of his coaches to allow him to make mistakes in real time, which could also, if it's not a mistake, become an incredibly large positive play. So let him do that. You got playmakers on this team. Elijah Mitchell is special. He is one of the best running backs this franchise has had in 20 years. So when I look at the future, even if the future is not now, this future is bright for the 49ers. We already did this segment earlier in the show. I want to do it again real quick right here. Look at where the Niners are in 2 or 3 seasons from now when it's Trey Lance time. Aaron Rodgers is old. Tom Brady will be retired. 2 or 3 years from now, Matthew Stafford is north of 35 years old. Matt Ryan, who is old today, will either be older or out of the league entirely. Russ, going to be old. Kirk Cousins, going to be old. Dak will be entering his 30s. The rest of the NFC right now is currently made up of not ready to be or has-beens. Taysom Hill, where are you going to put him? Not ready? I think that's more fair than has been. Cam Newton has been. Jared Goff has been. Justin Fields probably never will be, because that's just what the Bears do to quarterbacks. They kill them. They ruin them. Kyler Murray, as it stands today, is the only young NFC quarterback on a roster that you really need to be concerned about in the entire NFC, if not for Trey Lance joining him there. Think about it. The entire division is going to age out right when Trey Lance is ready to take over. Now, the AFC, Ray, wake up every day and thank the Lord the 49ers don't play in the AFC right now, because the AFC is a much different story. It is the home of young and talented quarterbacks. Here's everybody's age today. Trevor Lawrence is 22 years old. Mac Jones is 23 years old. Tua, whether you believe in him or not, believe this, he's only 23. Lamar Jackson, he turns 25 in 4 days. Joe Burrow just turned 25. Josh Allen is 25. Justin Herbert is 23. Patrick Mahomes, who is officially now been in the NFL so long, people are talking about like, oh, he's getting long in the tooth. He's 26 years old. Baker Mayfield, whether you believe in him or not, he's 26 years old. Carson Wentz, he just turned 29 4 days ago. Derek Carr is officially like the old man who's still kind of thought of as a young quarterback in the AFC. He turns 31 in March. The AFC is full of talented young quarterbacks. The NFC, 2 or 3 years from now, will not be. Get Trey Lance ready to go. It'll be him and Kyler.
I don't share your unbridled optimism for Lance, only because I haven't seen anything of him. He could turn out to be another not quite good enough quarterback. I mean, the possibility is probably greater on that side than it is that he'll be exemplary, because that's the truth for all quarterbacks.
Sure.
But I'm willing to acknowledge that I haven't seen all this magic that other people claim to know about. You know, it's just, you know, we'll see it when it reveals itself, and it hasn't revealed itself yet. And that doesn't make him a bad quarterback. That just makes him
not
the
ready.
Least known quarterback in football. That's all it does. And he could come out Sunday if he plays and look really good, or he could stink the joint out. And those are both very real possibilities for a guy who not only has no NFL resume, has almost no college resume. And that's the thing that just makes me stop when everybody starts raving about Trey Lance. It's based on what? What do we see? And the answer is, for most people who like Trey Lance, they see things that they actually haven't seen. They project what they want because they're tired of Garoppolo. And that's fine. Everybody gets to have their own pick. But in about 3 or 4 years, I have a feeling that Garoppolo's going to look a lot better to people than he does now, because I think the real offensive question that needs to be dealt with at some point is whether Kyle Shanahan is comfortable with a gunslinger. Because I think that's what people think Trey Lance is going to be. And if that's true, then Kyle Shanahan has to be a different coach. And if it's not true, it means that Kyle Shanahan gave Jimmy Garoppolo very explicit marching orders that Jimmy Garoppolo largely adhered to.
Look, I think that there is an awful lot of everything that you asked Jimmy Garoppolo to do this year, Trey Lance could have probably done it himself this year. There's nothing extraordinary about Garoppolo's year. I think it could have been assumed Trey Lance could have done just about that. Had Trey Lance been the starter from week 1, I bet you the Niners would be in a situation where they need to win in their last week of the regular season to make the playoffs. It feels like that would have been a reality or a possibility to me. Maybe I am overvaluing one guy. I am more interested in the raw ability of the youngster than the clear ceiling of the incumbent. And God forbid we have both of them on the roster again at the beginning of next year and are doing this all over again. I don't want to do those shows, and I don't think, Ray, you do either. Since
I didn't want to do the shows we did this year about it.
Did you want to do today's show? Be honest.
Well, it sounded like I wasn't going to get to for the first 15 minutes.
I know, and then we screwed you over and fixed the glitch. By the way,
I'm really bitter about that part.
Since we are talking about the differences in young and old quarterbacks, I thought this would be a perfect time for a most amazing thing.
Oh my God, it's going to be amazing.
Actually, I'm not even mad. That's amazing.
Oh my God, this is gonna be...
Don't say it, I swear to God.
Now, it's time for the most amazing thing.
It's amazing.
So I pulled this one right off of the Patriots, no, excuse me, not the Patriots, old habits die hard. The Buccaneers Jets telecast. Tom Brady has 315 career starts. And the reason why he was able to rally and beat Robert Saleh is because the entire Jets starting defense had a combined 313 career starts. Again, career starts for all defensive New York Jets, 313. One Tom Brady, 315. Also from that game, Tom Brady faced off against Zach Wilson. Now, Brady has faced off earlier this year against young other quarterbacks, but no one as young as someone he actually shares a birthday with. Tom Brady versus Zach Wilson gave us, Ray, an NFL record 22-year age gap between starting quarterbacks. That's amazing. It really is. On August 3rd, 1999, the day that Zach Wilson was born, Tom Brady was beginning his senior season in Ann Arbor. They share the same birthday. Brady is August 3rd, 1977. Wilson, August 3rd, 1999. Brady was turning 22, and he was still 8 months away from being picked in the 6th round by the Patriots. That's an incredible age difference between two guys doing the same thing who do share the same birthday. And, oh, by the way, I feel like I need to put this out here. What made me really notice this is my son, Jack, is one of those August 3rd guys, too. So he might be an NFL quarterback one day, Ray.
Yeah, and with his luck, he'll end up with the Jets.
Hey, it is good work if you can find it. It might hurt you.
Oh, yeah.
But, boy, you're going to make a lot of money on the way to getting hurt.
When you can look behind you and see your own kneecaps, that's probably not a good career choice.
Here's the thing. Jack's only 2, so he might have some options still in front of him.
Yeah, I wouldn't homeschool him quite yet.
No, we're not going to be homeschooling anyone. But Ray is at home. I'm in studio, and we're about to shift it into Warriors live mode. Somebody on the Comcast business text line said, Damon, did you see the breaking news about Ken Rosenthal? I had not. I checked it out. I thought it was Ken Rosenthal with some breaking news about Major League Baseball. Here's the breaking news. MLB Network has cut ties with Ken Rosenthal, and it is believed to be because Rosenthal was one of the chief Rob Manfred critics, and Rob Manfred basically had MLB Network fire Ken Rosenthal. Ray, that feels like a topic you and I can sink our teeth into a little bit more tomorrow, but we're about to sink our teeth into the topic of the Golden State Warriors, who are back to play, and we'll see if they can beat the Miami Heat, who are in town at Chase Center tonight. And we are urging all of you to stay tuned to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, which is starting next year, brought to you by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience for all things with live game shows, news, and highlights, all in one place. In the meantime, for Ray, I'm Damon, and we have been brought to you by Exergen. Warriors Live coming up next.
Exergen agrees.